7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, focused intently, a small, determined frown creasing his brow. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from his chest, a swirling orb of light pulsating gently. And then, with a satisfied sigh, the light faded, leaving behind a faint shimmer. He held out a tiny hand, a small sprout of a plant appearing as if from thin air. Seo-jun examined the sprout curiously, his brow furrowing slightly as he brought it closer to his face. He then looked at his palm, where a faint green symbol had appeared. He murmured to himself, a slight confusion evident in his expression, before shrugging and smiling. The location of the symbol didn't matter. He had accomplished his goal. Seo-jun clenched his fist, the green symbol glowing brighter within his palm. A faint magical energy crackled around him. Then, with a flourish, he opened his hand again, the symbol now a vibrant, glowing green. A look of pure delight spread across his face. Seo-jun giggled, declaring it fun as he playfully pressed a button on a nearby toy. His baby instincts were activated, a playful energy surrounding him. He continued to play, his small body radiating an almost tangible joy. The scene ended with him lying back, a contented smile on his face. The scene opens with a glimpse of a mysterious figure, cloaked and crowned, their face obscured by shadow. A young child, Seo-jun, reaches out towards a figure, seemingly unafraid. A woman observes, commenting that Seo-jun must be eating very well. The scene shifts to a different room, where another child, Tae-yoon, is refusing to eat. Their mother looks concerned. The mother explains that the hospital found nothing wrong with Tae-yoon, assuring that they will gradually get better. She holds a plate of apples. Two women sit on a couch, discussing Tae-yoon's situation. One appears more optimistic than the other. A clock shows the time passing. Seo-jun, meanwhile, cries out, "Wah." Seo-jun cries, "Hungry." His mother is surprised that it's already time to eat. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun wailed loudly, his cries echoing through the room. Surrounded by other infants, Seo-jun's tears flowed freely, mirroring the distress of his playmates. The scene shifted to a daycare setting. Several babies cried simultaneously. Their caretaker, a young woman, looked on with a mixture of concern and exhaustion. She urgently instructed another adult to quickly fetch some formula for the crying children. Seo-jun, however, questioned his own outburst. He wondered if his crying had been unnecessary. But then he realized that crying was his only way to get fed. The caretaker gently urged another baby, Ji-yoon, to eat if hungry. Seo-jun, however, happily drank his milk, finding it delicious. Meanwhile, the caretaker encouraged another baby, Mina, to eat as well. A young woman gently cradled 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, who was nestled in her arms, bottle-feeding him. She spoke softly, instructing him to move to a different location. Seo-jun, with wide, curious eyes, focused intently on his bottle. He was drinking milk. He was using his magic, but cautiously, as he'd never used it quite like this before. He wasn't sure if it would work. Seo-jun held a small, glowing green gem, a fairy's wand from a past life. He willed it to shine, and a bright light emanated from it. The fairy's wand had been activated, its light captivating the attention of nearby children. The light from the wand spread, drawing the attention of several babies in the room. All eyes were on Seo-jun as he continued to drink from his bottle, seemingly oblivious to the effect he was having. Meanwhile, several adults in the room watched the babies with a mixture of surprise and concern. Seo-jun continued to drink, his small face showing a slight strain as the magic continued to flow from his fairy wand. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, is shown happily sucking on his bottle. A caption above him reads, "Someone will want to copy you." The scene continues, now showing Seo-jun with another baby, both diligently drinking from their bottles. Small cartoonish chicks are seen climbing a miniature railroad track above them. Another baby joins them, also drinking from a bottle. One of the babies exclaims, "Oh, look." 3 women observe the babies, their faces alight with amusement. One of them comments, "It seems like that Seo-jun is amazing." Another woman replies, "Yeah, is this what they call the baby world's mukbang?" A thought bubble appears, emphasizing the term mukbang in relation to the baby's eating habits. Someone observes, "He could do a real mukbang at this point." The woman continues, "I'm sorry, but could you record Seo-jun eating and send it to me?" The 2 women from earlier are shown again. One of them says, "I was just joking earlier." The other replies, "I know that too." A mother worriedly observes her daughter, Ji-yoon, who is smaller than other children her age and not eating well. The hospital recommended that she be fed more. Another woman reassures the mother, explaining that Ji-yoon's small size is only because Seo-jun, a baby, is much larger than other children his age. Meanwhile, Ji-yoon cries while Seo-jun sits beside her, looking concerned. Seo-jun, despite Ji-yoon's tears, attempts to cheer her up, even though she's not hungry. Her crying stems from a bad mood. He uses a small magical sparkle to try and lift her spirits. And other babies in the room react to his magic, looking surprised. Seo-jun's mother is called by her son, who seems to be having a nightmare. Later, Seojin's parents discuss how other babies started eating well after watching Seojin eat. Seojin's mother is amused to hear that he's become known as a mukbang star of the baby world. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, unleashes a burst of chaotic energy, giggling maniacally as he sends a small, green slime monster flying across the room. Meanwhile, Seojin's parents, observing from their kitchen table, exchange a worried glance. Should they intervene? Seojin's mother reassures her husband, mentioning that their son is simply being kind, although he had been briefly flattened by other babies earlier that day. Despite the earlier incident, Seojun remained calm and didn't retaliate. Seojin's father, however, is still visibly shocked by his son's unusual behavior. His wife, however, attributes it to Seojin's popularity among the other babies. Seojun, asked if he's excited, reveals his true intentions: revenge on the dragon that killed him in a past life. His parents, unaware of his past lives, are simply relieved that he's not causing trouble and plan to record him eating baby food for a video. Seojin's mother calls for him to look at the camera, setting the stage for his next viral video. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, a baby with an extraordinary secret, sat in his high chair, a wide, joyful grin spreading across his face. The timer on a nearby screen displayed 12 seconds, indicating the start of his meal. His mother, a kind-faced woman, smiled encouragingly. "Now, let's eat," she said, her voice gentle and warm. Seojin's father, observing from the side, held his phone, recording the scene. He contemplated his son's unusual behavior. "I have to use the wand, right?" he thought, a hint of uncertainty in his mind. Seojun, seemingly sensing his father's hesitation, scrunched up his face slightly. "Shaking the arm with the symbol looks too weird, I think," he mused internally, his tiny brow furrowed in concentration. He lifted both arms and shook them before eating. The action was unusual, but it seemed to be part of his routine. A soft glow emanated from his wrist as he did so. I don't know," he mumbled, a hint of confusion in his expression. His mother watched, a mixture of surprise and amusement on her face. Is he excited or something? She wondered, observing his unusual behavior. Seojun happily ate his food, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Is it that tasty?" his mother asked, her voice filled with wonder. His father continued to film, a proud smile on his face. "Mommy's happy too because Seojun is eating well," he exclaimed, capturing the heartwarming moment. Seojun's mother received a message through the KakaoTalk app. A message exchange ensues. The sender shares two videos, one showing the formula version of Seojun's mukbang, and another showing the baby food version. Apologies are offered for the lateness. The recipient expresses gratitude for the videos, despite the late hour. A notification appears on Seojun's mother's phone, indicating an incoming video call from Seojun. Another message arrives, this time from Ji-yoon's mother, excitedly reporting that Ji-yoon has finished all her food. 2 weeks after Seojun's viral mukbang video, Ji-yoon and another woman are happily discussing his impact. Ji-yoon expressed gratitude for the help Seojun's video provided at the hospital, and the other woman responded enthusiastically about the positive effects. The conversation continues, with one woman excitedly sharing that her son, Mina, now eats well even without watching Seojun's video. She attributes this improvement to increased confidence in her sons. The other woman laughs heartily, expressing pure joy at the positive outcome. Meanwhile, Seojun's mother observes him thoughtfully, pondering the effectiveness of his videos even without direct interaction. She reflects on the possibility that Seojun's abilities, similar to a fairy's wand, can still exert their influence through the medium of video. Elsewhere, an adult is shown working on a computer, seemingly monitoring Seojun's online presence, and then checks their phone, revealing a news article about Seojun's growing popularity. Back with Seojun, he sits contentedly, hugging a toy. He chuckles softly to himself. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his orange onesie, sat contentedly on the floor, clutching a small, skeletal figure wearing a crown. A mischievous glint shone in his eyes as he let out a soft, almost inaudible chuckle. Meanwhile, another baby, seemingly curious, watched him from a short distance away, a question mark floating above their head. A conversation unfolded, suggesting the uploading of Seojun's video to YouTube. A woman, holding a piece of cake, reacted with a surprised, questioning expression upon hearing the suggestion. Another woman, seemingly enthusiastic, explained that she also uploads videos of Mina's face on VLive. However, she added that Mina had finished all her food that day, implying a connection between the videos and Mina's appetite. The video's popularity was highlighted by numerous comments asking for tips on getting babies to eat well. The comments section showed a surge of interest in Seojun's eating habits, prompting requests for advice. Despite the focus on Mina's eating habits, the speaker clarified that they hadn't yet discussed uploading Seojun's video, and for now, they've listed the baby formula brand and baby food recipes that Mina eats. A suggestion was made to upload Seojun's video to YouTube to help other mothers. Seojun's mother looked thoughtful, a slight frown furrowing her brow. She murmured to herself, acknowledging the situation but clearly grappling with its implications. The thought bubble above her head revealed her unspoken worry. Seojin's face will become known. Will it be okay? Meanwhile, a spectral figure with glowing green eyes and a skeletal face appeared, seemingly conjuring a magic circle. Its internal monologue revealed a desire to speak with Seojun if possible. If Seojun was able to talk, I would ask him. The spectral figure was a toy, held by baby Seojun, who seemed completely unconcerned by its otherworldly appearance. His mother watched him, her expression unreadable. Later, Seojun's mother discussed the situation with a friend over cake. She sighed, deciding to consult her husband before making any decisions. Her friend agreed, suggesting the importance of careful consideration. Someone is looking at a picture of Seojun on their phone, marveling at his cuteness. The image shows Seojun playing with a toy orc. The viewer's thought bubble expresses surprise. Wow, Seojun isn't. Kim Hee-sang, a man with short brown hair, sat at his desk, looking at his phone. A thought bubble above him read, is he growing up too quickly? Another man, also with short brown hair but wearing glasses, approached Hee-sang. He exclaimed, oh, is that Seojun? Hee-sang, looking concerned, made a phone call. He muttered something unintelligible into the receiver. He then smiled, a thought bubble appearing above him, showing a drawing of baby Seojun carrying a box, looking slightly scared. He wondered aloud, he'll be scared, will he? The scene shifted to baby Seojun happily playing with a discarded toy in a box. A voiceover stated, I didn't know that he'd take a liking to it. Hee-sang and his colleague looked on, hearts floating above them, as Seojun played happily. Suddenly, Seojun stood up, startling his uncle and his friend. He shouted, Seojun. His uncle, looking shocked, exclaimed, what kind of person gives that sort of toy to a baby? Hee-sang, smiling, replied, your Seojun has really unique tastes. It's become a completely mandatory doll now. Two men observe a video of a baby, Seojun, on a smartphone. One of them questioned why the baby was waving his hands, suggesting it might be due to excitement. The video showed Seojun, a baby, happily waving his arms while eating. One of the men wondered if babies usually get excited by eating. One man speculated that Seojun might like the camera, waving his hands due to excitement from it. The other man asked if that was what the first man thought. The video showed Seojun beaming and waving his arms. One of the men declared that Seojun was totally born to become an actor. A man was shown reading a script. The script contained dialogue from a character called Edmund, the Lich King. The man was shown holding a figurine of the Lich King, Edmund. He seemed stressed while reading the script. The man blushed and tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the script. He dropped the script, unable to force himself to read anymore. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his crib, reached out a chubby hand toward a small, crumpled piece of paper. He cried out, Father, his voice a tiny, gurgling sound. He grabbed the paper, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Seojun's inner voice mused, my subjects follow my commands. Seojun's father, a young man with dark hair, watched his son with a mixture of amusement and bewilderment. The baby let out a series of delighted oohs and ahs. Seojun's mother, a woman with dark hair, smiled softly. She commented to her husband, our son is telling you to put more emotion into your reading. Seojun's mother continued, your son really likes this. He really enjoys playing with Hee-sang as well. Seojun's father chuckled, telling me that I should stop talking with mommy and play with you? Okay. Suddenly, the toy figure Seojun was playing with fell over, its face down. The toy's voice, somehow audible, exclaimed, Ack, I've lost. Seojun had won the game. A narration box declared, Seojun has won. Seojun's mother scooped him up in a hug, showering him with praise. He beamed, you're amazing, Seojun. He giggled, I've won. His inner voice proudly declared, I'm so cool. A mother cradled her 7-month-old son, Lee Seojun, who gurgled happily. His mother smiled, thinking aloud about uploading a video of him, but a man's voice interrupted her thoughts, exclaiming that it was too much. He questioned whether the video's impact would last, given Seojun's age. The mother countered that, even so, it was worth considering. Another man, waving his hands excitedly, asked if they were talking about Seojun. He noted that Seojun usually ate calmly, but when the camera was recording, he became incredibly excited, waving his arms. Seojun, while eating, instructed his father to shake his arms to use his fairy's wand. The question of whether Seojun's excitement stemmed from the camera's presence was raised. Seojun's father sighed, remembering Seojun's earlier criticism of his acting. The parents exchanged a look, a mixture of amusement and concern on their faces. A conversation unfolds between two adults, likely parents. One expresses surprise at something said, while the other clarifies that they were merely thinking aloud about their son, remarking on how amazing he is. The scene shifts to show the parents and their baby son. The father is holding the baby, and the mother is looking at them both with a smile. The father is internally questioning how the baby knew his acting was awkward. The mother dismisses the father's concerns, stating that their son is too young to understand what he's hearing. The baby, however, silently asserts that he understands everything. The parents marvel at their son's abilities, declaring him a genius. They discuss the possibility of getting him into acting, with the father playfully making boo sounds at the baby. The mother is shown looking at her phone, contemplating whether it's alright to upload a video to YouTube. She decides to proceed, explaining that she's doing it to help other children who are struggling with eating and that she's already discussed it with her husband. The father holds the baby, contemplating the implications of their actions, specifically mentioning the use of English in a video. The final panel shows a YouTube channel page titled GUN with 0 subscribers. Seojin's mother reviewed the uploaded videos of her son, one showcasing him enjoying baby food, the other featuring baby formula. Both videos had 0 views, a smile spreading across her face as she excitedly announced that she had uploaded them. She then sent a message detailing the channel name, June, and specifying that the videos were the same as the one she had previously sent. Minju, a friend, responded with gratitude, promising to spread the word. Meanwhile, another video of Seojun eating appeared online, capturing the attention of viewers. The video showed Seojun happily eating, his expressions clearly visible. He continued to eat with gusto, his joyful demeanor infectious. The comment section of the video exploded with reactions. Many parents reported that their babies, who previously refused to eat, were now finishing their meals after watching Seojun's videos. Some reported no effect, while others marveled at the results. A young woman sat before her laptop, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. She was reviewing a video, her brow furrowed in concentration, a wave of anxiety washing over her as she considered the implications of what she was seeing. The question hung heavy in the air. What do we do? 7-month-old Lee Seojun, dressed in a charming bear onesie, lies peacefully in his crib. His large eyes, wide and innocent, gaze upwards. He is not an ordinary infant. Seojun retains the faint memory of his past lives, specifically the unique breathing techniques of elves and jinn. He sleeps soundly, his pacifier nestled in his mouth, a small, contented sigh escaping his lips. The presence of good mana, flowing harmoniously with his body, a stark contrast to the clashing dark-type breathing from his past lives. Seojun understands that these two breathing methods are key to his existence, and he chooses to fully internalize the elf's basic breathing technique. He makes his choice a subtle shift in his breathing pattern, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Then, a moment later, a man's face appears upside down, peering into the crib, his expression one of mild surprise. He asks, surprised, if Seojun is already awake. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, the protagonist, lies peacefully in his crib, a pacifier in his mouth. A narration box explains that the greatest benefit of his two breathing methods is their stability. A flashback sequence begins. Seojun, in a past life, reflects that he can safely end any intrusion during his breathing exercises, a skill honed over many lifetimes as a weak monster. Someone asks if Seojun has woken up. Seojun's parents are at home. The mother is overwhelmed by a flood of messages on her phone. The father wonders about the commotion. The father holds Seojun, who is making a lot of noise. Even Seojun thinks it's too loud. The mother decides to quickly turn off her notifications. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, dressed in a cute animal-hooded onesie, sat contentedly in his crib. He pondered his hunger, internally debating whether or not to cry to get his parents' attention. Meanwhile, Seojun's parents discussed a proposition from Minju. Minju had suggested that they post Seojun's videos on YouTube. The mother, holding Seojun, looked apprehensive, considering the idea of putting her baby on YouTube. The mother explained to her husband that YouTube is a platform where people worldwide upload videos. She wasn't an expert, but she'd heard that it wasn't just celebrities who found fame there. She pointed to a news report on the television showing examples of people who had become stars through YouTube. The parents watched a video of Seojun on their laptop. The mother expressed some apprehension, but the father was awestruck by the view count. Seojun's video, titled Baby June, had already garnered over 1 million views. A phone call interrupted their amazement. It was Minju, excitedly inquiring about the video's success. Minju was incredulous at the video's popularity, expressing disbelief and excitement at Seojun's newfound stardom. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, dressed in an adorable panda onesie, sat contentedly in his mother's arms. His tiny fingers clutched at his bib, a look of intense hunger on his face. "I'm so hungry I could eat a horse," he mumbled, his words barely audible. Meanwhile, Seojun's mother, Mina, stared wide-eyed at her phone, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched on her features. The screen displayed a rapidly climbing number, and she whispered, "Pro-profit." Seojun's father gently took the phone from his wife, his expression calm despite the obvious tension. He answered the call, a warm smile playing on his lips. "Hello, Mina's mom. Seojun's here." On the other end of the line, Seojun's grandmother expressed some concerns. "Aren't there requirements for that? If it's not a famous person, I've heard it's difficult to do in only 1 or 2 days." Mina, however, was quick to reassure her mother. "It's okay. They look at watch time and subscriber counts, and Seojun's channel passed the criteria from start." She showed her mother the screen, revealing a staggering subscriber count. "It's at 200,000. 200,000. And the numbers continue to climb. It's still going up as we speak." Meanwhile, Seojun, oblivious to the excitement surrounding him, drifted off to sleep, nestled safely in his mother's arms. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, dressed in a cute bear onesie, was being held by his father as they watched a video on their television. His mother sat beside them, her expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. Seo-jun's father exclaimed in shock at something on the screen, while his mother echoed his surprise. Seo-jun's mother, noticing his father's reaction, gently urged him to eat. His father, still slightly stunned, agreed to wait a little longer. The scene shifted to Seo-jun's father preparing his baby's bottle. He looked on with a mixture of wonder and concern as he prepared the formula, a can of Elephant brand baby food visible on the counter. He poured the formula into the bottle, a small amount spilling onto the counter. Seo-jun, now holding his bottle, looked at it with a contented expression. He commented on how tasty the milk was, praising his father's skill in preparing it. Meanwhile, Seo-jun's mother was on her laptop, checking the status of an application she had submitted. She announced that she had applied and that ads would be added once it was approved. Seo-jun's father inquired about the application's details, curious about its content. His wife explained that the application was for multiple languages, going beyond just Korean. She then revealed that the video they had watched earlier was gaining traction, with parents reporting that their children, previously fussy eaters, were now eating better after watching Seo-jun's video. The mother continued working on her laptop, seemingly pleased with the positive response to Seo-jun's video. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, is seen feeding from a bottle. Rumor has it that watching his mukbang videos makes fussy babies eat immediately. But Seo-jun seems uncomfortable, struggling with the bottle. A smartphone lies on a table, displaying numerous notifications. Seo-jun's caretaker, an adult male, is surprised by the sheer volume of messages flooding his phone. He wonders if this is the result of Seo-jun's viral video. A message from Kim Hee-sang appears on the screen. Hee-sang asks if the caretaker had shown him the video previously. Seo-jun's mother, a young woman, is shocked to discover that the video has even made the online news. Online comments discuss the effectiveness of Seo-jun's mukbang video, with parents reporting varying results based on their children's ages. A poll is suggested to gather more data. The caretaker and Seo-jun's mother discuss the poll results, concluding that the video's effect seems limited to babies under 20 months old. Lee Seo-jun's parents marveled at their collaborative parenting, while Seo-jun's mother noted that the effectiveness of his magical fairy's wand was limited by its low grade. A narration box explained that the Life Library contained not only fairy's wand, but also numerous high-level abilities copyable by anyone. Seo-jun reflected on his inability to access more powerful abilities due to his current infant form, unable to open the blue door yet. Seo-jun internally acknowledged the difficulty of wielding powerful abilities in his baby body. He struggled to lift his milk bottle, finding it too heavy. Seo-jun's father gently held him after he dropped the bottle. Seo-jun's father responded with understanding. Seo-jun's mother questioned what they expected from an 8-month-old baby. A man beams down at a baby, Seo-jun, cradled in his arms. He declares that Seo-jun understands everything because he's a genius. The scene shifts to a thought bubble, reflecting a common parental sentiment. Every parent thinks their child is a genius. But in this case, the thought is confirmed as Seo-jun, the baby, lets out a satisfied burp, murmuring yes in agreement. Kong Sora, a marketing lead, frantically messages Hyun-ji about a new YouTube video uploaded by Lala, the baby from their commercial. The video's success is attributed to Lala's baby mukbang, not the baby formula, causing concern. Choi Hyun-ji, head of Elephant series planning team, is shown looking at her phone, clearly concerned. She learns that Lala, the YouTuber who's been promoting Elephant series baby formula, is responsible for the unexpected surge in sales thanks to her baby mukbang. This unexpected success leads to a boost in sales for Cookney Mart, an online shopping mall with overseas delivery. Lee Seo-jun's viral mukbang video, featuring his adorable eating habits, caused a sensation. The demand for pure organic elephant baby formula 800G skyrocketed, leading to a complete sellout, prompting a massive increase in production to meet the overwhelming demand. A young woman, likely Seo-jun's caretaker, stared at her computer screen, a mountain of inventory now at her disposal. Her relief was palpable. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she worried about potential job security. She silently questioned whether she would keep her job. A narration box explained the current trend. YouTube stars, rather than established celebrities, were increasingly sought after for product endorsements and commercials. The panel shows a makeup artist and a woman, possibly Seo-jun's mother, discussing a commercial opportunity. The baby, Seo-jun, is nestled in his mother's arms, seemingly oblivious to the adult conversation. The woman on the computer, likely Seo-jun's mother, considered a proposal to cast Seo-jun and another child, Lala, in a commercial. She found the idea appealing, but also had some reservations, wondering if Seo-jun's 2 short videos were truly the reason for the sudden surge in popularity. She pondered the unexpected consequences of his online fame. A screenshot of an online comment section shows a parent testifying to the effectiveness of Seo-jun's videos in getting their child to eat. The comment read, "Proof of our baby eating while watching Jun's channel. It's really amazing. Fully focused ha." Seo-jun's mother, convinced of the opportunity's potential, decisively decided to accept the commercial offer. She enthusiastically agreed to the proposal. Kang Sora, the marketing team lead, suggested making a commercial featuring Seo Jun, the baby superstar. Her colleague questioned the idea, prompting Sora to reiterate her proposal. Meanwhile, Seojin's mother looked on anxiously as her son was approached by the marketing team, pleading for his cooperation. A young man, watching a video, questioned whether the teddy bear in the video was ordinary. He claimed to have seen a two-headed troll behind a chair while watching Seojin's video. The man, holding a baby named Seojun, reacted with disbelief to the two-headed troll in Seojin's baby food video. The man's thoughts turned to the baby food commercial version of the video. Seojin's uncle rushed in, calling out his name. Seojun, unimpressed, simply said but, and the uncle asked him not to be disappointed that he brought a normal-looking doll. Seojun reacted with a frustrated expression. His uncle expressed disappointment in Seojin's behavior and questioned if he was underestimating his nephew. Someone showed Seojun, a 7-month-old baby, how to open a zipper. Seojin's eyes widened in surprise. Seojin's uncle, holding a small, demonic-looking stuffed bear, exclaimed that it was a doppelganger. Seojun looked at the stuffed bear with a mixture of awe and confusion. Seojun realized that the bear was a magical twist, marveling at his uncle's abilities. Seojin's uncle reminded him that their magical secret must remain between them. Seojun happily hugged the stuffed bear. Someone asked where the two-headed creature from the viral video was. Seojin's uncle responded that it was not visible. The scene opens with a conversation, the words, "What do you mean a baby formula commercial?" floating in a speech bubble. The setting appears to be a brightly lit nursery. The exclamation mark emphasizes the surprise and disbelief of the speaker. 3 women are huddled together, their expressions serious. One of them speaks, suggesting that they should remove baby formulas with a bad reputation among mothers. Another woman responds, mentioning that Seo Jun has an image to uphold. A third woman asks, "What are you talking about?" One of the women declares that this is the prime time to make a lot of money and give it all to Seo Jun. She suggests targeting companies with a bad image. They plan to use this opportunity to remove those brands from the market. One woman remembers that Seo Jun likes the elephant baby formula. The final panel shows Seo Jun happily holding a bottle of elephant baby formula. His mother explains that they've tried many formulas, but he liked this one the most. A conversation between mothers unfolds, centered around baby food. One mother mentions that her daughter, Mina, enjoys the elephant brand formula. Another mother, intrigued, considers trying elephant formula herself, noting that Seo Jun, the baby star of a viral mukbang video, also likes it. The mothers excitedly discuss the potential for Seo Jun's preference to boost elephant sales, given his popularity, leading one to suggest a collaboration between Seo Jun's family and the elephant brand. Another person suggests involving Seo Jun's father in the decision-making process. The mother approaches Seo Jun's father, who is initially surprised by the proposal of a baby formula commercial for their son, but quickly gives his enthusiastic approval. The next day arrives, and Seo Jun's mother waits patiently for his father to return home. Seo Jun's mother is concerned about his father's lateness. 7-month-old Lee Seo Jun, the protagonist, stares intently ahead with a serious expression. His large eyes and slightly furrowed brow hint at a depth beyond his years. Seo Jun's father arrives home. A digital door lock beeps, signaling his entry. The baby babbles excitedly. The door opens, and Seo Jun's father announces his arrival with a cheerful "Daddy's home." Seo Jun's mother, holding him, beams with joy as her husband excitedly shows her a contract. He proudly proclaims that he secured the contract. Seo Jun's mother, however, notes that her son is about to fall asleep. Seo Jun's father, eager to celebrate, asks for a kiss from his son. But Seo Jun's mother stops him, reminding him to wash up first due to the smell of alcohol on his breath. The father apologizes, slightly embarrassed, and the mother shows him the baby food commercial contract. The family discusses the filming schedule for the commercial, noting that it will take approximately 30 minutes while Seo Jun eats, with a possibility of additional filming later in the day. Seo Jun, a 7-month-old with a mischievous grin, sat contentedly in his high chair, a stuffed animal companion by his side. Any additional filming would have to wait until after he had finished his meal. His mother, a thoughtful expression on her face, pondered the logistics. Could they really finish filming within the next 30 minutes? It seemed feasible, as long as the final product could be edited and subtitled like a YouTube video. The plan was to initially upload the video to YouTube and similar platforms, followed by television commercials after a 3-month period. Seo Jun's mother reacted positively to the timeline. She then inquired about the legal aspects of the contract. Her lawyer friend had confirmed the absence of any hidden clauses, deeming the contract acceptable. With the legal matters settled, the decision to proceed with the advertisement was made. Seo Jun, ever the showman, eagerly awaited his next cue, a playful curiosity in his eyes. Seo Jun's parents excitedly discussed the project with him, their laughter filling the room. They enthusiastically agreed to participate, their joy palpable. The next panel showed red paint being squeezed onto a palette, hinting at the project's nature. A small hand pressed a button, initiating a process related to Seo Jun's commercial. Seo Jun's mother smiled, suggesting he should also sign the commercial contract. Seojin's father suggested taking a picture to commemorate their first contract. As his mother happily held him, a contract visible on the table. The family posed together, proudly displaying the contract, a moment of shared joy and accomplishment. The final image showed a close-up of Seojun, his expression one of quiet contentment. A young mother smiled gently at her baby, Seojun. "It'll disappear by tomorrow," she reassured him, her voice soft and tender. By the way, Seojun, a 7-month-old with an air of quiet contemplation, stood amidst a towering collection of books. He pondered his next move, his brow slightly furrowed. Internally, he mused, what ability should I take? He crawled amongst the books, his tiny hands reaching out to grasp the colorful spines. A soft murmur escaped his lips. He had been searching for a long time, but finding the right ability proved difficult. I don't know, he sighed, a tiny puff of air barely disturbing the stillness. Seojun sat back, a slight sheen of perspiration on his forehead. He realized that now was not the time for this particular decision. He needed an ability that would work on adults, something to help him achieve his ultimate goal. This time, I need an ability that can work on adults who are looking to buy something. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth life, pondered a magical book. A thought bubble above him revealed his internal question. Was this here the whole time? He smiled, a delighted expression on his face as he continued to examine the book. The scene shifted to a television studio. A crew member cheerfully greeted someone off-panel with a simple, "Hello." Choi Hyun-ji, the head of the elephant planning team, introduced herself, smiling warmly. She offered to show them around the studio. Seojin's family, marveling at the studio's design, noted its resemblance to their living room. Hyun-ji explained that the set had been decorated to look familiar and welcoming. She then led them to the waiting room. She invited them to rest comfortably whenever they needed. Hyun-ji gave them permission to explore the studio at their leisure. A couple, presumably Seojin's parents, stood in a brightly lit room, admiring a collection of plush toys. The woman exclaimed over their cuteness, while the man commented on the surprising amount of preparation that had been done for them. The man gently held baby Seojun, who was gazing curiously at a gray stuffed animal. The woman voiced her uncertainty about whether Seojun would like the gifts. Seojun's expression was unreadable, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at his inner thoughts. The man, seemingly Seojin's father, held the baby as a warm, golden light emanated from his hands. He silently wished for everything to go according to plan. A bead of sweat trickled down Seojin's forehead as he let out a small, pained eye. Later, Seojun sat quietly in his crib, staring intently at the gray teddy bear. A group of children, 2 girls and a boy, eagerly asked their elderly grandfather to tell them a story about a brave man. The old man, slightly hard of hearing, cupped his hand to his ear, questioning if they had asked for the story of the brave man. He reminisced, mentioning that the events he was about to recount happened when he was younger than the children before him. One day, while exploring a nearby forest, a young boy stumbled upon a small, ornate chest hidden beneath a tree. Captivated by its beauty, he took the chest back to his village. As the chest was opened, a surprising revelation awaited them. It was a mimic, a monster in disguise. However, the true nature of the creature remained unknown to the villagers. A young boy, eyes wide with wonder, clutched a small, ornate wooden chest. He looked around at the curious onlookers, a small question mark hovering above his head. From that day on, the chest became known as Mi Ming and was treated like family. Sometimes, Mi Ming would take the form of a chest. The boy, intensely curious, really wanted to open it. But it was Mi Ming. An older man chuckled, amused by the boy's eagerness. Sharing his food and playing with it, the boy found himself falling for Mi Ming again. The boy, now a bit older, joyfully held up Mi Ming, which had transformed into a chest with a playful, toothy grin. He exclaimed, "Mimic!" It was all so peaceful. And a few years later, a warrior arrived in a village, seeking help. A high-level demon was hiding nearby. The warrior, his arm bandaged, explained the urgency of the situation. They needed to deal with the demon immediately. Villagers could only treat his wounds. Further action was beyond their capabilities. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened, muttering, "Mimic! Mimic!" The warrior's surprise was evident as he reacted to something unseen. He spotted a mimic near a chest, questioning its presence in such a place. A young boy appeared, claiming the mimic, Mi Ming, was harmless and simply mischievous. The warrior was shocked, knowing mimics were dangerous monsters inhabiting deep dungeons. The boy insisted Mi Ming was just a bit mischievous. Mi Ming, the mimic, playfully interacted with the boy, causing the chest to fall open. The warrior's sword was poised to strike, but he paused, confused by the situation. He wondered what was happening. A man with bandages on his arms stared intently at a small, ornate wooden chest, a faint purple glow emanating from within. He muttered to himself, "This." A thought bubble above him revealed his inner awe. Why is it so pretty? The man's fascination deepened as he contemplated the chest. He thought, what could be inside of such a beautiful chest? I want to open it. I need to have it. He reached for the chest, but as his fingers brushed against the wood, the chest sprang to life. it let out a small, startled sound. The man held the chest, now clearly animated, in his hands. He reflected, I was captivated in just a matter of seconds. Who knew a mimic could cause such a strong temptation? This level of power means... The warrior proposed that the monster would be distracted by Miming's charms, while he'd slice its head off. A young girl and boy looked on, worried. The girl exclaimed, Miming is in danger. An older man listened to their concerns, his expression grave. All the villagers loved Miming, so they said they didn't like the plan. The narrative opens with a narration box explaining that despite the odds, the brave Miming chose to side with the warrior. After sunset, the warrior lured a hidden demon into the open. The warrior, in a swift movement, confronts the demon, who seems surprised by the sudden appearance. The demon, upon seeing a treasure chest, remarks that the insects have offered him a treasure. The demon laughs maniacally, stating that he will kill everyone comfortably. A woman, seemingly distressed, clutches a child close, trembling in fear. The demon, amused by the unusual treasure chest, comments that this is a first for him. He expresses his desire to see what's inside the chest immediately. As the demon reaches for the chest, something unexpected emerges, causing him to react with surprise and alarm. A powerful demon, its horns curving menacingly, loomed over a fair-haired warrior. The warrior's expression was one of grim determination. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he muttered, damn. The warrior's attack was a trap, a realization that hit him with the force of a physical blow. His voice, filled with disbelief and rage, echoed, it was a trap. How dare you? The demon's power surged, a dark energy crackling around its clawed hands as it prepared to strike. The word mimic appeared in a speech bubble, hinting at the nature of the warrior's foe. But the warrior, despite the surprise, stood defiant. His eyes blazed with righteous fury as he roared, a lowly mimic. How dare? He channeled his strength into his sword, unleashing a devastating blow that sent the demon crashing to the ground in a single, swift motion. The narration box explained, the warrior gathered all of his strength into his sword and finished the demon off in one fell swoop. However, the victory came at a cost. Another narration box revealed, but Miming ended up perishing at the hands of the demon. The scene shifted to show Miming's lifeless body, surrounded by grieving villagers. The young boy's death was a tragic loss. In the aftermath, the villagers, along with the warrior, created a fountain and statue in Miming's honor. The narration box stated, the warrior and the village people created a fountain and a statue as a symbol of thanks to Miming. Two young children wept openly, one saying, Miming, what a pity, while the other offered heartfelt, thank you, Miming. A voiceover muses, maybe he's charming people as we speak. The camera pans across a quaint European-style town, nestled amongst rolling hills and a grand cathedral in the distance. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a cherubic baby with a bright smile, lies in his crib. A thought bubble above him reads, preparing to charm. His caregiver coos, Seo-jun, let's eat. A cameraman, his face partially obscured, focuses his camera intently, muttering, now. He prepares to film Seo-jun, who is calmly drinking from a bottle. The cameraman announces, we'll start rolling. Later, two individuals watch a video on a screen. One of them asks, is this that famous mukbang? 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with an exceptional ability to focus, sat calmly in his baby's seat, diligently drinking his milk. The filming of the commercial concluded. Seo-jun's parents, noticing his unusual stillness, questioned him, but he remained quiet, his arms still. Seo-jun, however, was internally pleased. He had discovered a new, more effective ability. Because his current form limited the number of abilities he could use, he had returned a previous ability to its source and acquired a new one. Small mimics coveted packaging, a high-grade ability that makes anyone covet packaged objects. This ability, however, had a limitation. It only worked on objects the same size as the user. Seo-jun reflected that the ability's small scale was a drawback, making it unusable once he grew up, and the conditions for its use were quite tricky. Despite its limitations, Seo-jun's new ability could be used with even the smallest amount of mana, and he demonstrated this by making himself want the baby food in front of him. The next scene to be filmed showed a smiling baby happily hugging a container of baby formula. One of the crew members voiced their doubt that Seo-jun could complete the scene in a single take. Director Choi Dae-man, however, seemed unfazed by this concern, confidently stating that no one came into this project with such low expectations. Meanwhile, Seo-jun's mother whispered that he was, after all, just a baby. What could he possibly do? But Seo-jun, seemingly unperturbed, was already distracting himself with a new toy. He pointed excitedly at the elephant brand baby formula, causing his parents to sigh in relief. Seo-jun's mother reflected that if the scene hadn't involved hugging the formula container, she would have had to keep comforting him until someone gave her the container to hold. Seo-jun, however, let out a delighted squeal as he hugged the container tightly. The narration box explained that Seo-jun was using his magic to make the formula container more appealing to himself by shrouding it in his favorite packaging. The container, now imbued with magical energy, became the target of Seojun's affection. A gasp escaped the lips of parents watching a video of 7-month-old Lee Seojun. A man watched the video, his eyes wide with wonder. He murmured, "So cute." Another man, a cameraman, urgently called out to Seojun, "Seojun, look this way." The director instructed, "Smile wide." Seojun, seemingly understanding, responded with a radiant grin. He held up a container of baby food, his expression pure delight. The commercial shoot took only 20 minutes. His parents marveled. "He's a genius. We think this child has to take up acting." A man observed. "He knows everything he has to do just by instinct, even without being able to understand anything." Lee Seojun's parents discussed his future, acknowledging that he was too young for acting roles, but thoughtfully considering the possibility of future opportunities. A transition panel showing the words constitution and instinct suggests an underlying theme of natural talent. The panel shows baby Seojun sleeping peacefully, a caption highlighting his innate acting talent. A man, possibly an agent or manager, looked concerned, holding a crumpled piece of paper. He offered his help, stating that they could contact him anytime. The scene shifts to a film set, with the crew expressing gratitude for their hard work. Seojun's parents and the crew praised his performance on the baby food commercial shoot. The crew expressed their thanks for Seojun's cooperation and the quick completion of the shoot. A crew member promised to buy baby formula for their cousin. Two signs appeared, one prohibiting filming and the other prohibiting the use of cell phones. The first panel shows a computer screen displaying the YouTube channel of a child named June, who has 210K subscribers. The channel features videos of June eating baby food and baby formula. In the next panel, a man, presumably June's father, encourages his son, Jack, to eat together with June. Jack's mother observes them, a thoughtful expression on her face, as she notices an advertisement before June's popular mukbang video. The ad features a cute cartoon elephant and promotes baby formula. She realizes that the high view count makes sense given the ad's presence. Meanwhile, June is seen peacefully drinking milk from a bottle. Then, she notices something familiar in the ad, and realizes that June is the star of the advertisement. June's parents are surprised and delighted by this discovery. The panel shows a close-up of a baby's feet, with a speech bubble above reading, "He's so adorable." The overall tone is light and sweet, emphasizing the baby's cuteness. 7-month-old Lee Seojun sat in his high chair, gazing intently at a tablet. His parents stood behind him, their expressions a mixture of amusement and concern. Seojun quietly uttered "Ma." Seojun's father, engrossed in his phone, seemed oblivious to his son's actions. His brow furrowed slightly as he scrolled through something on his screen. Meanwhile, Seojun's mother checked her phone, a look of surprise dawning on her face as she read a notification. The image shows a can of elephant dry milk displayed on a screen, labeled as a bestseller with a 5-star rating and showing it as sold out. Seojun's father reacted with dismay to the sold-out notification, exclaiming, "It's sold out? Damn, no, I really wanted that right now." A narration box explains that the cute packaging of the baby food had a huge effect on its popularity. Someone, presumably a member of the filming crew, thought that Seojun looked great on camera. The filming staff showered the baby with compliments. He didn't cry once, and the shoot was completed in record time. Seojun's mother smiled, watching him drink his milk. She playfully commented on the position of her smartphone. Seojun, while drinking his milk, cheerfully confirmed to his grandmother that it was indeed him in the video. His grandmother reacted with joyful surprise. Overwhelmed with emotion, Seojun's mother exclaimed about her baby. Seojun's mother questioned whether the advertisement would air on television, unsure of how to use YouTube. Seojun's mother was informed by someone named Chan that the advertisement was already on YouTube. A woman sighed, her face etched with a mixture of weariness and mild annoyance. "My nephew starred in a commercial, and he didn't even show it to me," she mused, shaking her head slightly. "He's busy with his new job," she thought, a hint of exasperation in her tone. She exclaimed, surprised, "He finally got a job. That's great. What's she doing?" A young boy, Seojun, sat contentedly in a soft chair, happily drinking from his bottle. "Uncle Un-chan," he murmured, his eyes fixed on the milk. The woman continued, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. "His rough and threatening appearance makes him and Mom look like Beauty and the Beast when they're together." A logo appeared, Coco Entertainment. "I think he's a director," she wondered aloud. She looked thoughtful as she checked her phone. "Coco." She scrolled through her phone, a slight frown furrowing her brow. "I've never heard of it." More scrolling, a look of increasing curiosity replacing her initial uncertainty. She continued to search, her fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. A young mother, her expression etched with worry, cradled her 7-month-old son, Seojun, close. She checked her phone, a frown deepening on her face. She gently placed Seojun on the floor, explaining that she needed to be busy for a while. Seojun, however, was far from alone. A fantastical, skeletal king doll appeared before him, its emerald eyes gleaming. The baby's face lit up with delight. Meanwhile, the mother, increasingly anxious, contacted Seojun's uncle, Seo Un-chan, worried about her son's whereabouts. He revealed that Seojun claimed to be creating an idol group and hadn't come home. A sudden, urgent voice boomed from Seojin's phone. "Pick it up." It was director CEO Eun Chan from Coco Entertainment. The mother answered, startled. Director Chan, however, was confused, asking who she was talking to. A 7-month-old baby, Lee Seo-jun, is shown playing with a toy. He is dressed in a patterned onesie. A thought bubble above him reads, "This rascal." Seojin's uncle, Seo Eun-chan, is shown on a phone call, looking exasperated. He exclaims, "You didn't even save my number." He sighs, replying, "Sis." Seo Eun-chan continues the call, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. He asks Sis. On the other end of the line, Seo Eun-hai, Seojin's sister, is shown on her phone, a slightly annoyed expression on her face. She says, "Oh, it's already been 3 years since I changed it." Seo Eun-chan reacts with disbelief and frustration. He exclaims, "Ahaha, how come you didn't tell me?" He continues, "Arg, seriously, you, I heard you don't even go home these days." Seo Eun-hai responds, "Ah yeah, I'm busy with my job." Seo Eun-chan agrees, ending the call. He says, "Yeah, okay. Say hi to Seo Junny and Min Jun for me." Seojin's mother looked at him with amusement. "Seo Jun, why is your uncle like this?" "Huh," she asked, noticing his immediate reaction. The baby's gums were itching. Still, he got a job. The mother smiled, happy for her son's success. "That's great news, right?" she thought, her face beaming with pride. Later that day, Seojin's parents were checking emails. "It's the same email again," his mother said, clearly annoyed by the repetitive messages. His father asked, "What is it, another ad?" His mother replied, "They're asking Seo-jun to make an appearance on an internet broadcast, kind of like a variety show." Among the emails were offers from Coco Entertainment and IZOA. "Coco Entertainment?" Seo-jun reacted with surprise. "Ah, that's," he seemed to think. During their research for a children's variety show, the production team discovered June, a channel that had taken the world by storm. They hoped that June, whose mukbang broadcast had captivated the hearts of babies worldwide, would make an appearance on their upcoming parenting variety show. The invitation included the contact information for Seo Eun-chan, the director. Seojin's uncle, who shared a name with his brother, received the message. He gasped upon seeing the name, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at his nephew. Seojin's mother was incredulous that her brother-in-law did not recognize his own nephew. She angrily scolded him for his lack of recognition. Director Seo Eun-chan from Coco Entertainment cheerfully spoke on his phone. Meanwhile, Seojin's mother received a call, her expression a mix of surprise and slight annoyance as she hushed her son, Seo-jun. Little Seo-jun, sensing his mother's unease, worriedly whispered that Uncle Chan was in danger. The director, realizing he was speaking to Seojin's mother, greeted her. Seo-jun, observing the call, noted that Uncle Chan hadn't saved his mother's number. The director and Seojin's mother arranged to meet in person. The mother suggested they meet at her sister's house. The director, confused by the unusual location, questioned the name, only to be sharply rebuked by Seojin's mother for not recognizing his own nephew. A man, his face etched with disbelief, stared at his phone. His mouth hung open, a silent gasp escaping his lips. The number displayed on the screen was familiar. It was the same number he had spoken earlier. A gasp escaped him. He exclaimed, frustrated, that he had told the caller to save his number. A dawning realization washed over him. The June from the June channel. Could it be? The woman on the other end of the line confirmed his suspicions. It was his nephew, Seo Jun. He was incredulous. How could he not recognize his own nephew, whom he had seen just a month ago? The man, still confused, asked what nephew meant. The woman explained that it was the director's sister's son. Understanding dawned on him. He exclaimed, "Ah, nephew." The man checked his phone again, his eyes widening in surprise. The star baby, with 200,000 subscribers, was the director's nephew. One man, his face partially obscured, observed another from behind. He mused that they didn't look alike at all. The meeting concluded. One of the men, relieved, noted that the director's sister seemed very intimidating. He then internally decided to head to his sister's house. He bid farewell to his colleague, assuring him he would see him later. As he departed, a silent wish for a safe return filled his thoughts. A man brought a gift, a box of baby rabbit baby food for Seo Junny. He presented the gift to Seo Junny's sister, who questioned if it was a bribe. The sister's brother and baby Seo Junny were also present in the background. The man excitedly exclaimed that he had saved a video. He showed the video on his phone, and his sister approved, saying good. Pass. The man entered the house, carrying the gift, and greeted Seo Junny's family. Baby Seo Junny greeted his uncle with open arms, expressing his joy at his uncle's survival. Two adults, a man and a woman, sat in a room, discussing a child. The man exclaimed about how famous the child had become since their last meeting. The woman responded that all babies look pretty much the same, expressing her inability to recognize her own nephew. The woman, slightly exasperated, added that the child should pick up her calls from now on. The man, seemingly pleased, told the woman not to work overtime today and to go home early. The woman responded with a slightly hesitant agreement. The man explained that he works for a newly founded company with few employees, which is why he is a director despite having only joined 3 weeks prior. He also acts as the manager. He continued, explaining the need to debut a new idol group quickly, with an appearance on a music program scheduled for a month later. The woman looked thoughtful, questioning the situation. A man, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and slight amusement, spoke, "I'll be too busy preparing for it, so I don't think I can go home before that broadcast." A woman, her expression thoughtful, questioned, "Then, what about after the broadcast?" He responded with a slightly worried chuckle. "Oh, the group could flop though. Then what?" A man sat on a couch, a look of concern clouding his features. He seemed to be contemplating something difficult. The woman, her face a picture of determination, spoke softly yet firmly, "Sorry, I'll work hard so that they don't flop." He replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "HM, I guess." He continued, "All right, you can take care of that yourself. Did you eat dinner?" She responded, a relieved smile touching her lips. "Oh, yeah, I did." The baby, Seo-jun, happily munched on a snack provided by his uncle. A man gently cradled a 7-month-old baby, Seo-jun, who was happily munching on a banana-flavored baby food pouch. The man asked about a variety show Seo-jun had been in, and the man's companion sighed, explaining that the boy band Seo-jun had appeared with was not popular at all. They didn't even have a single fan. The man pondered how to get the boy band's name known. A music producer suggested using Seo-jun's popularity to help them, but the woman hesitated, feeling that using Seo-jun was inappropriate. The man pressed the point, asking if she wouldn't use Seo-jun's fame to help. She conceded, admitting he was right. The woman reflected on how difficult it had been for her husband, Chan, when he was unemployed. And now, he seemed to be in better spirits after finding a job. She watched him work at his computer. She wanted to help him, but worried that this new opportunity wasn't as straightforward as Seo-jun's previous short eating broadcast. A hand gestures approvingly, the words, "I approve," appearing in a speech bubble above it. A man, presumably Seo-jun's father, smiles and says that even Sauni approves of the situation, adding a playful "Taya." Sauni, a baby, smiles and waves his hand happily. Seo-jun, the baby, is shown in a close-up. A thought bubble above him reveals his surprise at his unexpected appearance on a variety show so early in his life. He beams, seemingly pleased with the attention. A woman, presumably Seo-jun's mother, worries that his appearance will lead to a lot of people talking about him. Seo-jun's father reassures her, saying it's okay and that this is their only chance to film Seo-jun all day, adding that it will become a great memory for them. The father continues, emphasizing that this is a precious moment for them, as they're always busy with work. The panel shows the couple holding hands, with Seo-jun in the background, creating a heartwarming family scene. The scene opens with a close-up of a speech bubble, revealing a conversation between two unseen individuals. One comments that they're still like newlyweds, a sentiment punctuated by a small sound effect suggesting a contented munching sound. The next panel shows a wide shot of City Street, the sky a bright optimistic blue. A thought bubble reveals someone's astonishment at the overwhelmingly positive effect of a recent advertisement. A young person, possibly a teenager, is shown reacting to the news that the product from the advertisement has sold out, expressing the widespread anxiety this has caused. Another individual, Kevin Kim, a Korean-American rapper, is seen looking at a computer screen. He muses about the overwhelmingly positive reaction to the advertisement, wondering if there's a hidden message he's missed. The scene shifts to Park Seo-jin, who is writing in a notebook. He notes that Kevin Kim is using English again. Another person, Hwang Yejuan, is shown reacting to the news that the next shooting day is in 3 days. Park Seo-jun, the main vocalist of Brown Black, is shown looking at a book. He reflects that he should read it if he has time. The book is revealed to be a children's book, suggesting a possible connection to the earlier advertisement. Park Seo-jun expresses his distaste for the book. He comments that just looking at the book makes him sleepy. Hwang Yejuan, a sub-vocalist for Brown Black, is shown holding a notebook. He appears to be reviewing something, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's being given instructions by someone off-panel. He's told not to worry about the half-picture, that it's perfect for his standards, and to read it like an oral narration, avoiding any fumbling over words. He agrees enthusiastically. Choi Shur-yoon, Brown Black's main dancer, approaches Yejuan, looking slightly anxious and asking for advice on what to do. Yejuan advises Shur-yoon to buy a toy from the department store that the baby might like. Shur-yoon, holding a credit card, confirms that he understands the instructions, noting that the baby is an 8-month-old boy. He then asks about spending limits. He's told there are none. Shur-yoon happily departs, intending to get something for himself as well. He's reminded that if Seo-jun doesn't like the toy, he'll lose electronics privileges for a while. Shur-yoon is shown reacting with a worried expression to the potential consequences of failing to choose a suitable toy for Seo-jun. He asks how long the electronics ban would last if he fails. The chapter opens with a close-up of Seo-jun's older self, a young man with a gentle smile, his eyes closed in peaceful contemplation. A thought bubble above him reads, "Forever." The scene shifts to a narration box, emphasizing the high stakes of an upcoming shoot, Brown Black. The group's future depends on this shoot. On the day of filming, the camera setup is complete. A man, presumably a director, is on the phone, asking, "Guys, you ready?" A A voice answers, yes. Just a second. Upstairs, a group of young people are told, if you're all ready, come upstairs. Don't forget, there are cameras here. One of them replies, yes. One of the young people encourages the group, guys, let's all do well today. Finally, the group introduces themselves, shouting, hello, we're Brown Black. A group of people, their faces partially obscured, stared in awe at something unseen. One of them muttered, Be Brown Black? Lee Min-jun, Seojun's father, grinned, suggesting, yes, if it could be short and bubble, or you can call them BB. Good, right? Lee Min-jun, holding baby Seojun, responded with understanding, I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Seojun's dad, Lee Min-jun. Seo Yun-hai, Lee Min-jun's sister and Seojun's aunt, smiled warmly, adding, and she's my sister. A woman's voice, loud and agitated, echoed from a phone. The image showed a blurry figure, but the text clarified, she's the one who is yelling loudly. Two young men introduced themselves. Park Seo-jin, the leader of Brown Black, and Kevin Kim, the rapper, were both smiling. Choi Shir-yoon, the youngest dancer, and Hwang Yejuan, the sub-vocalist, expressed their admiration. Shir-yoon gasps, she's such a beauty. An unseen narrator commented, the director totally doesn't resemble her. Seo Yun-hai, Seojun's mother, greeted someone, saying, nice to meet you. I'm Seojun's mom, Seo Yun-hai. She then exclaimed, another person was supposed to come. They're here. A digital door lock displayed on the screen, a question mark floating above it. The sound of a digital lock unlocking echoed in the quiet room. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a gentle smile explained to a man, she's the sister of our company's PR team leader. She's a pediatrician, Dr. Kim Harian. The man looked surprised. What? Why did you go so far as to call a doctor for a filming? He asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. He began to explain, that's because for 48 hours, Seojun has to film with strangers without his mom and dad. A man with short, dark hair and a sly grin appeared, seemingly pleased. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, I didn't think you would plan this so thoroughly, she exclaimed. She added, MHM, to be honest, Seo Jin's the one who suggested it. The woman sighed, a thought bubble above her head reading, of course he did. The scene opens with a man holding a baby, Seo Jun. He is asked if he would like to represent the child. The man gently adjusts the baby's clothing. He continues to hold the baby, who looks happy and content. The man expresses excitement at the prospect of a new person in his life. The baby, however, expresses some discomfort with the way he is being held. The man is advised on a better way to hold the baby to make him more comfortable. The man tries a different hold, and the baby seems much happier and more relaxed in this new position. The baby is now in a good mood. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, wearing a cute cat-printed onesie, gurgled happily, his large eyes sparkling with an uncanny light. A question mark filled the speech bubble above him, reflecting the bewilderment of those around him. As he unexpectedly began to levitate slightly, his three older brothers, each with distinct hairstyles and expressions of surprise, watched in stunned silence as Seo-jun floated gently above the floor. What's happening? One of them wondered aloud. One brother, panicked, called out for help. Sir, why is the baby doing this? He exclaimed, while another cried out, Doctor, the child is screaming. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, a man chuckled, finding the situation amusing. It's totally wild over there, he remarked, while a woman calmly explained, it's just the baby laughing. The man continued, this is very funny from the beginning. His amusement was shared by a young woman holding a camera, who cheerfully announced, haha, good thing we installed the cameras ahead of time. The young woman, a camerawoman, explained that she had been filming since the beginning of the incident. I've also been filming since I came in, she stated. Another man approached, excited about the footage. Oh, thanks to you, we'll be able to extract lots of good footage, he exclaimed, asking, I'll check if you pass me the camera for a bit. The camerawoman readily agreed, handing over the camera. Sure. Here, she said. The camerawoman, noticing his change in demeanor, asked, HM, what's wrong? A man's eyes widened slightly, a questioning expression on his face. He seemed to be observing something unusual. He gasped, a sudden realization dawning on him. I must be scaring her. A woman apologized, stating that this happens frequently. The man responded with understanding. He reassured her, saying he would get it later. A young woman excitedly called out to Teacher Kim Wa-ryan. A man held a baby, Seo-jun, who was uncontrollably laughing. He worried aloud about the baby's incessant laughter, questioning if it was safe. Another man questioned if something was wrong with the baby due to his excessive laughter. One of the men, Kevin, was told to speak Korean because they couldn't understand him. Another man suggested they do something with the dolls they had. A man looked on, concerned, as the group of men and the baby interacted with the dolls, unsure of what to do. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun giggled, tears streaming down his face. He found the antics of the young men around him utterly hilarious. One of the young men, clearly amused by Seo-jun's reaction, commented on how much fun he was having. Seo-jun, still laughing, declared that he'd never met such funny people before. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The young men's expressions turned to concern as Seojin's laughter subsided, replaced by a wave of worry as they noticed something amiss. Seojin's laughter had turned into tears. Seojin's crying escalated, prompting a panicked reaction from a group. One of them shouted for a doctor. A man with a broad, welcoming smile called out to someone unseen, his voice brimming with excitement. "Guys!" The man, seemingly a cameraman, addressed a woman holding a professional camera. He questioned her, a hint of playful exasperation in his tone. "It's only been 10 minutes. How can you be exhausted already?" The woman's response was a surprised, incredulous whisper. "Only 10 minutes?" Meanwhile, a group of young people reacted with equally shocked expressions to the news. The scene shifted to a living room where a man and woman were sitting on the floor, the man gently cradling a baby. The woman held up a piece of paper, a cheerful expression on her face. They seemed to be preparing the baby for something. A woman, presumably the mother, was seen planning the baby's schedule. She noted, "Bath time is in this order. Next is games that Seojun likes, and..." The scene transitioned to a parking garage, suggesting a change of location. A car's interior is shown, filled with an assortment of fantastical creatures resembling dolls. They are arranged haphazardly, suggesting a journey or a recent arrival. A woman, possibly Seojin's caretaker, questions the necessity of such unusual toys, implying they might be impractical or unnecessary for a child's play. Another person, possibly a colleague, cheerfully confirms that they have also brought along regular toys and dolls, in addition to the unusual ones, for Seojun to play with. A sigh of relief is expressed, suggesting that the initial concern about the unusual toys has been alleviated by the presence of more conventional playthings. However, a young boy, presumably Seojun, expresses his dissatisfaction with ordinary dolls, indicating a preference for something more unique or extraordinary. The narrative shifts to focus on Seojun's precise meal times, highlighting his unusual awareness of time and routine. A man, likely Seojun's father or guardian, emphasizes the importance of feeding Seojun at the exact right time to avoid any distress. The conversation turns to the upcoming meal, prompting a suggestion for someone to assist in feeding Seojun. A woman volunteers to prepare the baby formula, showcasing her willingness to help. Two young boys, one with light brown hair and the other with dark green hair, excitedly ran towards each other. The boy with brown hair grinned, while the other boy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed that he also had a thermometer. Observing them from a distance, a young man with dark hair and a young woman with pink hair exchanged concerned glances. The man muttered something about those guys. The scene shifted to a kitchen, where a man with light brown hair, a woman with dark hair, and a young man with dark green hair were gathered around a baby in a yellow onesie. The baby, held by the light brown-haired man, looked up at his parents with a sweet expression and asked to be hugged. The young man with dark hair and the young woman with pink hair reappeared, this time seemingly more amused than concerned. The man pointed at the pink-haired woman with a knowing smirk. The young man with dark green hair triumphantly held up a bottle of baby formula, announcing that it was done. The man with light brown hair and the woman with dark hair looked at each other with a mixture of relief and slight bewilderment. A thought bubble appeared above the head of a young man, expressing his uncertainty. What is it now? The scene shifts to a living room. A young man with pink hair holds a baby, Seojun, while a woman and another man look on. The pink-haired man, seemingly exhausted, mutters that he's fine, while the other man calls him a human chair. Meanwhile, another man, Kevin, observes the scene with amusement, concluding that whatever position Seojun is in must be the best. A smartphone displays a notification. It's 2 p.m., mealtime. The woman reminds the pink-haired man that it's time to feed Seojun. He agrees. Seojun begins to drink from his bottle. His parents express their surprise and delight at his eagerness to eat. The baby continues to drink happily, making contented sounds. Seojun's contented sounds attract the attention of other children nearby, who watch him with wonder. One of them remarks on how well Seojun is eating. Seojun's mother looked at her son, cradled in his aunt's arms, and then at her husband. A question hung in the air between them, unspoken but heavy with concern. What should they do next? The question lingered, a silent query hanging in the air after the recent events. As Seojun's parents contemplated their next move, their faces etched with a mixture of worry and excitement. Suddenly, a small sound startled them. Seojun's uncle, noticing something amiss, questioned what was wrong. Seojun's parents stared, bewildered, at the empty space where two people had just been standing. They were there, and now they're gone. Looking at it now, the uncle was completely baffled. He smirked, a glint of understanding in his eyes. The 48 hours following the brown-black incident were about to begin. With a triumphant yell, Seojun's uncle declared that their project was starting now. Meanwhile, unseen by the adults, Seojun and his playmates watched from below, their faces a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The chapter opens with a dramatic close-up of a speech bubble, filled with the word WHAT, suggesting a moment of surprise or revelation. A narration box sets the scene. Yesterday evening, a man and a woman are shown looking at a schedule. The woman comments that Seojun's life seems simple, consisting of eating, sleeping, and playing. The man replies that it is difficult to find new ways to play with him. The woman speculates that Seo-jun might be getting bored of playing with her, as he seems less enthusiastic these days. The man agrees, stating that their playtime has become a bit boring. He then suggests that things will be more exciting tomorrow, as many new people will be coming over. He points out that these new people are idols, and they can sing well too. The woman responds with a hesitant, He adds that while he feels something is missing, he believes they will improve with real-world experience. The woman agrees, though somewhat uncertainly, and the panel shows her looking at a baby food recipe she wrote down. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, clutching a plush toy, gazed pensively. A silent wish formed in his mind, hoping that everything would work out for his uncle's sake and for his mother's as well. Elsewhere, a search was underway. The question hung heavy in the air. What could possibly be missing? The search proved fruitful. A discovery was made. A book, found amongst many others on a shelf. Little Seo-jun, upon seeing the book, reached out with his small hand, a soft glow emanating from his palms. A magical energy, perfect for helping with his uncle's project. Seo-jun smiled, pleased with his discovery. He had found the perfect tool. The scene opens with Hwang Ye-jun, the host, cheerfully greeting the audience with a pink microphone. He's dressed casually, a good boy logo visible on his shirt, and 2 young children watch him with amusement. A small child, captivated by the show, exclaims that MC Ye-jun is so cool. Another child adds that MC Ye-jun is also very good-looking. A baby, Seo-junny, lets out a delighted squeal, his eyes wide with excitement. Ye-jun watches Seo-junny with amusement, noting the baby's obvious enjoyment, and comments on how much the baby seems to be enjoying the show. Ye-jun announces Seo-junny as the main character for the day's program. The chapter opens with a close-up of a smiling young man, his name revealed to be Lee Seo-jun. A narration box provides additional details about Seo-jun. Born on March 10th, he is 8 months old, has 2 bottom teeth, and enjoys play with dolls. Another character is introduced, commenting that Seo-jun is a real baby, given his age. The scene then shifts to introduce Park Seo-jin. Park Seo-jin clears his throat, preparing to speak to Seo-jun. He introduces himself, stating his name is Park Seo-jin. He wonders if Seo-jun will understand him speaking this way. Seo-jin clarifies that a main vocalist is someone very good at singing. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, gazed with a look of utter confusion. He was clearly processing something new, his brow slightly furrowed. The thought bubble above him confirmed his internal state. Confused. Leader. Seo-jun, still looking perplexed, was addressed by an unseen speaker. The words, main vocal, hung in the air, adding to his bewilderment. He responded with a quiet, I guess you don't know. Seo-jun's apparent lack of understanding prompted a reaction from others in the room. Their exaggerated expressions of disbelief and amusement were clear. He hasn't understood you at all. One of them, seemingly exasperated, suggested a solution. You should explain it simply. A man with dark hair and a warm smile stepped forward, introducing himself. He explained, Seo-jun, I am Hwang Ye-jun, the second best singer in this group. He continued his introduction, pointing out the other members. And on this side is Kevin Kim, who's from LA. Finally, he introduced the last member, and Choi Si-yoon, who could destroy anyone in dancing. Do you want to see? Seo-jun, however, was not interested. He simply responded with a firm, no. The man chuckled, promising to show Seo-jun later. Seo-jun, in response, clapped his hands excitedly, already looking forward to the dance. He thought, I'm so looking forward to the dance. A photographer, crouching low to the ground, nervously adjusted his camera. He muttered to himself, worried that if he destroyed the house's dynamic, he would also be destroyed by Seo-jun's mother. An alarm on a smartphone displayed a notification. It was Seo-jun's nap time, for PM. Someone, presumably Seo-jun's caretaker, volunteered to fetch a blanket for the nap. Seo-jun's caretaker gently cradled the sleeping infant in his arms, a look of concern etched on his face. He softly whispered to Seo-jun, wishing him a sound sleep and a quick awakening. Seo-jun stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open. A subtle gleam appeared in his eyes. Seo-jun's eyes widened, a mischievous glint in them. He knew it was time. A faint glow emanated from Seo-jun as he activated his orchestra conductor's connection ability, using one of his 4 available connections. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, lay in his crib, a blissful smile on his face. His older brother, Hwang Ye-jun, leaned over him, his expression a mixture of amusement and concern. He had initially intended to gently grab Seo-jun's face, but accidentally slapped him instead. Ye-jun apologized profusely, his cheeks flushed with guilt. He mused that Seo-jun must really like him, given how soft the baby's hands felt. Suddenly, Ye-jun's eyes widened in surprise. Seo-jun, seemingly unfazed by the earlier slap, was now looking at him expectantly. He blurted out a request for Seo-jun to slap him too. Unbeknownst to him, Seo-jun was using a magic ability from a past life, a skill he called Orchestra Conductor's Connection. Seo-jun obliged, and Ye-jun's face lit up with delight. Another person, unseen, called out for Seo-jun to do the same to them. Seojin's orchestra conductor's connection continued to be used, as he repeated the action with 2 more people. The narrator then announced that it was time to see Seojin's love rankings. The results showed Hwang Yejin in first place. Yejin was surprised, questioning if he hadn't been the first to slap Seojun. His brother, however, pointed out that Yejin's slap was redder than his own, implying Seojun had put more love into it. A young boy with light brown hair and a mischievous grin declared that his efforts were all in vain, as he couldn't even see the results of his work. He was in third place. Despite being in last place, a young man with dark hair resolved not to let this initial setback define him, reminding himself that it was merely a first impression. He confidently asserted that the true measure of success would be determined on the final day. The same young man, now standing before a group of onlookers, speculated that he would likely secure first place by the end. Another boy, this one with blonde hair, reacted with excitement, declaring it a showdown. The dark-haired young man and the blonde-haired boy engaged in a playful argument about who would ultimately claim the top spot, each confidently asserting their own victory. Meanwhile, a man observed Seojun sleeping peacefully. Seojun, a baby, slept soundly. A group of toddlers watched Seojun with wide, amazed eyes, their expressions a mixture of wonder and delight. Exclamations of surprise punctuated the scene. One of them, a boy with light brown hair, chuckled, noting Seojun's continued cheerful demeanor. He commented on how Seojun was still smiling. Later, nestled in his crib, Seojun slept soundly, a peaceful smile gracing his lips. The other children, watching from nearby, whispered about how cute he was. Meanwhile, 2 older children, a boy and a girl, observed numerical displays representing Conductor's bond and its strength. The boy explained that this bond measured the connection between Seojun and those around him. The girl then pointed to another display, explaining that Connector's bond measured the connection between the children themselves. Both bonds showed high readings. The narration box explained that because both bonds were strong, the children's abilities would rapidly increase. Back in his crib, Seojun stirred in his sleep, a thought bubble above his head indicating that everything had gone well. He drifted back to sleep, a soft glow emanating from him. The narrative opens with a description of a mystical place. The center of all things becomes music, a place where beautiful music never ends. This is further elaborated as the world of the spirits of music. The scene shifts to show various musical instruments buried at the base of a spirit tree. There are many different instruments. A young man with light green hair tied back in a ponytail, dressed in a dark suit and white shirt, holds a conductor's baton. He has an air of quiet confidence. A young woman with blonde hair, pointed ears, and a yellow dress approaches the man. She greets him as the spirit of the conductor's baton. He responds with a simple good morning. She is identified as the spirit of the clarinet. He confirms that the music competition starts in a few days, and she expresses excitement to see his abilities. The woman laughs happily as she anticipates the competition. The narration box explains that all musical spirits possess 1 or 2 abilities. A young woman with blonde hair, wearing a yellow dress, smiles brightly. However, a young man with light green hair and red eyes is shown, his expression serious and intense. He has never revealed what kind of ability he possesses to anyone else. A text box details his unique ability. Orchestra Conductor's Connection, a highest grade ability that allows him to multiply the musical skill of connected beings up to 10 times, based on their bond. The maximum number of connections is 30. The condition to use this ability is to shake the hand of the subject of the connection. If he were to follow the fate of Conductor, chosen for him from birth, he would need to keep building up the bonds between himself and the members of the orchestra. The young man is shown from the chest up, his hands outstretched as if offering something. Forget-me-not flowers are visible in the foreground. He must keep building up the bonds between himself and the members of the orchestra. It was certain that an incredible orchestra, the likes of which had never been seen before, would be born in the future. The final panel shows the young man conducting an orchestra, receiving thunderous applause from the audience. A single crimson eye, blazing with an unsettling intensity, opened slowly. If only he hadn't been a demon king in his previous life. The image shifts to a man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a sharp black suit, sitting regally in a chair. A sly smile plays on his lips. He sits calmly, his expression hinting at a hidden power. The chapter opens with a serene image. A gentle breeze rustles through leaves, musical notes floating amidst the greenery, setting a peaceful, almost ethereal tone. Then shifts to a scene of 3 young musicians. A girl with lilac hair holds a clarinet, beaming with joy as she plays alongside her friends, one wielding an oboe and the other a saxophone. Their harmonious playing fills the air. A narration box reveals a crucial piece of information. There were no memories of having been a demon king for the one who had been reborn as a spirit. However, the scene changes to a woman with blonde hair, her back to the viewer, suggesting a shift in perspective or a flashback. As she reflects internally, a world that begins and ends in music. A man with light green hair and striking red eyes appears, his expression a mixture of awe and disdain. He murmurs, "That's so beautiful." His tone shifts, revealing a darker side. "And boring, I can't stand it." A narration box explains that the violent and heartless disposition of his past still had great influence in his current life. The day of the music competition had arrived. A man in a suit shook hands with someone unseen, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. He introduced himself as the spirit of the conductor's baton. The man had used the orchestra conductor's connection, his 21st out of 30 available. A counter displayed 41 of 10, causing the man to exclaim in surprise. Another man, with reddish-brown hair, greeted a woman with light green hair. He introduced himself as the spirit of the drum, and she, in turn, identified herself as the spirit of the piano. The counter still showed 41 tenths. Despite being on different teams, they resolved to do their best in their respective positions. A man in a suit expressed his anticipation for a wonderful performance. The music competition was revealed to be a significant festival where music was offered to the tree of spirits for the benefit of newly born spirits. The first team's performance was about to begin. A mysterious figure with pointed ears and a sly smile pondered aloud. What will happen if, instead of a rise in relational bonds, a fall took place? The scene shifted to a young man with reddish-brown hair and pointed ears, a cheerful expression on his face as he expertly played a drum set. A notification appeared. "You have used orchestra conductor's connection." He muttered to himself, "Such lousy playing." The young man's face contorted in frustration. He thought, "And you call yourself the spirit of the drum?" Another notification flashed. "The bond with the subject is falling. -3 tenths. How can you get on stage with that kind of skill? The entry requirements of the music competition should be rethought because of you." The young man's drumming faltered, the bond with the instrument weakening further. The notification reappeared. "The bond with the subject is falling." In the audience, two young women watched in shock. One of them gasped, "Oh my, what exactly is going on?" To imagine that a performance full of mistakes would come from the first team. The other girl added, "That's weird. The spirit of the drum is said to be a talented person." The young drummer, now visibly distressed, worried, "Maybe there's a problem with the drums?" A man with crimson hair and golden eyes watched from the shadows, a hint of suspicion clouding his features. He observed a blonde-haired man in a tuxedo seated regally on a plush chair, addressing a large audience. A thought bubble above him revealed his suspicion. There was something amiss with the conductor's baton. The blonde conductor, a sinister smile playing on his lips, sat calmly, seemingly aware of the unseen scrutiny. As narration boxes revealed that strong contempt and scorn were directed at the connected subject, emotions the spirits had never felt before. A woman with dark hair, her face etched with distress, played the piano. Her performance had a profound effect on the relational bonds of the spirits. A narration box explained that every musical troupe's performance had been ruined. The crimson-haired man and a blonde woman discussed the situation. The woman wondered what would happen to the spirits that were born. The blonde woman pointed out that the conductor's baton and orchestra were still present, ready to perform. The blonde conductor reassured the blonde violinist, encouraging her despite her inexperience, urging them to create a beautiful sound together. A young woman with long blonde hair and pointed ears, dressed in an elegant green dress, smiled brightly. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, maestro." A conductor, also with blonde hair, stood before an orchestra, baton raised. He prepared to begin. He announced, "Now let's begin." A shadowy hand, holding a conductor's baton, appeared. A feeling of contempt emanated from it, directed at the world. The text box indicated that the orchestra conductor's connection ability was used. The bond with the subject was weakening. Two musicians, one playing a flute and the other a string instrument, struggled to maintain their focus. The bond with the subject continued to weaken. The flutist struggled, unable to concentrate. A powerful malice, difficult to resist, was felt nearby. A young woman with pointed ears, her blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, stood with wide, fearful eyes. A cold sweat beaded on her brow as she stared intently at something unseen, her internal monologue filled with apprehension. The direction of this energy was focused on her. She clutched a violin, her fingers trembling slightly as she began to play, the music echoing in a vast, empty space around her. Her eyes widened further as she realized the source of the energy. The thought struck her with a jolt. The spirit of the conductor's baton? Confusion clouded her features. Why did he? The question hung heavy in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the air. The tree is in pain, she realized, her expression twisting in alarm. She cried out, desperate to stop the performance at once. But another voice, sharp and urgent, cut through her plea. "No, you'll only make it worse if the music isn't complete." A man with long, light green hair and sharp features watched the scene unfold with a predatory grin. What a good sound, he mused, enjoying the suffering of the tree. He held the conductor's baton, his expression cold and calculating. "Now that I've thoroughly enjoyed that, let's write the full stop." An orchestra played on, a conductor leading the musicians with a flourish. A woman with long blonde hair played the violin, her movements graceful and precise. But the violinist's expression shifted, a look of concern and pain crossing her face. She gasped, a silent no forming on her lips. The music faltered. A narration box appeared. If there is no conducting, the performance is unable to continue. A woman cried out in alarm as a large tree in the background began to wither and decay, its leaves falling like rain. Another woman with pink hair watched in horror as the tree, identified as the tree of spirit, visibly died. A man, his face partially obscured, shouted, "It's because of the spirit of the conductor's baton. Stop him immediately." The conductor, a man with blonde hair and pointed ears, laughed maniacally, "Kuah," as he ignored the pleas to stop. Others in the orchestra tried to grab him, shouting, "Stop him." He revealed a sinister smile, declaring, "How this world will change now." A woman, her face unseen, stared at a violin. She questioned how the music could have stopped. She looked closer, realizing it was the spirit of the violin itself. A description of a basic violin skill appeared. It allowed for continued playing even under unfavorable conditions or mistakes. The woman playing the violin suddenly collapsed, a look of shock on her face. Someone urgently shouted at her to stop. Her back was to the viewer as she played in a forest clearing. A young woman with blonde hair, a slight sheen of sweat on her brow, smiled brightly. She stood beside a tree, her hands gently touching its bark, a look of serene joy on her face. The narration box explained that the tree, a spirit, had barely survived. The culprit was identified as the worst traitor in history, the spirit of the conductor's baton. The spirit of the conductor's baton was put to death for the first time since the world's creation. A dark, somber tone filled the panel as a narration box revealed a desire to forget a dark past. A young boy, seemingly a toddler, cried, his face scrunched up in distress. He wailed, "Wah." The boy's thoughts were revealed. He wondered why the dark past kept appearing in his dreams. He was startled by something. The boy, now crawling in a library, discovered a book titled The Spirit of the Conductor's Baton. He was surprised by this discovery. The narration box explained that if this power, which almost ruined an entire world, was in its original state of depravity, it would have turned into the evil, dark type. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, found himself reliving a past life's trauma. He recalled the tree of spirit, its strength depleted, almost dying because of his actions in a previous life. A vivid image of the tree filled his mind, its branches contorted in silent anguish. He felt a surge of remorse, whispering an apology to the ethereal being. Seo-jun's distress manifested as a fit of frustrated crying. He thrashed around in his crib, his small body racked with sobs as he questioned his past self's actions. "Why on earth did I do those things?" he cried out. His cries echoed the depth of his regret, a silent condemnation of his past self. "Pass me." Hearing the commotion, Seo-jun's caregivers rushed to his side. One of them, a young man with short, dark hair, exclaimed, "Seo-jun's awake." Another caregiver, a young woman with pink hair, rushed to his side, concerned. Why is he crying? "Is he hungry?" she asked. Seo-jun, still upset, shook his head. "No, I'm just sad," he mumbled, his voice thick with unshed tears. Meanwhile, the pink-haired caregiver called out to another person, "Seo-jun." Seo-jun, presumably another caregiver, responded, "Yeah, I'm coming now." The pink-haired caregiver quickly tried to soothe Seo-jun. Seo-jun arrived, offering Seo-jun food. "Seo-jun, let's eat," he said gently. Seo-jun, however, was not hungry. "Goodness sake, I'm not hungry," he began to protest, but then his expression changed. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a baby with a secret past life as a superstar actor, sat contentedly, having just finished a meal. He mused himself, "I ate it without thinking." Seo-jun's uncle, a man with kind eyes and pink hair, smiled down at the baby, holding him close. He observed Seo-jun's eating well. He must have been really hungry. He added, "It's really tasty now that I've tried it." Seo-jun, his face beaming, exclaimed, "I was hungry." Two other adults, observing Seo-jun's enthusiastic eating, expressed their interest. One said, "I want to try feeding him." The other agreed, me too, me too." Later that evening, Seo-jun's uncle prepared to leave. He said, "I'll be off now. Call me whenever it's urgent." A woman thanked him for his visit. "Thanks for today." Seo-jun's uncle sighed in relief, thinking, "Phew, now all I need to do is get Seo-jun to fall asleep." 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, restless in his crib, felt a familiar magical energy stir within him. A small star twinkled above his head. He mused, unable to fall asleep. The energy was too exciting. Seo-jun's caregivers, 3 young men, observed him from outside his crib. 30 minutes past his bedtime, he remained awake. One of them, a young man with dark green hair, suggested a solution they'd practiced for 3 days. The other 2 agreed, and they prepared to implement their plan. The green-haired young man initiated the plan with a confident smile. Seo-jun, feeling a new sensation, looked up in surprise. A faint musical note appeared next to him. Orchestra conductor's connection. The lowest grade is activated. A young man, seemingly in his early 20s, with short dark hair, is shown looking slightly confused. He's wearing a simple, light blue sweater. Mom, in the island shade. He says, his expression questioning. He seems puzzled by something. Two young men, one with dark hair and the other with pink hair, are shown in conversation. The dark-haired man looks surprised, while the pink-haired one looks concerned. Goes to pick clams. The pink-haired man says, his tone suggesting something is amiss. Something's weird. The dark-haired man adds, his voice laced with uncertainty. The pink-haired young man smiles, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He seems amused by the situation. Both young men gaze at a baby in a crib, surrounded by soft toys. A gentle glow emanates from the baby, who appears content and peaceful. The pink-haired young man comments, doesn't it feel like we're singing so much better than usual? The dark-haired young man suggests, well, should we try singing something else? Maybe our songs? To which the other replies, there's a ballad in our album, right? 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a baby with an unusually serene expression, is shown in close-up. A thought bubble above him reads, it would be good as a lullaby. Seo-jun thinks to himself that he can't activate his ability at will. The ability requires a connection between people who share similar thoughts on music. Lying in his crib, Seo-jun reflects that he initially thought it would take months to meet the conditions for his ability to work, but he finds that fulfilling the conditions in one try is amazing. A man's face is shown, eyes wide with shock and mouth agape. He exclaims, this is it. The man is holding a video camera, recording something. The man continues to film, his expression still one of disbelief. He shouts, guys, this is it. A video shows a group of young men singing along to a song. Musical notes float around the screen. The video continues to play. A narration box states, even though we've heard this song hundreds of times, it's fun, joyful, and happy. The scene opens with a thought bubble, suggesting that the emotions of a group of children are palpable and easily understood. A young man holds a microphone, a look of joyful realization on his face. He reflects on a feeling of emptiness that has been unexpectedly filled. His expression shifts to one of curiosity as he wonders what has changed since a previous time. A young woman exclaims in amazement, describing the recent events as crazy. Two young men are shown, one of whom explains that they just sang all the songs for their upcoming album. A baby, Seo-jun, is shown sleeping soundly despite the loud singing. One of the young men comments on this. He reflects that the joy they felt while singing was clearly conveyed to Seo-jun as well. The young men reaffirm their commitment to creating music that conveys emotion, and they celebrate their accomplishment. The final panel reveals that this is the music of Brown Black. A young man sneezed violently, his body shaking slightly from the force. He muttered to himself, shivering slightly. He must have been crazy to leave the window open for so long in the middle of winter. Despite the cold, he couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful singing coming from upstairs. He wondered if they were done yet. The singers sounded incredibly professional. He wondered who they could be. His curiosity piqued. He tried to identify the song using his phone, but his search yielded no results. The background noise must have interfered with the song recognition software. Elsewhere, a baby's small hand reached for a red building block. The baby, Seo-jun, looked at the block with wonder, his eyes wide with amazement. He seemed to be stacking blocks. A man, presumably Seo-jun's father, watched in amazement as Seo-jun stacked the blocks to an impressive height. He praised the baby's skill. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a baby with a mischievous glint in his eyes, sat amidst a chaotic pile of colorful building blocks. His uncle, Hwang Yi-jun, watched with a mixture of amusement and concern as Seo-jun precariously stacked the blocks, adding tension to an already unstable tower. Hwang Yi-jun's brow furrowed as he observed the wonky structure Seo-jun was creating. He questioned the unusual construction, wondering if his nephew was a genius or simply a very determined baby. Seo-jun's older brother, whose expression reflected a mix of surprise and apprehension, watched as the tower teetered on the brink of collapse. And then, with a dramatic thud, the tower tumbled down. A cry of dismay escaped Hwang Yi-jun's lips. Despite the collapse, Seo-jun seemed unfazed. He had put considerable effort into building the tower, and his expression showed a hint of disappointment. Seo-jun's brother, still slightly shocked, apologized for his unintentional disruption, while Seo-jun, seemingly unbothered, let out a series of playful boo sounds. Hwang Yi-jun, realizing the situation, quickly instructed his brother to prepare baby food, anticipating more of Seo-jun's antics. The scene shifted to a mukbang-style video setup. Seo-jun, seated at a table laden with various baby foods, was ready for his close-up. His uncles and brother were prepared to film. The episode begins with a cheerful introduction. A man holding a microphone excitedly announcing the start of a special baby food-making segment featuring the star of the show, Jun. Various ingredients are laid out on a table, and the narrator explains that they will be making delicious baby food using ingredients chosen by Seo-jun. Two men, presumably Seo-jun's caretakers, discuss their plan to taste test the food first to ensure its safety for the baby. One of the men expresses his hope that the baby food will be tasty, shown by a small image of a praying Buddha. Seo-jun, The baby is asked what looks tasty, and he looks thoughtfully at the food before him. Seojun points to a particular ingredient, making his choice. His choice is revealed to be a piece of meat. The men react with excitement as Seojun's next choice is announced. Seojun chooses egg yolks, which are presented as the next ingredient. A small hand pointed at a plate of spinach. "The green looks pretty too," a voice exclaimed, followed by the word spinach. The scene shifted to show several plates of food. Shiitake mushrooms were identified, along with a question about whether something was white. Cauliflower was then pointed out, with the same enthusiastic comment about its appearance. A man, looking slightly perplexed, held a baby. He questioned whether the baby, Seojun, was simply making random choices or if he was deliberately selecting ingredients. Baby Seojun, in a striped onesie, excitedly pointed at more ingredients, declaring, "This one too, and this one." Seojun then announced to everyone that if you mix many colors together, it turns into black. A pot of dark, almost black, mixture was shown, steam rising from it. A group of people watched with expressions ranging from surprise to mild concern. The scene implied a shared moment of uncertainty. One of them suggested adding more salt. A woman, holding a professional-looking 4K video camera, smiled brightly, suggesting the whole event was being filmed. Two adults, a man and a woman, sat at a table, observing a baby's meal. The woman chuckled, stating that it wasn't what she initially thought it would be, while the man simply noted that it was baby food. The panel shows a group of people gathered around a table, with bowls of food in front of them. A narration box clarifies that Seojun, the baby, had his mother's baby food that day. Seojun, now outside with a group of friends, is complimented on his happy demeanor after his meal. Seojun, wearing a bunny hat, expresses his inability to move freely due to being tightly wrapped. Seojun's friends find him adorable in his bunny outfit. One of Seojun's friends comments on how well the bunny hat suits him. Despite the slight discomfort, a person nearby decides to let Seojun's bunny outfit slide. A group of young men, brown-black, stood together, preparing for an outdoor concert. One of them announced to the others that they were about to begin. One of the young men smiled, acknowledging that their start was weak. Two of the young men, excited, prepared for the performance. Suddenly, a young child wearing a bunny hat activated a low-grade orchestra conductor's ability. The child ability activated again, as expected. This ability doesn't usually activate so often. The young men were using it effortlessly. A man filming the scene with a 4K camera watched, amazed by the ease with which the young men performed. He realized that the previous day's event wasn't a one-time thing. The ability continued to manifest. Three young men, brimming with confidence, celebrated their recent success. One, with dark hair, extended a hand towards the camera, a wide smile on his face. He declared, "We can succeed. Brown-black. This is just the beginning." The scene shifted to a playground. One of the young men, looking slightly concerned, questioned another. Didn't you say you were going to do 2 more songs?" The young man in the blue shirt sighed. I'm so tired, don't think we can. How did we manage to sing all of this yesterday?" A woman, seated on a bench, explained, "Yesterday I was able to supply them with mana because I was close, but now it will be much more difficult since they can only rely on their stamina." A baby, wearing a bunny hat, lay on the ground. He suggested, "Let's sign you guys up for a gym." The two young men looked at each other, one of them saying, "You need to improve your fitness to perform in concerts." One of the young men, slightly confused, questioned, A man, beaming with pride, addressed a group of children. His words, "concert," hung in the air, filled with excitement and a hint of disbelief. He continued, suggesting that if their performances continued at the same level, a concert within a year was entirely possible. The children's faces registered shock and wonder at the prospect. The scene shifted to a different location. A man in a suit approached, cheerfully greeting someone off-panel. The man from the playground, now visibly anxious, clutched a camera. He nervously wondered if there had been a complaint. The suited man quickly interjected, reassuring him that it wasn't a complaint. Instead, he inquired about the name of the song the children had been performing. The suited man, a curious expression on his face, asked if there was any chance. The story begins with a narration box, setting the stage. Even though it's a weak start, it's just one step toward the ultimate goal. The panel shows 4 young men, smiling warmly, suggesting a supportive group of friends. Orchestra conductor's connection, the lowest grade, is activated. This narration box introduces a mysterious element, hinting at the protagonist's past lives and magical abilities. A man in a suit approaches a playground, cheerfully greeting someone unseen. He appears to be a friendly, approachable individual. The camera focuses on the back of a person's head, suggesting they are observing the man in the suit. A man with a camera, seemingly a photographer, looks concerned, wondering if there's a complaint. The man in the suit gestures, saying they'll prepare to leave. The photographer seems relieved, but the man in the suit hesitates, asking by any chance? His expression suggests a sudden change of plans. A person asks about the name of a song they heard the night before. A man, seemingly surprised, is asked if he was one of the people singing the night before. The person explains that the song was really good, but they couldn't find it online. The man confirms that it was indeed them singing. He reveals that the song's name is Start, and the artist's name is Jae Chong. Three young men look surprised and excited. One of them greets someone, identifying themselves as Brown Black. One young man excitedly exclaimed to another that he had seen the others singing and was impressed by it. The other young man, somewhat shyly, thanked him, and the first young man continued, commenting on his dancing abilities as well. He then questioned why he couldn't find any information about him online. The first young man explained that the reason the second couldn't find any information online is because they haven't debuted yet. That's why he couldn't find anything online. The first young man explained that they were filming baby variety content to upload to YouTube. A woman holding a camera asked the first young man to watch the video whenever he was free. The first young man realized there was a baby in the video and that he shouldn't have kept it for so long. He agreed to watch it, but the second young man wondered why the first was holding papers. A group of young men, their faces drawn in a chibi-like style, looked on in stunned silence as someone off-panel urged them to give autographs. Their surprise was palpable. One of them exclaimed in disbelief about the autograph request. A man with dark hair and a kind smile appeared, cheerfully offering his autographs if they didn't mind. One of the young men expressed his hope that the man would debut quickly. The man thanked them for the autographs, promising to buy their album upon its release. The young men thanked him in return, their hearts still racing from the unexpected encounter. One of them mentioned it was his first time giving an autograph. Later, a woman and a baby, wearing a bunny hat, sat on a park bench. The woman held a camera. The woman took a picture of the baby, who giggled happily. A motivational message, "It is a good day, so you should smile," is displayed against a blurred background. A young man with short brown hair sits pensively, his expression somewhat melancholic. A group of people surrounds a baby, Seo Jun, dressed in a bunny outfit. Seo Jun is crying, and the others look relieved and happy. They exclaim, "Seo Jun crying. We were praised." Two of the adults continue, explaining, "We've practiced so much, but we were really worried it wouldn't go well." But their worries were quickly replaced with joy as they excitedly shared. "But we were asked to sing more songs." One of the adults adds, "We're going to work even harder from now on." Seo Jun, still in his bunny outfit, looks on with a slightly concerned expression, muttering, "Note W8. Seo Jun, tears streaming down his face, thinks to himself, "If everyone's crying," and then bursts into tears, wailing, "Wawa. It makes me cry too." A young man with pink hair and a panda onesie sadly states, "We have to say goodbye to Seo Jun after tonight." The image shows two adults decorating a Christmas tree with a young child present. It was initially challenging, but time flew by. Two young adults, dressed in animal onesies, discussed their upcoming return to their empty dorm rooms after the holidays. They acknowledged that the time spent together had made the separation feel more significant. The feeling of loss was amplified by their newfound closeness. One of the young adults held a baby, Seo Jun, and suggested they make lasting memories before the end of their time together. He then turned off the lights in the room. Seo Jun, sitting on his uncle's lap, looked around in confusion as the room went dark. Seo Jun's uncle asked why the lights were being turned off, and Seo Jun responded that he wanted to look at the Christmas tree longer. He then complained that it was too dark. Seo Jun, showing surprising initiative for a baby, reached for the light switch. He turned the lights back on, and his uncle asked if they should do it together next time. A young man, dressed in a playful cat-hooded onesie, flashed a peace sign and a wide grin. "Now then," he said, clearly enjoying himself. He was surrounded by a film crew, preparing to shoot. A cameraman counted down. 3, 2. The scene shifted to a group of friends in animal onesies, gathered around a small child playing a video game. One of the friends held the child gently. The countdown continued. 1. The child's small hands gripped the controller with surprising focus. The child's eyes widened, a look of wonder on his face. A friend called out, "Seo Jun." A beautifully decorated Christmas tree stood in the background, sparkling with lights. Seo Jun received a Christmas gift from his friends. The final panel shows a man and a woman smiling warmly, seemingly pleased with the day's events. 7-month-old Lee Seo Jun, a baby with a bright smile and wide eyes, beams at the viewer, his arms outstretched. A speech bubble above him reads, "We will definitely meet again." Seo Jun's parents return home. His mother gently holds him, while his father asks, "Seo Jun, did you behave?" The baby gurgles happily, exclaiming, "Jaya, it's mom and dad." Seo Jun's mother coos at him, saying "Uriya." His father, looking around their home, remarks, "Wow, look at this. There's a tree." Seo Jun's mother looks puzzled, saying, "What? I thought these guys were trainees." She continues, "They must not have that kind of freedom, yet they managed to buy something like this." Seo Jun's mother points to the ornament, saying, "Look at this, Seo Jun. They left a letter." Seo Jun's mother suggests, "Read it with daddy." The father reads further, "We're leaving this letter here before we have to go." Initially, the filming was intended as a simple promotional endeavor to increase brand recognition. But now, the experience has fostered a strong sense of camaraderie among the crew, making the prospect of departure feel like a significant loss. A man expressed his gratitude for Seo Jun's bright smile, even considering his own clumsiness. He wished Seo Jun happiness and looked forward to future interactions, hoping for continued fun together. He also expressed a wish for Seo-jun to grow up healthy and bright. Another man, while reading a book to Seo-jun, expressed anticipation for his upcoming birthday present. Seo-jun's parents smiled warmly at their son. Seo-jun's mother received a document while holding him. She found the interactions heartwarming. She commented on how amazing Seo-jun had been, even without his father present. A man, his face a mixture of amusement and a hint of envy, looked down at a baby boy he held gently in his arms. The baby, Seo-jun, gurgled happily, his cheeks flushed with a charming blush. "I'm a bit jealous." But Seo-jun quickly added, his voice brimming with childish glee. But I still prefer being with Daddy." The scene shifted to show Seo-jun's parents. His mother held a piece of paper, her expression one of mild surprise, as his father showered him with a tender kiss. The baby seemed to enjoy the attention. His mother smiled encouragingly at Seo-jun, prompting him to try a new word. "Seo-jun, Mommy," she urged, "try saying Mommy." Seo-jun, with a wide, beaming smile, attempted the word, his pronunciation slightly off but undeniably adorable. "Mommy." A delighted giggle escaped his lips, followed by a joyful exclamation. "Jaya!" Before the Life Library came into existence, the narrator recalled all of their past lives. As a result of their unique nature, the narrator was constantly treated as a strange monster. Due to a mixed nature of good and evil, the narrator was punished as a heretic among their peers. Exhausted from their experiences, the narrator expressed their fatigue. The narrator wished they could have lived a full life. On the verge of losing their sense of self, the narrator used their power and effort to create the Life Library, successfully transforming all memories of past lives into books. Now, those memories only feel like books the narrator has read before. Even in subsequent reincarnations, those memories no longer influence the narrator, although those past lives sometimes have an impact on the narrator's personality. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his current reincarnation, sat quietly, cradling a small, red dragon-shaped toy. His expression was pensive, a stark contrast to the playful nature usually associated with infants his age. After a break from filming, Seo-jun's behavior had shifted. He had gradually reverted to the instincts of a baby, playing without much thought. His parents and others watched him with smiles and gentle applause. It was understandable. The demands of his previous life as a superstar actor were far removed from the simple joys of infancy. He seemed content, almost serene, as he absent-mindedly touched the dragon's claw. Seo-jun's focus shifted back to the toy dragon. He murmured to it, explaining that the monster dolls played an important role in maintaining his ego and identity. He then softly forgave the dragon for today's events, a small smile playing on his lips. Which one could truly be considered the real him? 1 month has passed since the grueling 48-hour filming. In the waiting room of the music show, Brown Black's members, 2 young men, sat looking exhausted. One of them spoke, his voice weary. He sighed, "Guys, we need to get it together. It's a major problem. They're all not in their right minds after making mistakes during rehearsal." Another member checked his phone, a worried expression on his face. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He exclaimed, "Guys, come quickly. The savior appears." A picture of Seo-jun appeared on the screen. He was video calling. Seo-jun's call was answered by the band members, who looked relieved and excited. Seo-jun greeted them cheerfully, "Dada, big bros." Seo-jun's parents smiled, watching their son on the video call. His mother chuckled, "Woha, don't push me, Hwang Yi-jun." A young man, surrounded by his friends, stared intently at his phone screen. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm as he muttered to himself, questioning what was happening. The connector bonds, he noted, had dropped significantly. The number 77 of 45 flashed on the screen, highlighting the severity of the drop. The young man's concern deepened as he realized the immense effort invested in maintaining those bonds. He wondered how on earth this could have happened. Meanwhile, a baby, Seo-jun, was shown on a screen, his expression one of innocent wonder. His caregivers, worried, wondered what to do. One of the caregivers, a young man, looked thoughtful, questioning whether they could handle the situation. Seo-jun, however, remained confident, though his anxiety was palpable. Seo-jun's parents watched him on their phones, a mixture of concern and curiosity on their faces. Seo-jun, sensing their apprehension, reacted with a determined expression. He then let out a joyous laugh, his small fists clenched in triumph. Seo-jun's confidence was unwavering. He didn't care about the low connector bonds. He was ready to face whatever came next. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a baby with a secret past life advantage, lets out a hearty laugh, his cheerful sound echoing in the room. 2 young men, likely members of a boy band, anxiously watch a video of Seo-jun on a smartphone. One reassures the other, urging them to take heart. One of the young men points out that Seo-jun is also sending words of encouragement, saying, "fighting." Another chimes in, reminding them of their extensive practice. A third man, possibly their manager, pats them on the back, boosting their confidence and reminding them of their improved performance. The manager reflects on the incredible support Seo-jun, a baby who knows nothing yet, is providing. The young men acknowledge Seo-jun's earnest support and resolve to not give up. The two young men express their gratitude to Seo-jun, feeling cheered up by his support. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person on the phone instructs someone named Brown Black to get ready. The scene shifts to show the intense nervousness of the group as they prepare for their first stage performance, overshadowing all other concerns. The scene opens with an announcement. Some incredibly cool newcomers are making their debut today. Their name is said to be as sweet as Coco. Two young men, one with pink hair and the other with blonde, are shown on stage, smiling brightly. Confetti rains down around them. Their debut performance exceeded everyone's hopes and expectations. The scene shifts to a family watching the performance on television. Someone exclaims, "Whoa, what? They're amazing." A mother and father watch, awestruck, as their baby son looks on, seemingly captivated by the performance. The baby thinks to himself, he didn't want them to experience the same despair he had. Seeing their radiant faces on stage, he, regardless of his previous life, truly wants to become a superstar. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, tears streaming down his face, lets out a joyful cry. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated happiness. Meanwhile, in the apartment below Seo-jun's, a post on a K-pop forum asks if anyone recognizes a particular song, describing its unique melody. The next day, a follow-up post reveals that the person who initially inquired found the song's performers, a group called Brown Black, in the apartment building's playground. They've just debuted, and the poster even got their autographs. The post's comments section explodes with confusion and disbelief. Many question how a group that hasn't even debuted yet is generating such a buzz. In another apartment, a person scrolls through online comments, surprised by the overwhelmingly positive reaction to Brown Black's performance. They reflect on how their own attempts at promotion a month prior were met with ridicule. They wonder about the reason for this sudden change in public perception, as more comments flood in, praising Brown Black's debut performance as legendary. Commenters express their astonishment at the group's talent and the quality of their YouTube content. A man sits at his computer, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden surge in popularity surrounding Brown Black. A man stood on a balcony, exasperated. He shouted into the night, "I told you so." His face lit up with a triumphant grin. He exclaimed, "I told you so many times that it wasn't a promotion." A man, carrying a box, entered a building. He was met by another man who asked, "Huh? You said a walk. Why are you back so soon?" A woman, startled, crouched down, peering into a stroller. She gasped, "What is it, honey?" The man explained, "No, it's just that I went a little outside the house." Another man pointed out, "Isn't that the baby from 48 Hours? There are already people who recognize him." The woman, holding the baby, reflected, "I was so surprised that I came back right away, but it was nice to get attention." A young man reflected on the recent debut of Brown Black, noting that their videos were trending topics. He continued, however, that while watching the videos, he felt very uncomfortable. Before filming, someone explained that all the monster dolls had been hidden. This was likely why the bear doll was left untouched throughout the filming. Seo-jun called out for his mother. His mother reassured him, mentioning that she had taken good care of his dolls. The mother and another person discussed Seo-jun's increasing fame, speculating that his unique preferences might be the reason for his popularity. They agreed that they could relax and leave now that the filming was over, also noting Seo-jun's high energy levels. A group of friends reacted with surprise to the news that someone was going to America. A man with short brown hair smiles, announcing his appointment to the U.S. branch. A young boy, Seo-jun, eats while his mother questions the timing of the announcement during their celebration. The man explains that he will be staying in the U.S. for 2 to 3 years before returning. Seo-jun reacts with a look of mild concern. Someone asks where in America the man is going, and he reveals that they are headed to Los Angeles. Another man with pink hair expresses surprise and reveals that his sister lives in Los Angeles. The pink-haired man offers to give his sister's contact information to the man going to Los Angeles, suggesting that she can help him settle in. The man going to Los Angeles hesitates, grateful but unsure about sharing his contact information so readily. The pink-haired man reassures him, mentioning his sister's popularity. The man going to Los Angeles is relieved, admitting that he was worried about not knowing anyone there. The man going to Los Angeles expresses his gratitude, promising to contact the pink-haired man's sister. The scene ends with the 4 men smiling together. Someone bid farewell, wishing them a safe trip, and then 2 signs appeared, one prohibiting filming and the other prohibiting the use of cell phones. The story unfolds in Los Angeles, USA, focusing on a house where Seo-jun resides. Inside the house, a woman excitedly announces the arrival of an aunt. It is revealed that Lee Seo-jun has been living in the U.S. for 4 years. The narration specifies that Seo-jun is currently 58 months old. A close-up shows Seo-jun, a cheerful young boy with a bright smile. He happily greets his Aunt Nara as he descends the stairs. Aunt Nara reminds Seo-jun about a scheduled photo shoot. Nara Kim, Kevin's older sister, smiled brightly, holding up a pair of sunglasses. She seemed ready for anything. A young boy, presumably Seo-jun, excitedly agreed to hurry. The scene shifted to the exterior of a house, focusing on a section of the porch. He was heading toward a man, presumably his uncle, Eric, who called out to him. Eric greeted Seo-jun warmly. Eric noticed Seo-jun's new bag prompting a question. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, clutching a zombie doll, skipped happily to daycare. His father, a man with kind eyes and a gentle smile, watched him go. Today it's a zombie, Seo-jun's father mused, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realized he needed to speak with Hee-sang about something soon, as his son would surely make a fuss as soon as he saw the doll. Seo-jun waved goodbye to his father, his small hand raised high in the air, before heading into the daycare with his mother. Meanwhile, in a car, Mrs. Hee-sang commented on Seo-jun's doll, noting its popularity. She remarked that it wouldn't be strange if it remained popular even after Hee-sang left the company. A montage of Seo-jun's online videos played, showcasing his various creations. One video, showing him making lemonade, had already garnered thousands of views. Since moving to the US, Seo-jun's vlogs about life there have been steadily updated on his channel. His previous video featuring a monster doll had initially been met with some strange reactions. But slowly, more and more people began to appreciate the doll's unique charm, asking where they could buy one. Comments flooded in, expressing a desire to purchase the creepy cute doll. Hee-sang, upon seeing the overwhelmingly positive response to his doll, joyfully celebrated, holding his resignation letter. His dream of being free from his old company was finally coming true. As a result of the doll's success, Hee-sang quit his job and began focusing on making and selling his unique creations. His success was assured. With consistent promotion, he was certain to sell out. A woman, her face illuminated by the car's interior light, smiled warmly. She turned to her companion, her voice light and conversational. Last Halloween, most of the neighborhood kids were wearing your dolls, right? The driver's hand moved to adjust the car's controls, their focus momentarily shifting from the road ahead. She continued, her tone laced with conviction. I'm sure that Seo-jun has something that attracts people towards him. I'm telling you. In the back seat, young Seo-jun clutched a stitched monster doll, his large eyes wide with innocent curiosity. The driver hesitated, a thoughtful expression crossing their face. They mumbled, I never used my abilities for the doll, though. Their thoughts continued, a realization dawning on them. The reason that Monster Doll became popular is probably because Uncle made it too well. The woman's expression shifted to one of concern. She voiced her apprehension. Seo-jun has never tried acting. Will he really be okay? The driver chuckled reassuringly. It's okay, you worry too much. I can't. A phone call was received just 4 days before a scheduled movie shoot. A woman on a phone call asked Seo-jun if he wanted to act in a movie. Seo-jun enthusiastically agreed, expressing his desire to participate. Seo-jun, captivated by the phone screen, showed a look of surprise and excitement. His mother, initially confused, questioned what he had just heard, but Seo-jun immediately declared his eagerness to participate in the movie. The mother agreed to send him the script. However, she then expressed confusion and concern about the sudden movie opportunity. Seo-jun excitedly celebrated the prospect of being in a movie. His mother explained that he had previously watched a documentary about movies on TV, which sparked his interest. A woman, her expression unreadable, recounted her actions. She had asked a question. The question was posed to Seo-jun, a young boy with a curious expression. He enthusiastically agreed. Following Seo-jun's positive response, the woman sent his baby food commercial and mukbang videos to a child actor casting director, who responded favorably. The director's invitation to audition was met with a mixture of surprise and excitement by Seo-jun and his mother. Seo-jun's mother, slightly confused, clarified the nature of the opportunity with the casting director. It wasn't just a movie shoot. It was an audition for a movie with the best child actor videos being included in the final film. Seo-jun's mother considered the implications, a thoughtful expression on her face. Ultimately, she framed the audition as a new experience for Seo-jun, who reacted with unbridled enthusiasm. A woman on a phone call declared, I'll do it. Then I'll send a script. She added, as an afterthought, all right, I forgot to tell you. It's a marine studio movie. The woman's face, a sly smile playing on her lips, filled the panel as she continued her phone call. Meanwhile, another woman, seemingly in a car, reacted with a mix of exhaustion and amusement, a hand to her forehead. A marine movie. She thought she'd die from the pressure of the past 3 days. But the first woman reassured her, it's really just an extra role that appears for a short time, so you don't need to worry. The narration box declared, Marine Studio. A narration box reveals that among the popular movies, Redbone is the most popular. A young boy, Seo-jun, excitedly anticipates arriving at the shooting site for Redbone 2. They arrive at the location. A woman staff member guides them. Seo-jun, accompanied by 2 women, walks through a bustling crowd near a construction site, seemingly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. He is visibly surprised by the large crowd, muttering about the sheer number of people present. A young man approaches Seo-jun, greeting him enthusiastically. The young man introduces himself as Jonathan Will, a staff member. He asks if Seo-jun is there for the audition. Seo-jun's companions confirm that he is Seo-jun Lee. A young boy, Seo-jun, stood with his parents, looking apprehensive but curious. An adult, presumably a staff member, approached them, saying they would take him to the waiting room first. Seo-jun, holding a stuffed toy, was led away. He pondered that other child actors were likely in the middle of their auditions, probably shooting fast. Meanwhile, a young man with short brown hair, William, instructed someone to wait in a tent, mentioning another person named Jonathan. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed. William's eyes widened in surprise. The cry was intense and piercing. William sighed, confirming his suspicions, as a nearby woman remarked on the sound of a baby crying. William was told he could change in his costume there and just needed to give his name when called. He worried he might not be able to come, but then remembered Jonathan would be able to handle it. William hurried off, responded to a director's call, assuring them he was coming right away. On a film set, a woman observed the chaotic energy of a baby actor, commenting on his boundless movement. Another woman, seemingly a colleague, questioned if shoots always proceeded in such a manner, receiving a qualified affirmation. Meanwhile, a young boy, possibly a crew member, peered down at a piece of equipment, seemingly concerned. He then looked up, noticing a crying child being comforted by a woman, likely his mother. He surmised that there was another problem on set. A woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight concern, heard a baby crying. She wondered if it was one of the children present for an audition. She mused that the audition scenario seemed rather frightening for young children. Meanwhile, a cheerful young boy, Seo-jun, asked his aunt if the filming for Redbone would take place there. His aunt, Nara, explained that they were currently filming a different movie by the same studio, but not Redbone. Nara smiled, relieved that Seo-jun, despite the crying, seemed calm and unaffected. She shared a secret with him. The Redbone filming had been delayed due to an accident, meaning they would produce and release 2 more movies before it. This explained the rushed filming schedule, leading Nara to exclaim in surprise at the sheer number of films. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child actor with an air of quiet contemplation, politely excused himself, clutching a juice box. Seo-jun's mother, a woman with dark hair, asked if they could go in. A woman with dark hair, presumably an assistant, responded with a polite affirmative. They entered a waiting room, simply furnished with a small table and chairs. Seo-jun's mother smiled warmly at a man, introducing herself as an assistant. Seo-jun, brimming with confidence, introduced himself as child actor Seo-jun Lee. His mother reacted with delighted surprise. The assistant commented that Seo-jun was the youngest applicant, but his introduction was quite lively. She explained their reason for being there. They wanted to meet Seo-jun before filming began. However, she revealed that all the children who had filmed before him had become frightened and cried. The narrative sets the stage, hinting at a poignant scene that deeply affected children. An emergency news report interrupts the day, announcing the sudden appearance of mysterious wormholes across the planet. Meanwhile, a young boy named William plays alone in his garden, oblivious to the unfolding crisis, as his mother rushes out of the house after seeing the news report. The mother frantically calls out for William, as he remains cheerfully unaware, clutching his teddy bear. A dark, ominous wormhole suddenly appears behind William. The terrifying sight of the wormhole is revealed, looming large behind the unsuspecting child. William's mother reacts with terror to the sudden appearance of the wormhole. A woman screamed, "William!" At the sound, the child smiled even brighter and instantly vanished into a wormhole. Only his teddy bear remained, surrounded by a soft, ethereal glow, and one shoe. In other words, the problem wasn't just his acting skills. He'll probably do the same thing again. A woman, a stranger to him, screamed loudly at the child while another stranger suddenly picked him up from behind. You must be tired of repeating the same scene. We just need to keep acting, but the staff is having a hard time. Anyway, June, did you read the script? Someone read it for me, so I practiced. Wow, you did really good. The image shows a close-up of a young boy, William, with a neutral expression. His large eyes and soft features give him an innocent appearance. A thought bubble above William reveals that someone is thinking, "I think William." The next panel shows William again, this time with a slightly surprised expression, his mouth slightly open. Must have been really happy, but he's being taken away by an alien. Someone asks, "Can you tell us why you thought so?" William is shown again, smiling faintly. A speech bubble indicates that William doesn't know anything. He's probably just happy that his mom's calling him. Someone comments, "That's a good interpretation." The final panel shows a man with a serious expression, his face partially obscured by shadow. Oh, 7-month-old Seo-jun Lee, a child actor in his past life, stood before Wal Ryan, a movie director, his wide eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and slight apprehension. Wal Ryan, observing the baby, noted his surprising composure. Wal Ryan, a seasoned movie director, introduced himself with a warm smile. Seo-jun, unfazed, calmly introduced himself as a child actor. The two shook hands, a surprisingly formal gesture between a director and a baby. Seo-jun requested to be called Jun, showing a level of maturity beyond his years. Despite the serious nature of the meeting, a voiceover reminded the reader that Seo-jun, as William had said, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Wal Ryan encouraged Seo-jun to maintain his cheerful demeanor, and Seo-jun readily agreed. Seo-jun excitedly announced that he had prepared a secret weapon for the day. He revealed a new outfit, causing those around him to gasp in admiration at his cuteness. Two women, one presumably Seojin's mother and the other a stylist, prepared the 7-month-old child for his upcoming commercial shoot. They noted that he didn't require much makeup. They continued to get Seojun ready, noting that despite the chilly weather, his thick clothes and hand warmers would keep him comfortable. Seojin's mother and another adult, possibly his father, prepared to leave, wishing Seojun well for his shoot. Seojin's mother left to take a phone call, leaving Seojun in the care of another adult. The adult asked Seojun what he wanted to do. He seemed unsure at first. Then, holding up a slime pillow, he declared he wanted to meditate. Seojin's mother, amused, questioned his choice of activity, surprised by his use of the word meditation. Seojun insisted he was meditating, not just sleeping. His mother decided to read a book while Seojun meditated. The narration box explained that Seojun was initiating his summer bear's hibernation, a low-grade ability that allowed him to fall into a deep sleep for 30 minutes a day. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, found himself in a brightly lit library, his gaze fixed on a yellow door. A quiet HM escaped his lips, a thoughtful murmur. He sat on the floor, a book open before him, cradling a glowing blue orb in his small hands. Seojun noted to himself that the orb activated automatically, requiring careful handling. The smiley face appeared on his cheeks as he realized the orb's power, an illusion spell that would make the viewer feel compassionate towards him for a long time. The source of his power, the smiley face mushroom. In a past life, Seojun recalled, he had been a highly sought-after, expensive mushroom. Many people searched for him, but if they dared to enter his territory, he would unleash his power. A man, surprised by the size of the mushroom he found, exclaimed, "What a king-sized one!" He reached out to touch the giant smiley face mushroom, and a wave of energy washed over him as the mushroom's power activated. A man sat alone at a table, sobbing quietly. A wooden mug sat before him, its contents spilled onto the floor. He covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Mushroomy, I feel so sorry for you." He had protected himself by showing them an illusion that would induce pity for him. Another man watched him from a nearby table. Looks like he failed at collecting one again. The scene shifted to a child's bedroom. Lee Seojun, a young boy, was crawling on the floor, a blanket draped over his shoulders. His parents watched him from the doorway. "Lee Seojun, did you have a good night's sleep?" Seojun smiled brightly. "Yeah." He suddenly stopped, looking up at his parents with a questioning expression. "And Mom? Dad? My Seojunny. Dad loves you so much." But its effect was way more than I expected, so I canceled my plan to use it. Lee Seojun, a 7-month-old with the soul of a seasoned actor from countless past lives, found himself on the set of a baby food commercial. He resolved to maintain his composure, reminding himself that he couldn't smile before filming, no matter what. 7-month-old Lee Seojun sprawled on the floor, intently colored a picture. He was contemplating the nuances of acting, believing that understanding was key. He mused that to truly portray a character, one must understand their history, a seemingly complex task that he found surprisingly simple. He continued to ponder the importance of understanding how a character's upbringing and development shaped them. Meanwhile, a scene from a television show played on a screen. A man, identified as Swallet Anum, an actor, reflected on the challenges of making a lasting impression. He noted that some characters are particularly difficult to portray. Seojun, watching intently, questioned the concept of understanding a character's history, specifically the untold history of an extra. Seojun, curious, wondered how one could possibly understand such a thing. His father, noticing his son's intense focus, approached him. His father explained that to truly understand, one must observe from afar to make it happen. A man with a knowing smile appeared, suggesting that to truly understand a character, one must analyze even the smallest hints to create and comprehend their history. 7-month-old Seojun, a child actor with a remarkable past, stood on the set, ready for his first commercial shoot. The crew, a flurry of activity behind the cameras and lights, wished him well. "Seojun, break a leg," they called out, their voices a mix of excitement and nervous energy. Seojun, clutching his teddy bear, nodded solemnly. His mother, watching from the sidelines, offered a reassuring smile. "Mom will watch from here," she said softly. He replied with a quiet, "Okay." Despite the assurances, a worry tugged at his mother's heart. Everyone said he'd be fine, but she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. She noted Seojun's grim expression, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful demeanor. Seojunny has had a grim expression since earlier too. Is he nervous? She wondered. Meanwhile, Seojun's uncle, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, approached. His mother, noticing his arrival, urged Seojun to remain composed. "Don't smile. Be careful, she whispered urgently. A staff member announced Seojun's arrival to the director. The director, a man of discerning gaze, acknowledged Seojun's presence with a nod. "I see you're here. Let's do well, Jun," he said, offering a word of encouragement. Seojun, a faint smile playing on his lips, affirmed his readiness with a cheerful yes. A small, glowing symbol appeared on his cheek, confirming the activation of his unique magical ability. the smiling mushroom. A sudden distraction arose as Melissa, rushing out of a nearby door, disrupted the calm atmosphere. Sejun, holding his teddy bear, observed the commotion, his gaze sweeping across the set, taking in the location of the staff. A sudden, unexpected double image of Seo-jun appeared, leaving him slightly startled. Oh, a man explained the scene to a young boy, instructing him to play with a bear doll and lift his head when Melissa calls him. The boy, Seo-jun, simply replied that he understood. Seo-jun, unfazed by the narrow shooting domain, confidently asserted that it didn't matter since they would only shoot his face. The man observed Seo-jun's gaze, commenting on the child's intensity. The director called "OK," signaling the start of the shoot. A clapperboard was visible, indicating the scene was about to begin. A woman, presumably Seo-jun's mother, smiled at a teddy bear, saying, "Bear doll, Mom." The panel showed Seo-jun, seemingly thinking about something, with a narration box indicating that he was to smile. Seo-jun, holding the bear, revealed that he loved the bear doll his dad gave him as a birthday present. He introduced himself as William, a 4-year-old. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, clutched his teddy bear, a serene expression on his face. He was ready to begin his journey to superstardom. Seo-jun sat on the floor, teddy bear in hand, a contented sigh escaping his lips. He reflected on his delicious breakfast and looked forward to the snacks, hoping they would be cookies. A woman, presumably his mother, entered the room, holding out 2 cookies. She called out, "William." Her voice held a mixture of surprise and delight as she rushed towards him. Seo-jun, anticipating the cookies, eagerly awaited his mother's approach. A wide, happy smile spread across his face as he declared his love for his mother. Seo-jun subtly activated his magic, the illusion of the smiley face mushroom, a faint glow appearing on his cheek. A group of adults, likely family or friends, observed him with a mixture of awe and concern, witnessing the magical effect. 2 men, their eyes glowing with an ethereal, turquoise light, stared in disbelief at something unseen. A sense of wonder, mixed with apprehension, hung in the air. A woman, her own eyes mirroring the same otherworldly glow, watched with a mixture of fear and fascination. She whispered, her voice barely audible, that it was probably for the best, a strange acceptance coloring her words. The thought of her son, however, brought a wave of raw emotion to the surface. The narration box declared the gravity of the situation. Her precious son was disappearing into a wormhole. A small child, Lee Seo-jun, clutching a teddy bear, was shown being gently lifted into the vortex, a serene smile on his face. His mother watched in horror, her face a mask of terror and despair as she frantically reached out, unable to stop his descent. She cried out for William, her voice filled with anguish and desperation. Seo-jun fell through the darkness, bubbles rising around him as he descended into the unknown depths. Alone and adrift, a chilling cold enveloped Seo-jun. He could see nothing, his vision obscured by the impenetrable darkness. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a seasoned actor in countless past lives, found himself disoriented. His thoughts echoed, "Where am I?" The director yelled, "Cut." Seo-jun, still in character, blinked in confusion, a slight gasp escaping his lips as he was gently held by a crew member in a green suit. He wondered, when did it end? I don't remember the acting process at all. The crew member, concerned, asked, "Jun, are you okay? Did I startle you?" The crew member worried, "Did I pull you up too quickly?" Seo-jun reassured him, "No, I'm okay. It was fun." The other crew member agreed, "Yeah, I've seen the scene over a dozen times, yet I still hold my breath subconsciously." He added, "Melissa seemed to come out of her shell as well, and thanks to that, we don't have to discard the scene." A young boy, Seo-jun, offers a teddy bear to a woman with a kind smile. He seems pleased with himself, while the woman looks on with gentle amusement. Melissa, a woman with long brown hair, is shown crying, her face etched with sadness. She sobs uncontrollably, clutching a mug. In a whispered voice, she cries out, asking what she should do now about her son, William. Nearby, a group of people watch with concerned expressions, one of them looking particularly amused. A young man observes Melissa's distress, wondering aloud if she will be all right. Seo-jun, observing the scene, comments that method acting has its drawbacks, as getting out of character is difficult. Seo-jun is questioned about his understanding of method acting. He admits he hasn't heard of it before. Of Melissa, who, despite having no child, became so engrossed in her role as a mother that she completely forgot her own identity. A cartoonish image of Melissa is shown, emphasizing her complete immersion in the role. However, the intensity of her performance, while impressive, highlights the difficulty of separating oneself from such a deeply felt role. A young boy, seemingly in his early teens, reflected on his recent experience. He mused that he had managed to control his emotions and even briefly inhabited the persona of William, a character he clearly admires. As soon as he heard the director call cut, he snapped out of it, prompting him to question the nature of method acting. He wondered how one could effectively employ method acting techniques. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by another individual, a slightly older boy with a thoughtful expression, who offered some insight, explaining that the foundation of acting lies in understanding, emphasizing the importance of comprehending the character's history. The younger boy, seemingly inspired, declared that he could channel the emotions of movie lovers. His older companion, surprised, asked if he had seen a particular actor's performance. The younger boy enthusiastically confirmed that he liked the actor very much. His reaction was one of surprised delight, his friend calling out his name in astonishment. Seo Jun, the 7-month-old child actor, was filming a commercial. He was concentrating intensely, his small face scrunched up in determination. But he hadn't smiled yet, a crucial part of the commercial's concept. His uncle, concerned, asked if he was all right. Despite the large crew present, only 4 people were actually affected by Seojun's magical smile illusion. The rest remained unaffected. 3 adults and 1 child were secretly crying from the sheer cuteness. Seojun, still in the car, pondered the limited range of his magic. He mused that the power's limited range was likely due to its junior grade level. He realized how much more potent his highest grade powers had been. The image of a magical chest-like creature appeared in his mind. The scene opens with a glimpse of a film set, where a woman calls out. William, a young boy, seemingly the focus of the shoot, is surrounded by cameras and crew members. The overall atmosphere is one of bustling activity and excitement. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone observes a monitor, remarking on the actress Melissa's exceptional acting skills. A young man, seemingly the boy's father, scrolls through his phone, a look of mild surprise on his face. He looks up from his phone, a question forming in his mind. What about me? The scene shifts to a family dinner table, where the young boy is eating strawberries, his mother watching him with a smile. The mother tells the boy that even the director complimented his performance. The boy smiles, pleased with the praise, and happily eats a strawberry. He seems proud of his accomplishment. The conversation shifts to the release date of the film, which is scheduled for the beginning of April. The father mentions that he won't be able to attend the premiere due to work commitments, but plans to watch it in theaters later. The mother reflects on the unexpected success of the film shoot, questioning why it worked so well. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, reflected on his arduous day. He had worked tirelessly on a film shoot, maintaining a smile throughout the long hours. The city skyline was visible in the distance, a bustling metropolis. A sudden, sharp laugh cut through the air. He grumbled about the relentless pursuit of the press. Richard Bowen and his associate discussed the situation. There was nothing they could do about the paparazzi's actions. His associate pointed out the potential for a major disruption due to the upcoming casting changes for Redbone. The news report revealed that a Redbone actor had been involved in a car accident while being chased by paparazzi. In this particular scenario, additional equipment and manpower would prove futile, only resulting in unnecessary expenses. A hand reached for a door handle, preparing to enter. Due to scheduling conflicts, Marine Studio was forced to include 2 films by a new director. One of the men stated that while he was unsure about other aspects, the advertising pitch had been finalized. They announced that they would now proceed with the preview of the rough cut from Marine Studios. The preview began. One of the men commented that director Sarah Lott had cast very well-known actors for Gree-Wing, and their performances were also excellent. In contrast, they noted that director Wall had used mostly unknown actors. However, his short films were praised, and his directing style was deemed exceptional. His talent for selecting actors was also highlighted. One man, his face partially obscured, expressed curiosity about how a casting would be exhibited in Marine Studios. Another man questioned the choice of Shadow Man for the role, admitting he was unfamiliar with the character. His colleague explained that the character's obscurity was precisely the reason for its selection. One of the men wondered what director Wall saw in these actors. The narration box described director Bowen as a charismatic vice president who often operated in a gray area between legality and illegality to maximize the company's profits. The scene showed director Bowen weeping openly, while another man looked on with a mixture of concern and bewilderment. The narration box revealed that Bowen's childlike crying during the preview became a popular anecdote. A narration box announced the upcoming April release of Shadow Man in Korea. A young boy urged his parents to hurry. A mother cautioned her child against running, while the child's internal monologue revealed that the director had already contacted them about finalizing his appearance in the film. He was confident that his performance, particularly his smiley face mushroom expression, would secure his role. A promotional image for a movie featuring 2 rival superheroes, Green Wing and Shadow Man, appeared. Viewers were encouraged to vote for their favorite using movie tickets. Online comments about the movie showed overwhelmingly positive reactions towards Green Wing, with many expressing excitement about the chance to win Green Wing figurines through a lottery. A young boy, seemingly surprised by the marketing campaign's success, reflected on the unexpected start of the competition. The boy urged his parents to hurry, fearing that Green Wing would win the competition if they didn't act quickly. The parents discussed the competition, with one expressing confidence in Green Wing's victory due to the director's past successes, while the other pointed out Shadow Man's underdog status. The boy agreed with his parents' assessment and suggested they watch Green Wing's movie. As expected, many people were watching Green Wing's movie. Despite the popularity of Green Wing, the boys still chose to support Shadow Man, referring to the underdog effect. Green Wing's first screening concluded. A group of people exited a building, their conversation audible. One of them remarked on the amazing performance they had just witnessed, specifically mentioning Green Wing. Two women continued their discussion, one expressing disbelief at how slow time felt during the show. She mused that it felt as if time had stopped. The women acknowledged that getting out of the building might be difficult, especially given the current crowd. Inside the building, a staff member, referred to as the Shadow Man, checked his watch and made a quiet observation. He announced that the first screening had ended and that tissues were available at the front. The two women from earlier reacted with confusion to the announcement of tissues. One of the women began to cry, prompting a staff member to offer assistance and tissues. The other woman looked on in surprise, wondering why people were crying after the movie. The crying woman accepted the tissues, embarrassed by her outburst, leaving the other woman even more curious about the nature of the film. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun sat nestled in his father's arms, his small body trembling slightly. The theater was dark, the screen displaying a vibrant, fantastical world. Seo-jun's father, noticing his son's distress, murmured, "Oh my." Tears streamed down Seo-jun's face. He was overwhelmed. His magical abilities, honed over countless past lives, were faltering. He hadn't enough mana to maintain the illusion of the smiling mushroom, and the experience was proving too much for his young self. His mother, seated beside them, whispered, "I feel so sorry for him. Oh my, he might exhaust himself crying so much." Seo-junny, how can you cry by watching yourself? A woman in the row behind them gasped, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Seo-jun's mother urgently urged, "Seo-junny, look there. Your name is coming up." Seo-jun, still tearful, mumbled, "My name?" A magical glow enveloped Seo-jun as his name appeared on the screen, accompanied by a burst of light and music. Father and son watched, the boy's tears slowly subsiding as he took in the spectacle. Two signs appeared, one prohibiting filming and the other prohibiting the use of cell phones. The video opens with Yang Waguk, a movie-reviewing YouTuber, introducing himself. He continues, expressing his surprise at having finally cried while watching Shadow Man Part 15. Yang Waguk wipes away tears, marveling at his emotional response. He reflects on the unexpected milestone of reaching the 15th viewing. He ponders how to articulate his feelings, unable to take his eyes away from the screen. Specifically, from the moment William smiled on screen. The image shifts to show a close-up of young William's captivating smile. Yang Waguk questions whether he was truly moved by the performance or if he simply recognized William's exceptional acting talent. He reveals that the video he's reviewing was filmed live at the theater. He then shares that he researched the young actor and is about to reveal his identity. The YouTuber reveals that the child actor, William, is Korean, sparking excited reactions from viewers in the live chat. Two young men, their faces alight with excitement, discuss the infant sensation taking the world by storm. "He's the star baby from that famous baby food ad," one exclaimed. The other continued, adding more details to the already impressive resume of the child star. And he also appeared in Brown Black's 48-hour challenge. That was Lee Seo-jun too. The panel showed a news clipping about Lee Seo-jun, Hollywood's youngest Korean actor, whose captivating performance in the April release of Shadow Man had made him a global sensation. The article highlighted the child actor selection by Marine Studio. A separate box detailed the curious phenomenon of the Shadow Man Tear Challenge, noting a significant increase in articles and reviews from viewers moved to tears by the film. A young man, seemingly surprised by his own emotional response, questioned, "Why am I crying?" Social media posts below showed others participating in the Shadow Man Tear Challenge, a trend involving watching the movie repeatedly and proving emotional response. The challenge had become a global trend, spreading to every country where the movie was released. Around that time, a raven appeared, seemingly observing from a distance, and a man, seemingly Seo-jun's uncle, looked up at the sky, a thoughtful expression on his face. A man's hand clenched, his knuckles white. He muttered to himself, "This is it." Director Cho Dae-man, a man with a thoughtful expression, sat in his office. He had recently received some good news. A production company had loved his screenplay and offered him his first feature film. He looked forward to working with them. He commented that mystery genre films were rare in Korea. This was why he wanted to make it even more perfect. After a month and a half of traveling around the country, he found a town that would make a great set for his film, and he excitedly shared this discovery with his colleague. The casting manager, a man with a kind, expectant expression, sat at his desk, patiently waiting. His face fell as he sighed. This was already the third audition, and he'd eliminated all the applicants once again. The casting manager apologized, but the director understood. It was the first feature film, and the pressure was immense. He figured the director would be tense. They couldn't delay the search any longer. A decision needed to be made immediately. The director sighed, lamenting the lack of a perfect actor. The casting manager suggested a child actor who had recently gained significant attention. He was quite famous, so his inclusion in the movie was almost guaranteed. The director was surprised. The casting manager explained that the child actor had starred in a marine studio movie. The director's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked if the child actor was the one from Hollywood. The casting manager confirmed this, suggesting they watch the movie together. The director, speechless, stared at the casting manager, contemplating the implications of this unexpected development. A live broadcast unfolds in a bustling city square. A man and woman, holding cameras, address their viewers, excitedly announcing their 10th attempt at a new challenge. Meanwhile, a man sits alone, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. He reflects on the sheer number of people now doing live broadcasts. He holds a small, rectangular object in his hand, a subtle hint of concern crossing his face. As he watches the crowd from a distance, seemingly lost in thought, a narration box reveals that the main character, Mac, possesses the ability to manipulate shadows. Mac, a young man with blonde hair and a teal jacket, is introduced. He's shown delivering pizzas. While navigating the shadowy alleys during his delivery route, Mac stumbles upon a bloody necklace. Upon touching the necklace, a beam of light shoots up into the sky, signifying a significant event. The story begins in a distant universe on the planet Natra. A report comes in. A traitorous signal has been detected from Earth. The order is given to launch warships immediately. The plan is to execute the traitor. On Earth, a city lies in ruins, the aftermath of a devastating attack. Mac, using his shadow powers, tries his best to defeat Natra's battleship. But he is struggling against the overwhelming force. A woman watches in horror as Mac fights, her face etched with worry. William, a man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood over a woman sitting on the ground. His expression was one of profound sorrow, his shoulders slumped with weariness. But he couldn't save the victims who had been pulled into Nature's wormhole. The screening of Shadow Man concluded. A man announced, "The screening of Shadow Man is over. Tissues are available at the front if you need them." A man, William, wept openly, exclaiming, "Everyone, he cried." Another man sighed, admitting, I failed this time as well. What do you think? He's really good, right?" It was just a young kid's smiling face, but it was strangely heartbreaking. "I'm sure all the Hollywood movies are going to want to cast him." One of the men declared, "We have to cast him." He continued, emphasizing, "Even if we have to beg his family by holding onto their pants." A man searched online for Shadow Man. William. A man scrolled through his phone, pausing at a name that seemed familiar. Lee Seo-jun. He squinted, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Then his eyes widened in surprise as he saw a picture of a baby. "Seo-junny," he exclaimed, snapping a picture with his phone. He compared the image on his phone to a picture of an older child. "Whoa, he grew up so much," he laughed, confirming his suspicions. A wide, joyful smile spread across the man's face as he continued to look at the pictures on his phone. He recalled a previous experience filming a baby food commercial, but this child was truly exceptional. He made a phone call, a pleased expression on his face as he spoke, and he was greeted by a familiar voice. It's been so long. Team leader Kong Sora." The scene opens with a conversation outside a traditional-style building. One person asks if Seo-jun can no longer participate in the baby food commercial. The other person confirms that this is true, but that they are working on a solution. However, Kong Sora, the Elephant marketing team leader, explains that Elephant is not planning any advertising at all. A narration box explains that advertisements for baby formula are prohibited under international regulations to prevent misuse. Consequently, Seo-jun's baby food advertisement also stopped airing. Kong Sora apologizes for this situation, explaining that this is why she is there to talk. Seo-jun, however, seems unconcerned, mentioning that he's been doing the commercial for 4 years and doesn't feel too bad about it stopping. Kong Sora then mentions that she saw Seo-jun in a movie. The conversation continues, with Kong Sora and another person agreeing that Seo-jun truly enjoys acting. Seo-jun's mother pondered aloud the possibility of sending her son to acting school, a thought that surprised her. An image showcasing the prestigious South Korean acting academy where the famous actor Lee Seo-jun trains, highlighting its reputation for producing Hollywood-level talent. She envisioned Seo-jun's future, imagining him attending this academy and becoming a successful actor. Seo-jun's mother continued to explain her reasoning, emphasizing her uncertainty due to her and Seo-jun's father's lack of experience in the acting world. She also mentioned the difficulty Seo-jun might face with role-playing practice, suggesting that having a friend to act with would be beneficial. A phone call interrupted their conversation. Seo-jun's mother apologized for the interruption and excused herself to take the call. Her friend politely told her to take her time. Ms. Eun-hai inquired about director Choi Dae-man, the director of the commercial Seo-jun had previously starred in. Meanwhile, Seo-jun, seemingly sensing something, looked thoughtful and wondered what he should do next. Someone asked Seo-jun to take a look at a movie script. Despite the abruptness, Seo-jun expressed a strong desire to see it. He excitedly reiterated his wish to see the script, prompting a surprised reaction from the woman. Seo-jun explained that most scripts he received through his uncle, Eun-shun, were for roles requiring only stillness and smiles, which he found boring, leading him to reject them all. He rejected them all because they were so boring. Seo-jun wondered if this director, who acknowledged him, will be different. The woman responded that they were okay with Seojin's preference, as they usually read all offered scripts. Relieved, the woman offered to give Seojun the director's contact information. Seojin's mother called someone, inquiring about her son's well-being. Meanwhile, young Seojun and his older brother watched her with curious expressions. Seojin's mother informed them that Seojun had been cast in a mystery movie to be exact. His brother, however, was confused by the term. She explained that mystery movies are a genre where cases are solved at the end, sometimes involving supernatural elements like ghosts or superpowers. Seojun confidently declared his ability to convincingly portray a ghost, showcasing his acting prowess even at his young age. His mother then asked if he would prefer to play the role of a victim in the mystery, prompting further discussion about the plot. Seojin's mother pondered what role her son would ultimately play in a mystery movie. A sudden surprise caused Seojin's mother to exclaim in shock. She composed herself and ended the call, promising to get back in touch. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, a child actor in his umpteenth life, sat on the couch, his brow furrowed in concentration. He looked at his mother, his eyes wide with a question only she could understand. "Mom, what role am I playing?" he demanded, his voice small but firm. His mother, distracted by her phone, responded with a distracted, what's wrong?" Seojin's mother, a young woman with dark hair, tilted her head, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. She was clearly puzzled by her son's sudden question. The scene shifted to a script, the words revealing the answer to Seojin's question. "They say it's the role of a child shaman who's an exorcist." Seojun, still curious, pondered the implications. "What's a shaman?" he wondered aloud, then added, "Do shamans wear clothes like these?" He looked at a picture of a shaman's traditional garb printed from a script. His mother replied, "Yep, colorful, aren't they?" Seojun continued to question the details of his role. "Why do they wear these clothes?" he asked, holding a page of the script. Seojun then questioned if the role involved dance, looking at a picture of a shaman performing a ritualistic dance. "Then is this a dance?" he asked, clearly impressed by the image. "Wow," he added. His father explained that the shaman was performing a gut, a ritual involving food, song, dance, and prayer to ward off evil spirits. "They're performing gut here." Seojun, intrigued, then asked how one becomes a shaman. The final panel showed a powerful god possessing the shaman's body, lending power to help tell fortunes. A very powerful god possesses the shaman's body and lends his power to help the shaman tell fortunes. A young boy, holding a script, questioned his father, "Isn't it a bad thing to possess the shaman's body?" To which his father replied, "Dad doesn't know that much about it either." The boy grinned mischievously, a thought bubble above his head reading, "Honey, help." He chuckled. "It's so fun to tease Dad," a narration box explained. Anyhow, so basically a shaman is similar to a pontiff or a priest. The boy pondered, a thought bubble appearing above him. "Maybe like an archangel?" His mother asked him. "So what do you think about the script? Do you like it?" To which he enthusiastically replied, "Yeah, I wanna." The mother stated, "Okay then, I'll call the director." The father, sitting with his son, asked him, "What are you up to?" The boy, beaming, exclaimed, "Whoa, you already want to practice." His father reassured him, "Okay, Dad will help you." A narration box added. Suhyek knocks on the door. No other sound could be heard. A quiet apartment building stood against the twilight sky. A hesitant knock echoed, followed by the creak of a door opening. Inside, 2 men clinked glasses celebrating. "Cheers to a safe production process," one exclaimed. One of the men, smiling broadly, remarked, "The filming has finally started." It's been a long time since I've starred as a lead in a movie. It's been a lot of work." Lee Ji-seok, playing the main character Kim Soo-hyun in the movie Evil Spirit, raised his glass. "I look forward to working with you all." The scene shifted to another table where Park Jae-min, the assistant director, sat among other crew members. Park Jae-min spoke, "In my case, this is my first feature film, so I'll need a lot of help from you. So I'll be under your care." He smiled warmly, adding, "It's rare to be with people with such a good vibe." One of the men asked, "By the way, when will we get to meet the child actor?" To which the other replied, "We'll meet them at the next shoot." A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, hummed thoughtfully. He stroked his chin, a curious expression on his face. He wondered what kind of child Lee Seojun was. 2 days prior, Lee Seojun's maternal grandmother had a medical emergency, requiring hospitalization. Seojun's mother, burdened by the situation, reflected on her responsibilities. She was the only one available to care for her mother, given Eun Chan's current commitments. The weight of her family responsibilities caused her to consider postponing Seojun's film shoot. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. It was Kim Hee-sang. Kim Hee-sang excitedly shared that he had secured a backlog of orders for his dolls. He happily informed his sister that he was free, and she expressed relief. Kim Hee-sang received another call. He answered, curious. The caller informed him that he had been selected for a job. He learned that he had been chosen to be the manager for Seojun's film shoot. An uncle, sporting glasses and a cheerful expression, mused aloud as he drove. "This is the first time just the 2 of us. Uncle and Seojun will go together, huh?" He smiled, a joyful yeah, escaping his lips as the car sped down a tree-lined highway. The car continued its journey, the scenery blurring into a picturesque landscape of green trees and winding roads. They arrived at their destination. Okay, we're here. Let's get off, the uncle announced as he and Seo-jun exited the vehicle. The uncle, slightly breathless, admitted, I ended up coming hurried, but I'm glad for a chance like this as well. He continued, a thoughtful expression on his face. After all, I can now do the work I love, thanks to Seo-jun's family's YouTube promotion and their investment in advertising. He concluded with a reassuring smile. Compared to that, being a one-day manager isn't a big deal at all. Just trust your uncle. Kim Hee-sang, Seo-jun's guardian, received news about the overwhelming popularity of a goblin drawing Seo-jun had made. Orders were pouring in, promising significant financial gains for both of them. Meanwhile, Park Jae-min, the assistant director, excitedly greeted Hee-sang and Seo-jun upon their arrival. Jae-min introduced himself, and Hee-sang explained that he was Seo-jun's guardian. Jae-min, overcome with excitement, blurted out the name of the director. Hee-sang and Seo-jun were surprised to learn that Jae-min recognized Seo-jun as the child actor who played William in the movie Shadow Man. The news of Seo-jun's presence spread like wildfire among the crew. The assistant director's excitement was palpable as he shared the news with his colleagues. Jae-min's colleagues reacted with shock and disbelief, confirming their recognition of the famous child actor. The assistant director's colleague was astonished to learn that the child actor was none other than Seo-jun. The scene opens on a bustling film set. Two women, their faces obscured, chat animatedly as a director addresses them. He explains that Lee Seo-jun, a young child, will be playing the role of the evil spirit in the upcoming production, urging them to take good care of him. Lee Seo-jun, a small boy with dark hair, beams at the camera. He cheerfully introduces himself, his bright smile radiating infectious energy. The sound effect suggests a playful, almost mischievous giggle. The crew members react with stunned disbelief. One exclaims about the unexpected presence of William, a famous actor, at their filming site. Another questions if this is some kind of prank, while a third reveals their intense fandom, having watched his movie multiple times. Seo-jun, slightly taken aback, marvels at the fact that everyone seems to recognize him. A wave of realization washes over him. He's finally on the path to becoming a star. Nearby, other crew members whisper amongst themselves, their faces partially obscured, expressing confusion and curiosity. Later, Seo-jun sits with his parents. His father gently wipes something from his son's shirt. He lets out a small, surprised sound. His parents encourage him to continue working hard for his fans. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a captivating smile, beams at his admirers. He contemplates whether to give them autographs, a playful thought considering his age. A whirlwind of excitement erupts around him. The scene shifts to show a group of people, their faces alight with joy, participating in what has unexpectedly become a mini autograph session for the baby superstar. Observing this from a distance is a man with a subtle, amused smile playing on his lips. The man's internal monologue reveals his surprise. Not only assistant directors, but even Lee Ji-seok, a significant figure, is waiting in line to get Seo-jun's autograph. Lee Ji-seok approaches Seo-jun, introducing himself politely. Seo-jun, undeterred by the man's seniority, addresses him casually as Hyung, a term of endearment for an older brother or friend. Ji-seok finds the situation amusing, highlighting the unexpected nature of Seo-jun's popularity, leaving Ji-seok astonished by Seo-jun's precocious talent. A man addressed a group, urging them to pay attention. He instructed them to keep Seo-jun's presence in the movie a secret, explaining that it would be a great promotional opportunity. The man explained that revealing Seo-jun's involvement would cause delays due to the overwhelming media attention. He proposed an alternative, keeping it a secret in exchange for a bonus after the movie's release. The team agreed, wanting to avoid the potential chaos. Later, a man and a young boy walked together. The boy seemed to be asleep. The man overheard a conversation earlier about the full-scale filming starting after sunset. He noted that the families of the Hanok owners were very successful, including doctors, judges, and lawyers. He wondered if the site's success was due to its location. The man pointed out a mountain and a river nearby, suggesting a good location. The energy of the mountain and river converging in Hanok was described as powerful. This energy, it was explained, empowered the people of the region. A young boy, Seo-jun, listened attentively, his eyes wide with wonder. Walking hand in hand with his uncle, Seo-jun expressed his amazement at his uncle's knowledge, calling it cool. Their conversation ended as they arrived at their destination. It was time to prepare for the shoot. Seo-jun, now dressed in a traditional hanbok, looked slightly apprehensive. His uncle complimented his appearance in the hanbok, but Seo-jun's uncle also expressed concern about the outfit being too thin for the weather. Seo-jun assured his uncle that he wasn't cold, while a makeup artist, jealous of Seo-jun's outfit, prepared to apply makeup. The makeup artist began applying makeup to Seo-jun, who remained calm, and another person commented on his cuteness. A burst of laughter echoed through the room. A young man with a playfully bruised face chuckled, commenting that he felt like a third wheel with Seo-jun present. He then expressed concern over the other man's appearance, asking about his face. He marveled at the realism of the makeup, impressed by the makeup team's skill. Someone announced that the walkthrough rehearsal was complete. They then asked the two if they were ready to begin. The young man, his face still bearing the playful bruises, confidently declared his readiness, echoed by a small child, also ready to begin. The child's eyes glowed as he addressed Mr. Kim. Once upon a time, a mischievous bell goblin used to scare the bejesus out of Kim's, who passed through the mountains by making himself very big. A lone figure walked along a forest path, when suddenly a chilling presence emerged from behind a tree. A monstrous figure loomed over the traveler, its terrifying claws reaching out to strike. But the creature was met with a chilling laugh. Isn't it about time you got used to it? 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a goblin with startlingly white hair, grinned mischievously from beneath a wide-brimmed hat. His mask-like face, adorned with devilish horns, hid his eyes, but his expression was clearly one of playful malice. "Kim, you scaredy cat," he seemed to taunt. Kim, a young man in traditional Korean attire, recoiled in exaggerated fear. His eyes widened, and he clutched his fists. "Eek, you won't let me live out my name, will you? You goblin brat." Kim squinted at Seo-jun's hat, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "That hat, it looks really familiar." Kim reached up to touch his own head, a sudden realization dawning on him, as he remembered where he'd seen that hat before. Kim, easily frightened, and the bell goblin, Seo-jun, became unlikely best friends over time. Later, Seo-jun lay on his back by a stream, surrounded by small birds. He wondered, when will Kim come to the mountain today? A sudden flash of light illuminated Seo-jun's face as he experienced a vision of the future. The goblin possesses the rare ability to see glimpses into the future. The narrative opens with a young goblin, seated cross-legged, gazing into the distance. A hawk soars overhead, silhouetted against a hazy sky. The scene is serene, yet tinged with an air of foreboding. A narration box above the goblin reads, "That day, the bell goblin saw the future." The scene shifts abruptly. A blurry, almost abstract image fills the panel, suggesting a sudden, intense event. A wave of dark energy washes over the scene, a moment of chaos and distress. Then, a sigh of relief escapes from someone off-panel. "Ah, thank goodness." A man in traditional Korean clothing, his face etched with worry, stands in the rain. He looks up, his expression one of desperate hope. A speech bubble above him reads, He cries out, "Goblin." The goblin, now lying on the ground, smirks, a mischievous glint in his eyes. A narration box above him states, "Fortunately, I was able to see Kim's future." He speaks reassuringly to the man. I'm okay, Kim. Don't be so sad because I've lived way longer than you." The man in Korean clothing kneels, his head bowed in relief. A glowing blue object, resembling a bell on a stick, lies on the ground near the man. It seems to be the source of the goblin's power. An unseen speaker addressed someone as, "Goblin, you wicked rascal." The speaker lamented, "How could you just leave like that?" The scene shifted to a man in traditional Korean clothing standing before a tree, a small table with offerings placed before him. A young boy, seemingly lost in thought, wondered, "I wonder if Mr. Kim lived a long life after that." A text box appeared, detailing a low-grade bell goblin's ability to predict Mr. Kim's future and the effort put into creating its current form. It was explained that while the being's essence may reside within, its energy extends outwards. Finally, a faint, humanoid figure was shown, described as looking human but not being one. The scene opens with a close-up on a mysterious, ornate jewelry box. Its intricate details hint at an age-old history. A narration box appears, introducing Soo-hyuk, who works in an antique shop. Soo-hyuk sits at a table in his shop, examining an antique jewelry box. It's clearly expensive and beautifully crafted. A thought bubble reveals his excitement. He believes he can sell it for a good price after cleaning it. Soo-hyuk carefully opens the jewelry box, revealing its empty interior. He seems pleased with his find, and comments that he can sell this for a good price after cleaning it. As he touches the box, Soo-hyuk's expression changes. He seems surprised. He realizes he's gotten his hands on something quite special. Soo-hyuk grins, realizing he has found something quite useful. An ominous narration box declared that an evil spirit clung to Soo-hyuk, causing increasingly severe accidents. The scene shifted to a chaotic street, engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos, Soo-hyuk stood, his expression unreadable, as people fled the inferno. He questioned why there was oil on his hands, a horrified realization dawning on him. Could he have been responsible for the disaster? Soo-hyuk continued his efforts to exorcise the evil spirit, traveling from place to place. But his efforts were interrupted by a desperate cry of "Reverend." He arrived at the scene of another accident, paramedics rushing to aid the injured. Soo-hyuk stared in disbelief. Uttering a horrified "Titus," Soo-hyuk was found unconscious, lying on a stretcher. He vehemently denied any involvement. As the scene concluded, the individual offered a prayer for Soo-hyuk's safety. Soo-hyuk meticulously reviewed the script, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was meticulously planning the scene where he would portray the shaman's encounter with the evil spirit, ensuring every detail was perfect. And now, with the preparations complete, he was ready to film the scene. The director called for action, signaling the start of the scene. Soo-hyuk, immersed in his role, approached the ancient village gate, carefully placing his hand on the weathered wood, a subtle creak echoing the weight of the years. As he pushed open the heavy gate, a sudden chill ran down his spine, a feeling of unease washing over him. The camera crew watched intently, one crew member expressing surprise at Soo-hyuk's realistic portrayal. Ji-seok, impressed by Seo-jun's performance, commented on his remarkably natural acting, likening it to the presence of a divine being just beyond the door. However, a sudden feeling washed over Ji-seok. He sensed something else on the other side of the door as well. A hand, bearing visible wounds, reached for the door. Meanwhile, a young boy peeked from behind a wooden gate, his face partially obscured. His eyes, wide and alert, held a hint of apprehension. He listened intently and heard that a skilled shaman lived there. The young shaman lost his parents at a younger age than the present. It was revealed that his parents were harmed by something hidden within the man's body. The boy, his expression grim, referred to that entity as that evil thing. The scene opens with a close-up of a man's hand and a portion of his white coat, suggesting a professional setting. A caption reads, "But now's not the time." The camera pulls back to reveal a man in a suit standing with his back to the viewer in what appears to be a traditional style room. He seems contemplative. The man turns slightly, still facing away from the viewer, his posture suggesting tension or anticipation. As a director shouts "cut" from off-screen, a young boy, Seo-jun, in traditional Korean clothing, reacts with a small, tired smile. Seo-jun, visibly relieved, lets out a sigh of relief. The director, a man with glasses, approaches him, concerned. He asks if Seo-jun is all right. The boy assures him he's just tired from focusing so hard during the shoot. The director praises Seo-jun's performance, noting how well he did. Seo-jun smiles, pleased with the compliment, and suggests that his improved performance might be due to his growth spurt. He proposes they check the footage. The director carries Seo-jun, marveling at his ability to open a stiff door. He expresses his astonishment. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, with his wide, curious eyes, demonstrated his surprising ability. He effortlessly opened a cabinet door, his small hands moving with an unnatural ease that amazed his uncle. "It's not stiff, though. It opened really easily," Seo-jun's uncle exclaimed, marveling at the infant's unexpected dexterity. The cabinet door swung open, revealing its empty interior. His uncle, still slightly bewildered, questioned, "Really?" A short break was called on set, as preparations for the next scene began. Two crew members watched the monitor, impressed by the young actor's performance. One commented on how amazing it was, noting that it was understandable given the actor's experience. Despite the seasoned actor's talent, the child actor, Seo-jun, did not fall behind. The two actors performed intensely, their energy palpable. One crew member, watching Seo-jun and Ji-seok, was struck by the intensity of Ji-seok's performance, noting that it seemed as if he was trying to match Seo-jun's. To the crew member, it appeared that Ji-seok was striving to keep up with Seo-jun's performance. Later, during a break, Seo-jun gratefully accepted a drink from a crew member. The crew member observed Seo-jun, his face bearing the marks of a long day's work. The crew member reflected on Seo-jun's earlier acting, recognizing a depth and intensity that transcended ordinary acting. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, peered from behind a wooden door, his large, expressive eyes hinting at the extraordinary talent within. An unseen observer marveled at Seo-jun's performance, questioning how such a young child could deliver such a captivating act. Seo-jun, seemingly oblivious to the attention, calmly sipped from a cup, his expression a picture of innocent curiosity. He subtly touched his face, questioning if something was amiss, while an adult nearby observed him, noting his ordinary appearance. However, the adult acknowledged the existence of individuals with exceptional, almost supernatural abilities. In other words, a natural genius with a God-given talent. Truly, a born actor. Seo-jun enthusiastically agreed to begin the next shoot. A young man, his expression unreadable, stood before a woman and child. He reminded himself, now is not the time to be overwhelmed. He continued his internal monologue, reasoning that if his co-star was a child acting prodigy, this presented a valuable opportunity for his own growth as an actor. His resolve hardened. He muttered to himself, "If I can't learn this child's acting as a textbook example, I'll learn it by stealing it." A dramatic transition to a lighter tone. The scene shifted to a modest, single-story house with a tiled roof. Laundry hung on a clothesline in the backyard. Inside, a steaming bowl of noodles and clams sat on a table. A child's eyes widened in delight as they eagerly picked up their chopsticks and slurped the noodles with gusto. "Grandma, it's delicious," the child exclaimed. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old with a captivating presence, expressed his gratitude for his current living situation. He was thankful for being allowed to stay and for the meals provided. A kind response was given, brushing aside his thanks. Seo-jun's caregiver, impressed by his demeanor, inquired about his recent filming activities, noting his earlier mention of a shooting. She found the child truly admirable. Seo-jun, while enjoying a bowl of noodles, revealed that he was filming a movie about defeating evil ghosts. His caregiver expressed surprise at this revelation, further clarifying that the movie also involved shamans and priests. Seo-jun's uncle, present at the table, added that the movie was about exorcism. The conversation then turned to the skilled shaman from the neighboring village, leading to a discussion about the movie's theatrical release and the fact that their village was featured in it. A plan was devised to use the village chiefs and the Cabbage family's cars to transport everyone to the movie theater. Finally, Seo-jun enthusiastically declared the handmade noodles delicious, concluding the scene. After a satisfying meal, Seo-jun's father announced they were going to explore the village. Hand in hand, they left the house, Seo-jun's small steps keeping pace with his father's strides. Meanwhile, Seo-jun's father sighed, lost in thought. He reflected that if the shaman from the neighboring village were still around, he would have asked her to tell his grandson's fortune. His wife, entering the scene, questioned Seo-jun's absence, noting the Choi family's recent visit and his departure without lunch. She explained that he had gone to see the village guardian shrine. She worried about the strain of country life and the upcoming move to Seoul. Seo-jun, awestruck by the size of a tree, expressed his wonder. He marveled at its immense size, arms outstretched in awe. His father, estimating the tree to be at least 200 years old, suggested taking a picture to show his mother. A man, smiling broadly, looked at his phone, a message of OK, appearing in a speech bubble above his hand. The next panel showed a photo of a young boy, possibly around 5 years old, smiling and making a peace sign in a park-like setting. The word "Chuck" was written twice on the image. Another photo showed the same boy, looking surprised as a frog leaped from a pile of rocks. The boy from the photos, now slightly older, stood before a tree. A thought bubble above him revealed a past memory. The last time I saw the Bell Goblin's grave, it had a similar feeling. The boy urged his uncle, who was looking at his phone, to go to the mountain immediately. The uncle hesitated, considering the suggestion. A narration box explained that because of the many rocks, running would be difficult. The uncle and nephew arrived at a shady area in the woods. The uncle commented that it was nice and cool because of the shade. A young boy, Seo-jun, and his father strolled through a vibrant meadow, teeming with wildflowers. The father pointed out the beauty of the blooming flowers. Seo-jun's eyes widened as he spotted a squirrel busily collecting acorns. His delight was evident. His gaze shifted, a smile playing on his lips, as he noticed something else in the distance. With a gasp, Seo-jun reached out towards the pheasant. The pheasant, startled by the sudden movement, took flight. He mused about the possibility of even a wild boar appearing next. As the day wore on, Seo-jun's father realized he should have brought an umbrella. Seo-jun looked up, a slight frown forming on his face. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun and his uncle, Mr. Kim, strolled through a park. Seo-jun, unusually quiet, trailed behind his uncle, who seemed preoccupied. Mr. Kim, noticing Seo-jun's silence, asked him what was wrong. Seo-jun, however, remained silent for a moment before responding with a single request. "Let's play." Suddenly, Mr. Kim's expression shifted to one of alarm. He exclaimed, "What?" Seo-jun, his eyes glowing faintly, began to move towards the bushes, seemingly drawn by something unseen. A strange energy emanated from him. Mr. Kim heard a faint sound, too soft to pinpoint its origin, but he recognized it as a human voice, calling out, "Seo-jun." Seo-jun, realizing his ability was limited, decided to use a bat-like echolocation technique to find the source of the voice. Mr. Kim, worried, called out to Seo-jun, asking if he was all right. Seo-jun apologized to his uncle, but a bad feeling washed over him as he sensed something was wrong. Someone's feet are shown, followed by a thought bubble. They found him. A man with glasses warned Seo-jun that he is in big trouble and will be punished. Seo-jun, a young boy wearing a special day shirt, is confronted by the man, who is his uncle. Seo-jun calls out to his uncle. The scene shifts to show Seo-jun's uncle lying unconscious at the bottom of a hole in the ground. The uncle remains at the bottom of the hole, his face partially obscured. The scene opens with an emergency medical vehicle arriving at what seems to be a rural area. A bystander observes the scene, expressing concern. Two individuals discuss the situation, revealing that Choi's great-grandson has fallen into a pig trap. Choi's great-grandson, a young boy, is shown being carefully tended to by adults. Relief is expressed that he was found in time. However, questions arise as to how the child found the hidden pit. The boy, surprisingly, claims the guardian deity of Sanangdang told him. The adults react with disbelief and confusion to the boy's explanation. He seems embarrassed but stands by his claim. One of the adults questions the boy's statement, expressing skepticism about the guardian deity. The scene shifts to a different setting, where two people discuss the challenges of acting, particularly the difficulties of convincingly portraying emotions, even with the help of special effects. On the set of Redbone 1, actors, outfitted with sensors attached to their clothing, performed in front of a green screen. Observers marveled at the actors' ability to perform so naturally under such circumstances. Meanwhile, A crew member informed others that the filming schedule might be extended. The extension was deemed understandable, given a recent incident and the resulting unsettling atmosphere. A crew member announced the arrival of the actors, revealing a young boy, Seo-jun, dressed in a military uniform. Someone complimented Seo-jun on how well the uniform suited him. Seo-jun shyly thanked them. The director addressed the crew, emphasizing the importance of this final scene and urging everyone to work hard. The director reminded Seo-jun to leave enough time for the addition of special effects lines during post-production. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, dressed in a traditional Korean hanbok, stood in a small courtyard. A man, presumably his uncle, watched him from distance. Seo-jun, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, addressed his uncle, Kim Seo-bang, inviting him to play. Seo-jun prepared himself, a faint glow emanating from his body, releasing a burst of energy, a shimmering, ethereal form taking shape before him. He reflected on a past encounter with Kim Seo-bang. Kim Seo-bang looked up, surprised by the sudden display of energy. He watched as Seo-jun's power manifested, a symbol appearing in the air. Kim Seo-bang, a knowing smile playing on his lips, commented on the long time that had passed since he last witnessed such a display. A shadowy figure, their face obscured, loomed over an unseen individual. Their voice, laced with chilling menace, echoed in the air. "I've been waiting for you ever since I killed your parents." The figure's words were directed at a young child, dressed in traditional Korean clothing, who stood before them, seemingly unaware of the danger. But before the figure could act, a hand reached out, stopping them. The figure, frustrated, muttered to themselves, "This is what I was after." Their gaze shifted to another individual, their anger flaring. "Who is that guy who got to you before me?" The figure lunged forward, but a sudden, violent cough interrupted their attack. Their face contorted in pain. A man, his face etched with pain, lay on the floor. He spoke, his voice laced with anguish. "There, it hurts, right? The only one who can separate me from you is that kid over there." He continued, his words sharp and demanding. "So beg him." Across the room, a young boy in traditional Korean clothing stood silently, his gaze fixed on the suffering man. His expression was unreadable. The man's voice, strained and desperate, echoed through the room. "Beg him to get rid of me quickly." The young boy's face was a mask of sorrow. He quietly responded, "If my power weakens, the evil spirit will devour you, and that man won't be safe either. I know that too." The boy's voice cracked with emotion as he continued, "But that guy is also suffering because of me." Tears streamed down the boy's face as he clutched a small, ornate object. He whispered, "Just like Mom and Dad that day." The image shifted to show the man on the floor, also weeping, his hand reaching for the same type of ornate object. A voice, seemingly from outside the scene, observed, "You're too soft-hearted. That's why I chose you, but..." A young child, dressed in traditional Korean clothing, sat alone, a pensive expression etched on their face. Their gaze was downcast, and a sense of quiet contemplation filled the air. But now was not the time for action. A little more patience was needed. The scene shifted to a film set. A young child, seemingly the same one from the previous panel, stood before a camera, while a crew member watched intently. Even without speaking their lines, their acting was perfectly synchronized. "I know, right? They're really good," someone whispered, impressed by the child's natural talent. Suddenly, a man clutched his chest, a look of intense pain contorting his features. "Foolish human, why do you hesitate?" A voice echoed in his mind. A voice urging him to act. "That fragile thing will make you comfortable right away if you just ask." The man, seemingly compelled by the voice, reached out, his hand glowing with an unnatural purple light as it touched the child's neck. And the pain vanished. "The pain is gone," he realized, relief washing over him. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, felt a strange presence. He muttered to himself, feeling as if something had taken control of his body. Suddenly, a shadowy figure, purple and menacing, emerged from behind him, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The figure's hands reached out, seemingly to comfort the young man. The shadowy figure spoke, its voice a low, soothing murmur. It claimed the process was painless and comfortable, suggesting the young man wanted to return to his original state. The shadowy figure's face was revealed, a terrifying visage of sharp teeth and a single, malevolent eye. Its expression was one of cruel amusement. It commanded the young man to beg, its voice dripping with malice. The young man collapsed to the ground, defeated and exhausted, a single word escaping his lips. "Kid." He was alone, his face etched with despair. He admitted to himself that he still couldn't do it, despite his efforts. He resolved that if the evil spirit asked for help, he wouldn't refuse, even at the risk of being consumed. He didn't want anyone else to suffer the same fate. A man, his face obscured, offered a curt instruction: "Do what you have to do." He was then angrily addressed by another individual. "You, I told you to beg." The man, his face now visible, covered his mouth in distress, a single word escaping him. "Shut up." A bitter remark followed. A little kid whose only job should be to laugh and cry. Another person, their face partially visible, lamented, "Shouldn't do either, let alone being unable to speak for 3 whole years. It's so unfair. Tears streamed down the face of a young child, dressed in traditional clothing, as they were comforted by the words, "He's such a good person." The child's voiceover expressed their determination. "I don't want to let him die like this." A burst of light erupted from a child. As the light subsided, a voice commented, "As I thought, you're too soft-hearted. Then how about the future?" 7-month-old Sojun, swaddled in white, tilted his head, a single thought bubble above him. He seemed to be pondering something deeply. A reassuring "okay" bubble appeared next to him, followed by another thought bubble. "Even if I disappear?" Seojun's expression was serene, a slight smile playing on his lips. His thoughts continued. "Even if I can't see you, you'll always be by my side, right?" The image focused on his peaceful smile. A narration box appeared. "Now's the time." Another narration box followed. "Today is the day you were born." The scene shifted to a bright, full moon in the night sky. Suddenly, Seojun, now dressed in traditional Korean clothing, stood bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. He held a small, ornate rattle. A narration box appeared. "You worked hard on your silent meditation, kid." Tears welled in Seojun's eyes as he clutched the rattle. He seemed both happy and slightly sad. A final thought bubble appeared. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered to himself, the urgency palpable in his tone. He had to devour the being before him, or else. He collapsed onto the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. He sputtered, what the? Then, with a surge of defiance, he roared, "Get lost, human!" A chuckle escaped him, quickly turning into a strained cough. He gasped, "I absolutely can't let you go." His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his features. And he snarled, "If you want to go, kill me and go. You little." A young girl, dressed in traditional clothing, clutched a small, ornate bell-shaped object. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered a prayer. "I pray to the gods of heaven and earth." A young boy, dressed in modern clothing, knelt before a small child in traditional Korean attire. The child, holding a golden, flowering branch, declared, "This lowly being prays to you." As golden flames erupted from the boy's hands, the child continued, "The great soul." The scene shifted to a young man with purple hair, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed the event. He muttered to himself, "Descend upon this body. What? Those rippling golden things?" The child, eyes shining with power, raised the golden branch higher, a soft glow emanating from it. The child's face, now bathed in a golden light, was filled with determination. A voice boomed, "The power to burn the ignorant evil." The child clutched the branch tightly, the golden light intensifying. The golden light pulsed, and a voice declared, "The power to destroy it to its very roots." A pained yell echoed, "ARGH!" Golden papers scattered as the young man looked on in confusion, muttering, what?" The young man, now sitting on the ground, looked utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, felt a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his tiny body. A wave of heat intensified, causing him to cry out in surprise and pain. The intensity of the magical surge overwhelmed him. Seojun's cry was so powerful that it startled the other children nearby. One of them commented that the scream was no joke. Another child, observing Seojun's reaction, noted that it looked like his body was burning. Meanwhile, Seojun's uncle, a man with short, graying hair, watched the scene unfold with a mixture of surprise and amusement. A small, cartoonish ghost appeared in a thought bubble above his head. He was surprised by the intensity of the outburst, questioning whether he was seeing things or if it was some sort of cinematic effect. Despite his surprise, Seojun's uncle decided to focus on the task at hand. He needed to wrap up the acting scene. He mentally thanked the evil spirit for the unexpected insight into how to handle difficult scenes, noting that it would help him direct future projects. A young man with short, dark hair lay on the ground, his face obscured by shadow, a look of pained exhaustion etched onto his features. He muttered something unintelligible as a small child, dressed in a traditional Korean hanbok, approached him from behind. "Oh!" The child paused, their face a mask of worry and concern, as they looked down at the unconscious man. "Ha!" The child, seemingly exhausted, let out a small sigh. "Phew!" Their small body slumped to the ground, their expression one of relief. The child sat quietly, their head bowed, hands clasped together in prayer. "Jack! Jack, Jack!" A group of children surrounded the child, clapping and cheering. The child, still in their hanbok, looked up, a small smile gracing their lips. A wave of awe washed over the room as 7-month-old Lee Seojun, the protagonist, performed his latest feat. His tiny hands moved with an uncanny grace, and a gasp of wonder escaped the lips of those watching. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, a child with a history of countless past lives and a burning ambition to become a superstar actor, lay fast asleep. His peaceful slumber was interrupted only by the gentle concern of someone noticing his sleep. Seojun's playmates, a group of children, whispered amongst themselves, wondering if his exhaustion stemmed from his recent acting endeavors. An adult, likely a caregiver, reassured them, praising their hard work and gently suggesting they leave Seo-jun to rest. He carefully scooped up the sleeping child, carrying him away as the other children bid him farewell. The child had completely worn himself out. His playmates waved goodbye, wishing him a restful sleep. Meanwhile, one of the children, Ji Hyeseok, appeared concerned, checking on his well-being. He admitted to feeling relieved, having initially feared Seo-jun's intense acting abilities. Another adult, perhaps a director or mentor, reassured Ji Hyeseok, suggesting he was nearly on par with Seo-jun's talent. The actor, a seasoned professional, reflected on the recent commercial shoot. He found the experience unusual, noting that working alongside a rookie was challenging, especially given his own extensive experience. Despite the challenges, he admitted that it had been a while since he'd had such an enjoyable shoot. He felt he had acted without a care in the world during the shoot. A flashback sequence began, showing the actor, Soo-hyuk, in a past life. He recalled a moment of intense fear, a feeling of being threatened by divine presence, followed by a sensation of burning. Soo-hyuk pondered the events of his past life. He questioned whether the experience had been a mere illusion. The flashback continued, showing a figure in traditional Korean clothing confronting Soo-hyuk, who was engulfed in flames. The intensity of the flames increased, and Soo-hyuk felt a surge of intense heat. He was certain he had felt a wave of intense heat energy. One of the film crew members, a young man with short brown hair, rubbed his eyes, a puzzled expression on his face. He murmured to himself, questioning whether he had dozed off during filming, while his older colleague, a man with darker hair, looked on in astonishment. The older man's eyebrows were raised, and he questioned aloud what had just happened, suggesting possibilities like superstition, a ghost, or an illusion. The younger crew member remained pensive, his gaze distant and thoughtful. Meanwhile, the older man, a thoughtful expression on his face, considered how to edit the footage. His heart pounded with excitement as he reflected on Seo Jung-in's performance. He declared that Seo Jung-in's acting was truly amazing, to the point that he had even witnessed what appeared to be a golden aura during the shoot. The older man's eyes narrowed in thought. He mused that if they could recreate that scene, it might result in an even more spectacular shot than initially anticipated. The younger crew member, smiling, expressed envy at getting to see the finished product first, unable to imagine what kind of movie it would become. Someone urged Jiseok to go rest, advising that tomorrow's shoot would also be demanding. Jiseok, visibly tired, agreed, acknowledging the difficulty of the upcoming shoot. Jiseok cheerfully bid farewell to someone as he left. He then resolved to do his best for the remaining shots. Someone excitedly called out, "Son." A young man reacted with joyful enthusiasm to the call. Another person excitedly called out, "Dad." 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a captivating smile and a backpack, reached out his arm, a soft glow emanating from his hand. Seo-jun's father embraced him warmly. "Did you have a good trip? Was the shooting fun?" he asked. Seo-jun responded enthusiastically, "Yeah, it was the best." His father's expression shifted slightly. "But what did Dad say before?" he inquired. Seo-jun tilted his head, confused, Seo-jun's father's tone turned serious. "Didn't Dad clearly tell you not to wander around alone, Seo-jun?" he exclaimed. He added in a quieter tone, "I heard everything from Uncle Hee-sang." Seo-jun's cheeks flushed, and he mumbled, "Ewing." Uncle Hee-sang spoke, "But I heard the kid who fell into the pit regained consciousness. If it wasn't for Seo-jun, it could have been a big problem." Seo-jun smiled smugly as his father looked at him with a mixture of concern and pride. Uncle Hee-sang gave a thumbs up. "He's a real hero, a hero. I want to brag about Jiseok Pyung's autograph." Hee-sang, "Do you want to go to the U.S. for a bit?" he asked. Hee-sang was startled. "What? Why the U.S. all of a sudden?" The reason for Seo-jun's absence from school was revealed to be a movie contract. A young boy, presumably Seo-jun's older brother, rummaged through his backpack, seemingly searching for something. The older brother found the movie contract and asked his younger brother if he should also go, given the circumstances. The younger brother, Seo-jun, explained that he couldn't go because he was committed to another movie with the company. The older brother pondered whether Seo-jun would like the synopsis of a new movie, and if their uncle would be going to the U.S. Upon hearing that their uncle was going to the U.S., Seo-jun reacted with excitement. Seo-jun clarified that his uncle hadn't yet confirmed his trip to the U.S., but expressed his desire to go if given the chance. Two men, presumably representatives from an entertainment company, approached Seo-jun, asking if he wanted to join their company. Seo-jun, while eating a popsicle, wondered if this was a significant decision. One of Seo-jun's uncles explained that they had invested Seo-jun's YouTube revenue into their company. The uncle continued, emphasizing that because of this, it was now also Seo-jun's company. Another uncle proposed a business proposition. If the first uncle joined the company, he would be made co-CEO. The uncle explained that he couldn't always be there for Seo-jun due to company obligations. He worried about future overseas business trips that would take him away from Seo-jun. The uncle considered the offer, his expression thoughtful. The other uncle offered a high salary as an additional incentive. The uncle agreed, stating it was just a little bit of work. The uncle asked for some time to prepare for the handover. and for now, the other uncle would continue to manage Seojun's affairs. 7-month-old Seojun, clutching a small toy, looked up at his uncle. He asked if he could go, having been told it was a contract. His uncle explained that only a representative was needed, but he was already planning to accompany Seojun anyway. Seojun, overjoyed, shouted, "Nara, auntie!" Seojun's uncle considered the situation. A picture of Nara, Seojun's aunt, flashed in his mind. He wondered if it would be all right. He then told Seojun that he couldn't go with him, but Seojun readily agreed, excited to meet the director. His uncle instructed Seojun to play with Jack before returning, promising gifts upon his return. Seojun happily agreed. Meanwhile, a narration box revealed that Seojun's uncle had injured his leg. He was surprised by the unusual way his leg had bent. The pain and fear were intense. He screamed for help but received none. He didn't realize how much time had passed. Overcome with cold, Seojun cried and passed out. He awoke in a hospital. The doctors explained that had he remained outside any longer, he would have been in danger of hypothermia. However, his body temperature was surprisingly normal, which the doctor found strange. Despite this, Seojun still shivered from the cold. Seojun's grandfather scolded him for not resting properly, but then revealed that a child actor filming in the village had found him and saved him from the cold. Seojun, now resting in his hospital bed, expressed his intention to watch the movie 10 times later. He was grateful for his rescue. His grandfather chided him for his recklessness, pointing out his broken leg, but Seojun promised to be more careful next time. Seojun then asked his grandfather the name of the movie, expressing his desire to see it once he recovers. His grandfather began to cut an apple, seemingly lost in thought. The grandfather then revealed that the villagers were planning to watch the movie together, prompting Seojun's curiosity. A young man, his face pale and bearing a bandage on his nose, lay in a hospital bed. His expression was one of unease, his eyes wide with apprehension. The title gives me the creeps, he thought, a shiver running through him. An older man, meticulously peeling an apple, observed him from across the room. He sighed, a mixture of concern and weariness in his eyes. "No matter if he's your savior. I'm afraid it might bring bad luck," he muttered, shaking his head slightly. The young man's uncle continued his quiet assessment, his expression unchanged. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. A narration box detailed the young man's recent ordeal. He had been hiking in the mountains when he fell into a pit trap, his leg bent at an unnatural angle. The pain was excruciating, and he screamed for help, but no one came. He eventually passed out from the cold and hypothermia. A child actor filming a movie in the village found him and saved his life. The young man's thoughts drifted back to the incident, his face etched with lingering trauma. The memory of the cold, the pain, and the isolation was still vivid. He pondered the mystery of his rescue. "But I don't know how he found me," he mused. "They said only the villagers knew the location of the pit." The word "save" appeared in a box, emphasizing the miraculous nature of his rescue. A sense of unease still clung to him. His gaze drifted upwards, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "Demons," he whispered, the word hanging in the air. A young man with glasses excitedly announced the upcoming release of Redbone 2 in mid-July. He then received a comment pointing out his absence from the premiere, prompting a surprised reaction. The young man lamented his inability to attend the premiere, but decided to celebrate the release of Redbone 2 anyway. The broadcast was to include a Q&A session with a special guest, introduced as the younger sister of a movie star. The host inquired about other projects Marine Studio was working on, specifically Lee Seojun's film, Myriad's People Button Tears, and also about Lee Seojun's dedicated young fanbase. The first question regarded actor Lee Seojun's rumored involvement in a Hollywood project, with concerns raised about the potential impact of such a demanding role on a young child. Two individuals, a woman and a man, are engaged in a conversation. The woman remarks that it must be difficult for a child of Seojun's age to grasp lengthy dialogues. The man responds that he is eagerly anticipating Seojun's future work. The conversation continues, with the woman wondering where Seojun might work next, Korea, the USA, or elsewhere. The man finds this question interesting as well. The woman then questions the man's choice of gifts, finding them amusing. The man confidently predicts that Seojun will end up working in the USA, believing that even a small contribution from him will have a significant impact. The woman is surprised by this prediction. The reason for the man's prediction is revealed. Seojun has received favorable reviews as an unknown actor debuting in Hollywood. Despite the success, the woman points out that many talented actors in Hollywood still face setbacks. She believes Seojun shouldn't jeopardize his Hollywood connection to gain more attention. The man agrees that there's a reason behind Seojun's one-hit wonder status, but the woman expresses her desire to see him in Korean movies. The conversation continues, with the woman expressing surprise and the man looking concerned. The man states that many people appreciate Seojun's work. He then offers to show some data, revealing Seojun's YouTube channel with 150,000 subscribers. Two versions of video featuring baby Seojun eating were uploaded, one showing him enjoying baby food, the other, baby formula. The videos quickly gained immense popularity. The video's success was undeniable, far exceeding expectations. Not only did Lee Yusik's famous video go viral, but Seojun's recent videos were also consistently gaining views, reaching 42%. Two individuals discussed Seojun's burgeoning career. One commented on the stark difference between Seojun's subscriber base and that of other actors. The other concluded that Seojun no longer needed to choose projects based on monetary gain. One person remarked on William's impressive performance, suggesting that any role would be a great fit for Seojun at his current level. A woman is shown looking at a flyer, seemingly surprised by what she sees. Choi Minji, a promotional team member at Marine's movie production company, excitedly awaited the premiere of Redbone 2. She even took a vacation day for the event, highlighting her dedication as a true fan of Marine's movie productions. Despite the difficulties caused by a previous paparazzi incident, Minji expressed having no regrets about attending the premiere. A few hours later, the movie began. Minji and the other viewers reacted positively to the film, expressing their enjoyment. As the post-credit scene began, anticipation filled the theater. The scene shifts to a closed door, the only visible feature in the panel. A teddy bear's head and shoulders peek into the frame from the right, its expression unreadable. Its small feet are visible on the floor, suggesting it is standing. A young boy, wearing a hoodie with a teddy bear emblem, stands in a doorway. A woman's shoulder and arm are visible behind him. The woman's mouth is slightly open, suggesting surprise or concern. The focus shifts to a young man with short, light brown hair, his expression serious and contemplative. A speech bubble above him reads, William, indicating someone is questioning his identity. The scene opens with a wide shot of a modern city building, the word Sunbi in a speech bubble dominating the panel. Inside, a woman exclaims about someone who dislikes movie spoilers, even in death. Another woman agrees that such a person couldn't work at a movie company. A third woman, breathless, explains that she just got back from watching Redbone 2, asking if they remember it. She points out a post-credit scene, suggesting they use it in their work. Her colleague seems intrigued by the idea. The woman presents storyboards, asking for their opinions. The team discusses the idea, with one member looking bored and unimpressed. Another team member calls for an emergency meeting. Weeks later, a man is bored and flipping through channels on TV. He notices advertisements everywhere and then spots a new trailer. Lee Jiziak, a young man with a thoughtful expression, overheard a conversation. It was summer, and the time for a new movie release had arrived. However, a concern was voiced. If he would take the lead role, the project would fail. A statement that left him utterly perplexed. Later that night, Jiziak found himself walking towards a mysterious, dimly lit house. He cautiously approached, his heart pounding his chest as he peered inside, noticing something unusual and unsettling. He called out, hoping to find someone, only to be met with the unexpected sight of a young child. A sudden, intense attack that left him gasping for air. A young man sat on a couch, eyes wide with surprise. His face was pale, and he clutched himself, clearly startled by something he had just seen. He ran a hand through his hair, muttering about being immersed and driven crazy by what he'd witnessed. He'd never been so focused on watching a trailer before. He questioned whether it was all right, the image of a teddy bear and a figure partially obscured in the background appearing on screen, and then realized it was the post-credit scene from Redbone 2. The young man pondered the trailer's quality, acknowledging its excellence, but suspecting it wasn't a coincidence, especially given the direction it seemed to be hinting at. He mused that the production team wouldn't risk controversy for any reason. The young man, holding a teddy bear, reflected on the audience's tendency to focus on the visuals rather than the plot. He concluded that until the production team took that risk, nothing would change. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, clutching his teddy bear, was the center of attention. A thought bubble above him hinted at the anticipation surrounding his return as a superstar actor. A delicate cascade of pink rose petals drifted down, creating a soft, ethereal atmosphere. Two signs appeared, one prohibiting photography and the other prohibiting the use of cell phones. This was clearly a controlled environment. The recent release of Redbone 2 had a significant impact. The movie's popularity sparked various online discussions, ranging from casual reviews to analyses of its potential sequel. However, another topic gained as much attention as the film itself: the viral cookie video, hinting at the return of Shadow Man 2. The video ignited a debate about whether Lee Seojun would reprise his role as William. An American online video discussing the possibility of Seojun's return as William in a sequel gained significant traction. One commenter brought up the issue of racial discrimination in Hollywood and questioned the likelihood of an Asian actor being cast in a significant role. Another commenter clarified that this was merely a personal opinion. The video's creators concluded by asking their viewers for their opinions. A week after the release of Redbone 2, a post appeared on the Marine Corps' homepage and social media. The Marine Corps' official account tweeted, #Marine's hero is everyone's hero, and no one will be left out from everyone. The tweet quickly gained traction, with Janine commenting, of course, and Darkest adding, everyone's hero? That's cool. That's what they're saying, the vice president reported. He continued, emphasizing the impact of the actor's performance. You should have seen the look in his eyes. Another individual inquired about director Ryan Will, commenting on his amazing performance. Ryan responded, I reviewed your entire synopsis for Shadow Man 2. I thought William, who was extra, was an excellent choice to be Shadow Man's rival. Since he's a character that will appear throughout the series, we shouldn't give a change from the original casting. The actor is young, too. I think a casting that's a bit more familiar to the audience wouldn't be bad. I'm sure they'd be more used to a Westerner than an Asian, right? What do you think, Ryan? What are you asking? A tense meeting unfolds, the atmosphere thick with unspoken conflict. A stern-faced man, his expression etched with disapproval, dominates the scene. He addresses the others, his words sharp and accusatory. Can't you tell by looking at his eyes? The discussion continues, focusing on the casting of a new actor. One man suggests, an Asian actor wouldn't be bad either, right? Another, clearly agitated, retorts, those pathetic bastards. His words carry a veiled threat. He states, that was clearly a look that said, if you don't listen to me, I'll make a movie exposing racial discrimination in the Marine Corps and quote everything said in this meeting room verbatim. Another man, seemingly amused, chuckles, ha. Director Ryan will be pretty savvy when it comes to that kind of thing. He then turns to another, questioning, are you taking Director Will's side because you're also Korean? The man in question refutes the suggestion. He states, in this global era, there's nothing more meaningless than judging based on nationality. More importantly, look at this. He presents data, explaining it's the revenue and audience income for Redbone 2 by country. Continuing his argument, he presses, with this much, don't you think it would be okay to have a Korean actor? Another man points to a specific figure on the chart, asking, how much did you say the population of Korea was? The answer is revealed, exactly 10 times that number. The final panel shows the impressive box office numbers, surpassing 5 million viewers in just 1 week. One man concludes, surpassing 5 million viewers in just 1 week of release. That's impressive. Impressive. Two men, one in a suit and tie, the other slightly older and more casually dressed, sat in an office. The younger man held a tablet, displaying an email. So about that, he began, summarizing the email's contents. We receive an email from a Korean film company. The email detailed a request from Film Dream, a Korean production company. They wish to pay homage to Seojin's viral Redbone 2 cookie video by featuring him in their new August film, The Devil. The younger man turned to his colleague, asking, what should we do, Vice President? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a person excitedly read another email on their phone. Just got an email from Evil Spirit Production Company. They exclaimed, they said they got permission from the Marine Corps. The person continued to read, their excitement growing with each line. If the Marine Corps gave permission, they pondered the implications, a thought bubble above their head reading, confirm that actor Lee Seo-jun is returning. The person responded to themselves, we'll have to go see Evil Spirit to confirm if it's true. Another thought bubble appeared. At this point, can we say he's a real Hollywood star? A picture appeared on the phone, showing two actors, their faces obscured, posing dramatically. The caption read, Dick Saprio, Tom Cruise, BRXD Pitt, and Lee Seo-jun. The person reacted, everyone's excited like it's a party. Back in the office, the younger man continued, let's include Lee Seo-jun in the biography. From today, there are 101 people who have brightened Korea. He smiled slightly, a thought bubble appearing above his head. I'll have to go see it when it's released. A billboard in a bustling city showcased the young man's face, his expression serious and intense. The image was striking, capturing attention amidst the urban landscape. A young man, his features soft and slightly worried, observed the billboard. He muttered to himself, noting the aggressive nature of the advertisement. He mused that a rookie director must be very confident in the campaign's success. Two other young people walked by, recognizing the face on the billboard as Lee Seo-jun. The young man from before continued to study the advertisement, noticing the absence of Lee Seo-jun's name or face on the accompanying pamphlet. He pondered if this was a unique marketing strategy. Finally, the young man entered the theater, anticipating the start of the show. A large, blank screen glowed faintly in a dark room. A single, soft voice echoed from a nearby speaker. Are you there? A young boy with short, light purple hair peeked out from behind a wall, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He was alone, standing before a stone wall. I lost my parents when I was 4 years old, he stated quietly. A man, appearing slightly older, responded with a concerned, pardon? The boy continued, explaining that an evil spirit had taken his parents. The older man listened intently, his face etched with sympathy. They said the child was meant to receive divine possession on the same day his parents were taken, but God wanted silent practice instead. The older man looked thoughtful. Since then, the child has lived like this for 3 years. Now, only 7 years old, and unable to laugh, cry, or speak. The older man sighed, muttering that it was truly unfortunate. A younger man, walking behind them, thought to himself, I covet it. I want it. The younger man's face was filled with a dark, intense determination. A surge of purple energy crackled around Seo-jun, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He muttered to himself, desperate to regain control. No, I can't lose control again. The energy subsided, leaving Seo-jun looking slightly disheveled but unharmed. He stood quietly, a small, almost ethereal glow surrounding him. The word delicious echoed in the air, seemingly from the dissipating energy. A man watched Seo-jun from a distance, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. His gaze was intense, focused on the child's seemingly supernatural aura. He brought a hand to his face, his expression one of deep concern. He thought, I can't harm such a young child like that. The man's internal conflict was evident. He muttered to himself, there's no way that little kid can beat the evil spirit. I need to get out of here before it's too late. He was clearly agitated, his thoughts racing. He thought, before someone dies again, I have to disappear. Suddenly a deep, booming voice echoed, says who? The man turned, his eyes glowing red with anger, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from him, signaling a confrontation. Two young women, engrossed in conversation, discussed the drama they had just watched. One commented on the intense emotional scenes following the main character's possession, while the other expressed her sympathy for the character's inability to cry or laugh. The second woman found it unfair that the child in the drama couldn't express such basic emotions. Suddenly, a man interrupted their conversation, apologizing for the intrusion. He explained that he needed to process his own lingering feelings. He then shared that his favorite scene was the ending, where the evil spirit was defeated and the divine power, exhausted, disappeared. This allowed the child in the story to finally live a normal life, causing one of the women to exclaim that it was a tear-jerker, while the other admitted she had momentarily forgotten about the emotional impact of the scene. Meanwhile, Seo-jun completed his contract for Shadow Man 2 in America and returned home. Back home, however, Seo-jun felt something was wrong. A contract was completed without issue. An adult presented a contract to a young boy, expressing gladness that he liked the synopsis and indicating where to sign. The boy signed the contract. The boy, holding the signed contract, asked that they take good care of Shadow Man 2 as well. He answered with a resounding yes. He answered very confidently, but despite his confident demeanor, the boy admitted to still being a bit bothered by acting. He then auditioned in front of the director. The director declared that he passed. The boy, though outwardly indifferent, felt a refreshing change from his previous acting experiences. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun lay on the floor, a picture of infant frustration. He mumbled, I don't know, his brow furrowed in concentration. He sat up, a thoughtful expression replacing his previous distress. A sudden outburst of frustrated baby talk escaping his lips. What? It's so frustrating. The scene opens in a brightly lit television studio. A voice off-panel declares, yes, then moving on to the next question. Two individuals are seated at a table, engaged in conversation. One, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, holds a document and remarks that another actor has recently garnered significant attention. The woman identifies the actor as Lee Seo-jun. The other person, a man, inquires about the nature of Seo-jun's acting. The woman reflects on her initial impression of Lee Seo-jun, believing him to possess innate talent. The scene shifts to a family setting. A young boy, presumably Lee Seo-jun, is shown playing with colorful balls. His parents express their hopes for his future, acknowledging his young age. Returning to the conversation between the two individuals, the woman reveals that her initial assessment of Seo-jun's talent was incorrect after reviewing his script. The man asks for clarification on the script's contents. A page of a script is shown, highlighting various lines of dialogue. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth life, diligently wrote down and studied the meanings of many words he didn't yet know. He was determined to master the Korean language. His parents smiled proudly, commenting on his hard work and dedication. Seo-jun's mother affectionately touched his head. Seo-jun, slightly embarrassed, admitted that learning Korean was his first time, though he couldn't quite remember it. He reflected on a particular scene from past life, where he played the role of Soo-hyuk, a young shaman. He felt a profound connection to the character. The intensity of the role, particularly the portrayal of the god, completely overwhelmed him. Later, a woman excitedly asked about the filming of that scene, revealing that some staff members reported seeing a ghost during production. This prompted a conversation between the woman and a man, who seemed surprised by the news. The man asked Ji-suk if he had seen the ghost, too. Ji-suk, however, claimed this was the first time he'd heard of such an event, even from Hee-sang. A woman stared at a screen, a look of disbelief on her face. No, she murmured, shaking her head. I've never seen anything like that. Pretending not to know, she pondered the scene that had gone viral. The question marks in her thought bubble reflected her uncertainty. Another woman, animated and enthusiastic, spoke to a man. Are you talking about the Golden Flame scene? That scene was so cool. The man, observing a scene of intense fire and a figure engulfed in flames, agreed. I think it's one of the most iconic scenes in The Possessed. The woman continued, impressed. It came out so cool. There's a rumor that many people asked to know who's in charge of the CG team for The Possessed. Man smilet knowingly. That was a ghost. The woman looked puzzled, her expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. A question mark hovered above her head. The man, however, seemed certain. A stream of question marks erupted from his head as he looked at a small child, who smiled serenely. His prediction had been correct. He knew the goblin's energy would have some impact on people to a certain extent. A man, seemingly a director, sat slumped in his chair, his expression one of disbelief. He reflected on a scene he had witnessed, a scene so surreal it defied belief. Initially believing himself to be the sole witness. However, his thoughts shifted as he recalled director Choi Dae-man also claiming to have seen the same apparition, leading him to a decision. He decided to incorporate the scene into the film, working closely with the CG supervisor to bring his vision to life. A collaboration that proved fruitful. The CG supervisor was astounded by the clarity of the director's memory, holding him in high regard for the detail he could recall. A sentiment echoed by the director's own surprise upon viewing the completed film. The preview screening revealed a recreation that was startlingly accurate, a fact that was not lost on the rest of the crew. The director and staff all confirmed that they had witnessed the same ghostly figure, leading to a discussion about the extensive CG work involved. One crew member questioned the amount of CG used, only to be informed that it was only applied to the full shot. A revelation that sparked further speculation. Had the ghost appeared during other shoots, the acting would have felt more realistic, one crew member mused. A thought that lingered in the air as the conversation shifted to the film's success. Despite the unusual circumstances, the movie's popularity was undeniable, leading to a humorous observation about the necessity of ghosts for a successful film. Two individuals, a man and a woman, engaged in conversation. The woman remarked that she had heard Lee Seo-jun, a child actor, had recently accomplished something extraordinary. The scene shifted to a news report detailing the story of a netizen who had fallen into a hole while hunting wild boars. The report continued, revealing that Lee Seo-jun, the child actor from the movie The Possessed, had saved the netizen. The netizen, having been unconscious at the time, expressed their gratitude, emphasizing Lee Seo-jun's kindness and generosity. The narrative then questioned how Lee Seo-jun managed to find the injured netizen in such a remote location. Someone commented that if Lee Seo-jun hadn't saved him, the situation could have been far worse. A hospitalized man expressed his gratitude to Lee Seo-jun. The scene returned to the initial conversation. The woman confirmed that the man in the hospital was the one Lee Seo-jun had rescued. She expressed relief at his recovery. The final panel shows Lee Seo-jun, smiling serenely. His peaceful expression reflects contentment and a sense of accomplishment. The image focuses on his gentle hand resting amidst blooming yellow flowers, symbolizing peace and tranquility. 1 month had passed since the events of the viral mukbang video. The video, titled That Was a Ghost, concluded its run with 6 million views, surpassing its break-even point. A few months later, the video was also released in several other countries, including the United States, although viewership remained relatively low in those regions. And so time passed. Seo-jun's playmates bid him farewell outside his daycare center, exchanging cheerful goodbyes and promises to play together again soon. Seo-jun's caregiver reminded him that it was cold outside and urged him to wait inside the building. He obediently complied. Seo-jun's internal monologue reflects on his current life, noting that while it was difficult at first, things are now much easier than before. The scene shifts to Seo-jun's daycare. He's shown walking hand in hand with his classmates, accompanied by their parents. Inside, Seo-jun is surrounded by his classmates and teacher. He's attempting to draw, but his teacher gently stops him, reminding him that drawing isn't allowed in that area. Seo-jun's teacher is thankful that he only wanted to draw one autograph. Seo-jun's teacher looks at him with concern, calling his name softly. Seo-jun's mother arrives, and she looks tired but relieved to see him. She comments on how difficult the day was. Seo-jun's mother apologizes to his teacher for being late and for making her wait in the cold. The teacher assures her it's okay. The teacher mentions Seo-jun's mother to someone off-panel. Seo-jun's mother gives the teacher something. It's an invitation to the Christmas Eve Children's Festival. A picture of a festive Christmas event caught Seo-jun's eye. He wondered what it was. It was a large children's festival held on Christmas Eve, featuring food, toys, and play areas. Seo-jun's parents discussed the festival, and his mother suggested they go. Seo-jun enthusiastically agreed. However, his father immediately vetoed the idea, stating that Seo-jun couldn't attend. Seo-jun's uncle, seemingly amused, intervened, questioning his brother-in-law's decision. He pointed out that they were unaware of Seo-jun's fame. Seo-jun's uncle explained that while his popularity had subsided, Seo-jun had once been a very famous child actor, with a viral video reaching millions. His mother agreed, noting that Seo-jun's fame had lessened, but that it was still significant among his peers and their parents. The kindergarten teachers and parents had simply become accustomed to Seo-jun's celebrity status. Someone explained that the reason for the continuous attention towards Seo-jun was his consistent public appearances. They questioned whether only children Seo-jun's age would attend the event, given the advertisement. It was suggested that while the event was intended for children, it might end up being more of a Christmas Eve festival. Amidst the crowd, people recognized Lee Seo-jun and asked for his autograph. Someone imagined Seo-jun, his brother-in-law, and themselves at the event. At the dinner table, the family discussed their plans. The brother-in-law stated he didn't want to go, and both parents agreed. They wondered if it would be difficult for Seo-jun to attend such festivals in the future. His mother sighed, expressing her disappointment. His father suggested that Seo-jun should attend such events to create memories and take pictures, and asked if they should wear masks. A woman, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity, suggested something to the man sitting opposite her. He listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. Her suggestion seemingly related to a container of gajang, a type of marinated crab, that she had recently purchased. The man seemed puzzled by the sudden purchase and questioned her unusual culinary choice. Seated at the table with them was a young boy, who seemed oblivious to the conversation. But the woman had a new idea, suggesting that the boy, whose name is Seo-jun, appear as a guest on Brown Black's Christmas Eve outdoor music broadcast. Seo-jun, in his imagination, pictured himself performing on stage with Brown Black, a popular boy band. He wondered if he could join them, and the band members enthusiastically welcomed the idea, suggesting he could either sing or simply say hello. The man, now aware of the scale of the event, a nationwide live broadcast, expressed his concern. But Seo-jun, his eyes wide with excitement, was already dreaming of his next live television appearance. Seo-jun's excitement was palpable as he imagined himself back on a live broadcast. The prospect filled him with joy. A man, his face alight with excitement, sat at a table laden with food. He clenched his fist, a surge of energy radiating from him as he declared his desire to sing. His eyes widened, a look of surprise and intrigue washing over his features as he considered the man's outburst. A microphone stood center stage, bathed in a soft blue light, ready for the performance to begin. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a captivating gaze, stood beside his uncle. The uncle, a man of average build with a kind smile, looked down at Seo-jun with evident affection. They were outside a rather unassuming building. The building's exterior was unremarkable, a stark contrast to the success of the agency housed within. The uncle explained that the concert idols Brown Black, a top group for 5 consecutive years, were under contract with this agency. Seo-jun, his brow furrowed in thought, seemed surprised by this revelation. A small, almost imperceptible bead of sweat appeared on his forehead as he processed the information. He muttered to himself, amused. The pair began to ascend a staircase, their small steps echoing softly on the worn wooden treads. Seo-jun, noticing the lack of an elevator, questioned his uncle about their compensation. His uncle confidently assured him that they were well paid. Seo-jun then inquired about the compensation of the idols themselves. His uncle confirmed that the idols were also well compensated. As they reached the top of the stairs, the uncle paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Someone recalled that their company was supposed to debut a new idol group. Meanwhile, Yejuni-hyun was excited about having a younger sibling. However, the speaker revealed that they had invested heavily in the idol group, but went bankrupt. A year later, there was talk of debuting a new idol group again. The speaker laughed humorlessly. In the meantime, many things happened to the speaker's uncle. First, 2 members of the new group were revealed to have criminal records. The boss disbanded the group immediately before Brown Black could be affected, and Coco Entertainment's only source of income was cut off. After that, the uncle started preparing a second new idol group as a form of redemption. And later, it was revealed that one of the songs written was plagiarized from an overseas indie group. Of course, all of this was revealed after they had debuted. A faded image of a K-pop group flickered, a ghost of a past success. The narrator's voiceover explained that this group had disbanded before it could truly make its mark. The scene shifted to a man in an office, his expression troubled. He reflected on his reluctance and the reluctance of his co-workers to form a new group. He continued, acknowledging the unsustainable nature of relying solely on their existing group, Brown Black, forever. He had invested all his earnings into creating a new group, leaving him financially destitute. The company's current state was a direct result of this. A young boy, his uncle, entered the office. The boy innocently inquired about the Brown Black group's practice location. His uncle explained that the group practiced near their dorm. They had an empty room, but it wasn't suitable for practice. The boy questioned their presence there, prompting his uncle to reveal that they were there to retrieve the camera, as their usual recording equipment was broken. The uncle asked if the boy planned to upload practice videos to NeoTube. The boy confirmed he would, but only after the music show, to maintain the element of surprise. The boy enthusiastically agreed, excited about the prospect of a new video. A notification popped up on the screen. A new video had been uploaded to the June channel after a long absence. The camera panned to a modern building, its sleek design hinting at a bustling city. A young boy, Seo-jun, excitedly emerged from a doorway, his arms outstretched as he called out to his older brothers. His hyungs, startled by his sudden appearance, reacted with surprise. The panel showed a cheerful photo of Seo-jun with his 2 older brothers, a welcoming message appearing below. Welcome, Seo-jun. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, surrounded by his young playmates, was preparing for a singing session. One of the older boys remarked that Seo-jun was growing up well, while another suggested they start by choosing a song. Meanwhile, someone scrolled through a music selection app on their phone, browsing various song options. One of the boys suggested a calm song would be suitable for Seojun's voice, but another countered that a faster tempo might prove too difficult for the baby to sing. They continued to discuss song choices, with one suggesting a particular song and another considering its suitability. He thought the lyrics were not too difficult. He noted that the song had a calm vibe, making it ideal for Christmas listening. They decided to practice with this song. In a recording studio, one of the boys prepared to sing the chosen song first, with Seojun to follow. He began to sing slowly, setting the pace for Seojun to imitate. A young boy, Lee Seojun, sat before a microphone, clutching sheet music. Instructions were given to him to sing higher and pronounce the lyrics correctly. He nodded, a look of slight apprehension on his face, as he prepared to sing. Seojun began to sing, watched by a group of young men in a recording studio. Their expressions showed a mixture of amusement and surprise. The young men erupted into laughter as Seojun's voice cracked mid-song. Seojun, embarrassed, pleaded with them to stop laughing, explaining it was his first time. One of the young men, holding a camera, chuckled and said he would show the recording to his older sister. Another young man reassured Seojun, explaining that it was okay to make mistakes during practice and encouraged him to cheer up. A third young man, off-screen, instructed Seojun's older brother to turn on the music. Seojun, now determined, clenched his fists, ready to try again. Lee Seojun, a 7-month-old with the soul of a seasoned actor, was determined to give his all. He resolved to sing even harder, his tiny body brimming with the energy of countless past lives. The anticipation was palpable. The crowd at the KBC Music Channel's outdoor stage buzzed with excitement. Hwang Yejuan, from the group Brown Black, took the stage, his smile bright and confident as he greeted the enthusiastic audience. He expressed his surprise at the large turnout, thanking them for braving the cold weather. He then announced that there would be a special MC for the event, piquing the audience's curiosity. Yejuan offered a cryptic hint, prompting the audience to guess the identity of the special guest. A young woman in the audience excitedly shouted out a name, William. The audience buzzed with excitement, their anticipation palpable as the host prepared to announce the next guest. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the host revealed the surprising identity of the next performer, a child. The host, a man in a sharp suit, confidently introduced the young star. A small pair of white boots appeared on stage, hinting at the young performer's arrival. Lee Seojun, the child star, made his grand entrance, dressed in an adorable outfit, radiating an aura of undeniable charm. His angelic smile captivated the audience, a halo seemingly surrounding his head. The audience reacted with overwhelming adoration, their excitement evident in their expressions and actions. One woman, watching from home, was equally surprised and charmed by the young star's appearance on television. Seojun's cuteness was undeniable. Even his uncle and his friends agreed, marveling at his adorable outfit. The scene opens with a master of ceremonies addressing a large audience in a brightly lit auditorium. He asks rhetorically, "Everyone must know Lee Seojun, right?" He continues, explaining Seojun's presence. Seojun came here because he has a relationship with Brown Black, so he's together with us here. And adds, "We'll also have a special performance with Seojun, so please look forward to it." The MC concludes his introduction with a final flourish. "Please enjoy the Christmas Eve. Thank you." And a cheerful wish, "And let us have a great day." 7-month-old Seojun, dressed in an adorable angel costume, beams at the audience. A narration box appears. The wings of the generous baby angel -0W level have been activated. Another narration box explains, "The feathers of the generous baby angel wing have fallen down. It will make the viewers' hearts at ease." She comments, "Great. This will make the event more enjoyable." The MC waves goodbye to Seojun, who waves back cheerfully. "See you later," he calls out. The final panel shows Seojun's departing feet with the word "soon" in a speech bubble. A narration box announces the imminent start of Brown Black stage performance. The scene shifts to a close-up of one of the performers, and a narration box reveals that his orchestra conductor skill has been activated. Meanwhile, a young boy dressed as an angel sits in the audience, watching the performance. A trail of sparkling particles emanates from him. The sparkling particles continue to flow towards the stage as the performers sing and dance with increased energy. The boy in the audience watches, confidently thinking that their performance is cool. The scene shifts back to the stage, showing the performers continuing their energetic performance. The boy's expression changes, and he thinks to himself that while the performance is great, something feels off. He notes that they're singing several songs continuously, but he doesn't feel any change or improvement in their performance. A narration box explains that the orchestra conductor skill is low grade, and the bond with the conductor can increase or decrease musical ability by up to 13 times, depending on the number of connected individuals, maximum 4. The performance ends with the performers thanking the audience. A young man, dressed in a stylish leather jacket, stood backstage, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflected on his hard work, questioning why he didn't feel a greater sense of improvement. A doubt creeping into his mind. He wondered if he had reached his limit as a performer. The scene shifted to a small child, Lee Seojun, dressed in a fluffy, white hooded outfit. A look of concern clouded his usually bright features. The young man from earlier walked away, his back to the viewer, leaving the stage and his doubts behind. The audience excitedly awaited the special guest for a collaborative performance. They prepared to greet him with a loud cheer. The crowd held up light sticks, their anticipation palpable as they prepared to welcome Lee Seo-jun. Backstage, someone wondered if it was time for them to go on stage. A man offered Seo-jun a microphone. It was announced that Seo-jun would be performing with Brown Black Young. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, dressed in an adorable polar bear costume, confidently held the microphone. Someone backstage thought the performance was really cool. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a history of countless rebirths, stood on a small stage, a microphone in hand. He was dressed in a simple white outfit, his expression one of quiet confidence. Seo-jun's eyes shone with an inner light as he prepared to sing, a small halo seemingly hovering above his head. He wore a cute bare-hooded onesie, adding to his charming appearance. A faint golden glow emanated from him as his lowest-grade orchestra conductor skill activated, a skill seemingly inherited from his past lives. The stage lights illuminated Seo-jun as he began to sing. He thought to himself, so this is the feeling of singing on stage. His small face was filled with joy as he continued his performance, his voice surprisingly clear and strong for a baby his age. With the stage lighting and loud music, his heart beat fast, and he was truly enjoying the experience. He reflected, "My heart beats fast, and I'm really enjoying it." Two young men, holding microphones, stood on a stage. Their voices blended together seamlessly. One of them commented that singing together felt much better. The scene shifted to show the backs of two men and a small child in a white outfit, standing on a stage before a large audience. The men were part of a group called Brown Black, and they always aimed to express their joy through their performances. A young boy, dressed in a white hooded outfit with bare ears, held a microphone and smiled brightly. He seemed to be singing, his expression full of joy. A blue box appeared above him, displaying 100/100. The boy looked slightly surprised. A message appeared. Orchestra conductor skill has leveled up. A young man stared, dumbfounded, at a screen displaying a message he couldn't quite believe. The words "at peak, leveled up," flashed before his eyes, a 100 out of 100 score confirming the unbelievable. A triumphant message appeared. Everyone is at their peak. Meanwhile, a young boy, dressed in an adorable angel costume, noticed a faint light emanating from his palm. A notification popped up, revealing it to be a low-level orchestra conductor skill. The skill's description explained that depending on the bond with the conductor, the musical ability could increase or decrease by up to 3 times. The boy's skill description continued, showing that the bond with the conductor and connected individuals was at its maximum. 8. April 8th. He mused that while he'd never experienced anything like this in his past lives, it was undeniably cool. Elsewhere, someone checked their phone, noting that something big was happening today, a legendary stage event. They expressed excitement, noting that the online community was going crazy. 2 men rode in a car. One of them, with dark hair, exclaimed that it was a great day. The other, with lighter hair, hushed him, demanding silence. One of the men anticipated that Seo-jun would soon wake up. The other man agreed, noting that the baby was currently sleeping soundly, because he was exhausted from the day's events, having had to meet many people after his performance. Perhaps this was the first time he'd experienced such fatigue. One of the men reflected that this was also their first time experiencing this kind of situation. The other man agreed, adding that he always thought of this as good things happening because they were with Seo-jun. Seo-jun slept peacefully in his car seat. One of the men affectionately referred to Seo-jun as their lucky baby angel. The camera angle shifted, revealing a grand staircase within a well-appointed home. Sunlight streamed through unseen windows, illuminating the polished wooden banister and the elegant molding along the ceiling. Emma, a young woman with shoulder-length hair, announced that she had finished cleaning the staircase. Emma informed Jenny, another young woman lying in bed, that the pie she had baked was still in the refrigerator. She added that Jenny had eaten too much of it, despite its intended popularity. Jenny mumbled an apology. Jenny explained that she wasn't in the mood to eat. Emma, initially accepting this, changed her mind, questioning Jenny's intentions. Emma showed Jenny a picture on her phone of a cute baby, Lee Seo-jun, on her phone, implying he was the reason for her visit. She asked Jenny if she found the baby cute. 2 young women, one with blonde hair and the other with orange hair, are looking at a picture on a smartphone. The blonde woman looks slightly concerned, while the orange-haired woman beams. The orange-haired woman comments that the picture, which has been circulating online, shows a very cute child. A narration box appears, stating that the wings of the generous baby angel, low level, have been activated. The image focuses on the blonde woman's face, with small white feathers floating around her. The blonde woman's face is shown in close-up. Her expression is one of mild concern and curiosity. The orange-haired woman, still looking at the phone, remarks that the baby in the picture looks like an angel. The orange-haired woman asks the blonde woman if she still has the pie she made earlier. The blonde woman, slightly surprised by the question, responds with a questioning, "Huh?" The blonde woman smiles, a look of relief and renewed energy on her face. She says she feels like she's got her appetite back. The orange-haired woman hugs the blonde woman, who is lying in bed. The scene suggests a moment of comfort and shared happiness. The blonde woman reflects that her depression improved after seeing the picture of the baby. A computer screen displayed a photo of a smiling baby, Lee Seo-jun. The caption read, "If only I had good things going on all day after seeing this photo." The caption read, "It's a smile that makes viewers happy." Seo-jun's uncle, looking intently at the computer screen, was interrupted by his nephew's question. "Uncle, what are you looking at so seriously?" Seo-jun's uncle, upon closer inspection of the photo, exclaimed, "Oh, this is Johnny, right? He is really cute." The uncle's expression shifted, and he muttered, Uncle." He continued, his voice low and serious, "Korea?" Then he declared, "Let's go to Korea." His nephew responded with surprise. "What? Going to Korea out of the blue? I want to go there too. But when are you leaving?" The uncle simply stated, "Tomorrow." A man and a younger man sat on an airplane. The younger man, looking surprised, questioned his companion, "Wait, but, Uncle, I haven't heard about anything." He responded, "Why are we suddenly going to Korea?" To which the older man replied, "It's because I have something to tell you." The scene shifted to a house. The words Seo-jun Lee appeared on the screen. The older man from the plane stood in a hallway, looking serious. A younger man stood beside him, smiling and waving. A small child, Seo-jun, approached them, reaching out a hand. Seo-jun, clutching a small skull toy, shyly greeted the man, "Hello. Do you have anything to tell me, director?" The director, looking serious, explained, "I saw the evil spirit. I don't know much about shamans, but that movie was good." The scene shifted again. A woman smiled at Seo-jun, saying, "Thank you. Anyway, June." She showed him a picture of a baby. She asked, "Do you remember William?" Seo-jun confidently replied, "Of course I remember. That was the character I auditioned for first." 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, beamed radiantly, clutching a teddy bear. His eyes sparkled with mischief and an almost supernatural charm. A young boy, seemingly Seo-jun's older brother, watched him with a mixture of awe and concern. His expression was one of disbelief as he witnessed Seo-jun's inexplicable actions. A narration box revealed a cryptic message. Yes, William will appear again in Shadow Man as the one and only adversary of Shadow Man. The scene shifted to a nighttime city street. A man in a dark hooded jacket, partially obscured by shadows, stood facing a masked figure, who appeared surprised and slightly apprehensive. The boy from earlier, seemingly Seo-jun's brother, pondered aloud. "So, William will be a villain." Boot, Yun, Tsu, Pura. The boy's expression shifted to one of surprise as he considered a new possibility. If you were to play the villain now, people would immediately think of your angelic smile at first, and that's... A man, his face etched with disappointment, muttered to himself, "Not the William the first want." His gaze, sharp and discerning, lingered on something unseen, his expression conveying a sense of profound dissatisfaction. He sighed, a weight settling on his shoulders. "June, it's a big problem." A young boy, Seo-jun, sat on a small, cloud-like mat, his wide eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and apprehension. His inner thoughts raced. "I already have a fixed pure personality because of elf breathing. What should I do?" A voiceover explained, "Therefore, even I can act without activating any skill." The narration continued. "Even when I play as a villain, I'll still have that pureness. So, when filming the evil spirit, I carried the goblin's energy with me to create the most convincing atmosphere." Seo-jun looked up at a set of golden bells, a thoughtful expression on his face. A thought bubble appeared above him. "It's really just mischief after all." He looked up, a worried expression dawning on his face. Then, I can't participate in the movie." An unseen person vehemently rejected a proposal, shouting no, but then clarified that Seo-jun, the child actor, could still act, although only in good roles. Seo-jun, however, firmly declared that he did not want that. The man then suggested they start practicing immediately. He revealed that he had written a one-man play specifically for Seo-jun. The man posed a question to Seo-jun. Did he want to play only good roles for the rest of his life? Seo-jun resolutely rejected the idea. A young boy, his expression thoughtful and slightly troubled, stood in what appeared to be a grand hallway. He seemed to be contemplating something, wondering if there was anything he could do to help, but he couldn't find a solution. A sense of frustration clouded his features as he considered his options. He hoped he could find something, but then a sudden realization dawned on him. He knew what he had to do. He concluded that there was only one course of action remaining. A young boy, his face obscured, vehemently declared, "I don't want to do that." He stood before a large, imposing door, bound by heavy chains. A sense of foreboding filled the air as he muttered to himself, "I knew it." The boy's gaze dropped, his expression unreadable as he approached the mysterious door, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He seemed apprehensive, his small hands hovering near the ground. A hand reached out, emanating a faint purple glow, suggesting the use of magic. A young woman with long, light purple hair appeared, her expression unreadable. She seemed to be observing the situation. The narrator explains that accessing certain abilities requires pure energy, a feat deemed impossible for most individuals. The Library of Life, a repository of past life abilities, is described as containing both beneficial and malevolent powers. It is revealed that access to the Library of Evilness requires demonic energy. A young elf with purple hair is shown, manipulating glowing orbs of energy in his hands. The elf questions his ability to wield demonic energy, given his elven heritage. Despite his doubts, he resolves to persevere. The scene shifts to a dramatic, fiery landscape, with the elf seemingly in distress, pleading for help. A voice calls out to him, derisively labeling him a stupid elf. Two men, one carrying several packages on his back, walked along a path. The man in front cheerfully thanked his companion, stating that he could now rest and eat for a while. Elsewhere, a purple-haired individual with striking green eyes declared their determination to obtain demonic energy, regardless of the time it took. The purple-haired figure clenched their fist, a look of fierce determination on their face. They muttered about seeking revenge on the humans who hunted their tribe. Their desire for vengeance burned intensely. The purple-haired individual raised their hand, a faint purple glow emanating from it. They attempted to harness some kind of energy. The attempt failed, leaving them disappointed. They realized that even if it were possible, it would take an immense amount of time. Suddenly, a thought struck them. A woman with vibrant red hair, partially visible, contemplates her next move. She thinks she knows what to do. A young woman with striking purple hair and pointed ears, wearing a simple light-colored top, stands determinedly amidst scattered scrolls. No matter how long it takes, she declares. The purple-haired woman continues, explaining that for the sake of her tribe, she will persevere. A narration box reveals that all elves inherit the virtue of patience and have a long lifespan. Therefore, she was determined to open the door, no matter how long it took. The scene shows a large, ornate building with a shattered door, revealing a graveyard beyond. However, the purple-haired elf's back is shown as she stands before the graves, contemplating the scene. It's not comparable to the lifespan of a human, she reflects. The elf's face is partially visible, a look of dawning horror on her features. No, no, no way, she whispers in disbelief. She still hasn't taken her revenge yet. The elf cries out in anguish and despair, her face contorted in grief and fury. A guttural cry of "Arg!" echoed through the scene, the sound swallowed by the crimson tide that painted the panel. The narration box explained that the anger, which had no origin, ran rampant, targeting all beings, not just humans, transforming him into a being that no longer breathed, taking on a form with the bones of light and the blood of a demon, and also the flesh of a monster wrapping itself around him. The transformation was complete. He was revealed, a figure with crimson hair, sharp horns, and piercing yellow eyes, the Demon King. The narration box declared, that is the birth of the Demon King. The ending of this era is only destruction. Despite his power, he couldn't open the door to the Library of Evilness. The scene shifts. A young boy, Seo Jun, sits quietly reading a book, a worried expression on his face. He mutters, "Nuna." His uncle and aunt observe him from afar, their faces etched with concern. Why is Seo Jun like that? His uncle asks, while his aunt responds with a hesitant, At the end of December, a director approached Seo Jun and gave him the script for a one-man play, without even asking for his approval. Seo Jun's mother looked on with a mixture of surprise and concern as her son, still only 7 months old, happily perused the script. She exclaimed in disbelief at the news that her 7-month-old son had been cast in a play and was even having weekly video calls with the director. She found it hard to believe, especially considering it was a one-man show. Meanwhile, Seo Jun, oblivious to his mother's worries, quietly sobbed, seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of his responsibilities. His mother, noticing his distress, asked if he had been listening to their conversation. Changing the subject, Seo Jun's mother asked his uncle, Seo Eunchang, if he was very busy. Eunchang replied that he was also very busy, and then his aunt revealed that his company and boss had been in the news. The news report showed a large sum of money, indicating that the CEO of Cocoa Entertainment had been accused of embezzlement. The report concluded that Cocoa Entertainment was facing a crisis due to the former CEO's actions. The final panel shows Seo Eunchang looking stressed and drinking a beer outside a building at night. A woman reflected on a recent event, expressing relief. She commented on a man's meticulous nature, noting that his carefulness had made her work of handling and organizing everything much easier. Further explaining that thanks to her sister-in-law and brother-in-law's financial contributions to the company, she was able to safely take over. She acknowledged that they would still pay to maintain their image, adding that Seo Jun was now 7 years old. Another person reacted with surprise, commenting on Seo Jun's growth. The conversation continued with a comment about a recent photo shoot. One of the speakers expressed amusement, stating that the angel photo had turned out exceptionally well. A man looked at a picture of a young boy dressed as an angel. He chuckled, remarking on how cute the child was. Suddenly, another man appeared, visibly upset. He was shown falling to the ground, seemingly overwhelmed by a sudden surge of negative emotion. The upset man expressed intense dislike for the aforementioned photo, his anger evident in his facial expression and body language. The scene shifted to a different location. A person, seemingly the same man from the previous panel, made a decision to focus on a different aspect of their work, temporarily setting aside a problematic element. The man began to contemplate his abilities, wondering if he possessed the skill to play a villainous role. He reflected on a book he had been studying, suggesting he might have missed a crucial skill within its pages. He resolved to review the book again, having already examined it multiple times. 7-month-old Seojun lay on the floor, a look of slight frustration on his face. He muttered to himself, "But nothing. Nothing? What's nothing?" He pondered the question, his brow furrowed in thought. Seojun's hand reached out, a determined expression crossing his face. He thought, "There is nothing bad. I tried so hard to not use the elf breathing." His uncle, observing from the couch, looked on with a mixture of concern and amusement. He questioned. Seojun's uncle smiled warmly. He mused, "I get to see so many different sides of Seojunny. It's really fun." His mother, however, had a different perspective. She observed, like while eating, he suddenly looks awful and goes to his room. She continued, "He didn't even wash up after coming back from the daycare," and immediately took out the script. Seojun's uncle, watching him from afar, was impressed. He exclaimed, "Whoa, Seojunny did that? That's a really rare sight." Seojun's mother, looking at her phone, reacted with a surprised exclamation. News of Seojun's uncle reached him. The director was visiting Korea. Seojun, startled, looked over his shoulder, as if reacting to something unexpected. A mysterious, ominous scene unfolded before him. A large, imposing door, sealed with chains, stood in a dimly lit hallway. And a narration box revealed that filming for Shadow Man 2 would begin in September. Seojun's uncle, a concerned expression on his face, spoke to someone off-panel, saying, "But director." Seojun's uncle continued, expressing his worry that he still hadn't passed the test even once. He explained that he had tried to postpone the schedule as much as possible, but he could not delay it any longer. Then questioned what would happen to Seojun's acting role as the villain, and whether his viral picture was still circulating. A man, his face etched with worry, contemplated a difficult situation. He noted that, unfortunately, the authorities were unable to remove a certain compromising picture, and that, until now, everyone had been treating it as a cherished Christmas Eve keepsake. Despite the challenges, a woman, her expression resolute, addressed someone named June. She declared that she still wouldn't give up on him. The man from the earlier panels, a knowing smile playing on his lips, observed a worn book. He commented that if someone had been practicing so persistently that their book was now tattered, then there would surely be a change. A young boy, his eyes wide with hopeful anticipation, listened intently. He enthusiastically agreed, exclaiming that of course there would be a change. In a different setting, a person made a plan. Until a solution was found, they would use a certain method involving Ibel's Goblin and Mr. Kim. Lee Seojun, a 7-month-old boy with a past life's worth of experience, sat cross-legged before a large, ornate door bound in heavy chains. He was focused, his expression serene despite the imposing barrier before him. He closed his eyes, his breath steady and controlled as he began a deep breathing exercise. Using a technique honed over countless past lives, he sought to unlock the door's secrets. The air around him shimmered with barely visible energy as he continued his practice, his concentration unwavering, a faint glow emanating from his small body. His resolve hardened. He would succeed. A swirling vortex of demonic energy emanated from a nearby library. A young boy, seemingly the only one aware of this supernatural event, focused intently on the ominous purple glow, intending to absorb its power. He inhaled deeply, preparing for the absorption process. The boy's body began to glow with a vibrant, turquoise energy, a stark contrast to the purple demonic energy he was absorbing. This pure energy, dormant within him, was now awakened, causing a small, mischievous-looking purple imp to appear, startled by the sudden surge of power. The imp exclaimed that it would be alarmed. The boy, overwhelmed by the conflicting energies, cried out, asking the unseen force to stop. The imp, meanwhile, shrieked in alarm. As expected, the boy's attempt to control both energies failed. The pure energy scattered, leaving him exhausted on the floor. He wondered if it was truly impossible for the two opposing forces to coexist. Lying on the floor, the boy contemplated his future. If he couldn't control his powers, he feared he would become a mediocre actor, unable to even play a villain convincingly enough to gain recognition. The scene shifts to a film set. A cameraman, his face obscured, focuses his camera on a small figure, presumably the boy. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, dreamt of superstardom. He pondered the implications of his past lives' magical abilities, wondering how he could leverage them to achieve his goal of becoming superstar. Seojun found himself in a grand hallway, unexpectedly falling near a large, chained door. He looked out confused, wondering what strange sensation he had just experienced. He decided to try again, determined to understand the source of this new power. Seo-jun began to focus, attempting a technique called basic demonic breathing to draw in demonic energy, planning to then refine it with pure energy. Two opposing magical energies, a light blue and a dark purple, clashed within Seo-jun, each demanding dominance. "Who the hell are you?" one of the energies shrieked. The other retorted, "Can't I come here just cause I want to?" The internal conflict continued, but Seo-jun, a young boy with dark hair, observed the ethereal figure of a past life within himself, a faint smile playing on his lips as he witnessed the struggle. Seo-jun's inner voice intervened, "You two really like to fight, but stop fighting and get along." The two energies grumbled, but ultimately complied. One muttered, "Humph," while the other sighed, "Tiske." The first energy conceded, "Since I can't do anything about it, I'll just get along with you this time." After Seo-jun appeared in the Library of Life, the two energies mediated and cooperated well. A voice announced, "You have activated the basic demon-human breathing." A young boy with purple hair, Seo-jun, gasped in surprise as he felt the demon energy permeate his core. "Finally, the demon energy permeated into my core." A description of the basic demon-human breathing technique appeared. It allows the evil, dark existence to embrace mana, does not clash with other breathing techniques, except for pure, bright, and harmonizes the energies within the body. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun's eyes widened, a look of wonder washing over his face. He seemed to be experiencing something extraordinary. A triumphant laugh erupted from Seo-jun. He had finally achieved his goal. Finally, I've succeeded, he thought, a sense of exhilaration radiating from him. His success was immediately apparent. Other children, captivated by his actions, began to mimic him, their movements mirroring his own with joyful abandon. The scene was filled with pure, unadulterated glee. Seo-jun, in the midst of his playful antics, noticed something unusual. Several glowing orbs appeared on the floor. He tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. "Huh, beads?" he wondered, his curiosity piqued. More of the glowing orbs materialized, their colors vibrant and varied. A startled gasp escaped Seo-jun's lips as he registered their sudden appearance. A sudden realization washed over him. "It's all the skills I used before, right?" he thought, a mixture of awe and understanding dawning on his face. He felt a distinct lack of energy. He continued to assess his situation, a worried frown creasing his brow. "I can't feel anything now," he realized, the weight of his energy depletion settling upon him. Seo-jun's expression shifted to one of thoughtful consideration. "I think the amount of pure energy has now decreased by half," he mused, already strategizing his next move. He picked up one of the orbs, his gaze fixed on it. "First, let's take them all," he decided, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "I don't know what's going to happen," he thought, a sense of uncertainty clouding his usually bright demeanor. He planned to use his slime digestive skill. A mysterious, teal-colored energy pulsed within Seo-jun's chest, glowing softly beneath his orange shirt. A voice, seemingly emanating from within him, urged, "Come in." The energy flowed into him, a pleasant warmth spreading through his small body. He sighed contentedly, "Phew, it feels good." Seo-jun, now holding two glowing orbs, one pink and one gold, looked at them with a mixture of wonder and concern. His brow furrowed slightly in thought. A voice, once again, spoke to him, this time explaining, "Furthermore, it seems that the ability's duration has also shortened to about half a day." He examined the pink orb closely, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "Well, now I also have demon energy." He continued his internal monologue, reasoning, "As my body grows and core expands, I think the duration will naturally revert itself, so it should be fine." He scratched his head, a worried look replacing his previous contemplation. He thought, "While filming, I should be careful to not make mistakes using my abilities." He added with a determined glint in his eyes, "Anyway, let's start." With a burst of purple energy, Seo-jun prepared himself for his upcoming filming. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, crawls towards a glowing purple portal, his small body tense with anticipation. He is determined to achieve his lifelong dream of becoming a superstar actor. A man, his face etched with exhaustion, sits at a desk littered with papers. He runs a hand through his hair, muttering to himself about the 8 months he spent modifying a script. He sighs in relief, noting that filming can finally begin. However, he admits to himself that he's not entirely satisfied with the final product. He explains that new episodes had to be added, necessitating the removal of several of Seo-jun's scenes, despite his belief that the show will still be a hit. He apologizes for the cuts, but remains confident in the show's success. The man checks his phone. A message from Yunhai Seo indicates she's sending more practice videos of Seo-jun. He comments on Seo-jun's patience, impressed by the baby's dedication to his craft. He then receives another message, the content of which is left unseen. A man with short, light brown hair and a slightly worried expression scrolled through his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. He read something that surprised him. The words "Jun's acting" appeared in a speech bubble, indicating a sudden and significant development. The man, seemingly an uncle, apologized for his sudden visit, explaining that he wanted to see something in person. He arrived at a house and greeted a woman and a young boy, who welcomed him. The uncle's gaze fell upon the boy, his expression unreadable. The boy, Seo-jun, looked the same as before, but the uncle felt a change in his demeanor. The uncle admitted that he no longer felt the same positive feelings towards Seo-jun. He confirmed that, for now, things were going well, despite the shift in his perception of Seo-jun. A mysterious, ethereal glow surrounded Seo-jun as a voice, seemingly emanating from within him, declared that he had overcome his first obstacle. The voice explained that it could now freely shape his future, unburdened by any pre-existing limitations. Seo-jun, brimming with newfound determination, readily agreed to work hard. His uncle, a man of discerning eyes, observed him, eager to witness the fruits of his nephew's efforts. Seo-jun's face contorted in a grimace as he struggled. But he persevered, his small body tense with effort. His uncle watched intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. The uncle chuckled, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he looked at a picture of Seo-jun dressed as an angel. He seemed amused by the irony of the situation. The uncle remained silent, his gaze fixed on Seo-jun, his thoughts unreadable. A subtle smile crept onto the uncle's face as he muttered the word great. The director, a kind-faced woman, confessed that she had initially tried to reduce Seo-jun's scenes, fearing the shoot would be too demanding for such a young child. However, she now felt that such measures were unnecessary, given his exceptional performance. The director smiled warmly at Seo-jun, her eyes full of genuine admiration. He looked up at her, a slight blush on his cheeks. She offered words of praise, a simple, well-done Jun, that spoke volumes. The scene shifted to Seo-jun's home, a modern apartment building visible in the background. Inside, his parents beamed with pride, celebrating his success with joyful exclamations of "Oh my! Good job!" Seo-jun, ever the ambitious performer, vowed to practice diligently to secure more screen time, while his parents, watching him, wondered about his future prospects and the possibility of fan meeting like his idol, Brown Black Brother. Seo-jun, however, seemed lost in thought, a slight frown creasing his brow. A woman informed Seo-jun's parents that she had recently contacted his uncle, who inquired about inviting Seo-jun to an event the following day. Seo-jun's mother explained that he couldn't attend because he was busy with intense practice. She then wondered aloud how his brothers were doing. A photo of Seo-jun's 3 older brothers appeared, prompting a thought from Seo-jun's mother that she had forgotten about them due to her intense focus on the evil library. Seo-jun remembered that his abilities had increased last Christmas and wondered if he should test them again. He attempted to activate his orchestra conductor's connection skill, a low-level ability. But the skill activation failed, resulting in a target not found message. Seo-jun reacted with surprise and confusion. He wondered if the skill had simply reset itself, and considered how much time had passed since Christmas. He hoped it wasn't too late. Seo-jun urgently called for his father, who asked where they were going so suddenly. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun's eyes widened, his small face contorted in a grimace of determination. He was intensely focused on something, a thought bubble above him revealing his urgent need to attend Brown Black Brothers fan meeting. A silent vow forming in his mind. He needed to meet them and rectify the situation. The image shifted to show Brown Black Brother, a popular boy band, poised on stage. Their stylish outfits and confident expressions hinted at their star power. A man's voice called out, "Seo-jun, brother-in-law." The brother-in-law, a man with short brown hair and a cheerful expression, waved enthusiastically. A young boy, clutching his uncle's hand, exclaimed, "Uncle, I want to see my hyungs." The uncle explained, "It's hard to meet them now since the performance is about to start. Let's meet them behind the stage after the first part ends." The boy, curious, wondered aloud, "Will they be singing the first part too?" His face showed a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. His uncle answered, "They sing at the beginning and the end, but they have more stages in the second part." The uncle added, "He really wants to cheer for them." Relieved, the boy sighed, "Phew, it's okay if I can't sing twice. I can make up for it in the second part." 2 individuals, presumably friends, prepared to enter a venue. One suggested they should go in now to avoid being late, prompting the other to agree. They arrived at the venue, where an announcement declared the performance was about to begin. One of the friends reminded the other to remain quiet. The other friend readily agreed, confirming their understanding of the need for silence. The scene transitioned to a dazzling stage, bathed in vibrant lights and surrounded by an excited audience, ready for the show to begin. A wave of excitement filled the air as the performers took the stage, greeted by enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. The lead singer, a young man with dark hair, smiled warmly at the audience as he prepared to begin their performance. Among the audience, a young woman enthusiastically waved her light stick, shouting her support for the performers. Beside her, a boy held up a sign expressing his admiration, adding to the vibrant atmosphere of the concert. The lead singer announced that their first song would be their latest release, a high-energy track promising to excite the audience. The audience watched, a murmur rippling through the crowd as the music began. One person voiced their surprise, questioning the song choice. A woman with pink hair, likely a member of the band's management team, smiled brightly, assuring everyone that the performance was worth the wait. The lead singer, a young man with dark hair, began his performance, his voice clear and strong. His arm raised in a gesture of confidence as he commanded the stage. A young boy in the audience, his expression one of mild surprise, murmured to himself. He paused, a dawning realization in his eyes. Something felt off about the performance. The lead singer continued to sing, but his bandmates seemed strangely subdued, their movements stiff and unnatural. The boy's suspicion grew. Another audience member, observing the performance, noted that the band was much better than they had anticipated. The scene opens with a blurry image, a single word, "Wow," in a speech bubble, suggesting an upcoming event of great impact. A young man with pink hair exclaims, surprised, "Seo-jun, you really came." The pink-haired young man, seemingly a fan, asks Seo-jun, "Did you enjoy the performance?" Seo-jun replies that it was awesome. Another man then instructs him to greet his hyung quickly. Seo-jun, a young boy, is led through a door by an adult, into a room where he holds up a sign that reads, "The color of my heart is brown-black." There was no orchestra. A group of young men discuss Seo-jun's unexpected arrival, wondering if he overslept or if something else is up. One notes that he seems to smell like light. Another young man clarifies that Seo-jun said he wanted to see his hyungs. A young boy, Seo-jun, wearing a yellow hoodie, reluctantly nodded. He then turned to his older brother, Hyungs, and expressed his curiosity about something. Hyungs, a young man with pink hair, urged Seo-jun to ask quickly, displaying a cheerful expression. Seo-jun, along with several other young men, stood in a line. Seo-jun inquired about how the recent stage performance went. One of the young men commented that the performance was better than the previous one, feeling much more refreshing than usual. He added that it had been a while since he'd enjoyed performing on stage so much. It was actually better. Seo-jun, looking thoughtful, questioned if it was truly better. Another young man added that the performance also felt lighter. One of the young men, his expression a mix of surprise and amusement, commented on the surprisingly good condition of his throat, implying that he wasn't the only one experiencing this unexpected vocal ease. He further expressed his astonishment that this vocal improvement even extended to Christmas Eve, highlighting the unusual nature of the situation. Another young man agreed, recalling that the previous day had also been remarkably smooth and effortless, remarking that it felt as if an unseen conductor was guiding their performance from the center. A narration box appeared, stating that there was a set standard for a perfect stage performance. The scene shifts to show the young men on stage, performing flawlessly, their expressions confident and joyful. And they simply had to follow that established standard to achieve perfection. Seo-jun, observing from the sidelines, lets out a small, almost imperceptible sigh. A narration box explains that there are certain performance situations that require artists to suppress their individuality to maintain harmony and cohesion. Four young men, dressed in stylish, dark-colored outfits, stood on a stage, their expressions bright and energetic. They seemed to be a musical group, possibly a K-pop band, judging by their attire and the microphones they held. The focus shifted to one of the performers, his hand adorned with rings, as he addressed the audience. It was mentioned that this particular performance was particularly successful. Seo-jun, a young boy with a concerned expression, clutched his chest. He appeared to be troubled by something. He was questioned about his apparent distress. Someone asked if he was upset that their recent performance was even more exciting than their Christmas Eve show. The boy was reassured that his presence had boosted their energy levels, both on that day and even currently. Two of the young men celebrated their success, their smiles wide and genuine. After their performance, the group planned to enjoy a delicious meal together, specifically mentioning marinated ribs as a possibility for Seo-jun. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a boy with a bright smile and a mischievous glint in his eyes, beams with excitement. He's dressed in a cheerful yellow jacket, ready for whatever adventure awaits. "Yes, let's go," he exclaims, his enthusiasm palpable. The scene shifts to a vibrant concert stage. A boy band, Manhwa, performs energetically, their music filling the arena. The energy is infectious. The audience is clearly enthralled. In the audience, two individuals discuss the performance. One comments, "Don't you think today's stage was really great?" The other replies, "If the previous stage was a perfect stage without any gaps." A wave of excited murmurs, "Kaya," rises from the crowd. Seo-jun, holding a handmade sign that reads, "Color of my heart is brown-black," sits among the audience, his face alight with joy. One of the band members observes, "Today's stage highlighted each person's individuality very well." Another band member adds, "There were a lot more ad-libs than usual." A young girl in the audience enthusiastically agrees, "Today's stage was much better." Seo-jun, still smiling, nods in agreement. Close up on Seo-jun's face, his expression serene and content. A thought bubble appears. "We really don't need this anymore." The story takes place in late September. 7-month-old Seo-jun, seated in a car, gazed out the window in awe. "Wow," he murmured, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the towering cityscape. He pointed excitedly at the Empire State Building. His mother, driving, smiled gently. That's the Empire State Building, she explained. It used to be the tallest building. Seojin's eyes widened further, his small mouth forming an O of wonder. His mother then reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Seojin's aunt, seated beside him, turned to him. She asked if there was anything he wanted to do or see in New York. She continued, assuring him that she would be his personal tour guide until their return to Los Angeles. Seojun pondered this for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Acting practice, he realized, a mischievous glint appearing in his eyes. He already knew what he wanted to do in New York. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, strapped into his car seat, excitedly bounced in his seat, his small hands raised in the air. His mother watched him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Seojun's father, driving the car, cheerfully announced that director Ryan Wall had invited them to dinner. His mother considered this, offering to decline if Seojun was too tired for a dinner engagement. But he explained that other actors were also invited for a meet and greet, prompting a question about Seojun's interest in attending. Seojun's mother asked if he wanted to go to dinner, and he responded affirmatively, albeit with a slight hint of curiosity about the other actors. She then revealed that Evan Block, Shadow Man, and Rochelle Hill would also be present, actors who had worked together on the teen movie with. Seojun's mother recalled that the two actors had starred in the teen movie with together. Seojun's father suggested they check out the hotel when they arrive. Seojun's mother, slightly exasperated, pointed out that they weren't planning on doing any sightseeing, despite her long flight from Los Angeles. A hand reached into a bucket of popcorn, grabbing a handful of the fluffy snack. The person watching the screen murmured, "I like this scene." The scene on screen showed a young boy in traditional clothing, adorned with small bells. A voiceover commented, "The CG is impressive." But another viewer countered, "But the acting is amazing. Don't you think, Evan?" Evan, a young man with blonde hair, responded with intensity, "If you want to leave, then kill me first." His expression was serious, his eyes narrowed in determination. The woman beside him quickly scribbled notes in a small pad, a flurry of motion indicating her focus. She muttered to herself, "Is it analysis time again? I need to know what kind of acting my counterpart is doing." She turned to Evan, a small snack in her hand, and asked, "So what do you think of Jun's acting?" Evan responded thoughtfully, "People say he's a genius at acting method." A man, pen in hand, sat thoughtfully. He murmured, "Well." The scene shifted to a prayer, a humble plea directed towards the gods of heaven and earth. From a different perspective, a voice countered, "I don't think so." A man and a woman sat together, popcorn between them. The woman stated, "Why not? This kid is special." The woman continued, her eyes wide, not just immersing in the role. The man responded, "But perfectly coming out of it." The woman, relaxing on a couch, thought, "Here we go again." She smiled slyly and said, "Well, if you say so." The man and woman sat together, a comfortable silence between them. Anticipation hung in the air as a woman eagerly expressed her desire to meet Seojun Lee. The panel then shifts to show a young Seojun Lee, radiating an innocent joy, seemingly oblivious to the attention he is about to receive. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, the protagonist, cheerfully introduced himself. Seojun's bright smile radiated infectious joy. Rachel Hill, a young woman with vibrant red hair, introduced herself as Seojun's temporary older sister, while Evan Block, a man with light brown hair, stepped forward to explain that he would be playing the roles of Shadow Man and Mac. June, as Rachel called him, and Rachel exchanged pleasantries, agreeing on nicknames for easier communication. Evan confirmed his role and asked to be called Evan. Seojun's father appeared, calmly introducing himself and requesting that everyone take good care of his son. He expressed his trust in them, leaving with a reassuring smile. Someone confidently asserted that Seojun's acting skills were exceptional, surpassing their own. The scene shifted to a restaurant, where Seojun, a young boy, stood surrounded by several adults. Among them were his parents and what appeared to be representatives from an entertainment agency. One of the adults, seemingly impressed by Seojun's acting, worried that he might be overshadowed by the child's talent. Seojun, seemingly oblivious to the adult's concerns, appeared confused, questioning if the adult was referring to the movie Shadow Man. The adult corrected him, clarifying that they were referring to the movie Crimson Lily, and that they had indeed watched his performance. The adult then asked Seojun if he had pronounced the movie title correctly, expressing a desire to use the original language. The conversation continued, with the adult addressing Seojun as Jun and preparing to ask a question. The adult gently placed a hand on Seojun's shoulder. The adult then posed a question to Seojun about his acting process, inquiring about his thoughts while performing. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, a child with a captivating gaze and a thoughtful expression, sat pensively, his small hand resting on his chin. He seemed lost in thought, his brow slightly furrowed. He pondered the question. Was his recent impressive performance purely instinctive, or did it involve a degree of calculated planning? Seojun's eyes widened, his cheeks flushed slightly as he was questioned about the ingenious actions he'd taken during the Williams shoot. He felt a surge of discomfort. A woman with reddish-brown hair, looking concerned, intervened, telling Evan to stop his line of questioning. Seojun was clearly uncomfortable. She gently touched Seojin's ear, attempting to soothe him as Evan, a man with light brown hair, watched with a knowing smile. Another man, with darker hair and a more serious expression, questioned if Seojin's actions were the result of careful analysis. The narration box explained that Evan Block's acting style is characterized by meticulous planning and detailed character analysis. Even the slightest tremors in his hands or facial muscles were meticulously planned. Every detail, even the seemingly insignificant ones, was carefully considered and incorporated into his performance. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, possesses an exceptional level of meticulousness in his actions, a trait that even impresses seasoned directors and actors. Seojin's caregiver, a young woman with vibrant orange hair, cheerfully suggests they eat first, noting her own hunger. She then asks Seo-jun if there's anything specific he wants to eat, offering to order a variety of dishes to his liking. Seo-jun, seemingly overwhelmed by the choices, hesitates briefly before agreeing to sit down and get settled. The scene shifts to a formal dining setting, where a family, including Seojin's father, is gathered around a large table. The food arrives. A delicious-looking steak and a plate of spaghetti are presented. Seo-jun, eyes sparkling with delight, eagerly picks up his spoon and fork, ready to begin his meal. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child star already famous for his mukbang videos, sat at the dinner table, a small piece of meat on his fork. He looked up at his father, a gentle smile on his face, and responded to his father's question. His father watched him, impressed. Seojin's eating habits were already legendary, even surpassing his success in baby food commercials. Seo-jun, now a toddler, sat at the table with his father, a glass of wine sitting beside his plate. He proudly announced his recent growth spurt. His father chuckled, amused by his son's rapid growth. He noted that Seo-jun was now the tallest in his kindergarten class. Seo-jun, with a self-satisfied expression, predicted he would also be the tallest in elementary school. A narration box explained that Seojin's exceptional growth was due to the digestive abilities of Surime, a magical entity, which ensured efficient nutrient delivery throughout his body. Surime, a small, green, teardrop-shaped creature, appeared in a thought bubble above Seojin's head, expressing a desire to answer more questions. Seojin's father smiled, reassuringly, promising to be less harsh with his questioning this time. The father then shifted the conversation, asking Seo-jun for his opinion on William. A woman with auburn hair and striking green eyes asked a man with blonde hair how he felt playing the role of William. She then questioned if he found the character pitiful and if he felt like he was William while acting. A young boy with short brown hair and a cheerful expression confidently declared, "No, not at all. I'm always Seo-jun." The blonde-haired man responded with an understanding, "I see." As expected, he's special. At a dinner table, another man, dressed in a suit, asked if something was wrong. The auburn-haired woman explained that they had analyzed Seojin's acting style while watching The Cursed Child, and Evan had noted that Seo-jun didn't use method acting. The suited man listened intently. The suited man continued, explaining that Seojin's acting was completely different from method acting. Method acting has the drawback of the character's emotions and thoughts affecting reality, but Seo-jun completely detaches from his roles. Concerns arose regarding Jun's acting method. If he immersed himself too deeply into a role, he might lose himself in the character and live as that character for a time. Any sign of this would immediately halt his acting career. Should such a thing happen, they vowed to prevent him from acting again. However, Jun always returned to himself immediately after a performance, as if nothing had happened. The panel shows Jun, a 5-year-old boy, smiling brightly after a performance. It was remarkable for a child his age to maintain such composure and a bright smile immediately after such an intense performance. After 8 months of observation, a man, presumably a director, came to a realization. He concluded that an actor capable of such deep immersion in a role and such a swift exit from it was unique, and that only Jun possessed this exceptional talent. His family asked for his opinion on his performance. Jun's family member asked why. A young boy, his expression unreadable, sits alone. He reflects on his past lives, stating that he was always himself. The boy continues his internal monologue, recalling his past roles, specifically mentioning a character named William in a time he played a cursed child. He recalls various past lives, depicted in a series of vignettes showing him in different roles and settings. Despite the differences, he concludes that he was always fundamentally himself. The boy, now smiling brightly, confidently asserts that his exceptional acting ability isn't method acting. He declares that he's simply really good at acting. 2 adults, a man and a woman, react with surprise and agreement to his statement. The man then asks how he approaches his acting. The boy explains his process. He reads the script and directions, considers the character's past and personality, and then decides how to act. He notes that 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his latest reincarnation, found himself suspended mid-air like a puppet, a bemused expression on his face as he clutched his teddy bear. It was somewhat similar to method acting, a skill he'd honed over countless past lives. Seo-jun, despite his seemingly theatrical pose, insisted he was perfectly fine, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he spoke to an unseen companion. Maybe he was just a little tired, he mused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. This method acting was a skill inherent to Seojun's current body, a remnant of his past lives. Just like the abilities he retained from those past lives, abilities represented by a treasure chest, a slime, and a mushroom. His mind, this self, was a library of lives, a vast repository of experiences and skills. Unlike other forms of method acting, however, it wasn't easy for Seojun to detach himself from the roles he inhabited. The difficulty stemmed from the deep connection he had to his past lives, making it challenging to separate himself from the emotions and experiences of those roles. A thought bubble appeared above a young boy's head, showing an image of a glowing orb. The text within the bubble explained that if a certain ability were condensed into an orb, it would appear just like that. The next panel showed the same boy, Seojun Lee, extending his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. A narration box explained his unique acting method. He could completely detach from his character at will, giving the impression of actually becoming the character during filming. A close-up of Seojun's face showed a serene smile. His expression was calm and focused. The scene shifted to a dining table where a man, Evan, sat, looking thoughtful. A woman's voice asked him, "How do you act, Evan?" Evan responded that he meticulously calculates everything. He gave an example, starting with the fact that Mac, an orphan, has many good people around him. Evan pondered whether Mac's bright and cheerful personality might be a factor in his success, questioning how grateful Mac must be for his supportive environment. Evan explained that through this thought process, he analyzes a character's actions, down to their gaze and foot placement. If he knows someone similar to Mac, he observes them carefully, noting even small habits that can be useful during filming. A young boy, seemingly Seojun's older brother, watched in amazement as Seojun, the 7-month-old infant prodigy, effortlessly captivated everyone around him. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded between two adults, a man and a woman, discussing the implications of Seojun's method acting. The man voiced his concern that if his acting style affected reality, it could be dangerous. The woman, seemingly his sister, agreed, pointing out that even a simple blocking technique could be just as dangerous if it influenced reality. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the implications of this unusual talent. The woman continued, explaining that such thorough preparation could lead to feelings of inadequacy, potentially causing Seojun to unconsciously influence reality to compensate. She pointed out that this had already caused some awkwardness in his friendships due to his perceptive observations. The man then asked about Rachel's approach to acting, curious about how she handled such situations. Rachel hesitated, unsure how to answer. The man reassured her, telling her not to worry. Someone observes that Seojun, a 7-month-old baby, possesses a natural talent for acting. The speaker adds that Seojun is a smart child, unlikely to do anything that would harm himself. A close-up shows the speaker's reassuring expression. Despite this, a narration box appears, stating that no matter how smart a child is, parents always worry. The panel shows Seojun sitting at a dinner table with his parents. The worry is palpable. News reports announced that filming for Shadow Man 2 had begun in Central Park. Actor Lee Seojun was shown waiting patiently on a chair, ready for his part. A medical journal article questioned the secret behind actor Lee Seojun's rapid growth. Meanwhile, a narration box revealed a story about William, a victim of disaster who returned as a hero. The narration continued, questioning why there was no talk of William becoming a hero, before revealing that a Korean actor appeared at the first filming location of the mysterious Shadow Man 2. People commented on Seojun's angelic appearance in photos, noting his remarkable growth since infancy and how well he ate as a baby. A hand reached out, seemingly from a magical portal, toward the door. He continued his internal monologue, mentioning that the library of evilness contained terrifying abilities, but he had found a moderately bad yet curse-free ability among them. In a dimly lit library, a young boy with short, dark hair knelt amidst towering bookshelves, his gaze fixed on a particular volume. He murmured to himself, resolving not to use a certain ability this time. The camera angle shifted, showing a grand staircase leading upwards, hinting at the opulence of the setting. Before returning to the boy, his face partially obscured as he carefully examined the book. He seemed to be reading something of great importance. His fingers traced the pages, a quiet intensity in his movements. He declared that he had found what he was looking for. A low-grade skill titled The Elegant Steps of the Cat Baron was revealed. A soft glow emanated from the book as the boy smiled. The text described the skill, elegance ingrained in the body, unconsciously maintaining proper posture, attracting similar animals. Further details emerged about the Cat Baron, a pet of an aristocratic etiquette teacher, praised by the Queen for his elegance. Even bestowed the title of Baron by the Queen for his exceptional grace. The image of a regal Siamese cat appeared, confirming the skill's description. The boy, now fully visible, looked thoughtful as he considered the information, a slight smile playing on his lips. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, focused intently. He was ready. Now was the time to unleash his captivating aura, and the preparations for his commercial shoot were underway. A film crew, complete with cameramen and a director holding a script, waited patiently on location. The director called for the start of filming. Seo-jun, dressed in a stylish maroon hoodie, stood ready before the camera. But a flicker of nervousness crossed his face. He took a deep breath. All right, shall we give it a try? He thought, steeling his resolve. And with a subtle shift in his posture, Seo-jun activated his cat baron persona. The elegant steps of the cat baron were activated. He was ready to charm the camera. Meanwhile, a crew member watched from a distance, observing Seo-jun's transformation. A young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a teal polo shirt and a light blue baseball cap, looked concerned. Meanwhile, a young boy with dark hair, wearing a dark purple hooded jacket, stood alone in a park, a slight glow emanating from his head. The boy looked thoughtful, his expression somewhat pensive. The blonde young man approached the boy, asking him where his parents were. The boy replied that they were at home. The young man then asked if the boy was lost. The boy responded that his family was coming to get him. The young man, still concerned, inquired about when the boy's family was expected to arrive. The boy responded with a hesitant. Then, with a knowing smile, he stated that his family would be there when the sun sets. Suddenly, the boy disappeared in a flash of light. A young woman with blonde pigtails, a pink sweater, and a surprised expression covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Two women watched a child actor from a distance. One commented on his impressive acting skills, noting the palpable change in atmosphere even from afar. The other woman, however, whispered a request to refrain from taking photos. The blonde woman, however, found something peculiar. The child looked strangely familiar to her. She pondered whether they had seen him in a movie before. Her companion agreed, but felt that the familiarity went beyond a simple film appearance. Meanwhile, a director and a young boy, presumably the child actor, were seen on set. The director seemed to be giving instructions. A young woman with dark hair mused to herself, certain she knew the child from somewhere. Suddenly, she recognized him. It was the child from the photo her friend had shown her earlier. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, with his cherubic face framed by a fluffy white hooded onesie, beams at the reader. A faint halo seems to hover above his head. Two women, their faces alight with recognition, gasp upon seeing a picture of Seo-jun. One exclaims about the child in the photo, referring to him as a baby angel. The blonde woman, her hands clasped together in excitement, expresses her long-held desire to thank Seo-jun in person, a sentiment underscored by her hopeful expression. A thought bubble above the blonde woman reveals her uncertainty about whether she will have the opportunity to express her gratitude. Seo-jun, now a toddler, gazes at a snow leopard through the glass of its enclosure at the zoo. On a film set, a man asks Seo-jun if he is enjoying the filming process. The man, smiling warmly, waves at Seo-jun. Seo-jun, holding his hand, assures him that it's okay, highlighting the fun he has at the zoo. A young man, Jun, stood in a park, a snow leopard nuzzling him affectionately. Someone nearby commented on how much the snow leopard seemed to like him. Jun wondered if the snow leopard's affection was due to his cat baron skill. Meanwhile, another man, presumably Jun's manager, observed that people were enjoying watching Jun's film, with online posts already asking if a new hero was appearing. The manager explained that the filming in Central Park was part of Shadow Man 2's promotion, although the important scenes would be shot on a secure set. He noted that it seemed very effective thanks to Jun's presence. He also mentioned that a fan of Jun's had visited the set. Jun reacted with surprise to the news of a fan visiting the set. He questioned whether someone was actually a fan of his. The manager confirmed that someone claiming to be his fan had left a letter. The manager added that they had checked the letter beforehand to ensure it wasn't dangerous or inappropriate. A father and his young son sat together. The father held a letter, and after reading it, he commented that it seemed fine for the child to read. The young boy, holding the letter, looked thoughtful. The narration box explained that the letter's author had been suffering from depression but found solace and help after seeing a photo of the boy, who had become an internet sensation. The letter continued, explaining that the author was able to get help with their treatment. Even beyond the simple sentence written at a child's eye level, the feeling of gratitude and affection was clearly conveyed. The boy smiled and asked his father to put the letter in his bag. The boy then expressed his surprise that people still recognized him, despite his changed appearance. His father reassured him that the Christmas Eve photo was very popular. The father continued, suggesting that if people watched the movie to the end, they would quickly forget about the boy's appearance. A third man entered the scene, agreeing with the father's assessment. A few days later, the scene shifts. The location is now a bustling film set, specifically a marine-themed one. Seo-jun, hand in hand with his uncle, observes the set. He remarks that it looks like a memorial hall. His uncle agrees, expressing disbelief that this is actually a film set. They continue walking through the impressive set. As preparations for the shoot are finalized, the uncle informs Seo-jun that filming will begin shortly. The crew confirms that everyone is ready. A clapperboard is shown, indicating the start of filming. The uncle nods, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He murmurs, "Yeah." A young man, his back to the viewer, stood in what appeared to be an urban setting. He was dressed in dark, hooded clothing, his posture suggesting contemplation. A speech bubble below him simply stated, "Of course." The scene shifted to a close-up of a young boy with dark hair and large, expressive eyes. He wore a similar dark hooded garment. A faint, ethereal glow surrounded him, and purple flowers bloomed around him. A look of quiet determination settled on his face. The chapter opens with a pair of worn, black boots standing on a sandy beach, the setting sun casting a warm glow. Lee Seo-jun, a young boy with cat ears and a mischievous grin, is introduced. He's dressed in a casual maroon jacket. A narration box reveals that Seo-jun has activated his elegant steps of the cat baron ability. The scene shifts to a memorial hall, where an older man and a younger woman are walking. The man explains that this is the memorial hall. The younger woman, a staff member, explains that the hall commemorates those who vanished into a strange wormhole a year ago. Seo-jun, looking concerned, questions the nature of this wormhole. The woman tells Seo-jun he's too young to remember, but that around this time last year, aliens invaded Earth. She explains that the aliens, from a place called Natra, were attacking Earth and searching for rebels. As the panel shows a masked man groaning in pain, countless people were swallowed by the wormhole as a man desperately cries for help. The scene opens with chaos. A wedding ceremony is interrupted by a shadowy figure, identified only as Shadow Man, who unleashes a surge of dark energy. Panic erupts among the guests as the figure causes destruction. A voiceover reflects on the event, lamenting that even the heroes who fought the Natrians and saved Earth couldn't prevent all casualties. The focus shifts to a young man with striking blue eyes, his gaze intense and filled with a hint of sorrow. The young man, accompanied by a smaller boy, stands before a wall of records. The caption indicates these are records of the day of the Shadow Man incident. The younger boy's face is shown, his expression unreadable. The young man looks surprised and confused, his expression questioning. He explains that the boy appeared from a strange wormhole that opened on that fateful day. A photo shows a heartfelt message from a mother, expressing regret for not being able to protect her child and hoping to see him again soon. The young man then asks what the message says. And the final panel shows the boy's reaction to the message, his expression reflecting the weight of his mother's words. A young man, dressed in a delivery uniform, looked out at the city. He lived with the quiet hope that if he lived safely, he would see someone again someday. He apologized internally for not being able to be with his mother, expressing a wish to return home soon. The scene shifted. A young boy, his face etched with surprise, whispered the name William. A purplish glow enveloped the boy as a melancholic scent activated, indicating a magical event. The boy embraced a woman, realizing that this was his family, and that he could have lived a normal life here. He envisioned a life filled with simple joys, walks in the park, zoo visits, and most importantly, being with his family. The boy's expression turned pensive, a hint of sadness lingering in his eyes. A melancholic thought echoed in the mind of an unseen character. I could have been happy. The scene shifts to a young man with blonde hair, wearing a teal cap and shirt, his expression one of clear distress. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. A narration box appears, stating that the melancholic scent of solitary flower has been activated, classified as low grade. The young man from the previous panel remains visibly upset, while a young boy with short brown hair stands nearby, seemingly unaffected. The young man wonders about the strange energy he is sensing. Another narration box explains that within a 10-meter radius, only this flower can bloom, camouflaged as a weed. The narration continues, explaining that smelling the flower induces melancholy. The young man, feeling suddenly uneasy, wonders if this is connected to the flower. The focus shifts to the young boy, whose eyes glow red as he reacts to something unseen. He is clearly acting. A director shouts cut, and NG. Not good, indicating a scene needs redoing. The boy, now drawn in a chibi style, looks distressed, sighing. A man, dressed in a smart suit, addressed a younger man in a teal polo shirt and cap. He commented on the younger man's apparent tension during a recent performance. Meanwhile, a small boy, clutching a rolled-up newspaper, listened attentively. The narration box explained that despite delivering a high-level performance, the young actor immediately returned to his normal demeanor after the director called cut. The text further elaborated that high-level acting requires such immersion that it's difficult for actors to switch off instantly. The suited man questioned the boy's ability to control his acting intensity, asking if he could adjust it so that the audience wouldn't notice the shift. The boy, with a cheerful expression, replied affirmatively. A whisper of wow indicated the man's impressed reaction. The suited man reflected on the boy's talent, acknowledging his genius but expressing surprise at his already high level of skill. The director then called for quiet, signaling a resumption of filming. The teal-shirt man smiled, his expression one of quiet satisfaction and pride. A narration box described the boy's talent as endless, predicting a promising future for him as an actor. The boy, his cheeks flushed, shyly covered his face with his hands, expressing his happiness at his first acting experience. The boy reflected on his performance, admitting that his eagerness had led him to overextend himself. He then explained his ability to use both good and bad skills simultaneously when his mana levels are high. A flashback showed the boy, dressed as both an angel and a devil, acting out a scene. He admitted to being too greedy this time. The scene opens on a film set. A young man, holding a clapperboard, prepares to direct a shot. Around him, a crew bustles with activity, cameras poised and ready. He watches a young boy, the main subject, walk by. The director reflects on the boy's performance, wondering how he should act next time. Even when scolded, the boy remained unaffected. The boy, Seo-jun, observes the film set, remarking on how similar it is to Central Park. He notes the impressive recreation of a location, marveling at the effort put into preventing spoilers. The chroma key is enormous. Seo-jun is shown dressed in a dark purple jacket, ready for a scene. The director stresses the importance of today's shoot, explaining that it will determine whether Seo-jun will play a hero or a villain. Seo-jun, understanding the weight of the scene, confidently declares he's ready. An older man and a young boy, Seo-jun, walked hand in hand through a park. The man, seemingly Seo-jun's guardian, observed them with a thoughtful expression, noting their easy companionship. Two young women, one with long reddish-brown hair, discussed Seo-jun's acting. The woman with reddish-brown hair expressed her admiration for the director's fondness for the child actor. The woman with reddish-brown hair cautioned her companion about Seo-jun's unpredictable moods during filming, highlighting the need for patience and understanding. The woman with reddish-brown hair, intrigued by the director's enthusiasm, expressed her excitement about the situation. Jean, another young woman, called out to Seo-jun from a distance. Jean ran towards Seo-jun and his guardian, her pace quickening as she approached, and expressed her concern at having searched for him everywhere. Jean questioned the man's relationship to Seo-jun. The final panel shows Jin's surprised expression and a close-up of a necklace she wears, hinting at a possible connection to Seo-jun's past lives. A young man with light brown hair, wearing a teal shirt and a baseball cap, stood pensively. A silver chain with a circular pendant hung around his neck. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his gaze distant. The scene shifted to show two individuals, their faces filled with intense concern. One had light brown hair, the other, long reddish-brown hair. Their eyes, wide and expressive, conveyed a shared sense of urgency. A young woman with reddish-brown hair called out to a young man in a teal shirt, who was standing with another young man. The young woman, her expression somber, revealed a painful truth. I'm adopted. I was always the disappointing son compared to my siblings. As she spoke, a dark, purplish energy emanated from beneath her feet. The young man in the teal shirt, witnessing this, looked on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. He muttered to himself, "What is this malicious energy?" He continued his internal monologue, gesturing emphatically. Even his best efforts to earn his father's love had been thwarted. The obstacle of being from a different race. Seo-jun, a young boy, internally reflected on his past lives, revealing a hidden struggle to suppress his magical abilities. Despite his efforts, a surge of dark, purple energy erupted from his hands, startling him. Confused and alarmed, Seo-jun questioned the nature of this unexpected magical manifestation. A flashback sequence began, showing Seo-jun as a child, his magical abilities causing a disturbance in a public space, with onlookers reacting with a mix of fear and curiosity. The scene shifted to a happier memory, depicting a loving family scene, a stark contrast to his current reality. Seo-jun's thoughts turned to the family he lost, lamenting the happy life that was taken from him by his father. He yearned for the unconditional love of parents who would accept him regardless of his abilities, longing for his true family. As Seo-jun ran, his emotional turmoil triggered a shift in his magical abilities. The elegant steps of the cat baron deactivated, while the melancholy scent of the solitary flower activated. Simultaneously, Demon's basic breathing also activated, indicating a complex interplay of his magical powers. Jin's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief and dawning horror. He stared, speechless, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he processed the overwhelming aura emanating from the source of his unease. An unforgettable aura that he instantly recognized. He muttered the name, barely audible, Naitra. Jin's eyes burned with an inner fire, his pupils dilating as a surge of power coursed through him. A dark, shadowy energy erupted from him, swirling around him like a storm, a raw power overwhelming him, causing him to stumble back in surprise. He groaned in pain and confusion. A young woman with reddish-brown hair rushed to his side, calling out his name, Jean. He looked at her, his expression a mixture of pain and determination, and revealed his true identity. I am the son of King Naitra, Jean Naitra. Jean stood, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, the dark energy still swirling around him. Jean Naitra, son of the Naitra King, strides purposefully across a desolate landscape, his dark attire blending with the windswept dust. He declares his identity with quiet confidence. Jean Naitra's presence causes a ripple of fear. People nearby react with alarm, their whispers turning to gasps of terror as they recognize the name Naitra. Panic erupts as Jean Naitra's aura affects those around him, causing them to collapse. The scene is one of chaos and sudden incapacitation. However, one individual, a young man in a teal shirt and cap, remains unaffected. He watches the scene unfold with growing concern and confronts Jean Natra, demanding an explanation for his actions. Jean Natra, amused, notes the young man's immunity to his aura. He points out the lingering shadows around the young man, a telltale sign of a past encounter. The young man's past actions are now revealed. The young man is visibly shaken, recognizing the implications of Jean Natra's words. He remembers their previous encounter 5 years prior, and the truth dawns on him. He had attempted to stop Natra in the past. The weight of that past decision now bears down on him. Two young men stood facing each other, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun. One, with light brown hair and a teal cap, looked concerned. The other, with darker hair, wore a dark jacket. Right? Shadow Man. But why didn't you accomplish it? You should have defeated Natra. The young man in the teal cap gasped for breath, his face etched with exhaustion. Panting heavily, he looked down, and then a single tear rolled down the cheek of the young man in the dark jacket. You should have saved me. The melancholic scent of the solitary flower was activated. The young man in the teal cap spoke again, his voice filled with despair. I lost everything. A happy childhood, parents who would love me, and a place to return to. The young man in the teal cap looked down, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. You're... A young man with short brown hair, dressed in a dark robe, stood with his back to the viewer, gazing out at a distant cityscape. A thought bubble above him read, that child? The scene shifted to a young boy, clutching a teddy bear, his face alight with joy. A thought bubble appeared below, simply stating, but... A young man with light brown hair, wearing a teal baseball cap, appeared, his face etched with disbelief and concern. He muttered, it's only been a year. How could you? A young woman with long pink hair and a green jacket explained, time on Natra and Earth isn't the same. The scene changed to a futuristic landscape, showing a large, imposing spaceship. The young man in the teal cap called out, wait. He continued, urgently, your parents are waiting for you. They'll be so happy to know you're alive. The pink-haired woman smirked, saying, with this body of mine. The young man in the cap responded, his voice laced with hope, they might understand. They love you that much. He offered a reassuring statement. You haven't lost everything. A man with blonde hair, wearing a blue cap and shirt, urged two younger figures to return home. He extended a hand towards them, his expression gentle but firm. One of the younger figures, a boy with dark hair, looked hesitant, a slight frown furrowing his brow. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The other younger figure, a girl with long, reddish-orange hair, suddenly called out, halting their departure. They stood before a dark, hexagonal-patterned wall, the girl's voice echoing with urgency as she pleaded with the boy to return. The blond man watched them go, his expression unreadable from behind. The boy, now alone, revealed his name to be Jean Natra. A subtle energy emanated from him. A narration box appeared, stating that the Lesser Angels fan had been activated. A description of a low-grade Lesser Angels fan skill appeared, detailing its ability to remove status ailments, particularly effective against low-rank demonic energy. Seo-jun, a young boy, examined the skill description with satisfaction. He mused that with this ability, he could use low-grade skills without much worry. He continued reading, learning that his solitary flower ability relied on the sense of smell. He considered that while it might not have a big impact in movies, it could be useful on set. Seo-jun, beaming, walked alongside a woman with long reddish-brown hair. She expressed her delight at his performance, stating that it moved her to tears. The woman's praise continued, emphasizing how well Seo-jun acted. Seo-jun, pleased with himself, strolled through a park, a happy smile on his face. He turned to a man, presumably the director, and eagerly asked for feedback on his performance. The director gave a thumbs up, confirming his success. Seo-jun happily basked in the praise, while the director observed him, noting that every time he acted, he seemed like a completely different person. A young man with light brown hair and a cheerful smile stood beside a girl with long, reddish-brown hair. She had a knowing smirk on her face, arms crossed. Observing the boy, the girl mused that he seemed indistinguishable from other children. A tall man with graying hair and a warm smile gently touched the head of a young boy, who blushed in response. The man asked the boy if he wanted to see how action scenes were filmed. The boy, intrigued, questioned what action scenes were. The man explained that he wanted to show the boy the true potential of chroma key. A green-covered table sat in a room with green walls, ready for a demonstration. A man in a dark green tactical suit and a mask challenged someone, shouting, "Bring it on, Shadow Man." 3 figures in blue suits, armed with futuristic weapons, stood ready against a green screen background. The scene was described as the highlight of an action sequence. A young boy, eyes wide with wonder, watched intently as a woman excitedly pointed towards a movie screen. The screen displayed a dynamic superhero battle scene, and the woman exclaimed that it was amazing. The woman then asked the boy if he wanted a closer look at Shadow Man, a character on screen who looked very similar to Evan, another person known to the boy. The boy, however, was quick to correct her, pointing out that the figure on screen was actually a stuntman, while Evan was somewhere else. The camera focused on Evan, who was observing the scene from a distance, a slight look of surprise on his face. The boy's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. The woman explained that they don't often perform action scenes themselves, as it would be a significant problem if the lead actor were to get hurt. The boy admitted he couldn't tell the difference between the stuntman and Evan. The woman continued, explaining that Evan attended an action school, giving him extensive experience in handling such scenes. A close-up showed Evan expertly executing a complex fighting move against a stunt double, showcasing his skills. Inspired, the boy expressed his desire to try performing such actions himself. A woman with shoulder-length brown hair smiled warmly at a young boy, June. She complimented his passion. She suggested that to further his acting career, especially in movies, June should begin some physical training. With dedicated training, she continued, he could even participate in more action scenes than Evan. The next panel showed a masked man in tactical gear executing a swift, powerful kick. He effortlessly took down an opponent in a blue suit. A few days passed. June and a man, presumably his father, prepared to depart from an airport. The man reminded June to be careful on his way back. The woman from earlier appeared, wishing June well and instructing him to contact her if he ever returned to the USA. Finally, June's father gave him one last piece of advice, to be careful during filming. A young boy, Seo Jun, stood before a woman and a man, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. The adults, likely his representatives, expressed their eagerness to be notified of his next project. Seo Jun and his father left the studio, the rolling wheels of their luggage echoing softly on the floor, the sounds fading as they walked away. Seo Jun, despite the end of the shoot, expressed his enjoyment and wished his mother could have been there. His father agreed, noting Seo Jun's eagerness to work again. The pair continued their departure, the boy walking ahead of his father. Seo Jun's father expressed surprise at his son's quick completion of the commercial shoot and his immediate desire to do another. Seo Jun simply responded with an enthusiastic affirmation. As they walked, Seo Jun, ever the ambitious child star, suggested learning Taekwondo. His father reacted with a surprise question. The final panel shows a plane soaring through the sky, suggesting a change of location or a new adventure for Seo Jun. 7-month-old Lee Seo Jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, displayed an uncanny aptitude for Taekwondo, effortlessly mimicking the movements of his fellow toddlers during class. He flawlessly executed each pose with a natural grace that belied his age, culminating in a powerful, perfectly executed high kick that left his instructors and fellow students awestruck. Seo Jun's parents watched a video recording of his class, marveling at his exceptional performance. His mother questioned whether his skill was simply innate or if their child possessed an extraordinary talent. His father agreed, noting that Seo Jun's form was indeed exceptionally good. Seo Jun's mother excitedly suggested that they should train him to become a professional athlete. Her husband, while initially hesitant, seemed to consider the idea seriously. Seo Jun's Taekwondo instructor, overhearing their conversation, chimed in, expressing his belief that Seo Jun possessed exceptional talent and a remarkable ability to learn quickly. The instructor elaborated, stating that Seo Jun grasped concepts immediately, mastering new techniques after only one explanation. He was exceptionally good, indeed. Seo Jun's parents exchanged amused glances, acknowledging their son's remarkable intelligence. Suddenly, a look of dawning realization crossed the father's face as he exclaimed, "Strength, dexterity." 7-month-old Lee Seo Jun, already a prodigy, demonstrated exceptional flexibility and focus during his Taekwondo class. His instructor, impressed by Seo Jun's natural talent, marveled at his abilities. The instructor noted that Seo Jun's skills transcended mere training. They hinted at an innate talent. However, another man, seemingly a director, interrupted, advising against pushing Seo Jun towards professional athletics. The scene shifted to Seo Jun's parents and instructor discussing the situation. The instructor addressed the parents. The instructor revealed a surprising fact. Seo Jun was already a famous actor. Seo Jun's parents, still unaware of his acting career, discussed his day at class, referencing his nicknames Demon and Shadow Man. Seo Jun happily confirmed that he enjoyed his class. As the class ended, Seo Jun's parents bid farewell to his instructor and classmates. While walking home, Seo Jun's father reflected on his son's potential, wondering about his future career path. The chapter opens with a close-up of a young boy, his expression pleasant and slightly mischievous. He wears a school uniform and carries a backpack. A narration box appears, posing a question. If you ask who he takes after, the scene shifts to a traditional-style Korean house nestled amongst mountains. The architecture is detailed and serene. A young man with long brown hair is shown practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He shouts, "Hup! Hiya!" He finishes his practice, breathing heavily and wiping sweat from his brow. He lets out a relieved phew. He stands in a contemplative pose, seemingly lost in thought, as a light shines upon him. The young man smiles warmly as he approaches someone off-panel. He asks, "Where are you coming from today?" A fluffy white dog with a leaf on its head and a red bandana around its neck appears, panting happily. A young man with long dark hair, dressed in traditional East Asian attire, knelt, petting a fluffy white dog with a red bandana. He smiled gently at the dog, who seemed to enjoy the attention. The scene shifted to show a conversation between two other individuals. One, a woman with dark hair, listened intently as the other, a man with a concerned expression, spoke. He revealed that he had lived as the pet dog of the youngest son of the Wangbo clan for over 10 years. The young man from the first panel, along with his dog, approached a group of people. One of them, a man in similar attire, noted the dog's presence. He cheerfully declared the dog to be his friend. Another man, disapproving, commented on the inappropriateness of bringing such an animal around and calling it a friend, warning of the negative social consequences. The woman from the earlier conversation defended the young man, reminding the others of the dog's intelligence. The young man, slightly annoyed, suggested they move on to observe the training session before they were late. The woman reassured the young man, suggesting the dog's apparent dislike stemmed from jealousy. The dog's thought bubble revealed that his apparent dislike was indeed due to jealousy. A young man, his face alight with a cheerful smile, urged his companions forward. "We should quickly follow them," he declared, his enthusiasm palpable. He reflected on his fortunate circumstances. "Thanks to the love I receive from the Wangbo clan's youngest, I'm able to wander freely, although I still ran into some clansmen who annoyed me sometimes." Suddenly, the scene shifted to a violent confrontation. A cry pierced the air. "It's an assault." The young man found himself caught in the chaos, a grunting sound escaping his lips as he stumbled to the ground. "Ugh!" His attacker loomed over him, his voice cold and dispassionate. "How disappointing. Although I have no grudge against a kid like you, I still can't let you live." Another figure appeared, their words laced with a chilling finality. "Since your family has already left this world, you should follow them so that you won't be lonely." Tears streamed down the young man's face as he was berated. "You should die resenting your weakness." With a blur of motion, the young man countered his attacker's blow, sending him sprawling. A fierce battle raged. A figure, cloaked in shadow, was thrown back violently, the impact sending tremors through the ground. A voice, filled with surprise, exclaimed about a crazy dog. Another person, witnessing the scene, urgently shouted a warning. They instructed someone to run while they held off the attackers. The crazy dog was revealed, a large, white dog with blood dripping from its mouth, a fierce glint in its eyes, and a red bandana around its neck. The person who had been warned looked on in shock and fear. Meanwhile, the dog's escape was noted by another person, who shouted that it was running away. A command was given to pursue the fleeing dog. Despite praising the loyalty of the person who had tried to hold them back, another figure declared that they couldn't waste time on an animal. The pursuing figure was shown to be a man in dark clothing, his face partially obscured by shadow. Later, it was revealed that the people who attacked the Wangbo clan were members of a demonic sect. It was said that due to all of his brothers dying, the youngest patriarch started plotting for the revenge of his family. A young boy, dressed in a taekwondo uniform, walked hand in hand with his parents. He wondered how his previous life had been, wishing he'd had another dog. He had obtained a useful skill from his past life, a skill he was sure he could use well again. The boy thought it would have been nice if the skill wasn't a beginner one. A man in traditional clothing stood in the background as a woman, also in traditional clothing, held a small bouquet of white flowers. She seemed to be waiting for someone. She said, "All right, let's get going." The scene opens with a soft, blurry image, suggesting a transition or a dreamlike sequence. Light green and white hues dominate, hinting at a peaceful, outdoor setting. The focus sharpens to reveal a tranquil park scene. A large tree trunk stands prominently, with soft sunlight filtering through the leaves. Petals gently drift to the ground. In the foreground, a simple picnic blanket lies on the grass. A small, red ball and some white flowers rest on it. The overall atmosphere is serene and peaceful. The scene shifts to a park where a young woman with long, reddish-brown hair approaches a boy from behind. She gently touches his shoulder. The boy, who appears to be quite young, is holding a small container of food. A narration box reveals that this is a reunion between Rachel Hill and Evan Brock. The narration continues, questioning whether the boy is a hero or a villain, emphasizing his angelic appearance. A woman, presumably the one from the previous panel, observes the boy interacting with a butterfly. She dismisses the idea of him being a villain, suggesting it's a ploy to mislead the audience. 7-month-old Lee Seojin's parents were shopping for his school supplies. His mother commented that the new backpack looked good on him. They discussed the backpack's features. It was lightweight, sturdy, and made of a material that wouldn't get dirty easily. They also liked the sky blue color. Seojin happily put the backpack into the shopping cart, ready to move on to the next item. Having chosen a backpack, Seojin's mother suggested they look for writing tools next. Seojin excitedly shared that his uncle, Hee-sang, had promised to buy him a pencil case. He even mentioned that his uncle would get him dolls to attach to his backpack as a present for starting school. His mother commented that he would be very popular thanks to his uncle. While looking at notebooks, Seojin pondered which design he should choose. Seojin's mother asked him if he was excited about starting school. Lee Seojin, still a baby in his previous life, felt a surge of excitement. He was, after all, super excited. His face beamed with pure joy, a radiant smile illuminating his features. The anticipation of this new chapter was palpable. This was it. 8-year-old Lee Seo-jun was finally starting elementary school. The scene opens on a sunny day outside a brightly colored elementary school. Children and adults stroll along the sidewalks, their laughter echoing in the background. A cheerful balloon archway marks the entrance, suggesting a celebratory atmosphere. A banner reading, "Congratulations on your first day," hangs above the school entrance. A young couple, presumably Seo-jun's parents, waves goodbye to a small child, wishing him a nice day. The small child, Seo-jun, waves back, a bright smile on his face. A faint magical sparkle emanates from his hands as he departs. Inside the school, Seo-jun walks down a hallway, his expression calm and collected. He approaches a classroom labeled 1 to 2. A young girl inside the classroom beckons Seo-jun to come sit with her. Seo-jun sits down at a desk next to Ji-yoon and Mina. He smiles warmly at his new classmates. Ji-hoo and Ji-oh also join the group, completing the circle of friends. Seo-jun, surrounded by his new friends, remarks that all his friends from his past life have gathered here. One of the girls comments on the cute unicorn doll on his backpack. A small, winged unicorn, adorned in pink and white, scampered across the page, its expression one of gentle surprise. 3 young children sat at a table. A boy, eager to share something, asked his friends if they wanted to see something even cooler than the unicorn. The boy, Seo-jun, showed his friends a smartphone with a monster-themed phone case. Seo-jun's friends reacted with excitement to his smartphone, expressing their awe and wonder. One of the girls observed that Seo-jun seemed like an adult, highlighting his maturity. Another child noted Seo-jun's height and possession of a smartphone, emphasizing his difference from the others, further reinforcing the idea that he felt different from his peers. Seo-jun's friends playfully teased him about the unicorn keychain on his backpack. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, greeting the class 2 students from the first grade. The classroom buzzed with the usual morning chatter. A teacher, addressing the class, announced that they would be working with a new teacher for the year and asked everyone to take their seats. She also requested that any students who had brought cell phones to school turn them in. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the protagonist, watched with wide, innocent eyes, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. Seo-jun's internal monologue revealed his thoughts. He found the school to be an unfair place. A birthday cake with strawberries and candles sat center stage, a clear indication of an upcoming celebration. Seo-jun, wearing a party hat, beamed as he held a slice of the cake. The scene was filled with a warm, celebratory atmosphere. Seo-jun's phone displayed a celebratory message about his birthday and donations made in his name. Later, surrounded by gifts, including shopping bags and a guitar, Seo-jun's popularity was evident. A young man, his expression thoughtful, looked down at his phone. He mused at himself, questioning whether the plans for Seo-jun involved shifting his focus from acting to music. He voiced a hope that Seo-jun would continue his acting career, although he doubted Seo-jun would abandon such a promising career path. A movie poster in the background announced the upcoming release of Shadow Man 2. The scene shifted to show a young woman with vibrant red hair, her gaze intense, and a young man walking away. Then, the focus moved to another young man, this one with short brown hair, checking a departure board at a train station. 2 women discussed the actor from the poster, one remarking that, as expected, he was a hero, as evidenced by the poster itself. But the other countered that this was mere bias, adding that he had been reported as very kind during filming. The young man from the train station, now shown in closer view, countered that it was more suspicious that they filmed him in such a way. He questioned whether the scenes shown were not indicative of the character being a villain, instead suggesting that the more pressing matter was William's return to Earth after being sucked into the wormhole. The young man's sudden outburst startled his companions. He apologized, explaining that he was simply overwhelmed with excitement, elaborating that, given the new information about the wormhole, fan theories could drastically change. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, clutched a bucket of popcorn, his eyes wide with wonder as he gazed at a movie poster with his uncle. "Wow, the poster looks pretty cool, huh?" his uncle remarked, smiling. Seo-jun's uncle's smile faltered slightly. He worried aloud. "Things will get crazy if they were to find out who you are." Despite his uncle's apprehension, Seo-jun felt a thrill. He thought, "This is pretty thrilling." Inside the cinema, Seo-jun and his uncle took their seats. A voice whispered, "Such a young child is watching Shadow Man as well, although he does look familiar." Another man, seated nearby, pointed out, "This is our seat." Seo-jun and his uncle settled into their seats. The man from before observed Seo-jun from behind, commenting, I can't tell just by looking at the back of his head." "Ah, it's starting." The movie began. One of the men watching with Seo-jun scoffed, "How disappointing. Can't he even do something like this? He's just a kid we picked up." A young boy, hunched over and alone, sat near a tombstone. Doubt clouded his features as he questioned, "He's not even the same race as us. What could he possibly do?" He whispered, barely audible, Mommy, Daddy." Tears streamed down his face as the boy recalled his past. The narrative explained that William, after being pulled into a strange wormhole, was given the name Gene Natra and raised on another planet. Raised in a world with a faster time flow than Earth. He eventually visited Earth as a contender for the throne of Natra. And there, he met a friendly man named Mac. Mac, smiling warmly, asked, "Kid?" At the memorial, however, he recovered his memories from before he became Gene. A voice echoed in his mind, "My love, William." A wave of what could have been washed over him, a bittersweet ache of happiness that might have been. But the moment he remembered that Mac was the Shadow Man, all his pent-up feelings exploded. The revelation was a volcanic eruption of anger and sorrow. His mind raced, replaying the past. He thought of his parents, who couldn't hold on to him, and the hero who couldn't protect him. The source of his painful times, the realization hit him like a physical blow. It was all because of his father, the man he'd always longed to be recognized and loved by. Tears welled in his eyes, a silent testament to his pain. He thought about his sister, Natra. He should have fended her off from the danger. He should have saved her. But before they left, before he could even try to make amends, another contender for the throne arrived, invading Central Park with an army. The sudden attack was a chaotic maelstrom of motion and fear. People scattered, running for their lives as the new threat advanced on Jean Natra. A young woman with auburn hair, dressed in dark green, exclaimed in disbelief, to think they'd just attacked civilians. A young man with short brown hair, dressed in dark purple, looked on with concern. He muttered to himself, "I need to go help." Suddenly, a young girl in a yellow dress unleashed a burst of energy, repelling unseen attackers. Meanwhile, the young man's eyes widened as he realized this was the last chance that the young man could become a hero. However, a man with short, light brown hair and sunglasses rushed to the girl's aid, scooping her into his arms. He carried her away from the scene, his face partially obscured by his hood. The young man watched, his expression one of stunned silence. He whispered, "What?" A sinister smile crept across the young man's face as he realized, so he could do it. A young woman sobbed, cradled by two distraught men. One of the men, kneeling beside her, questioned, if he was so capable, then why? Why didn't he save me? The question hung heavy in the air as a young man walked away, his shadow stretching long behind him. Like that, a new evil was born from the sadness. Tears streamed down the face of a young man sitting in a movie theater, his mouth agape in silent anguish. He exclaimed, "Weren't hero movies all comedy? It was so emotional that I couldn't even get out of my seat." The man continued his internal monologue. "And what's with this post-credit scene?" A masked figure appeared beside him, offering a hand. "How about it? Isn't it hard doing this alone?" The young man, surprised, accepted the offer. Redbone comes out of nowhere and offers Shadowman a hand, and he accepts it. He added, beaming, "Yeah, my acting was pretty good, right?" A young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, stared intently at something unseen. His eyes widened slightly, a hint of disbelief dawning in their depths, as he overheard a conversation between two other individuals. One, a man in a suit, confidently declared that a certain Seojun was the best, while asking the other what they wanted for dinner. The other person, a child, enthusiastically responded, "Pizza." The young man's eyes darted around, a look of confusion and disbelief etched on his face. He muttered to himself, questioning if he had seen something wrong. In the following panel, he is seen walking through a crowd of people, where someone else remarks that they just saw Lee Seo-jun. 2 weeks had passed since the release of Shadow Man 2, but the impact of its post-credit scene lingered. A movie review show began, the host greeting his viewers. Before diving into Shadow Man 2, however, the host announced that they needed to discuss a particular actor. The host introduced Lee Seo-jun, an actor who had unexpectedly taken on a villainous role. The unexpected villain role was highlighted, along with a lucky event involving 100,000 won. The host reflected on the general surprise at Seo-jun's casting, given his previously angelic image. Many were shocked by the twist, including the host, who encouraged viewers to watch a video for more details. Despite the surprise, the host acknowledged Seo-jun's impressive acting skills. A narration box expressed strong emotions about a scene, stating it was amazing and caused the reader to cry. The narrator felt the character was villainous despite not having done anything wrong yet. Another narration box described the character's presence as tremendous and their expressiveness as top-notch. The narrator found the character's emotions to be both scary and sad, deeply affecting them. A speech bubble indicated agreement with the previous sentiments. The text then revealed that Jean Natra has a very heavy past, including discrimination, kidnapping, and betrayal, with his beloved father being the source of his suffering. In contrast to Jin's experiences, Mac, a character from Natra who ended up on Earth, grew up in an orphanage but received a lot of love from the good-hearted people around him. The image shows Mac surrounded by a group of smiling people, suggesting a supportive environment. A young boy with dark hair stands apart, looking somewhat sullen. A speech bubble summarizes that Jean and Mac lived completely opposite lives. It also raises a question about the treatment Jean will receive upon returning to Natra after the story's ending. A narration box speculates that Shadow Man will likely team up with Redbone. This contrast is expected to play a significant role in the future plot. The scene shifts to a person speaking into a microphone, announcing that they will discuss the upcoming film, Assemble. Seojin's older brother worriedly observed his younger brother, noting that Seojun had been unusually fidgety recently. Suddenly, Seojun gasped as he felt something come loose in his mouth. He pulled out his loose front tooth, chopping vegetables diligently. Seojun called out to his mother, asking if she was hungry. He showed her his missing tooth. Seojun announced that his front tooth had fallen out. The scene shifts to an apartment building at sunset. A narration box reveals that Seojun, a young boy, has lost his baby tooth. Inside, Seojun's father encourages him to show his lost tooth to his grandfather. Seojun, however, hesitates, showing reluctance to share his lost tooth. His mother observes, surmising that his reluctance stems from the numerous photos she took of him earlier. She offers Seojun a small white object, which Seojun initially mistakes for a tissue. His mother clarifies that it is actually his lost front tooth, explaining that according to his teacher, placing it under his pillow will bring a visit from the tooth fairy. A young boy, Seojun, sat at a table, his hand clutching a small, white object. He looked thoughtful, a question forming in his mind, wondering aloud about the tooth fairy and the tradition of throwing lost teeth on the roof to make new ones grow faster. He noted that this practice was less common now. Later that evening, Seojun, exhausted from the day's events, fell fast asleep in his bed. His parents watched over him, proud of his accomplishment. His mother praised his hard work in losing his first tooth. They wished him sweet dreams as he slept soundly. But Seojun's eyes suddenly fluttered open, a magical glow emanating from him. He was excited, eager to learn more about the tooth fairy. His curiosity was piqued, and he knew exactly where to find the answers: the library of forbidden books. He found a mysterious book, radiating a purple aura. He was ready to uncover the secrets within. A young boy, his brow furrowed in concentration, peered intently at an open book. The pages were filled with arcane symbols and illustrations, hinting at a hidden knowledge. The book flipped open to a page depicting a whimsical scene. Once upon a time, in a distant past, lived the tooth fairy. The fairy would take a child's lost tooth and gulp it down in one bite. After eating the tooth, the fairy's face contorted in a gleeful expression, a mischievous glint in its eyes. The fairy would then transform into that child and trick the child's family, living in their place. A young girl, her eyes filled with a sinister glee, wielded a baseball bat menacingly. A young boy, eyes wide with terror, lay in bed, his breathing ragged and shallow. The boy, now awake, sat up in bed, his face pale with fear. He heaved a sigh, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he struggled to catch his breath. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, already in his umpteenth life, awoke with a start. He was searching for the tooth fairy, his small face creased with concern, and discovered a small dinosaur-shaped coin pouch instead. Seojun curiously opened the pouch, revealing a surprising amount of coins inside. A delighted smile spread across his face as he realized the tooth fairy had been generous. He was pleased to find a good tooth fairy too. Seojun quickly settled back down, relieved he hadn't been caught, only to be startled by his uncle's sudden appearance. His uncle asked why he had gotten up so suddenly. Elsewhere, Seojun's uncle and another individual discussed a cameo appearance for Seojun. It was confirmed that the role was minor and unrelated to the main drama. A man, dressed in a sharp business suit, sat thoughtfully in his office. He mused that it would be a great addition to his new drama if Seojun could appear in it. He continued, explaining that the role of an elementary school student who gives out hit-and-run car license plates actually suits Seojun even better. A young boy, seemingly Seojun, let out a small, surprised ah. Seojun's eyes widened in surprise. He thought to himself, "That's totally me." The man asked him if he wanted to do it. The man smiled, complimenting Seojun on his thoroughness. He then told Seojun to think it over and let him know soon. He promised to treat Seojun to something tasty the next time they meet. He waved goodbye as he left the office, a cheerful expression on his face. Outside, another man bowed respectfully to the departing man. He commented that Seojun's uncle would surely ask them for Seojun's services soon. Meanwhile, Seojun's mother and Seojun himself were discussing the meeting. Seojun simply agreed, saying, "Yeah, totally." Later, someone asked how the meeting went. The man's face lit up with a joyful expression. The man beamed, clearly pleased with the outcome of the meeting. In a brightly lit conference room, 3 individuals sat around a table. A woman and a man engaged in a conversation, while a younger man listened attentively. The woman remarked that their previous discussion felt more like a casual chat than a formal business meeting. The man responded that they could discuss anything at any time. Continuing their discussion, the man brought up the topic of Seojun's agency name, prompting a thoughtful response from the younger man. The younger man, Seojun's uncle, confidently declared that he had already made a decision regarding the matter. He chose Kokoya Entertainment. His announcement was met with an enthusiastic reaction from the woman, who expressed her surprise and delight. Despite the excitement, the woman voiced a concern. She believed it would be better for Seojun to be surrounded by trustworthy people given his young age. However, she noted that he seemed to have already made up his mind, referencing a picture of Seojun hanging in the company hallway. The man chuckled, attributing his decision to his pride in his nephew. The uncle then presented Seojun's conditions for joining the agency. Seo-jun stated that he would remain with his uncle's company until he started high school. After that, he would switch to an agency that provided the best care for him. He added that while he would consider any projects offered by his uncle's company, he would only accept those he liked. Lee Seo-jun's uncle, an entertainment executive, laid out his conditions for the young star's contract. He insisted on handling overseas movie contracts separately and refused to bundle Seo-jun with other new actors. Seo-jun, still a child, was surprised by the scale of the negotiations, admitting he hadn't considered such details. His uncle chuckled, amused by his naivete. Seo-jun added another condition. He would only renew his contract after graduating middle school. Finally, Seo-jun asked his uncle if he still wanted to sign with him, given all these stipulations. His uncle readily agreed, delighted to work with the already famous child actor Lee Seo-jun. They shook hands, sealing their agreement. A mother and her young son, Seo-jun, stood before a man in a suit. The mother expressed her hesitation about leaving Seo-jun in his care, noting the boy's age despite his maturity. The suited man reassured her, explaining that he and his manager would take excellent care of Seo-jun for the day. Seo-jun, displaying surprising confidence for his age, asserted that his mother needn't worry about him. He could manage on his own if necessary, but she couldn't trust the man. The man, slightly taken aback, agreed to do his best. Later, Seo-jun and the man shared a meal. The man pondered whether his close working relationship with his manager was something he could expect in the future. The man observed their close interaction, wondering if he would have such a bond with his own future manager. Seo-jun ate with remarkable grace and cuteness, his expression capturing the attention of the man. His adorable eating habits were highlighted in a close-up. The man, charmed by Seo-jun's cuteness, offered him a complimentary meal. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the reincarnation of a superstar actor, sat at a table laden with food, his small hands expertly maneuvering a spoon. His eyes, bright and full of mischief, sparkled with an unnatural intensity. An adult watched him, impressed by the child's eating prowess. The baby mukbang champion is just on a different level, the adult remarked, clearly awestruck by Seo-jun's performance. Having finished his meal, Seo-jun and his companions left the restaurant. "Thank you for the food," one of them exclaimed, their voices full of youthful energy. As they walked down the street, Seo-jun's companions discussed their next destination. "Seo-jun, do you like arcades?" one asked, turning to the child. Seo-jun, seemingly lost in thought, pondered the question. Do kids these days still go to arcades? He wondered. Seo-jun's expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he considered the question. A man approached Seo-jun and his companions. "Do you perhaps have a minute to talk?" he asked, his voice soft and polite. A sudden, dramatic shift in the scene indicated a change in pace or setting. Back on the street, one of Seo-jun's companions noticed something was amiss. "What's the matter?" he asked, concerned. Seo-jun's companion seemed surprised by the question. "Oh," he responded, his expression hinting at a sudden realization. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child prodigy with the soul of a seasoned actor from countless past lives, is shown in a close-up. He wears a cap and a shirt with a teddy bear on it, his large eyes sparkling with mischief. A thought bubble above him reads, "As expected of the manager of a top actor. So cool." A man with dark hair and a slightly worried expression is shown. He is speaking, and his words are, "I'm not someone suspicious." He holds a flyer advertising a children's play, and continues, "I was wondering if you'd like to watch our play. Kids are welcome to watch it too." The man from the previous panel, now looking thoughtful, considers the flyer. His internal monologue is a play. Seo-jun, standing beside him, looks at the flyer with a curious expression. The man smiles and asks Seo-jun, "HM, what do you think? Do you want to check it out?" The man enthusiastically explains, "The story is fun. The acting is great. You won't regret it. The small theater is nearby as well. If you buy the tickets right now, I will give you a 20. He is interrupted by a sudden offer. "No, I'll give a 40% discount." Seo-jun, seemingly lost in thought, murmurs, "I see." A man, his face etched with a polite smile, apologized for wasting the other person's time. The other person, however, responded that they would actually like 3 tickets. He then asked to see the price list, inquiring about the cost. The man's young son, looking slightly apprehensive, questioned his father's willingness to purchase tickets based on the price list. The father, however, expressed his enjoyment of plays, indicating his approval of the purchase. The boy, impressed, declared his father a cool adult. Later, a man wondered aloud how many tickets had been sold that day. Another man, sighing, revealed that he hadn't sold a single ticket. He worried that, given the poor sales, they might not even be able to put on the play that day. Sung-woo, checking his phone, exclaimed that only 3 tickets had been sold for the play, 1 child and 2 adults. He expressed relief that today's performance hadn't been canceled. He added that if it weren't for general admission tickets, they wouldn't have even sold 3. His companion, however, pointed out that now wasn't the time to be smiling, as they still had a problem: the audience. Sung-woo, looking distressed, noted that the 3 people who bought tickets did so at full price. The 2 men and a boy arrived at a small theater. One of the men observed that it didn't look like a concert hall, but that most small theaters are like this, with cheap rental fees. A woman at the entrance greeted them, asking to see their tickets. She directed them to go up the stairs to the second door, which was the entrance. The woman, who appeared to be an actress, explained that she was checking the audience in case they ran away. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old with a remarkable past, arrived at a small theater with his two companions. One suggested they sit together, and remarked that it had been a while since he'd last attended a play in such an intimate setting. He then asked Seo-jun if he had ever seen a play before. One of Seo-jun's companions, clearly excited, shared that while he had seen plays in the US, this was his first time experiencing one in Korea. Seo-jun, brimming with infectious joy, giggled in anticipation of the play. Meanwhile, another companion seemed to be feeling nervous. Backstage, one of the actors informed his colleagues that the audience was very excited for the play, prompting the director to encourage everyone to remain calm and focused. He reminded them that they were about to showcase their best acting. One of the actors, eyes closed, steeled his resolve, and encouraged his fellow actors to give it their all. The energy in the room was palpable as they prepared for the curtain to rise. A group of hands, presumably belonging to children, came together in a stack, symbolizing unity and teamwork. The caption above reads, "Our neighborhood, let's go." The scene shifts to a stage, bathed in a single spotlight. The caption reads, "All right, let's start." Someone's feet, clad in brown sneakers, ascended a flight of stairs, signaling the commencement of Our Neighborhood. A heated discussion unfolds on stage. One individual accuses another of being a silver-tongued con artist, to which the accused retorts, "I'm not a con artist, I'm a detective." Amidst the commotion, a man confidently declares himself the best village head, vowing to transform their village into a desirable place to live, asserting that nothing can stop him. His declaration is met with skepticism. Someone questions his ability to manage the influx of people that his improvements would attract. A detective observes the scene, noting the village head's substantial debt as highly suspicious. He presents evidence, challenging the village head's claims and accusing him of deception. Two detectives investigated a scene, meticulously searching for clues. One detective, kneeling, examined a piece of paper, while the other looked on, commenting that the detective's methods were more akin to a real estate agent than a detective. The first detective explained that the evidence had been placed in a flower vase. The detectives concluded that the young laundromat owner was the culprit, having stolen the young lady's heart. A young boy, seemingly unfazed by the accusations, confidently declared that the detectives were mistaken. An omniscient narrator commented that, objectively, the play wasn't top-notch. Neither the acting nor the story were particularly good. Despite its flaws, the audience was clearly captivated by the performance. The energy in the room was infectious. The audience could feel the actors' passion for their craft. The culprit had been revealed, bringing a sense of relief and safety to the neighborhood. The young boy and two other people watched the play, clapping enthusiastically. The actors took a final bow, thanking the audience for their time. The young boy reflected on the experience, noting that it mirrored his past life. A young boy, his face etched with a tender smile, sniffled slightly. He wondered why he was feeling so emotional. He quickly wiped away his tears. Someone urged him to hurry, as they hadn't taken any pictures yet. The scene shifted to a stage. A young boy, wearing a cap, watched a play with wide, excited eyes. An adult man, standing nearby, enthusiastically exclaimed yes. Another adult, however, commented that things were proving a bit difficult. Two men sat in the audience, one of them remarking that it was fun watching the play. He added that Seo-jun was already running. One of the men, squinting, recognized a familiar face among the audience members. He focused on a man wearing glasses, deciding to take a photograph. The man in glasses was a striking resemblance to actor Lee Ji-seok. Meanwhile, a young boy stumbled, prompting a nearby woman to offer assistance. She wondered if the child was related to the actor. The boy, wearing a shirt with a teddy bear logo, gratefully thanked the woman for her help. A young boy, Lee Seo-jun, stood in a theater, slightly hunched over. He was asked if he was the actor Lee Seo-jun. Two adults reacted with disbelief and excitement upon confirming Seo-jun's identity. One exclaimed that it was really him, the actor Lee Seo-jun. One of the adults, a woman, shyly approached Seo-jun and confessed to being a huge fan. Seo-jun politely thanked them. The woman asked to take a photo with him. The man offered to take the photo, and Seo-jun expressed his gratitude. A group photo was taken with Seo-jun and his fans. He smiled brightly for the camera. The woman excitedly asked for the photo to be sent to her immediately, and another fan expressed the same desire. The man showed the photo on his phone to the woman, both smiling happily. A man, politely excusing himself, showed a woman a picture on his phone. The image displayed a group photo of children, one of whom was notably small and adorable. He then asked the woman if she would mind if he posted the photo online as an advertisement. The woman readily agreed. A small boy, brimming with excitement, pumped his fist in the air. Despite not caring about the advertisement itself, the man voiced his concern that using a celebrity child would attract unwanted attention, especially since Seo-jun had recently become a hot topic, making the public's interest in him very high. He questioned whether they could handle the potential consequences. The boy, seemingly unfazed, pointed out that they had already been performing on stage without an audience for 3 days. He continued, suggesting that if they didn't have any viewers to begin with, then the situation wouldn't change much. Two individuals, a man and a woman, stood backstage, looking concerned. The man expressed worry that some members of their group might quit. However, another man interjected, stating that they enjoyed theater and wanted to continue performing. A man, clad in a red vest, expressed his gratitude. Thanks to the unseen subject, a new hope had emerged after a long period of hardship. This hope, he believed, would allow them to overcome any obstacle. A young boy, his face partially visible, looked on with wide, curious eyes. The boy's internal monologue revealed his surprise at the effort required to post a single photo online. A woman, her face filled with determination, vowed to work hard to avoid disappointing those who believed in them. The woman then politely asked for feedback on their performance, hoping to learn from any shortcomings. She earnestly requested any criticism, showing a willingness to improve. A man, seemingly thoughtful, responded that he wasn't sure. Another man, however, expressed his curiosity about the boy's reaction to the play. The man sighed in relief. He suggested they discuss the matter further. The woman, overjoyed, expressed her gratitude. A photograph shows a group of people, including a young boy, Lee Seo-jun, at what appears to be a neighborhood play. The caption reads, "Look who came to see our play, our neighborhood." A woman, a fan of Lee Seo-jun, explains that she came to see the play after seeing a photo online, but found more people than she expected. She continues, noting that almost all tickets were sold out, and the play itself was a hilarious comedy. After the play, the actors and actresses spoke with the audience, and everyone asked about Lee Ji-seok. The woman reflects that it was odd that the conversation focused more on Lee Seo-jun than the play itself. The audience members are shown expressing their joy and excitement after the play, their faces beaming. Someone comments that while living off the fame of a famous actor has its perks, it also comes with a price. Another person counters that the play was a masterpiece, despite the lack of publicity. A final person expresses hope that the actors will gain enough fans to support their next project. A young boy, eyes wide with disbelief, stared at his phone screen. He muttered to himself, questioning what he was seeing. He shook his head, a look of utter astonishment on his face. He insisted he never said anything like what was on the screen, which showed Lee Seo-jun's name trending at the top of the online news. In a living room, two figures sat in conversation. One, an older man, explained that celebrities attract attention. It's the nature of their profession. He pointed out that even their personal lives are often used to generate views. He cautioned against using social media, expressing concern for the potential consequences. The younger man, seemingly worried, asked if his older brother and sister-in-law would be all right. The younger man readily agreed. The older man observed the younger man smile, questioning its cause. A man, seemingly a director, spoke on the phone, explaining that he had only agreed to let a child make a cameo appearance in his film without revealing the child's identity. He continued, mentioning that the director was known for being a huge fan of the child actor, Lee Seo-jun, and mused about the director's surprise at discovering the child's identity. A young boy, brimming with excitement, anticipated the fun ahead. The man's inner thoughts revealed a mischievous grin as he anticipated the fun of the surprise. He seemed to be relishing the upcoming events. The director, upon seeing Lee Seo-jun, reacted with shock and disbelief, exclaiming his name in surprise. His mouth agape, the director's shock was palpable. His hands flew up in a gesture of disbelief. Meanwhile, the man with Lee Seo-jun maintained a calm and amused expression, greeting the director. The director, still somewhat in shock, muttered about Jean Naitra being right in front of him. He also noted that he was a big fan of the child actor. A woman nearby chuckled at the director's reaction. The man introduced himself and the child as Director Choi Min-seong and writer So Eun-jin, respectively. A woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and wonder, stared at a monitor. Her mouth was slightly agape, and her hand was raised to her cheek, as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. "Totally," she exclaimed. A young boy, his face beaming with a bright, innocent smile, looked directly at the viewer. His eyes sparkled with delight. Ji-seok-hyung showed. "If it looked boring, I wouldn't have accepted it. Also, I really enjoyed the director's work in the U.S." The boy's uncle, a man with a friendly, slightly goofy grin, chuckled, clearly pleased by the compliment. He was wearing a casual cap and a gray zip-up jacket. "Also, I really enjoyed the director's work in the U.S." A more serious-looking man, presumably the director, spoke calmly. "Thanks for saying that about me. And the great actor Ji Seok-hyung is appearing too. Then, let's hide actor Lee Seo-jun's appearance for now until filming begins. He'll be our work's hidden card." The woman nodded in agreement. The director turned to the boy. "Is it okay with you if I just give you a tour around the filming location today? Should I fool the others by saying that Mr. Ji Seok is my nephew?" A young boy, Seo-jun, sits patiently, clutching a juice box. His uncle is going to work. Seo-jun waves goodbye to his uncle, who promises to return soon. He continues to sip his juice, seemingly content. Meanwhile, inside a film set, a man carries two chairs, calling out for Seo-jun. The filming is about to begin. The director calls for action. Seo-jun is surprised. He thinks the director is misunderstanding something. He's just a normal kid, not an actor. The director, however, believes he is a great actor. The director observes Seo-jun from behind the camera. Later, Seo-jun's uncle asks why he was asked to make a cameo. Seo-jun confidently replies that it's because he's a good actor. A contemplative thought bubble appeared above the scene, expressing internal conflict. It read, "Well, that could be true too, but no, it must be this." The scene shifted to a man with a kind smile, his expression radiating warmth and contentment. He spoke, relaying a message. Ji Seok-hyung wants to do many more projects with you. The narrative continued with another thought bubble, this time observing, "By the way, Seo-jun, it seems like you're only interested in movies. He said he wanted you to know that drama series are also fun." A young boy, Seo-jun, listened with a questioning expression. Seo-jun then asked why. Seo-jun considered this, a thought bubble appearing above his head. Then, can't I just ask him to put me on the same projects that he likes? Another thought bubble appeared, this time reflecting on the situation. Both of you chose good projects as if by coincidence, but it would be nice if it were the same projects. Ji Seok-hyung is so complicated. Haha, let's say he's delicate. A man pondered, his brow furrowed in concentration. He silently questioned what the best course of action would be, especially considering his desire to act alongside his older brother. A flashback showed a young boy, radiant and joyful, immersed in the act of performing. He recalled the sheer exhilaration of acting with his full potential. The happiness he felt while sharing the stage with others, a memory that brought a smile to his face. The flashback continued, showing the man and a woman, both smiling brightly, clearly enjoying their time together on set. Their shared passion for acting was palpable, a shared longing for the stage and the joy of performance. The scene shifted to a man and a woman, their faces conveying a deep love for acting. They were actors who truly cherished their craft. The image emphasized their shared passion, their dedication to the art of acting. A director called for a short break on set. Two figures, a man and a young boy, stood in what appeared to be a bustling backstage area. The man, with a kind smile, expressed his belief that the boy's acting career would be successful if he pursued it. He continued, emphasizing the longevity of the acting industry and the man's own commitment to it, suggesting that the boy's uncle would remain in the industry for many years to come. The scene shifted to a different location, possibly a cafe. A woman, seemingly the boy's mother, held an egg while looking at the man, who seemed to be considering something. The man, turning to face the viewer, asked for agreement on an unspoken point, his expression suggesting confidence in his assessment. The narrative transitioned to the man's thoughts. He mused that even if the boy didn't explicitly agree, his actions would ultimately reveal his inclination towards acting, highlighting the boy's youth, but hinting at a remarkable talent. The focus shifted back to the boy, who was sitting quietly. The man's internal monologue continued, noting the boy's striking resemblance to a famous actor, his uncle. The boy, in a quiet moment of reflection, affirmed his intention to pursue acting for a long time. A close-up on the boy's face showed a bright, determined smile, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old boy, is introduced. He's wearing a soccer uniform, his face beaming with a toothy grin. A group of adults are shown whispering amongst themselves near a film set. They express surprise at the presence of Lee Seo-jun, noting that his appearance on set was unexpected, but real. One of the adults whispers that there are millions of actors on the set. The adults continue their conversation, clarifying that the number of actors is even higher when extras are included, exceeding 10 million. Seo-jun's uncle speaks to him, reassuring him about missing school for the shoot and encouraging him to have fun. Seo-jun expresses his concern that the set might be noisy again, recalling the commotion after the previous film's premiere. His uncle laughs, pointing out Seo-jun's popularity even among children. The uncle further explains that Seo-jun's popularity extends beyond autographs, with many also seeking those of other actors from the film. A young boy, Seo-jun, eyes another child's autograph picture with longing. He blurts out his desire for one as well. Seo-jun's companion explains that giving out autographs now would create an overwhelming demand, a problem for a child who is not yet widely known. He wisely advises against it, but Seo-jun's companion notes that his continued popularity might change that. The scene shifts to show Seo-jun and his companion walking away. The background subtly hints at a musical theme. His companion muses about Seo-jun's future, suggesting that middle school, with its performing arts focus, might lessen his current interest in autographs. However, he acknowledges the unavoidable reality that the demands of acting might require Seo-jun to miss school frequently. The scene shifts to a man, presumably a director, informing Seo-jun's companion that filming is about to begin. Seo-jun's companion, slightly flustered, prepares to head to the set. He and Seo-jun share a fist bump, with the companion going first to the set and Seo-jun to follow. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child actor already making a name for himself, sat on a bench, clutching a juice box. He quietly voiced his desire for the drink. A voice, presumably from a crew member, spoke to him, noting that waiting must be boring for a child actor. Seo-jun, though clearly tired of waiting, assured the crew member that he was fine. The crew member then suggested that Seo-jun introduce himself to the other child actor who would be filming with him. Meanwhile, another young boy juggled a soccer ball skillfully, displaying impressive athleticism and coordination. Seo-jun watched, impressed by the other boy's talent. The scene opens with Choi Shi-yuk, a sixth grader on his school's soccer team, introducing himself. He looks somewhat apprehensive, perhaps unsure of the situation he's in. Another young boy approaches Shi-yuk, impressed by his soccer team affiliation. Shi-yuk shares his dream of becoming a professional soccer player. A narrator's aside comments on the unexpected presence of a full soccer team in such a small scene. A detective approaches the two boys, beginning a conversation. The detective's questions suggest a serious matter is at hand. Shi-yuk, bored from waiting for a shoot, invites the other boy to play soccer with him, offering to teach him. The other boy hesitates, questioning whether they are allowed to play. Shi-yuk confirms they have permission to play in a designated area. Meanwhile, a man observes from a distance, thinking to himself that he is once again the guardian. The scene ends with a close-up of a soccer ball and a foot about to kick it. Two young boys stood on a soccer field. One, wearing a blue jersey with the number 11, asked the other if he had ever played soccer before. The boy in the black jersey with the number 3 replied that he hadn't. The boy in blue then suggested he try kicking the ball. The boy in black admitted he hadn't played before, but a golden glow emanated from him as he prepared to kick the ball. The text revealed this was the activation of a golden seal's golden ball ability. The ability description stated that it allowed for free control of a ball, slightly improving athletic skills. A flashback showed the boy had played with a ball before. The narration explained that the golden seal collects the shells of golden eggs it breaks to make a ball. The scene shifted to a sea lion examining broken pieces of a golden egg shell on the beach. The narration continued, explaining that the sea lion carries a golden ball with it for life, making it better at handling balls than anyone else. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth reincarnation, displayed an uncanny skill with a soccer ball, kicking it with surprising power and precision. A nearby boy watched in astonishment, his jaw dropping as he witnessed Seo-jun's incredible feat. He couldn't believe the skills of someone who had never played soccer before. Seo-jun, seemingly unfazed by the attention, continued to effortlessly juggle the ball, a small smile playing on his lips. A faint golden glow emanated from the ball as he controlled it with ease. Another boy, wearing a soccer jersey, approached, his fist clenched in anticipation. He called out, ready for pass. Seo-jun, with a cheerful expression, expertly passed the ball to his new playmate. The two boys continued to play, their skills surprisingly well matched. An observer nearby marveled at their impressive teamwork, commenting on how good they both were. The narration reveals that one of the boys, Shi-yuk, is one of the top 5 elementary school students in Korea, frequently appearing on television shows. A woman nearby expressed concern about interrupting their passionate game, but felt compelled to approach them. Someone off-panel comments on how good young actor Lee Seo-jun is. Continuing the thought, the unseen person notes that Seo-jun seems to be enjoying himself. A film crew discusses whether to include a particular scene in their project. Seo-jun presents his parents with a Parents' Day gift, expressing his love. His mother and father happily receive the gift, smiling warmly at their son. Seo-jun beams with joy, his arms outstretched in a gesture of happiness. Seo-jun's parents express their love for him in return. The scene ends with Seo-jun's mother looking lovingly at him. The scene opens with a close-up of a young boy, his features still soft with the vestiges of babyhood, though his eyes hold a surprising depth. He's dressed in a panda-themed onesie, a stark contrast to the thought bubble above him, which reads, "When did that small child grow so big?" He smiles, a gap-toothed grin that radiates an almost uncanny charm. The boy's now older, wearing a light green long-sleeve shirt, his features more defined but still retaining a youthful innocence. A woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and affection, reads a letter. A small carnation is pinned to her sweater, a subtle detail that hints at a connection to the boy. The letter is passed to a man, who smiles warmly at the woman beside him. Both share a tender moment, their expressions reflecting shared joy and pride. The man looks thoughtful, a question forming in his mind. "By the way, Seo-jun, why did you make so many paper carnations?" A box overflowing with meticulously crafted paper carnations is shown, hinting at the scale of the boy's project. Seo-jun, holding one of his creations, explains, "I want to give them to other people too." Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, expressed his gratitude toward his uncles, the Brown-Black Hyungs, Aunt Nara, Ji-suk-hyung, Sung-oh Hyung, director Choi Dae-man, and director Ryan Will, as well as Jonathan Hyung, Evan, and Richel. He happily declared that he had many people to be thankful for. Seo-jun, with a wide, joyful grin, opened his arms wide, expressing his overflowing gratitude. He expressed his desire to give gifts filled with gratitude to everyone. His parents watched, touched by his mature attitude. His mother commented on his maturity, but also cautioned him not to grow up too fast. His father embraced him affectionately, but Seo-jun playfully pushed him away, asking him to stop. Seo-jun's parents laughed, and he playfully asked his mother to join in the hug. The family embraced in a warm, loving hug, filled with laughter and affection. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a history of past lives and extraordinary abilities, lay in his crib, a slight flush on his cheeks. He puffed out his breath, a small huff escaping his lips, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was clearly upset. A thought bubble above him revealed his frustration. Heek, we said we would watch episode 1 together today. Don't bother me. A group of children, dressed in matching blue athletic shirts, sat attentively before a television screen. One boy excitedly pointed at the screen, announcing that episode 5 was about to begin. One of the children expressed interest in seeing how well Choi Si-hyuk, presumably an actor, would perform. Another child, seemingly a coach or supervisor, asked if they understood the implications of watching a show mid-season. He then added that the show was quite interesting and had high viewership numbers on KBCR. The scene shifted to an outdoor playground. Someone exclaimed that Choi Si-hyuk was present. Two boys, one in a blue soccer jersey and the other in a black and yellow one, were seen playing soccer together. The boy in blue was Choi Si-hyuk. A bystander questioned the identity of the boy in black and yellow, wondering if he was another soccer player. Someone clarified that the boy was not just another soccer player. He had just taken the ball away from Choi Si-hyuk. The boy in blue remarked on the other boy's impressive skill. A soccer coach, frustrated, confided to himself that even when Si-hyuk played with him, he couldn't achieve the same level of skill. A man approached a group of young boys playing soccer, inquiring if they played there every day. Two boys, engrossed in their game, paused as the man approached. One of the boys, slightly hesitant, responded negatively to the man's question. The other boy, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed that he had seen something extraordinary. The boys, recognizing the individual from the popular show Shadow Man, expressed their astonishment. The boys, in awe, reacted with surprise and excitement. One boy questioned if the actor was an evil spirit, while another commented on his soccer skills despite his acting career. The coach, witnessing the scene, appeared utterly bewildered. A man, his face contorted in a mixture of disbelief and anger, exclaimed that a certain child possessed exceptional talent, a talent destined to lead South Korea's soccer world. Meanwhile, another man, radiating confidence, gave a thumbs up, declaring his fury, while mentioning their movie. Someone observed that the reaction to something was great. Real-time charts showed Lee Seo-jun dominating the trending topics, with mentions of him as an investigator, in a drama, a cameo, and generally trending. One person informed another that Seo-jun was being called an investigator, implying involvement with criminals. The other person responded that everyone was going crazy over Seo-jun's soccer skills, suggesting they play together sometime. Seo-jun expressed his desire to be in the next drama. A woman explained that movies end quickly, but dramas continue for a longer period. Lee Seo-jun's parents discussed his acting career over tea. His mother mentioned that dramas were difficult due to their lengthy scripts, while his father proudly stated that Seo-jun, their son, knew better than anyone how to handle them. Seo-jun's parents then turned their attention to his future projects, asking him what he wanted to do next, a movie or a drama. Seo-jun, holding a mug, contemplated their question. He decided against both options, expressing his desire to pursue something different. A phone lay on a desk. A number was visible on the screen. Seo-jun's mother received a call from Coco Entertainment. She was surprised to hear that MBS was calling. She answered another call, this time from SBC, and her expression showed excitement. Uncertainty hung in the air regarding the next project for the young actor, Lee Seo-jun. He was currently rejecting all drama project offers. Meanwhile, in an office, a woman confirmed that Lee Seo-jun was indeed an actor under Coco Entertainment. She noted that the 5th episode of his recent drama had a significant impact. Her male colleague looked shocked by this news. They admitted their inability to provide a clear answer due to Seo-jun's unknown preferences. The two office workers looked perplexed. The conversation turned to Lee Seo-jun. A man checked his phone and discovered that Lee Seo-jun wanted to participate in a play. On Daho introduced himself. He seemed surprised and flustered by the introduction. Lee Seo-jun greeted On Daho, identifying himself as an actor. On Daho expressed his pleasure at meeting the famous actor, noting that a young boy nearby also appeared to be a fan. Seo-jun noted the unusual number of kind people around him. He wondered if this was due to a premonition. Seo-jun pondered the impact of his magic. On Daho appeared confused by Seo-jun's behavior. On Daho reflected on his professionalism, separating his personal feelings from his work. A woman was being scolded by a man. He demanded that she analyze some scripts they had received. The woman looked at a stack of scripts in confusion. A young man explained that the scripts were ones that had arrived at the office, and that he had already analyzed them. He then asked if the woman enjoyed reading scripts. The woman responded that she did, explaining that her dream was to support great actors. The young man offered her the scripts he had brought. She excitedly accepted the offer. The young man thought the script seemed like a good fit for Seo-jun. The evening sky was a canvas of twilight hues as the moon hung high above a cityscape of towering buildings. A voice, soft yet clear, announced, "Dad is here." A young boy, his face alight with joy, looked up and exclaimed, "Dad." Seo-jun's uncle inquired, "Seo-jun, you said your manager is coming?" A man, introducing himself as Seo-jun's father, greeted them warmly. "Hello, I'm Seojun's father. Seojun, equally enthusiastic, responded, Hello. It's nice to meet you. Turning to Seojun, his father asked, What did you do today at school? Seojun, beaming, recounted his day. I played soccer in the gym. I also did 10 presentations. His father listened attentively, a gentle smile playing on his lips. One man asked the other, What do you think? Seojun is more ordinary than you thought, right? The second man responded, I'm sure you've met a lot of arrogant and rude actors before, so were you maybe worried that your imagination would get broken? He admitted, I can't say I wasn't. Then he added, Seojun has a family friend called Hee Sang-hyung. Two men conversed. One, seemingly an older brother, suggested that the other seek advice from the manager about a job opportunity. The younger brother expressed his gratitude. The older brother smiled warmly, his expression kind and reassuring. He then asked that the younger brother take good care of Seojun. The younger brother nodded, his face reflecting a mix of determination and affection. He affirmed his commitment, promising to do his best. Later, a woman was seen looking at a laptop, expressing concern about the limited acting roles available for children due to age and height restrictions. She continued, highlighting the scarcity of roles without such limitations. The woman and a man discussed the challenges of finding suitable roles for Seojun, concluding that creating their own play would be the best option. A young boy, presumably Seojun, reacted with surprise and curiosity to the idea of creating a play on their own. Two men conversed. One, older with a beard, seemed pensive. The other, younger and with neatly styled hair, expressed optimism, stating that the situation wasn't bad. The younger man continued, mentioning his close connections with prominent actors and directors. He lamented the lack of a good story, although he noted they had ample funds. He then suggested a children's play, specifying that it only featured child and teenage actors, excluding adults, and was performed solely during summer vacation. The younger man added that there was no age restriction for the roles. The older man reacted to the suggestion of the play, expressing curiosity as to why it was relevant. The younger man explained that their team had reviewed the play, but he didn't believe it was suitable for participation. A young boy listened intently to the conversation. The boy summarized the older man's assessment, understanding that the play was beyond his capabilities. The boy then inquired about the existence of a script for the play. Two individuals discussed an online casting call. One explained that the application required specifying the desired role after reviewing the provided dialogue, as the details have been uploaded to their homepage. A man and a boy sat together. The man, seemingly the boy's father, agreed to the idea. However, another man, possibly an agent or manager, expressed concern about the project's commercial viability, noting the lack of established actors, directors, writers, or production companies. The man's skepticism was evident as he questioned the boy's enthusiasm for such an unremarkable play. The boy, seemingly unfazed, remained enthusiastic about the opportunity. The boy sat down at a laptop, seemingly ready to begin working on his application. A promotional poster for a play called Our Neighborhood is shown. Lee Seojun and Lee Jiseok, two actors, are featured prominently. Inside a television studio, two men are conducting an interview. One explains that they invited Kim Sungin, the director of the Wind Theater Company, for an interview. A young boy sits on a couch, looking thoughtful. He comments that he heard the interviewee recently moved to a new theater. The man being interviewed explains that while the actors in Our Neighborhood are a little awkward due to being on such a big stage for the first time, they will get used to it soon. Someone asks the interviewee if he still keeps in touch with the two actors from the play. The young boy from earlier observes the interview, noting that the interviewee looks worried. A flashback shows a group photo of the interviewee with a large cast. The boy reflects that this is exactly what the man was worried about back then. The boy assures himself that everything will be all right. The boy speculates that the interviewee likely accepted the interview because the audience was thinning out. A young man, looking at his phone, contemplated his career path. He didn't want to be the main character of every production. He simply wanted success by association. He was having a conversation with a woman, discussing the financial realities of theater. No matter how much they loved it, money was needed to keep it going. The question of production versus success hung in the air. The man and woman stood on a stage, the man's decision clear. In the face of a dilemma, he chose success. Later, the young man received a message. He was reassured that people's interests change quickly, so it wouldn't be a struggle for long. He expressed his gratitude for the update. His expression shifted to one of contemplation as he considered the script. The script detailed the roles: BOM, the main character, Hunter, and Blue Dragon voice. He was assigned the main role. A flashback showed a younger version of the man, dressed as an angel, happily basking in the spotlight. He had always been the center of attention. Despite his past experiences, he reflected on the exhaustion of always being the main character. He loved acting, but the constant pressure was wearing him down. The weight of his feelings was evident as he walked away, his love for acting slowly diminishing. Two figures stood in a dimly lit space. A taller man, seemingly an adult, stood behind a shorter boy, who appeared to be a child. The boy's expression was one of quiet contemplation. A thought bubble above him read, "No one wants to keep acting when they're being overshadowed by someone else." The boy sat alone, reviewing a document. His brow was furrowed in concentration. A question was posed. Isn't the person who truly loves acting the one who persists under such circumstances? Seo-jun, a young boy, was addressed by an unseen speaker. The question was, Seo-jun, have you read all the scripts? Two men, one with glasses, conversed. The man with glasses seemed amused, while the other man had a neutral expression. Seo-jun, holding scripts, enthusiastically responded, Yes, I want to do this. A close-up of Seo-jun's face showed a determined expression. Behind him, a large blue dragon was subtly visible. The man with glasses exclaimed, The blue dragon. The other man questioned, The blue dragon? Seo-jun, beaming, stated that all the roles were fascinating, but the blue dragon was his favorite. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with an extraordinary past, played intensely with his monster puppets. His uncle, observing him, reflected on the inevitability of this moment. Seo-jun's uncle was astonished. He had believed such immersive role-playing was confined to Hollywood fantasy films. He excitedly shared the news with his brother, who was puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. The uncle then pointed out that Seo-jun's role, while impactful, was not the main character, having less screen time than others. A script page revealed that Seo-jun's character, the Blue Dragon, would only be heard, not seen. His uncle was surprised by this, questioning if Seo-jun would be okay with only his voice being used. Seo-jun, however, expressed his preference for this arrangement. His uncle was left speechless by Seo-jun's response. Seo-jun's uncle looked at his nephew with a mixture of surprise and amusement. One man, appearing concerned, asked another what was wrong. The second man responded that even though it was a small role, Seo-jun seemed to enjoy it. He continued, explaining that many children want to act but lack the opportunities to perform. The first man pointed out that, since this was the first time they were doing this, they were also accepting applications from experienced child actors, making it a good initiative. He added that it was great Seo-jun could participate. The second man, however, seemed unconvinced, touching his neck thoughtfully. He insisted that wasn't the real issue. The second man confessed his uncertainty about how to support Seo-jun's future endeavors, as the selection criteria were unexpected. The first man called it a good question. He then explained that Seo-jun never did anything he didn't want to do. He revealed that if Seo-jun wanted to do something, he would do it. He then shared a secret known to only a few people. Specifically, Seo-jun had rehearsed one script for Shadow Man 2 for 8 months. Brother Daho, Seo-jun's uncle, observed the child with a thoughtful expression. He reflected on the extent of Seo-jun's determination, noting the considerable effort the young boy had invested in his pursuits. Daho continued his internal monologue, acknowledging Seo-jun's burgeoning fame. Daho shared with someone off-panel that Seo-jun was unconcerned with box office success. His only priority was having fun. The conversation continued, with Daho addressing his brother, also named Daho. Daho asked Seo-jun what was wrong. Seo-jun, holding a script, declared his unwillingness to participate. Daho questioned Seo-jun's reluctance, prompting a reflection on Seo-jun's unpredictable behavior. Daho expressed concern, noting that this was unlike Seo-jun's usual demeanor. He wondered what had caused the sudden change in his nephew's attitude. Daho pondered the contrast between Seo-jun's earlier excitement and his current reluctance. The playground equipment stood brightly against the clear sky. 2 pyramid-shaped climbing frames dominated the scene, their vibrant colors suggesting a cheerful atmosphere. 2 children, a boy and a girl, sat on swings, gently swaying back and forth. The boy appeared thoughtful, his gaze directed downward. The girl seemed content, her expression relaxed. The boy, Seo-jun, and the girl continued their gentle swinging. A woman approached them, her concern evident in her expression. She asked Seo-jun if he was feeling unwell. Seo-jun replied that he wasn't sick, but rather had a worry on his mind. The woman, curious, asked him what was troubling him. Seo-jun, looking slightly anxious, began to explain. Seo-jun hesitated for a moment, his expression thoughtful. He seemed to be weighing his words carefully before speaking. He finally revealed his concern, his newfound fame. The girl, Jihu, reacted with excitement, confirming his celebrity status. Jihu emphasized Seo-jun's immense popularity, expressing worry that his fame might hinder his ability to play freely without constant attention. She expressed concern that this might not be a positive thing for him. Jihu prompted Seo-jun to consider the flip side of the situation. She posed a hypothetical scenario. What if people only liked her and not Seo-jun? The thought seemed to unsettle him. Seo-jun extended the hypothetical scenario to his parents, wondering if they would only favor Jihu if she were the more popular one. He appeared troubled by the thought. Lee Seo-jun and his playmate Jihu were swinging on the playground. Seo-jun's friend, Jian, pointed out that only Seo-jun was popular, unlike Jihu. Seo-jun wished that everyone liked him and Jihu equally. He expressed his desire for both of them to be equally liked. Seo-jun hoped people would like the actors who appear with him as much as they like him. Seo-jun worried that his fame might make it difficult to maintain equal friendships. Seo-jun pondered how to make everyone like them equally. His friend suggested it was a difficult dilemma. A solution was proposed. Since Jihu and Jian are twins, they could swap places every day. The friend explained that this way, people would like them in turns. Jian questioned the plan, pointing out that only Jeho would ultimately be liked. Seojun countered that people don't know Jeho is Jian, suggesting a name change as a solution. Seojun, a 7-month-old boy with a mischievous grin, sat on a playground swing. He confidently declared, "Not at all. That's right." He thought to himself, that should have done it. Later, inside his home, Seojun excitedly told his mother, "Mom, I have a great idea." His mother, intrigued, simply replied, "Oh." Seojun, still beaming, asked, "Can I keep my name hidden?" His mother, slightly confused, questioned, "Your name?" "Yes." She then asked, "Why your name all of a sudden?" To which Seojun explained, "I don't want to be the only one in the spotlight in a children's play. Everyone wants to be the main character." He continued, "But if word gets out that I'm doing it, most people will come to see me." Seojun thoughtfully added, "It would be a different story if it were a commercial production, where they might throw in a celebrity with ticket power to boost sales. But this is..." Seojun's eyes lit up as he proposed. "So, what if I apply under a different name?" Seojun placed a hand over his heart, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He silently willed his magic to subtly alter his appearance, ensuring that no one would recognize him. A man asked Seojun if he wanted to use his stage name in the play. Seojun excitedly confirmed that he had already thought of a stage name. The man expressed some hesitation, questioning whether Seojun truly wanted to proceed. The man suggested using Seojun's real name on the application, at least initially. Seojun seemed enthusiastic. The man explained that if Seojun got accepted and went to practice, everyone would see his face anyway, making it necessary for his real name to be known. Seojun, upon hearing this, readily agreed. The man and a woman then proposed to fill out the application together. The Milky Way Center, one of the largest theaters in Seoul, was introduced. An exterior shot of the Milky Way Center was shown. The play, BOM, was described as a children's play implemented as a pilot project this year. The temporary office of a child actor fostering program was established. The selection committee reviewed the applications, noting a high participation rate. Many child actors who had previously appeared in theaters and movies applied. They received far more applications than anticipated for the first round of screenings. A casting director reviewed the applications. She came across a particularly interesting application. The application was for Lee Seojun, a child actor with previous roles in various productions, including Shadow Man 1, The Devil, and G Natra. He had applied for a voice-only role as the Blue Dragon. He even wanted to use his stage name. The director suggested holding an audition. The adults involved in organizing a children's play reassured each other that the production wasn't about making money. It was for the children, and therefore, there was no reason why the young actor, Lee Seojun, couldn't participate. A woman, seemingly a director or producer, looked thoughtful, considering the implications. She continued, emphasizing that having such an experienced child actor would be beneficial. The woman pointed out that Seojun's impressive resume, including roles in Shadow Man 1, The Devil Child, and Shadow Man 2, would provide valuable learning opportunities for the other young actors. It was audition day for the children's play. Lee Seojun received his audition number, Blue Dragon, number 11, and was told to come to the front when his number was called. Two women, observing Seojun, commented that he seemed more normal than they expected. They had anticipated some sort of unusual aura or presence, but he appeared quite ordinary. After the audition, the organizers informed the participants that they would be contacted individually. A young boy, accompanied by his father, stood before a woman in a formal uniform. The father spoke, and the boy replied, "Yes, I understand." The father guided the boy through a door, the boy's excitement evident as he entered a large hall filled with rows of empty seats. The boy's eyes widened in awe. "Wow, the audition hall," he exclaimed. The father explained, "The audition will be on a real stage." The boy, slightly surprised, questioned, "On stage?" His father responded, "Yes, because not many applicants have ever been on stage." The father continued, explaining that the audition was also a test to see if the boy could audition without getting scared, even if his role was just a voice performance. He would also need to coordinate with other actors and props on stage. He added that if the boy was scared in front of a stage with no audience, he wouldn't be able to perform on a stage with a full audience. The boy's expression showed concern. The father's words hung in the air. "You won't be able to go up to a stage with a full audience." A young boy, seated in a theater, questioned his companion. "Is it like a small theater?" The older man replied, "Yeah, but it's a little dangerous to be that close to the audience." The man explained, "It's dangerous because people in the audience can interrupt the play or throw things on stage." A tomato flew across the stage as an example of such an interruption. The man continued, "Sometimes, so for safety's sake, they prefer to have a little distance between the audience and the stage." The boy nodded in understanding. "I see." He then asked, "Do you think the Hyungs and Nunas in the Wind Theater Company are okay? Within touching distance of someone's face if they fall down?" The boy responded, "I haven't heard of any major accidents at the Wind Theater Company yet, so I'm sure they'll be fine. I'm sure there have been some minor incidents, but they're all adults." The older man smiled and said, "Hyung, how do you know everything so well?" The older man answered, "That's the original job of a manager." Two men discussed the responsibilities of a manager, particularly the aspects unknown to actors and those the actors themselves did not care about. One of the men explained that the Wynn Theater Company had a close relationship with a particular theater company, and this was a hot topic. The other man revealed that he had been paying close attention to the theater company's activities, even going so far as to identify the employee responsible for securing news about them. A voice test was conducted, indicating an upcoming event. Park Ji-soo, the director of the children's play Bomb, announced the start of auditions for the role of Blue Dragon. Instructions were given for the candidates to come on stage when their number was called. The audience was shown, and a note was made that candidates were required to perform alone. 3 children in the audience reacted with anticipation and nervousness to the announcement. Candidate number 1 was called to the stage. A young girl, Yi-bin, sat in a seat, her face etched with distress. She vehemently refused to participate, uttering a quiet but firm no, I don't want to do it. Despite encouragement from an adult, presumably her father, to go on stage, Yi-bin remained steadfast in her refusal. No, I don't want to go out alone without Mom, she insisted. Tears streamed down Yi-bin's face as fear consumed her. She cried out, I'm scared. On stage, a woman with glasses announced, Candidate number 1? Wait a minute. Yi-bin's mother addressed her daughter, reminding her of her earlier ambition. Yi-bin, you said you want to be like Lee Seo-jun. Are you going to give up now? Yi-bin, still upset, clarified that it was her parents who wanted her to emulate Lee Seo-jun, not herself. Who said I want to be like Lee Seo-jun? It was Mom who said that. She continued, emphasizing her reluctance. So did Dad. I told you I didn't want to do it. The woman on stage paused, seemingly reconsidering. She then announced the next contestant. Candidate number 2, please come forward. Min-soo, a young boy, expressed his reluctance to participate in something, stating that if a certain she didn't want to do it, neither did he. Another boy, appearing flustered, repeatedly apologized. A woman, presumably a director, reported that candidate number 3 had left with candidate number 2. She then questioned the whereabouts of candidate number 4. The woman reflected on the Blue Dragon role. She responded with a resigned affirmation. The woman observed that many young child actors take their roles seriously. She explained that hardworking child actors don't just want to appear with their voices. A document shows the profile of a child actor, candidate number 1. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old with a captivating smile, sat beside his uncle in an auditorium. A voice boomed over the loudspeaker, calling for candidate number 11 to come forward. Seo-jun, wearing a green and white shirt, smiled serenely as he prepared to take the stage. He was ready. A question was posed. What do you think about revising the script? A man, appearing to be in a position of authority, listened intently. A woman, seemingly a colleague, offered her opinion. This is the first time I've seen a child actor act like that. The woman continued. It's like he's not a human. Another man, observing the young actor, remarked, as if the real Azure Dragon transformed into a human form. That realistic? The first man expressed his astonishment. The level of realism that not even a mere good acting can reach. The young actor, the subject of their discussion, stood before them, radiating an otherworldly aura. Someone in the group summarized. So, as an actor that can convincingly portray as real dragon had appeared. The group continued their discussion, reviewing documents related to the young actor's performance. During a meeting, one of the men declared that the current situation was a waste. Another man disagreed, stating that he was not entirely sure about that assessment. A woman confidently interjected, reminding them that an actor of that caliber would not choose roles based on size or significance. Someone pointed out that Lee Seo-jun's preference for the current script implied a risk of him not continuing if they changed it hastily. The discussion shifted to Lee Seo-jun's past experiences, including roles in Shadow Man 1, Evil Spiral, and Shadow Man 2. They highlighted his consistent ability to captivate audiences, regardless of the role's nature. His name, age, and previous roles were listed. Lee Seo-jun, 8 years old, 7 in Korean age system, Azure Dragon. More details of Seo-jun's past roles were added to the document, emphasizing his superstar status. Someone remarked that this was the level of a true superstar, specifically referencing Lee Seo-jun. The meeting continued, with documents being reviewed. Despite acknowledging Seo-jun's talent, one man still believed that casting him was a waste of talent for the theater community. A group of people sat around a table, discussing the casting of an actor. One person questioned whether the actor, Lee Seo-jun, was trying to hide his identity by using a stage name. Another person added that Lee Seo-jun was also a very kind actor who cared for other children. Finally, someone asked if a decision had been made regarding Lee Seo-jun's casting. A woman announced that the decision on Lee Seo-jun's casting had been passed unanimously. Someone then suggested that the information be kept secret within the center. Later, someone asked Seo-jun about how his audition went. Seo-jun was shown eating with gusto. Seo-jun and his mother were eating together happily. News of a crying child at an audition venue reached a young boy who was calmly eating a piece of fruit. A man, concerned about the crying child, made a phone call. He had witnessed the upsetting event at the audition venue earlier that day and wanted to help. Meanwhile, a woman, likely the child's mother, was at home, distressed by her son's crying and unsure how to comfort him. The crying child's mother spoke to someone, relaying the child's words. The child had expressed a desire to be like Lee Seo-jun. Continuing the conversation, the mother recounted the child's statement while crying. The child then unexpectedly contradicted himself, questioning when he ever said he wanted to be like Lee Seo-jun. The child firmly stated that he did not want to be like Lee Seo-jun. Someone explained that Seo-jun's negative reaction wasn't personal. He simply disliked the situation he was in. The person theorized that Seo-jun might have been upset because his parents forced him into an undesirable situation. Another person acknowledged that they knew Seo-jun's parents had only mentioned him as an example of a famous child actor. However, they still felt bothered by their involvement in Seo-jun's misfortunes. The person was troubled by their role in Seo-jun's past difficulties and worried about similar situations happening to other children in the future. The scene showed a worried mother and father kneeling beside their daughter. Seo-jun's mother called out to him. Seo-jun's mother approached him with a gentle expression. She looked at him with a warm and comforting smile. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a history of past lives and extraordinary abilities, sat alone, a slight blush on his cheeks. A pensive expression clouded his usually bright features. His mother knelt beside him, embracing him tightly in a comforting hug. Seo-jun leaned into her, seeking solace. She observed her son with a worried look. "It looks like my son is having a really bad day today," she murmured. He simply mumbled in response. "MHM." She sighed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Yeah, a lot." Turning to Seo-jun, she continued, "Seo-jun, the more famous you become, the more people will be affected in any way it may be. There's nothing you can possibly do to solve those problems." Seo-jun considered her words, a thoughtful expression on his face. He felt the weight of his newfound fame. His mother gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering comfort and reassurance. Whenever you felt tired or you felt hurt, just remember those people that love you." His father joined them, adding, "Since making those people happy itself is a really amazing deed." 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun beamed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. His eyes sparkled with an almost unnatural light. Seo-jun's parents discussed a potential opportunity. His mother suggested a name game, while his father enthusiastically agreed to participate. However, a concern arose regarding the nature of the role. Seo-jun's mother questioned whether he would be comfortable with a voice acting role, as he had previously expressed a desire to perform in front of a live audience. Seo-jun, however, already had a plan. Seo-jun confidently declared that voice acting was still a form of acting, and he was more than capable. He further emphasized his excitement, highlighting the unique opportunity to portray an Azure Dragon, a role he rarely encountered. Seo-jun expressed his enthusiasm for the project, believing it would be incredibly fun. A new scene unfolded outside a building. A woman greeted Seo-jun's mother. Seo-jun's mother responded politely. The woman expressed her delight at meeting Seo-jun's mother, despite their brief acquaintance. 3 young children, 2 girls, and a boy, animatedly discussed a recent article. One girl excitedly shared that her family had printed the article and added it to her scrapbook. The boy replied that his family had done the same. The conversation continued, with the boy mentioning that he heard their friend, Azure Dragon, would be arriving that day. The scene shifted to a group of children in a room. One child stood with arms outstretched, a blue energy emanating from them. The others watched, seemingly intrigued. One of the children speculated that a particular individual wouldn't run away from a role because they didn't want to play it. Seo-jun, appearing nervous, sat with another child. The other child offered him water, showing concern for his anxiety. Seo-jun explained his nervousness stemmed from never having met child actors before. The other child reassured Seo-jun, acknowledging that not everyone likes him and that unpleasant things can happen, but expressed hope for a positive outcome. Seo-jun, drinking water, expressed hope that they could produce good and interesting results, given everyone's shared interest in acting. Seo-jun internally considered using a minor magical ability, basic breathing, to gain favor. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with an air of quiet confidence, stood radiating a faint green glow. His dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Nearby, a young man watched Seo-jun, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered aloud, "Is this the preemptive strike?" Seo-jun, seemingly oblivious to the observation, continued to exude a soft, green aura. The scene shifted to a different location. A woman, presumably a director, addressed a group of children. She announced, "Then, before we start with our practice today," she continued, explaining that she would introduce the actor playing the Azure Dragon, who had missed the last practice. The children, seated and attentive, waited expectantly. The director prompted them to applaud. The camera angle shifted to show a hallway. Seo-jun entered, a cheerful smile on his face, carrying his cap. A group of children watched in stunned silence as a young boy, seemingly alone, stood in the center of the room. One of them whispered, questioning his presence. Another child, kneeling on the floor, gasped, recognizing the boy as Seo-jun. The shock was evident on their faces. Seo-jun, smiling brightly, announced his name and the role he would be playing, Azure Dragon. A notice was posted on a door, indicating the location of the theater's spring conference room. A request for confidentiality was made, specifically regarding the identity of actor Lee Seo-jun. A woman with dark hair and glasses sat at a table, her expression one of concern. Two individuals questioned the need for secrecy, one expressing confusion. They explained that revealing Lee Seo-jun's involvement could lead to his removal from the play. The woman added that if Lee Seo-jun's participation during the performance was revealed, a different voice actor would have to be used. She looked at her phone, seemingly troubled by the implications. The woman stated that this was a condition set by Lee Seo-jun himself. She left the room, seemingly relieved to have the matter settled. Two individuals, a young man and a young woman, observed a situation, the man expressing a quiet chuckle. The woman voiced her concerns. But still, isn't he being too selfish? This would be a great opportunity for the project to become a hit, though. What can a kid do wrong? It must have been the adults, she pondered. The young man suggested a course of action when they clearly know the circumstances of the production company. How about we secretly leak the information to a close reporter? The woman responded with apprehension. I'm not sure about that. The young man and woman stood with the child, the conversation seemingly at an end. The woman questioned why. The woman continued, expressing her concerns. What if Lee Seo-jun quits during the practice, and this play doesn't even qualify as a filmography? She added, but if he quits during the performance period, rumors will definitely spread in some way. The woman warned, criticism from the public will fall not only on the child actors and their parents, but also on the academy. The adults involved in the children's play discussed the possibility of using the young actor Lee Seo-jun's participation to promote the academy, suggesting that it would be perceived as a collaboration. One of the adults expressed disbelief and uncertainty about the feasibility of such a collaboration with Lee Seo-jun. Another adult confirmed the possibility, emphasizing that it would involve managing the media attention. The adults discussed the extensive media coverage of Lee Seo-jun, noting that even the smallest details of his life were reported. They then considered the potential negative consequences if Lee Seo-jun were to withdraw from the play due to the selfishness of others, acknowledging that rumors would inevitably spread. A group of children discussed a photo of actors who had left the play due to jealousy, speculating about the reasons behind their departure and the impact on their careers. The children agreed that the incident would not become a major news story. One of the adults suggested that if the secret was kept and the play concluded successfully, they could later boast about their child's participation. The final image shows a group of children performing on stage, highlighting the fact that one of them shared the stage with Lee Seo-jun. Once the play is over and the truth is revealed, interviews will be pouring in for the child actors who work together with him. If they leave a good impression there, the child actors would have the opportunity to appear in dramas or movies too. Two young child actors, a boy and a girl, listened attentively, their faces alight with excitement at the prospect. The two children excitedly discussed the possibilities of starring in a drama or movie. However, they understood that this opportunity hinged on keeping the secret of Seo-jun's abilities until the end of the play. A young woman, Daho, smiled knowingly, confident in their ability to maintain the secret. Daho and another person exchanged messages, celebrating the successful completion of their task. Daho expressed gratitude for their efforts, and the other person reciprocated. Meanwhile, another person expressed relief at having assigned a staff member to monitor the situation. He then contacted Daho, inquiring about Seo-jun's rehearsal. Seo-jun, upon being asked about the rehearsal, enthusiastically declared it fun. A young boy, possibly a child actor, explained that everyone was doing well in their individual practice sessions, which were divided by scene. He added that, without group practice, they didn't have much time to meet. Another boy, seemingly older, informed him that since Seo-jun's scenes appeared last, the actor who would be practicing with him later was the main character. He was told he only needed to practice with Soyao. The older boy sighed, concluding that everyone else must have been disappointed by this arrangement. 2 weeks passed. The group of child actors, including Seo-jun, were eating pizza together. They were informed that group practice would begin that day. An adult, presumably a director or teacher, instructed them to move to the stage once they finished eating. She wanted to see if they had practiced everything they were assigned over the past 2 weeks. The teachers explained that they would first assess the actors' movements. The scene shifted to a large stage, brightly lit by professional stage lighting. One of the child actors, impressed by the lighting, exclaimed that it was very big and cool. 2 young children, a girl and a boy, walked down a hallway towards what appeared to be a soundstage. The boy, Seo-jun, pointed at a temporary set, questioning if that was where he would be. A woman, presumably a director, confirmed that it was a temporary set still in place and instructed Seo-jun to stand there and speak into the microphone. She pointed to the spot where he should stand, indicating the position for the recording. The director explained that a blue dragon would appear on the screen behind Seo-jun during the recording, adding a special effect to the scene. Seo-jun reacted with excitement. She emphasized that Seo-jun would be able to see outside through a hole in the set, but it wouldn't be obvious to the viewers. The timing of his lines was crucial. Seo-jun agreed, ready to begin. The director instructed him to practice as if it were a real performance. The director further explained that he should continue until the end, even if he made mistakes with his lines or timing. The lighting and sound were identical to a real performance, to help him get used to the sensations. A young girl, her cheeks flushed, stood on a stage, a spotlight illuminating her. Two other children watched her with expressions of awe and slight nervousness. The stage directions from the script were now playing out in reality. A spotlight shone brightly on the stage as a young boy cried out for help. A young girl, distressed, explained that her little brother had fainted and urgently needed assistance. The girl, still worried, looked at her brother lying on the ground. She realized this was due to the ongoing drought and decided to seek help from the Azure Dragon to grant her a wish. The girl hoped the Azure Dragon would end the drought and bring rain. Meanwhile, backstage, Seojun's mother told him it was his turn. In a spacious rehearsal room, a young boy stood near an adult. He confessed that he had never been able to fully utilize his powers in such an open area. However, he realized that the shadows cast by the various props offered him the perfect cover to use his abilities without restriction. He smiled, pleased with his discovery. Now, hidden from view, he could finally use his skills to their fullest extent. The boy placed a hand over his heart, a faint blue glow emanating from within. A notification appeared, indicating the activation of his Blue Dragon Hatchling's weak peer. The notification further clarified that this was a low-tier power, a basic ability of a young blue dragon. A subtle change began to occur. A faint blue light shimmered around the boy. The text explained that the intensity of the peer would determine the extent of the physical transformation. His appearance shifted subtly. Small horns sprouted from his forehead, and his fingernails elongated into claws. Blue markings resembling scales appeared on his skin. The transformation continued, his body subtly shifting to reflect the dragon's form. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, a person observed the rehearsal space on a computer monitor, witnessing the boy's transformation from a distance. A woman, appearing slightly overwhelmed, questioned a man wearing a cap. She wondered aloud if he had placed some kind of mechanism or device nearby. The woman's eyes widened. She felt as if a real Azure Dragon had just appeared on stage. A massive, vibrant Azure Dragon materialized before her, filling the space. Its presence was overwhelming. The woman gasped, her eyes wide with shock and awe at the sight of the magnificent creature. Meanwhile, a young boy with small horns on his head held a microphone, seemingly unfazed by the extraordinary events unfolding around him. A voice, seemingly emanating from the magical energy surrounding the boy, commented on the noise he was making. A group of children, gathered in a circle, shared their amazement at a recent event. One of them remarked that it felt like they had witnessed a real Azure Dragon. Several adults, likely staff members, discussed the incident, lamenting the lack of a recording of the event. One of them suggested improving the set's quality to make it more realistic. They continued their discussion, focusing on the need to enhance the visual representation of the Azure Dragon for a more immersive experience. Someone questioned the feasibility of creating a new set before the performance. Another confirmed that there was still some time available. However, they acknowledged that budget constraints had always been a significant challenge. A man, his face alight with a broad smile, confidently declared, "Don't worry about the budget." Three young boys stood on a stage, seemingly ready for a performance. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. One of the men suggested, "Since there are people who can't come to the play, DVD and VOD would be good. What do you think?" The other man responded thoughtfully, "Well, it's definitely a pity if it can only be viewed once." A young boy pondered the suggestion, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then asked, "Did the other actors agree with it?" The man replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Everyone agreed. A young boy, beaming with delight, declared his agreement. A man, his face alight with excitement, enthusiastically affirmed the boy's statement. Following the agreement, the company representative stated that they would contact the boy's guardians to discuss the terms and conditions of the contract. The boy's uncle readily agreed, confirming that they would be waiting for the contact. The representative then brought up the need for a stage name to be included in the promotional materials, prompting the question of whether the boy had any ideas. The boy enthusiastically responded that he did, indeed, have a suggestion. He expressed his desire to use Najin as his stage name. The boy cheerfully waved goodbye. The man's expression shifted to one of slight concern and uncertainty. The man's internal monologue revealed his apprehension about the boy's chosen stage name. A young boy, Seojun, beams at his uncle, who looks on with a proud smile. A man in a suit stands nearby, seemingly observing the scene. The uncle asks, "You know?" The uncle confidently replies, "Of course, tens of millions would know." The scene shifts. Seojun is now on a stage, seemingly in awe of the elaborate set. He thinks to himself, "Whoa, the stage had become fancier." At this point, getting that empathy would be easy. Two children, a boy and a girl, are talking. The boy reflects, but when it comes to empathy, it's more than the stage. The girl asks, "Is that what Seojun said?" The girl continues, "Yeah, he's really good. How can he do that when only his voice came out?" As expected, it's his acting skills that made him into Hollywood. The boy, impressed, remarks, "Whoa, if Seojun is the standard, then there's literally no chance for me." The girl says, "Do you know how to converse in English?" The boy replies, "You, The girl then adds, Even so, he's really great. Even though I know it's just an act, there are times when I actually find myself wishing to him without even me realizing it. 7-month-old Lee Seojin's playmate, Soyoung, clasped her hands together in prayer, her expression one of earnest hope. A young boy, one of Seojin's playmates, looked on with a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension. Their acting instructor announced the end of the break, prompting the children to prepare for the next practice session. The children, including Seojin's playmates, began to gather. Another young boy eagerly requested to make a wish, mirroring Soyoung's earlier actions. His peers agreed, highlighting the perceived unfairness of Soyoung being the only one to have made a wish so far. Several children voiced their desire to also make a wish, emphasizing the collective sentiment. The instructor, observing the children's behavior, reflected on Soyoung's significant improvement since practicing with Seojun, noting that the other children seemed to have experienced similar positive effects. The instructor hypothesized that even a single shared experience with Seojin's unique acting style would positively influence the other children's performances. She decided to incorporate this into their practice session, and the children enthusiastically agreed. A group of people sat in a theater, watching a children's play. One of them, a young man, observed the performance with a thoughtful expression. He reflected on the children's intense focus, noting that their engagement mirrored the powerful energy he sensed during the Azure Dragon's practice sessions. Nearby, another person commented on a child's captivated gaze at a dragon-shaped prop, suggesting the children might believe making a wish on it would bring good fortune. The observer chuckled, remarking on the boundless imaginations of children. A woman shared that she also prays along with Soyoung, her child, when Soyoung makes a wish during practice. The young man smiled knowingly, commenting that she is still a child at heart. Outside the theater, 2 high school students discussed their attendance at the children's play. One questioned the other's decision to watch it, considering it childish. The other student explained that it was the only play he could watch with the school's funding. His friend added that he didn't want to pay to watch anything else. 2 high school students, walking down a hallway, discussed their vacation homework assignment. One complained about having to watch a play and write a review, finding it annoying. They continued walking, heading towards the theater. One student grumbled about having to review a children's play, while the other urged him to stop whining and come along. The 2 students arrived at the theater, observing the many families in attendance. One student noted that it was just a children's play. One student wondered aloud why there were so many families in the audience, while the other replied that it was better than the 2 of them watching awkwardly. One of the students recognized Seojun in the play, identifying him as the Azure Dragon. A woman, presumably Seojun's mother, confirmed that the child in the play was indeed Seojun. A grandmother proudly showed a picture of her grandson to a group of people. Despite the image not showing his face, she insisted he was the coolest. 2 men discussed the rumors surrounding Seojun's participation in acting school. One speculated that the rumors were spreading among acquaintances, while the other noted that any resulting articles or advice seemed to have worked well. A poster announced that the play Spring was about to begin. An announcement was made asking all ticket holders to enter the hall. Seojun's mother and son arrived at the theater. The son urged his mother to hurry inside. Seojun's family entered the theater, joining the other audience members. Seojun peeked behind the curtain, his eyes wide with wonder. Peeking from behind the curtain, Seojun's expression showed a mix of awe and excitement. Seojun gasped as he saw the full theater, exclaiming that the hall was completely full. Several children stood in a circle, their hands touching in the center. A shared sense of excitement filled the air as they chanted, "Spring, spring, spring, fighting." A woman, presumably a director, observed the children. She noted their surprising lack of nervousness. The director smiled knowingly. She surmised that the children were already aware of what was about to happen. A young girl, dressed in traditional Korean clothing, excitedly ran toward a stage that had been prepared for her. The children watched in anticipation. A young boy, Seojun's older brother, watched from the wings, a small smile playing on his lips. He felt confident in his younger brother's abilities. He gave a reassuring wave and whispered that he would return soon. The boy, still smiling, adjusted his cap. A voice announced that the performance was about to begin. An announcement declared the completion of Superstar from Age Zero's 2nd season, comprising 9 chapters. Caratoon expressed gratitude to the readers for their consistent love and support. A short hiatus was announced for reorganization before the launch of the 3rd season. The scene opens with a request for 1 centimani, then a second request for another one. Following the requests, a group of children and adults exclaimed that it was seriously fun. A child expressed their desire to make a wish, while 2 men discussed their success. 2 men, one in a suit and the other in casual wear, celebrated their achievement. One of the men declared that the Blue Dragon's descent was a guaranteed hit. A close-up revealed a pattern of blue scales on a person's cheek. A boy joyfully declared that it was fun. Seojun was called out. 2 boys discussed the cheers from the audience, with one stating it was totally awesome. Following the successful conclusion of the play's rehearsal, a young man expressed his satisfaction, stating that he believed they had done a great job. The other child actors, brimming with excitement, ran off stage. During a discussion amongst the crew, someone suggested that the children's lack of focus might have been the issue. Another countered that the children's lack of focus was due to Seojin's absence at the beginning of the rehearsal. A director then proposed adjusting the script so that Seojin's character, the Blue Dragon, appears earlier in the play. One crew member noted that the atmosphere noticeably improved whenever Seojin was present. Another crew member, observing the child actors, questioned whether they were now improvising and deviating from the script. A director considered the suggestion, acknowledging that actors on stage often experience things differently. She agreed to consider the change, but cautioned that such improvisation wouldn't be possible in other plays. The child actors celebrated their successful rehearsal with joyful expressions and raised arms. Information about a children's play sponsored by the Ministry of Culture is displayed, highlighting the lead child actor, Choi Soyoung, and other talented child actors, including Na Jin, a talented voice actor. Online comments regarding Seojin's recent rise to fame were mixed. While many celebrated his achievements, some questioned whether he was truly deserving of the attention. Kim Suhan, seemingly incredulous, questioned whether his friend had lost their mind. Suhan's friend questioned the suggestion to watch a children's play. His friend explained that it was the last showing and a final opportunity to rewatch it, but questioned why they were at a PC cafe instead. One of the friends pointed out that they had already seen the show once, but the other countered that each showing had slightly different lines. A mysterious orb was shown, prompting one of the friends to ask what it was, suggesting it was a toy Sentimani. The other friend responded incredulously, questioning who would pay for such a thing. One friend stated that the true value of the orb wouldn't be understood unless they had seen a show. A bright light shone, indicating a shift in the scene. A young girl, in traditional Korean clothing, desperately pleaded for help from the Blue Dragon. A young boy, seemingly lost in thought, made a wish upon a mystical being. "I have a wish, Lord Blue Dragon." The Lord Blue Dragon, a magnificent celestial serpent, appeared before him, its presence filling the space with an ethereal glow. Nearby, a group of children watched in awe, their faces a mixture of wonder and disbelief. "Whoa, it looks so real," one of them exclaimed, before another hushed them, "Quiet." The boy found himself face to face with the immense head of the Lord Blue Dragon, its eyes gleaming with an ancient power. Meanwhile, another boy, seemingly annoyed, appeared. "I'm already upset about losing my Sentimani, and now you're waking me up too?" The boy, holding a microphone, spoke with authority. "I don't grant wishes, unless you brought my Sentimani." The first boy, seemingly remembering something, exclaimed, "Ah, maybe." He presented a glowing blue orb to the dragon. "Lord Blue Dragon, I found your Sentimani." The dragon examined the orb, then looked at the boy with gratitude. "It really is? You brought back my Sentimani? Thank you, little one." A woman in flowing robes, her expression kind yet powerful, extended a hand toward the young child. She offered a reward, a wish granted in exchange for service rendered. The child, eyes sparkling with anticipation, prepared to make their wish known. Two children, each holding a glowing orb, excitedly voiced their desires. One wanted a large allowance, the other craved pizza. Another child wished for a trip to the amusement park. Nearby, a young man watched the scene unfold, clearly bewildered by the children's unusual behavior. A student wished to excel on his upcoming college entrance exam. Another young man, speaking into a microphone, asked if anyone else had a wish. A final student wished to avoid attending cram school the following day. Several more children voiced heartfelt wishes, one for their grandmother's health, another for their mother's recovery, and a third to reconcile with a friend. One child wished for their pet to behave. An unseen observer noted the sincerity and unity in the children's wishes. A large, ethereal dragon appeared, its presence both majestic and slightly unsettling to a nearby boy. A young boy, clutching a small, glowing object, explained, "It's just a toy Sentimani, but they all want it so badly." Another child, holding a similar glowing object, was asked, "Child, what about you?" The child responded, "I have a wish too." Their wish was simple. "Please let it rain from the sky." A voice boomed, "All right, I shall grant all the wishes I just heard." A wave of energy erupted, and a joyous laugh echoed. "Ah ha ha." The laughter continued, "Ah ha ha." As the children watched, rain began to fall. One child exclaimed, "It's raining. The rain has started." The children cheered, "It's Lord Blue Dragon. Thank you, Lord Blue Dragon." Meanwhile, a young man reflected, "Today's performance will be the end of the Blue Dragon's role. That's why, just a little more, I want to become a great guardian dragon, just like Grandpa. Just a little more." A young man, microphone in hand, stood on a stage before a colossal, ethereal blue dragon. The scene shimmered with magical energy. In a flashback, a young boy in traditional clothing received praise from a mystical being. "Child, your kind heart returned my Sentimani," the being stated. The mystical being continued, "So this is merely a small reward." Back in the present, three young boys watched the performance with rapt attention, clapping enthusiastically. A thought bubble appeared above the young man on stage, a hatchling that wanted to become a guardian dragon. Even if it was only on stage, I think that dream came true. The audience members reacted with excitement. "That was amazing. You were the best," they exclaimed. Lee De-jin, another young performer, received enthusiastic praise from the audience. Choi Soyoung's acting was also lauded by the audience. The young man from the beginning beamed with joy, his hands raised in delight. Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old with a captivating presence, stood among his playmates, their hands clasped together. A gentle glow emanated from him, a subtle hint of the magic he wielded from his past lives. The performance concluded, and Seo-jun, still wearing his mask, raised his arms in triumph. A voice from the audience called out, expressing excitement to see more of his face in the next show. Seo-jun's playmates bowed, thanking him for the wonderful performance. The scene was filled with a sense of shared joy and accomplishment. Following the performance, Seo-jun's friends celebrated their success. One of them exclaimed that it was truly over, expressing relief and satisfaction. Seo-jun reflected on the performance, noting that it felt like the hatchling within him grew a little stronger each time he acted. He mused that it might not have been mere imagination. He continued his internal monologue, stating that when he returned, he would visit the Library of Life. This implied a deeper connection to his past lives and the source of his abilities. Seo-jun's friends praised his performance, highlighting his amazing work. One of them noted that the blue dragon seemed to have actually moved during the performance, suggesting the power of Seo-jun's acting. A woman, presumably a director or producer, observed Seo-jun's performance, commenting on how alive it felt, even though it was just a model. This indicated the potential for Seo-jun's future career. 2 crew members reviewed the footage of the recent event. One of them pointed out that more than one person witnessed the baby's movement, while the other noted that the footage showed nothing unusual. The crew member pondered if they had all hallucinated the event together. The crew members discussed the possibility that what they saw was not a hallucination, as they looked at a monitor showing the footage. A woman, possibly a director, considered the possibility that it may have been a miracle. The woman concluded that they had witnessed a miracle. The image shows a happy baby, possibly Seo-jun, surrounded by a soft, magical glow. Social media posts showcased Lee Seo-jun's participation in a children's play, Spring, alongside other young actors. One post, from Little Actress Sung, highlighted Seo-jun's performance, while another from Alosdazen featured a group photo of the cast. A subsequent post from Dream Child Act Academy detailed the final performance of Spring, praising the actor's delightful performance and thanking the audience and supporting parents. 2 women reacted with surprise upon seeing a social media post about Lee Seo-jun's involvement in the play. One exclaimed, "Lee Seo-jun." The women's astonishment continued as they learned that Seo-jun had participated in a children's play. One of them questioned, "Seo-jun was in a children's play?" A young man reacted with shock and disbelief upon seeing the same social media post, letting out a loud cry of surprise. The young man's shock intensified as he realized that Jean Natra, the actor known as Lord Blue Dragon from the play Spring, was Lee Seo-jun. He exclaimed, "Lord Blue Dragon from Spring was the actor?" Jean Natra, another young man, seemingly unconcerned, shrugged and responded with a casual, "Who knows?" A woman then asked the first young man if he had gotten Jean Natra's autograph on his ticket stub for the final performance. The young man, embarrassed, admitted that he had and lamented the poor quality of the paper he used. The young man reflected on his earlier actions, thinking to himself that he had given a Hollywood star such a crummy piece of paper to sign. His friend reminded him that he was happy to get the signature. A young man, holding a piece of paper, smiled. He wished he had gotten the autograph with the person's real name. The young man, still smiling, spoke to his friend about the limited edition signature. He then suggested they play basketball. His phone rang. It was his mother. He answered, telling her he was playing basketball with friends. He asked his mother why she called. His mother was confused. She asked if he had applied for any events. She then revealed that Coco Entertainment had sent his autograph. The image showed a postcard and a DVD with Lee Seo-jun's autograph. The young man was shocked to receive Lee Seo-jun's autograph. He received a postcard and a DVD. He wondered if Lee Seo-jun, or his Blue Dragon, had sent him a gift. He wondered if the Cinnamoni worked. Someone then asked him if he had a moment. A young woman approached a boy, her expression serious. "Who are you?" she asked. The boy responded, slightly flustered. "I'm kind of busy freaking out right now." The woman explained, "I'm a reporter with the SBC News YouTube channel. I overheard something really interesting." She continued, holding out a business card. "Would you mind taking a moment for an interview?" The boy's eyes widened in surprise. "And me?" he stammered, his friends looking on with equal shock. The reporter introduced herself as a fan. "Hello, I'm a fan of the play Spring. I watched all the shows and made a ticket book, and I asked the actor who played the Blue Dragon for his autograph." The boy's expression shifted. He revealed, "I just got word that a gift like this arrived at my house. I think Coco Entertainment sent it through my school." The reporter exclaimed, "Thank you so much, actor Lee Seo-jun. I'll be a fan for life." A news report flashed across the screen. Entertainment news. Lee Seo-jun's next project, children's play Spring, full DVD release and VOD confirmed. An entertainment company employee observed the online reaction to the recent viral video, noting its explosive nature. Disappointment was already brewing among fans in the online fan cafe. The employee knew that even an official statement wouldn't fully alleviate the fans' disappointment. Two employees discussed whether to post an announcement. They decided to post it immediately. An official announcement regarding Lee Seojun's first fan meeting was posted. The event was exclusively for official fan cafe members. Details of the fan meeting were provided, including the date, time, venue, and ticketing information. The news of the fan meeting was met with excitement among the online community. Despite the excitement, one fan worried about the difficulty of securing a ticket. A young boy, engrossed in his phone, tilted his head in confusion. He questioned the meaning of seat snatching, a term unfamiliar to him. His father, seated beside him, calmly explained that it meant all the seats for the event had already been taken, indicating high demand. The father expressed relief that they had prepared for the fan meeting in advance, acknowledging that a lack of preparation would have resulted in significant negative consequences. The father expressed gratitude towards someone named Daho for making the fan meeting happen. The boy, Seojun, then addressed his father, hinting at a problem. Seojun confirmed his suspicion that the popular group Brown Black would not be attending his fan meeting. He questioned why everyone was acting as if Brown Black would be there, noticing a social media post confirming their absence. The father anticipated the potential disappointment of fans expecting Brown Black's presence. He reassured Seojun, explaining that Brown Black would be overseas during the fan meeting and that fans would eventually understand. A young boy sat on a couch, looking at his phone with a concerned expression. He seemed to be reading a message that clarified a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, two adults discussed scheduling an overseas event to avoid a conflict. They seemed relieved that their careful planning had prevented a clash. The boy on the couch sighed, acknowledging that despite their best efforts, they couldn't entirely prevent the spread of ridiculous rumors. A series of text messages appeared on the screen, speculating about the attendance of various celebrities at an upcoming event. The boy seemed surprised by the speculation. The boy vehemently insisted that the event was a fan meeting exclusively for his fans, expressing frustration at the misinformation. He urgently requested his father to have his uncle publish an article to correct the rumors immediately. The boy's eyes widened, reflecting his determination to address the situation. The boy found himself alone in a large, empty hall, seemingly lost in thought. He decided to consult the Blue Dragon Hatchling book to determine which ability he should use at the upcoming fan meeting. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his pajamas, stood before a large door. He found it curious that the door seemed larger than before. Seojun pondered the change in the door size, a thought occurring to him. Approaching the door, Seojun noticed something unusual. He realized the smaller doors he had previously found were gone. Only the tiniest, pitch-black door remained. Seojun reflected on the changes, questioning why his past selves hadn't removed the doors, despite their small size. He wondered what determined which doors disappeared and which remained. Seojun remembered creating a library of life's abilities long ago, and mused that he might have added a feature he'd forgotten about. For now, Seojun reached for the remaining door. A young boy, dressed in pajamas, stood before a pair of ornate doors. He gestured towards them, suggesting they look at a book. His expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity. He questioned whether something had gotten bigger. 3 books floated in the air: Fairy Glitter, Orchestra Conductor's Connection, and Summer Bear's Winter Sleep. The pages of the books displayed complex symbols and diagrams. The boy's eyes widened as he realized the doors hadn't disappeared. The books had simply become harder to access. He concluded that the books had been moved, making them accessible even to someone as powerful as an ogre. He reread the Blue Dragon Hatchling book, but nothing seemed to have changed. The boy continued reading the book, his focus unwavering. A demonic figure emerged from the book, its eyes glowing menacingly. The death for being hunted by demons remained the same. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, in his pajamas, sat on the floor, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was looking at a book, a question forming in his mind. Was this sentence new? The book displayed an ancient text. The last line read, "Saitanin fell into eternal sleep with a sense of pride." Seojun, still in his pajamas, sat surrounded by several books. He noticed something unusual. A new sentence had appeared at the end of the book, a magical addition to the ancient text. The story begins with an image of a majestic blue dragon hatchling, Saitanin, soaring through the sky. Saitanin fulfilled its role as the blue dragon, even if only in a false world. The scene shifts to an open book, showing Saitanin falling into an eternal sleep with a sense of pride. A young boy, observing the book, realizes that his actions affected the book's contents. The boy observes a chest, a slime, and a mushroom, noting that this is the first time something like this has happened. His eyes widen in surprise and wonder. The boy sits surrounded by books, and a notification appears. Active Blue Dragon Hatchling's faint fear, lower mid-tier. The narration explains that this fear is typical of a young blue dragon hatchling, and its presence indicates a difference in class. The boy realizes that a previous restriction on using his dragonification abilities is now gone. A small, cute dragon appeared in a bright yellow speech bubble, cheerfully exclaiming, "Yahoo!" and "Yippee." Seo-jun, a young boy with short brown hair, pondered aloud, questioning whether his recent growth spurt or a fulfilled wish from his hatchling days was responsible for this. A man with long, light green hair, dressed in a formal black suit, observed a flurry of papers swirling around him. He mused that if it was a leveled-up ability, it would be the life of the baton, an ability connected to the orchestra conductor. Seo-jun, examining a book, noted that there were no changes recorded. He reasoned that since the book separates lives from the level of abilities, there was no record of his growth. Seo-jun questioned whether destroying the world through the orchestra conductor's connection would be recorded in the book. The green-haired man enthusiastically agreed, urging him on. The green-haired man admitted that he couldn't actually destroy the real world with music, expressing disappointment. Seo-jun, now in pajamas, gathered his books and prepared to leave. He decided to find an ability he could use at his upcoming fan meeting. He smiled, looking forward to showing a cool side of himself to his fans. Seo-jun walked down a grand staircase, determined to impress his fans. A television screen flickered to life, showcasing a news report. The news anchor announced that Celebrity TV had interviewed the cast of the play Spring, including young actor Lee Seo-jun. Inside a brightly lit office, two individuals discussed the recent events. They commented that the interview was surprisingly quick, given the recent surge in popularity following Seo-jun's viral video. A young boy diligently stamped papers, his movements precise and focused. The boy used a special ink, the lucky ink of the sea slime, said to only appear after accumulating great virtue. He was surprised to find himself using this ability. The boy reflected on the people who had previously exploited him, a chilling thought. The instruction for using the ink were to firmly grasp the bottle with both hands. Seo-jun's manager approached him, suggesting he take a break. Many people involved in his recent projects were exhausted. Seo-jun insisted he was fine, continuing to sign autographs while observing the others. Despite his fatigue, Seo-jun hoped that the fans receiving his autograph would have good luck, though he noted that the activation chance of his ability was low. A young girl excitedly called out Seo-jun's name. The girl expressed her gratitude, stating that thanks to Seo-jun, she was able to enjoy her performance without feeling pressured to do well. The praise was not only for Seo-jun, but for all the actors involved. Seo-jun's manager commented that the video recording of the performance showed them doing better than they thought. However, during the actual performance, they were so immersed in the moment that they didn't realize how well they were doing. The manager attributed the incredible immersion to the Blue Dragon. Seo-jun expressed his desire to see the actresses again soon. A poster announced Lee Seo-jun's upcoming fan meeting. A young boy with a leaf pattern hat and backpack received flyers from a girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a light blue heart-shaped design on her yellow shirt. She carried shopping bags with similar heart designs. The boy, now wearing a blue deer antler headband, happily chatted with another boy, exchanging cheerful greetings as a white car drove past them. Inside a car, Seo-jun was asked if he was tired, given that he had gone to bed late the previous night. His companion suggested he take a short nap. Seo-jun insisted he was fine and not sleepy at all. Seo-jun's name was called out. Two girls greeted Seo-jun, expressing their excitement at seeing him again after a long time. One of them thanked him for the invitation. The two girls waved goodbye to Seo-jun as he departed. Seo-jun expressed surprise at receiving a VIP seat, considering he hadn't been formally invited. Seo-jun and his companion walked down a hallway, the boy happily agreeing to something. Two young girls said goodbye to each other outside a building. One of them waved cheerfully, promising to see the other again soon. After a fan meeting, plans were made to give fans signed photos, DVDs, and other gifts. Snacks would also be provided during breaks. The schedule for the event included an opening performance, a Q&A session, and a sneak peek of Seo-jun's upcoming role in Blue Dragon. A man and a young boy walked down a hallway. The man carried a folder. The man instructed the boy to speak up if things got too hard during the event. A man in a suit reassured someone that they could take as many breaks as needed. He explained that the fan meeting was organized by a highly experienced team leader who had previously managed similar events for Brown Black. The team leader had prepared for all contingencies, encouraging the young boy to speak up if needed. The young boy reassured his uncle that he was tough and capable of handling the event. A group of people sat in an auditorium, their faces mostly obscured. One man, wearing a shirt with a red Oni mask, smiled broadly. Inside a car, two women sat together. One, with short brown hair, expressed nervousness about an upcoming event. The other woman, her hair longer, shared her own anxiety. They discussed the lack of a guest speaker, but confirmed the presence of a master of ceremonies. Seo-jun's inability to perform alone prompted someone to call for assistance. A woman, seated next to a man, expressed uncertainty but hoped the situation wouldn't be ruined. The woman voiced her dislike for overly enthusiastic masters of ceremonies, but hoped for good chemistry between the MC and Seo-jun. One woman suggested that Hwang Yejun from Brown Black would be a perfect choice to share stories with Seo-jun. The other woman agreed, noting that if that were the case, they wouldn't be sitting there. A spotlight illuminated the stage, signaling the start of the event. A woman walked confidently onto the stage, bathed in the spotlight. A young girl, Lee Da-jun, stood on stage, holding a microphone. She looked at the audience with a bright smile, her expression one of excitement. Two women watched from the wings. One of them commented that they didn't need to worry about chemistry between Lee Dajuan and the child actor, Lee Seo-jun. Lee Dajuan, acting as the MC, greeted the audience and announced that it was time to meet the star of the show. Lee Dajuan gestured towards the stage, introducing the special guests, actress Choi Soyoung and the main character everyone was waiting for. Choi Soyoung and Lee Seo-jun walked onto the stage together. The anticipation in the room was palpable. Lee Dajuan finished the introduction, announcing the arrival of the genius actor, Lee Seo-jun. The image shifted to a soft, light pink background with white lines and dots, suggesting a dreamy, magical atmosphere. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child actor in his umpteenth life, confidently introduced himself to his audience. He declared, "Hello, I'm actor Lee Seo-jun." The children in the audience greeted him enthusiastically, shouting, "Hi, Seo-jun." Behind the scenes, a woman gasped, exclaiming, "Wow, it's Seo-jun." Seo-jun smiled, wishing everyone a great time. The children responded with cheers of yees. A girl asked her friends, "I heard Seo-jun is really good at singing." Another girl suggested they start with a song, explaining that it was the most popular choice in an online fan poll. A fan poll showed that the song was chosen for its suitability to Seo-jun's voice. The poll results were displayed, showing the song's popularity. Seo-jun's uncle had told him it was a song he knew well, but he wondered which song it could be. Seo-jun's uncle and another man discussed the possibility of the song being from Brown Black Hyung's or a top chart hit. They also mentioned that they had just released a new album. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his umpteenth life, finally had the chance to pursue his dream of becoming a superstar actor. He stood on a small stage, clutching a microphone, a wide, innocent smile on his face. Music notes swirled around him. Seo-jun's expression shifted. He looked confused, a slight bead of sweat forming on his brow. He wondered what was happening. Suddenly, two large plush toys, a rabbit and a bear, appeared beside him. The words, "Playing is the best. Gather all your friends. Always having fun," appeared as if by magic, along with more musical notes. Seo-jun's face fell. He realized something was amiss. His uncle and another woman watched from the audience, chuckling. Seo-jun realized he had been pranked. Despite the prank, Seo-jun continued to sing, his expression serious but captivating. The plush toys remained at his side. The audience members, including his uncle and the woman, were impressed by his talent, though they noted his serious expression. The audience found Seo-jun's serious demeanor endearing, adding to his charm. After the performance, Seo-jun's uncle and the woman discussed his performance, noting his intense focus while singing and asking him if he enjoyed the song. A young boy with dark hair and serious eyes affirmed, "I do." He reflected on singing a song again after having graduated from kindergarten, but singing it with everyone is kind of fun. A small pink tissue box sat on a table. A tissue was being removed. A hand delicately picked up a piece of paper. A voice announced, "All right, here comes the first question. The Demon's Little Shaman versus Shadow Man's Nature Gene." A young boy, Seo-jun, pondered a question. Who would handle spicy food better? Seo-jun looked surprised at the image of spicy noodles. He wondered aloud, A girl with brown hair and a microphone commented, "He looks like he's never even tried spicy noodles, though." She continued her thought. "William's life is already so spicy. I doubt capsaicin could beat him." Someone asked Seo-jun a question, prompting a thoughtful expression on his face. Observing Seo-jun, someone noted his troubled expression. A man and a woman discussed their efforts to avoid difficult questions for Seo-jun, but admitted that they had failed to filter out all of them. The woman criticized the previous question as a cop-out, and then moved on to the next question. Several discarded pieces of paper lay scattered on the floor. Someone announced that it was time for the final question, and Seo-jun was asked to pick one from a box. Seo-jun selected a piece of paper, a pleased expression on his face. Upon reading the question, Seo-jun's expression changed to one of shock and dismay. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, dressed in a yellow and black striped shirt, carefully examined a piece of paper in his small hands. Seo-jun's expression was unreadable as he looked at the question. His playmates wondered what kind of question he had received. The adults overseeing the event reacted with surprise. One of them exclaimed that this was the hardest question yet, while another wondered if a question from the discarded pile had been included by mistake. One of the adults confidently stated that they had triple-checked the questions after printing, making a mistake impossible. Another adult offered to read the question to Seo-jun. The question was, "Seo-jun, who do you like more, mom or dad?" Seo-jun's face showed a mixture of confusion and slight annoyance as he read the question. One of the adults expressed relief that the question wasn't something serious, while Seo-jun was surprised by the question's simplicity. Seo-jun's uncle, observing from a distance, was visibly shaken by the question, stating that it scared him. Seo-jun wondered if the question was part of his uncle's plan, but dismissed the idea, believing that a fan wouldn't ask such a question. The results of Seo-jun's song poll were revealed. One question asked who Seo-jun liked more, his mom or dad. Another person nominated an animation theme song for the poll. A young boy confidently declared his preference for Uncle Seo-jun. The poll results surprised the people present. neither parent, but the uncle, was the favorite. Seo Eun-chun reacted with disbelief and anxiety, lamenting that he hadn't written that question. He anticipated the judgment of his sister and the others. The Q&A segment concluded, and the highlight of part 1 was about to begin. The final scene from the play Spring was about to be shown. A girl encouraged viewers who hadn't seen the play to purchase the VOD. A woman commented that the actual performance was even more impressive than the rehearsal, but unfortunately, the stage set wasn't available. A young boy, his face partially obscured, reflected on the intensity of the recent rehearsals, despite the pity of it all. The scene shifted to a stage where a young girl excitedly called out for Lord Blue Dragon. Another girl announced that she had brought the Cinnamoni, a statement that surprised the first girl. A notification appeared, indicating that the hatchling's faint fear was activating. The boy, now on stage, thanked the audience and promised to grant their wish. The scene transitioned to Lee Seo-jun's live acting performance. He commanded, "Let it rain," with a burst of energy. A magical rain effect filled the stage as Seo-jun joyfully raised his arms. The performance concluded with an announcement of a short break before part 2. Staff members wheeled in carts laden with an assortment of snacks, announcing to the attendees that they would be provided with refreshments if they remained seated. Close-up view of the snacks, each container labeled with Lee Seo-jun's image and a thank you message. Two individuals discussed the fan meeting, noting the inexpensive ticket price and the complimentary snacks. One excitedly mentioned the upcoming autograph session. One of the individuals reflected on the event's cost, acknowledging the venue's expense, but emphasizing that the event's success was more important than profit. A person walked down a hallway, contemplating that if Seo-jun's goal was solely financial gain, he would have pursued a stage play instead. Kim Soo-ryun, the PR team leader at Coco Entertainment, addressed the audience, greeting Seo-jun's fans. Kim Soo-ryun announced that she had important news to share. Kim Soo-ryun, holding a microphone, looked at the audience with a serious expression, preparing to deliver her announcement. Lee Seo-jun looked up expectantly. A soft, ethereal glow emanated from Seo-jun, a gentle light that shimmered with tiny, sparkling stars. The scene was filled with a sense of wonder and magic. A news announcement was being made, causing a stir among the audience. The speaker revealed that the news concerned actor Lee Seo-jun, information he was yet unaware of. The speaker explained that they had just received the news themselves and needed the fans' help in delivering it to Lee Seo-jun. Her expression showed a mix of excitement and nervousness as she prepared to share the news. Inside, a young boy, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside, enjoyed his drink. His uncle, noticing the boy's curiosity about the noise, tried to downplay the situation. The uncle's unusual behavior only heightened the boy's suspicion. The boy directly questioned his uncle about hiding something from him. The uncle vehemently denied hiding anything from his nephew. Seo-jun's uncle, a man in a suit, looked at him expectantly. Seo-jun, a young boy, was visibly confused, questioning what was happening. Seo-jun's uncle informed him that it was time to go on stage. Seo-jun, still puzzled, asked his older brother what was going on. His brother simply responded with a non-committal. His brother cryptically stated that the fans would explain everything. Seo-jun wondered about the fans. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. 3 people in the audience held up their phones, recording Seo-jun. The words "wow" appeared in glowing letters above them. Seo-jun, still confused, walked onto the stage as someone in the audience asked what was happening. A woman in the audience congratulated Seo-jun. Another woman expressed her pride in Seo-jun. Someone told him to look behind him. Seo-jun turned to see a large, cheering crowd. He looked surprised and happy. 7-year-old Lee Seo-jun, a rising star in the acting world, received a nomination for the Rising Star Award at the 39th WTV Film Festival. Seo-jun stood before a vast, dark expanse, a look of wonder on his face. He whispered in awe, "Wow." Seo-jun's face lit up with a joyful grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. News of Lee Seo-jun's nomination spread online. A group of young people reacted to the news on their phones, one of them commenting on the possibility of an overseas win. One of the young people remarked that Jean Natra, the judge, was legendary, and that if the judges had discerning eyes, Seo-jun would win. A woman looked at her phone in surprise. She exclaimed, "Huh? Wait, what is this?" She was shocked to discover that the winner would be decided by viewer votes. A group of boys reacted angrily, one of them declaring that this was crossing a line. The image showed 3 actors, their faces obscured, holding golden awards. A caption below read that Lee Seo-jun was competing against Dix Brio, Tom Cruise, and Brooksad Pitt. A young man, looking incredulous, questioned whether Seo-jun was in the same category as those established actors. He declared his intention to vote for Seo-jun. 2 individuals, a young man and a young woman, engaged in a heated discussion, their expressions conveying urgency and concern. An announcement declared that actor Lee Seo-jun had received his first award nomination. A social media post showed a picture of Seo-jun with a man, both giving peace signs. The caption congratulated Seo-jun on his nomination for the hashtag WTV Film Festival. Someone called for others to join in showing K-pop level support, providing a voting link and instructions. A caption stated that Lee Seo-jun, who broke the lead actor curse, was being supported. A picture showed a young man happily interacting with a child. The young man proudly announced that he had voted for Lee Jiziak. Someone informed Seo-jun that his airport outfit was ready and asked if he wanted to take a look. The outfit consisted of a pink shirt with apples and strawberries, pink shorts, white socks with hearts, a red heart-shaped bag, and a plaid cap. Seo-jun's brother looked displeased. Seo-jun's brother questioned the outfit, wondering where his original outfit and backpack were. His mother explained the situation. Two people discussed Lee Seo-jun's nomination for an overseas film festival, realizing he would soon be going to the airport. One of them planned to camp out at the airport to interview Seo-jun. They also mentioned that reporters were staking out the airport and shoving cameras in the faces of any child who looked Seo-jun's age. This is why Seo-jun was dressed in that outfit. Two reporters looked worried as they were surrounded by other reporters. A photographer, his face etched with disbelief, peered through his camera lens. He muttered to himself, certain that the figure he saw couldn't possibly be Lee Seo-jun. Meanwhile, a young boy vehemently expressed his displeasure. "I don't like it," he exclaimed. A woman, presumably his mother, explained, "Mom and Dad don't like it either, but Uncle said this is the only way to sneak out." The boy questioned the secrecy. "Why does it have to be a secret? You said reporters are already waiting at the airport. Can't you just announce the departure date?" He continued to voice his concerns. A man, presumably his uncle, responded thoughtfully, "If the reporters and fans all show up, wouldn't that be dangerous? What if you go with proper bodyguards like other celebrities?" The uncle continued his phone conversation, explaining, "If we do that, it becomes a kind of official event like a fan meeting." He added, "We try to avoid that because Seo-jun might feel pressured. Are you okay with that?" The boy, seemingly appeased, stood confidently between his mother and uncle, a phone in his hand. The scene opens with a bright, sunny view of an international airport. Outside the airport, several people mill about, waiting for arrivals. Among them are a few individuals holding cameras. One of the photographers excitedly points his camera, shouting, "He's here." A young boy's feet are shown walking towards the camera. The boy, Seo-jun, appears, smiling brightly as he walks through the airport. Seo-jun continues walking, his small backpack bouncing slightly with each step. A man watches him from a distance, his expression thoughtful. The man thinks to himself, "So, this is what being a stan feels like." Seo-jun walks past a group of people, who are clearly impressed by his presence. One of the onlookers comments, "He's just walking, but he feels completely different from regular people. Even most celebrities don't have this kind of aura. He's only 8. But he shines this much already." 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, the reincarnation of a superstar actor, beams at the reader with an infectious grin. His eyes sparkle with mischief and determination. Seo-jun's passive ability, calming apple blossom scent, activates at a low intermediate level. A group of people, including reporters, comment on a pleasant floral scent, similar to apples. The narration explains that the scent is from the apple blossoms of the eternal sleep tree, known for its calming effects. Seo-jun walks calmly amidst a crowd of people, who are visibly relaxed. Seo-jun happily expresses confidence in his preparations for his first film festival nomination. A reporter interviews Seo-jun, asking about his feelings on the nomination. The scene is bustling with activity, cameras flashing. Seo-jun's heart races with excitement as he processes the reality of his first film festival nomination. Surrounded by a crowd and flashing cameras, Seo-jun maintains a cheerful demeanor. Seo-jun expresses gratitude to those who voted for him. Seo-jun, a young boy, smiled determinedly. He declared that even if he didn't win this time, he would work hard to win next time. Someone urged Seo-jun to win, adding to the pressure of the situation. Seo-jun revealed he had used his mom and dad's phones to vote, showcasing his dedication. Others praised him, calling him the best. Lee Seo-jun was heading to the USA again. The scene opens with a young boy named Jun, his face alight with excitement, walking with his family. He is surrounded by his parents and another adult, likely an uncle or family friend. A young woman with long pink hair greets Jun enthusiastically, exclaiming her delight at seeing him again. The family arrives at a large, impressive house. The woman welcomes them, inviting them inside. Jun's mother expresses her gratitude, slightly hesitant about imposing on their hospitality. The pink-haired woman assures them it's no problem, urging them to feel at home. The family enters the house, carrying luggage. She explains that she and Jun are close enough to walk the red carpet together, hinting at a shared future event. The pink-haired woman welcomes them to the house, assuring them that help is readily available if needed. A group of butlers and secretaries stand in a line, welcoming the guest. Jun's parents are surprised to learn that there are butlers and secretaries living in the house. The pink-haired woman suggests they start by picking out outfits for the upcoming red carpet event. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, a child with a remarkable past, stood before a rack of clothes, his wide eyes taking in the colorful array of sweaters. A woman, presumably his caretaker, watched him with a mixture of amusement and anticipation. A man, possibly Seo-jun's father, held up a suit. "We do have a suit we brought from Korea," he said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Another person suggested considering the sponsored outfits. Seo-jun, however, seemed more interested in a black sweater. The caretaker explained that these outfits were specifically requested for him. The caretaker continued to describe the clothing options. One was from a rising kidswear brand, known for its comfortable design. Another woman listened attentively. She explained that another outfit was from a brand known for women's suits, which had recently launched a children's line. If Seojun wore it, he would be their first model. The caretaker reassured everyone that for the film festival, each brand would send a tailor, so there was no need to worry about sizing. She pointed out a particular sweater, explaining that it was inspired by Seojun himself. A well-known LA designer had seen him and been inspired to create it. The caretaker added that the designer was a huge fan of G-Natra. The caretaker compared the sponsored outfits to the one from Korea, noting that the sponsored ones were far cooler, despite the Korean suit being from a department store. A woman suggested they try on each of the outfits. Another woman, seemingly excited, exclaimed that it would be like a mini fashion show and she would prepare everything. Two men stood together, one looking slightly apprehensive as the other seemed more relaxed. The apprehensive man muttered that it was time to begin. One of the men predicted that Seojun would have a difficult time. A young boy happily munched on a chocolate chip cookie. The boy, dressed in a miniature tuxedo, looked pleased with himself. The boy sat confidently in his tuxedo, while two adults walked behind him, one of them wearing a brown suit. A woman pondered whether it would be better to style the hair, swept back, or to the side. Another woman offered her opinion, suggesting a slight side sweep. Two men urged the boy to hold still while they adjusted his clothing. A burst of light filled the room. A young boy stood before a mirror, practicing his pose. He muttered himself, "Yeah, just 3 more. You can do it." A young man with blonde hair cheerfully greeted someone off-panel, saying hello. The blonde young man approached a boy dressed in a smart outfit. He said, "Long time no see, June." The boy June looked surprised. He asked, "What's that in your hand?" The young man held out a bag of clothes. He explained, "Someone really begged me to give this to you." June reacted with a cry of surprise. "Yu-wa," the young man suggested. "Then let's go with this outfit." A woman praised the young boy, saying, "Great job, June." The boy lay on a couch, seemingly exhausted. The woman then asked him, "Finally, it's just us now, right?" Elsewhere, two people walked away, leaving a woman who suggested watching a movie to someone who was bored. The bored person readily agreed, saying, "Sounds good." As they settled in, the person exclaimed, "Wow, it's like a real theater." Later, the woman reminded the boy that they had watched The Devil together. She commented on how many opinions everyone had about the movie and how actors always end up talking about acting in films when they gather. The woman then asked the boy about a play he had done over the summer. He excitedly confirmed that he had, and that he brought something as a gift. A DVD case lay open, displaying a vibrant image of a blue dragon soaring through a starry sky. 3 figures, small and indistinct, reached towards the celestial beast. 3 young adults sat on a couch, examining the DVD. One exclaimed in surprise that Seojun's performances were all included. They decided to watch it together. A young boy, Seojun, cuddled a lime green pillow. Someone expressed curiosity about his stage acting. They agreed to watch the video. The scene shifted to a small home theater, where a video of Seojun's performance began to play. As the video played, one of the young adults commented on the unique quality of Seojun's acting. They marveled at the commanding presence Seojun projected, even through the screen. The video showed Seojun's stage performance, specifically a scene with a blue dragon. One of the viewers noted that this was a stage performance, not a film or drama. The young man watching the video sensed the presence of the blue dragon emanating from Seojun. Seojun slept soundly, unaware of the attention his performance had garnered. Lee Seojun's parents, dressed in formal attire, encouraged their son, who was about to embark on a significant event. They expressed their pride and wished him well. Seojun, dressed in a miniature tuxedo, confidently assured his parents that he would do great. He secretly wished his parents could accompany him, but understood their preference for avoiding the spotlight. Seojun reflected on his parents' aversion to public attention, contrasting it with his own burgeoning desire for the limelight. As Seojun arrived, he was greeted by director Ryan, who expressed his pleasure at seeing the young star. Seojun enthusiastically greeted director Ryan, complimenting his appearance. The director and Seojun exchanged pleasantries before proceeding. Finally, all the leads for the upcoming film arrived at the venue. A young woman, dressed in a stunning blue gown, greeted someone with a cheerful wave. The woman informed the director, who had arrived late, that they had played with June the previous day. Someone asked if they had seen the play June was in. Another person responded that they received the DVD as a gift, prompting a surprised reaction from the first person. A man offered a copy of the DVD to the director. The group arrived at a grand building, where they were met by a throng of paparazzi. They had arrived at their destination. A man asked if they should proceed. The group, including a young boy, walked down a red carpet, ready for their appearance. The man and woman held hands as they walked. 2 signs appeared, one prohibiting unauthorized copying and distribution, the other requesting readers to refrain from posting spoilers in the comments. A man in a sharp suit, Evan, stood amidst the bright lights of a film set. He looked concerned, muttering to himself that it was the Shadow Man team. Rachel, a beautiful woman in a stunning blue dress, smiled at Evan, asking him to look at her. He complimented her beauty. The scene shifted to a young boy, Lee Seo-jun, who was identified as having the nature gene. He looked excited and ready for his close-up. A man in a tuxedo, presumably a director, instructed Seo-jun to look and smile for the camera. The crowd chanted, "Shadow Man! Shadow Man!" excitedly. Evan, Rachel, and another man watched from the sidelines as the crowd's excitement grew. Evan rushed towards Seo-jun, urging him to wait and go together. The crowd continued to cheer for Seo-jun Lee, urging him to look their way. Seo-jun, charming as ever, waved to the crowd, saying hello. The crowd praised his loveliness. The crowd erupted in cheers as Seo-jun Lee, a 7-month-old child, was carried onto the red carpet. One woman gasped, marveling at the divine aura emanating from the infant. Seo-jun's popularity was undeniable. He was riding a wave of fervent fans. An older man, presumably Seo-jun's guardian, approached, his expression one of concern. Seo-jun, slightly overwhelmed by the attention, admitted to having let loose a bit too much. The adults around him reacted with a mix of amusement and concern, noting that ordinary people were not accustomed to such a powerful presence. Seo-jun's guardian gently calmed him, and a calming apple blossom scent filled the air, a passive ability of Seo-jun's. The calming scent worked its magic, soothing both Seo-jun and those around him. A bystander reflected on the pleasant experience of meeting Seo-jun, intending to write about it in their diary later. Seo-jun, now calm, internally acknowledged the surprising usefulness of his power. A woman in a stunning gown smiled at a young man. "Did you have fun? You were really having a blast," she remarked. The young man replied, "You're totally soaking in your first film festival." She continued, explaining, "At the fan meeting, everyone stays seated, and airports are dangerous, but here, there are bodyguards and fences, so I went all out." The woman beamed. "Well, of course, this is the best time to enjoy it." She reflected, "When else would this many people cheer, just for me? Times like this make me glad I became a singer, because I can enjoy these moments with fans, like at concerts." The young man beside her stated, "I like acting." She responded, "That's not what we're talking about right now." A camera crew approached them. "What are you two chatting about so happily?" The young man, holding a microphone, smiled brightly at the camera. A younger boy, dressed in a tuxedo, appeared beside him, looking slightly overwhelmed. This is..." A caption appeared. "The red carpet's highlight, the photo zone. It's time to show off your wit and quick thinking." Lee Seo-jun, a 7-month-old infant, found himself facing a throng of cameras and reporters, their questions a blur of noise around him. The adults accompanying him reminisced about their first red carpet experience. One of them commented on the rarity of direct fan interaction for actors, stating that it was simply part of the job. Rachel, another adult present, was called upon. She reassured them, urging them to trust her. Rachel handled the press with ease, answering questions smoothly and without hesitation. Someone observed her amazing performance, noting her great sense of humor and experience from talk shows. Another person acknowledged Rachel's skill and asked everyone to look forward to the upcoming movie, Shadow Man 3. Rachel, still charming the press, mentioned that she was also promoting Shadow Man 3, which hadn't even started filming yet. Two men enthusiastically applauded a young boy, showering him with praise. "You're the best, Rachel," one of them exclaimed. Rachel's interview was deemed amazing by a woman who was watching the footage. She commented that he gets better with each interview. Concerned about Rachel's fatigue after a long day, a man offered him some water. Rachel gratefully accepted, thanking him. Despite his busy schedule, Rachel appeared energetic. His parents were proud of his performance. A vibrant fireworks display marked the beginning of the WTV Film Festival. A welcoming announcement was made to all attendees. A young woman with blonde hair, styled in a high ponytail, belted a song into a microphone. She wore a light pink dress and knee-high socks, and the stage was filled with sparkling lights and musical notes. Meanwhile, a young boy with brown hair and a red bow tie sat in the audience, clapping enthusiastically. Beside him, a man with blonde hair watched with a warm smile. The awards ceremony continued. A presenter announced the winner of the Best Short Animation Award. The presenter then prepared to announce the winner of the Best Documentary Feature Award and, subsequently, the Best Hero Award of the Year. A man with blonde hair sat among the audience, a calm and pleasant expression on his face. Elsewhere, a woman with pink hair excitedly urged a boy dressed in a suit to hurry. She repeatedly called out a name, Shadow Man. The woman continued to call out Shadow Man, while another voice called out Evan Block. The presenter announced the winner of the Best Hero Award. Evan Block from Shadow Man was declared the winner. A celebratory dinner was underway. Several adults, including a man in a tuxedo and a woman in a blue dress, raised their glasses in a toast, their faces beaming with joy. A young boy, dressed in a miniature tuxedo, sat at the table, looking slightly overwhelmed by the enthusiastic atmosphere. The word "wow" was written in the air above the scene. The boy, June, and a man, Evan, stood together. Evan, with a broad smile, congratulated June. June thanked Evan, and Evan ruffled his hair affectionately. June, still in his tuxedo, smiled shyly, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Evan, on a stage, accepted an award. He expressed his gratitude, admitting that winning Best Hero felt surreal. Evan continued his acceptance speech, mentioning that even though the director had been confident, he himself hadn't been entirely sure of the project's success. He then explained that the comic book series, Shadow Man, was a forgotten hero from 20 years prior. Evan expressed his excitement at the positive reception of Shadow Man, stating that he was thrilled by the strong impression it left on the audience and grateful for the recognition. Evan, arms raised, addressed the cheering crowd, asking for their continued love and support for the series. He also expressed anticipation for Shadow Man 3. Another man approached Evan, congratulating him and asking to see his trophy. A man in a suit presented a trophy to a young boy. The boy looked delighted, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The man beamed, saying, "Of course." Online comments scrolled across the screen, expressing excitement and support for Seo-jun. One comment read, "That trophy really suits Seo-jun's vibe." Another said, "I voted like crazy. Is he going to get it?" A third comment stated, "National pride level. Charging." A young man, seemingly Seo-jun's guardian, anxiously checked vote counts online. He muttered, "Ever since the nominations dropped, I've been on every site rallying votes." The young man continued, "Who says you're guaranteed another chance if you don't win this time?" A picture of Seo-jun was shown, along with a caption that read, "So Seo-jun, keep your thoughts mature." The young man furiously typed on his computer, determined. He declared, "Because we're going to make sure Seo-jun wins this award." The young man continued to work diligently, his focus unwavering. The young man, exhausted but resolute, said, "I gave it my all. Seo-jun, you're going to win." The camera focuses on a young boy, dressed in a miniature tuxedo, appearing on a live television broadcast. The text on screen reads, "Live." A voice confidently assures him, "We'll make sure you do." The announcement continues, explaining that the next award to be presented is the Rising Star Award. The scene shifts to a stage where a presenter stands at a microphone. The audience eagerly calls out, "Please reveal the nominees." A woman watches the broadcast with anticipation, her expression a mixture of hope and nervousness. A close-up shows a young boy, Seo-jun, dressed in a tuxedo. A hopeful voice pleads, "Please let Seo-jun win this one." The image transitions to a decorative background featuring delicate floral designs. The next award to be presented was the Rising Star Award. The audience erupted in cheers as Seo-jun Lee's name was announced. Excited whispers of Seo-jun Lee rippled through the crowd as a woman in the audience clutched her companion's hand. One of the men in the audience expressed his disbelief that so many people knew Seo-jun, noting that he was clearly younger than the other nominees. The man's companion chuckled, amused by his surprise. He pointed out that when it came to acting, Seo-jun's fame was undeniable. Seo-jun sat patiently at his table, dressed in a miniature tuxedo. The presenter announced that Seo-jun's vote rate was off the charts, calling it a well-deserved honor. He added that the world was eagerly awaiting Seo-jun's next performance, suggesting that the award itself should be renamed the already super-noticed actor award. The announcement of the Rising Star Award winner was made at a formal ceremony. The audience held its breath in anticipation. A young boy, impeccably dressed in a tuxedo, sat at a table, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and delight. The name Seo-jun Lee was revealed as the winner. The reason for Seo-jun Lee's win was his passionate performance as Jean Natra in Shadow Man 2. The audience erupted in applause, celebrating the young actor's achievement. A bouquet of white roses sat on the table before him. Seo-jun received congratulations from those around him. Seo-jun, despite expecting to win, felt a surge of happiness at his victory. His family and friends rejoiced at his success. His uncle, in particular, was overcome with pride. Seo-jun reflected on his accomplishment. He had won an award. Someone urged Seo-jun to get up, mentioning a movie. The image focuses on Seo-jun's eye, reflecting a scene of past glory. A tear rolled down Seo-jun's cheek as he recalled winning an acting award. Seo-jun expressed happiness to his uncle. He then expressed his thrill, embracing his uncle. Seo-jun felt fulfilled in his uncle's embrace. However, a question lingered. Was this true fulfillment? One man, sharply dressed in a suit, confronted another. He expressed disbelief, questioning if the other had already achieved fulfillment. The second man, seemingly younger, was challenged about his lack of ambition or courage. The younger man stood, his form partially obscured. He confidently declared his intention to become a superstar. The younger man walked purposefully down a set of steps. He then shook hands with an older man, who appeared to be a distinguished figure. The younger man's thoughts revealed his dissatisfaction with a single award. He aimed for more. He received an award, a golden popcorn trophy, from the older man. Reflecting on his past life, he mused about his lack of ambition then, contrasting it with his current drive. A photo montage showed Lee Seo-jun's family and close friends, their faces beaming with pride and happiness. Among them were his parents, a brother, and his uncle, all clearly proud of the young star. Seo-jun, however, felt a surge of determination. This life, he silently declared, was his. The young Seo-jun stood confidently at a microphone, his small hand gripping it firmly. Moments later, A radiant smile illuminated his face as he accepted a trophy shaped like a popcorn bucket, a symbol of his early success. He beamed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he finished his acceptance speech. News of his win spread rapidly online. Headlines declared him the youngest ever recipient of the prestigious Rising Star Award. A news report highlighted Seojun's acceptance speech, focusing on his emotional response. Another image showed Seojun proudly holding his award, his happiness palpable. The narration box detailed his speech, a bold greeting in Korean, followed by tears when the 100 Great Koreans group was mentioned. The final panel showed his family celebrating his win, their joy evident. The awards ceremony continued, with the narrator highlighting the overwhelming response to Seojun's viral video. The sheer number of votes included both international and Korean fans. Director Ryan, touched by the outpouring of support, shared a social media post showing a carnation he received from Seojun. Despite initially planning to leave after his acceptance speech, Seojun's enthusiasm led him to return to the stage and request the microphone again. The anticipation built as the audience waited to hear what the young star would say next. With a beaming smile, Seojun held up his award and enthusiastically announced, "Please look forward to Shadow Man 3. The anticipation for Seojun's next film was palpable, and director Ryan was already envisioning the financial success. The narrator commented that Seojun's unexpected announcement had effectively saved the promotional budget for the upcoming film. Later, Seojun happily greeted his friends June and Jack, who had been invited to the event. The two friends embraced, marveling at the unbelievable turn of events. At an elegant after-party, two women and a man discussed a young boy. One of the women remarked on how unremarkable he seemed in person, questioning how he could act so differently on screen. Meanwhile, another man at the party expressed his eagerness to finally meet the young boy. The first woman mentioned that while William's acting was also impressive, the boy's performance left a much stronger impact. Someone then called for the boy, June, to come over. Two young boys shared a plate of cake at the party. One of the boys, June, was called over by a director who wanted to introduce him to other directors. The director introduced Sarah Roth from Green Wing and George Rober, the director of the upcoming Assemble. June politely greeted the two new people. Sarah expressed her pleasure at meeting him and her curiosity about his acting abilities. Sarah asked June about his favorite films and genres, including dramas and books. An adult man spoke to a young boy, suggesting they discuss something later. He dismissed the boy, June, stating that he had already made his introduction. June, a young boy with a cheerful expression, stood near a couple, seemingly concluding a conversation. June waved goodbye, cheerfully promising to see them again. The adult man observed June's departure, noting his thoughtful nature despite his young age and expressing concern for his friend's well-being. A woman suggested that the man speak with June's parents, who were nearby. June happily enjoyed some sweets with another boy. A group of young people called out to June. One of them excitedly recognized June, referring to him as Shadow Man and inviting him to join them. The narration explains that June had not initially joined the adults because he did not know them. Davis Garrett, a man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes, stood alongside a companion whose face was obscured. A woman with vibrant pink hair and green eyes held a glass of wine, completing the trio. Davis greeted someone off-panel with a cheerful, "Hey there." The pink-haired woman exclaimed, recognizing Davis and another man as Redbone and Davis Garrett. Davis cheerfully signed autographs for two young boys. Observing the scene, the pink-haired woman commented on the fun and lively atmosphere. A man approached, asking if he could join them. One of the boys, visibly excited, reacted positively. The newcomer was identified as Swollen Adam. The scene shifted to show Swollen Adam's upper body, wearing a light-colored shirt. The scene opens with a burst of light and the excited exclamation, "Swollen Adam." Two young men and a young woman stand together, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and excitement. One of the young men greets another, saying, "Swollen, it's been a while." A young boy stands confidently amidst a group of people. The narration reveals that the boy is a child prodigy, destined for greatness as a leading actor in Hollywood. A flashback shows a younger version of the boy drawing intently. The boy's father speaks of Swollen Adam, a legendary actor he always wanted to work with, who unexpectedly became his son's teacher through the screen. The image shows the father holding his son, emphasizing the profound impact of Swollen Adam's mentorship. A man raises a finger, signaling a moment of secrecy. A thought bubble reveals his determination. He must obtain an autograph. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, eyes wide with wonder, gazed at something unseen, his small hands clasped together in anticipation. A woman and two men engaged in conversation. The woman complimented one of the men on his recent movie performance, noting his improvement since their last meeting. The man humbly replied that he still had a long way to go. One of the men, surprised, asked June. Seo-jun, brimming with excitement, approached the men, requesting an autograph. One of the men readily agreed, while the other man looked on, slightly annoyed at being momentarily ignored. He noted his annoyance internally. Seo-jun happily walked away, his back displaying a newly acquired autograph. Seo-jun thanked the man, expressing his hope to one day act alongside him. The man responded with a polite, if somewhat surprised, affirmation. The man expressed his hope that they would work together on a future project. Seo Jun enthusiastically agreed. One of the men mentioned the upcoming release of the movie Green Wing 2, scheduled for next year. Two individuals engaged in conversation at what appears to be a formal event. One expresses their strong appreciation for director Sarah Roth's film, Green Wing 1, particularly praising the music used in the battle scenes. The other person agrees, noting the film's music received a great response. Continuing their conversation, one of the individuals mentions that Sarah Roth's films always receive praise for their music. Building on this, they reveal they are considering making a full-on musical. A person reacts with excitement to the idea of a musical film by Sarah Roth, already anticipating who might be cast in the lead role. Another person asks for a rough idea of the story. Sarah Roth admits that she's only thought about the story and doesn't have anything concrete yet. Someone proposes investing in the film, even if it's just an idea at this stage. The group discusses the proposal. Sarah Roth explains that the plot isn't ready yet. Despite the plot not being ready, someone observes that Sarah Roth seems to already have someone in mind for casting. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, already a star in his own right, charmed everyone at the after-party with his infectious smile and a wave. A woman, seemingly an acquaintance of his parents, gasped in surprise. News of Seo-jun's presence spread quickly. Despite the event not being exclusive to that location, the woman explained that many people were already aware of the baby star's presence. Seo-jun, oblivious to the commotion, beamed innocently. His parents decided it was best to leave before the crowd grew larger. Seo-jun's mother suggested it was time to go home, as it was past his bedtime and he'd had a long day. Seo-jun, though tired, agreed to leave. Before leaving, Seo-jun's mother paused, seemingly remembering something. Seo-jun, with surprising initiative, offered his tablet to a man. He politely asked for the man's phone number. News reports announced that child actor Lee Seo-jun had appeared in an after-party with several Hollywood stars. Further reports detailed that Lee Seo-jun was seen engaging in a pleasant conversation with actors Swallen Annam, Davis Garrett, Evan Block, and Rachel Hill. Lee Seo-jun, shaking hands with one of the actors, internally reflected on the surreal nature of seeing such famous names together. He also noted the presence of many renowned directors. Someone exclaimed their surprise at seeing Swallen Annam and Lee Seo-jun together, a combination they never expected to witness. The text also mentioned the presence of Redbone, further emphasizing the high-profile nature of the event. News of Lee Seo-jun's return to Korea the following week was also reported. Lee Seo-jun's arrival at the airport was anticipated, hinting at a surprising turn of events. A group of classy fans fell silent as Lee Seo-jun appeared, showcasing the actor's and his fanbase's refined demeanor. Seo-jun himself, however, remained quiet, placing a finger to his lips. The text highlighted the remarkable unity among Seo-jun's fans, even within a large crowd, emphasizing their unique nature. An upcoming KBC interview with actor Lee Seo-jun was announced. Lee Seo-jun, a young boy, smiled and waved, holding a trophy. The caption read, MBS asked Hollywood star Lee Seo-jun the big questions. A live stream showed Moviegoer, a young man with glasses, greeting his viewers. The screen displayed, Live, viewers, 37,800 inch. He said hello and introduced himself. Moviegoer explained that, despite the title, his live stream was about the upcoming movie, Assemble, from Marine Company. He showed promotional art for Assemble, featuring heroes like Redbone, Shadowman, and Greenwing. Moviegoer expressed his excitement about Greenwing joining the film. Another person, unseen, commented that there was something more important to discuss. Moviegoer's hand covered his mouth in shock as he exclaimed, Lee Seo-jun, Jean Natra, please Seo-jun. A young boy, Lee Seo-jun, stood confidently, a playful smirk on his face. He was being addressed by a slightly flustered man, who exclaimed that Seo-jun was a renowned actor, a true star. The man continued, expressing hope that Seo-jun would appear in a post-credit scene of an upcoming film. He noted that Seo-jun's recent award win made his future appearances difficult to predict. The man explained that since Seo-jun's last public appearance was at a film festival, and he had not made any other public appearances since returning to Korea, it was hard to predict his next move. A sign outside Seo-jun's house read, Closed today. The man pointed out that Seo-jun had not been in any new commercials or dramas. His last public appearance was at the interview after the film festival. A search for Seo-jun online showed various videos of him, with view counts ranging from 1245 to 2005. Someone commented that at least Seo-jun still uploads vlogs occasionally, likely to quell rumors of him being kidnapped or locked away. His previous activities from 2 years prior were incredibly successful. The person continued, listing Seo-jun's past projects, a cameo in Shadowman 2, a role in the retrial, Kids Play Spring, and the WTV Film Festival. All of these projects were major hits. The narrator observed that Seo-jun had achieved things that even adult actors struggle to accomplish. A flashback showed a younger Seo-jun in traditional Korean clothing, with his uncle giving him a thumbs up. Someone remarked that Seo-jun was now 10 years old, suggesting they applaud his achievements. A birthday cake with 10 candles was shown. Applause was shown, and the narrator commented that actors tend to have longer breaks than other entertainers. A young man with glasses smiled, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that it was simply the fact that Lee Seo-jun's time away felt so long. He explained that child actors typically take a break after a project and return for the next one. Sometimes, the break is longer if there isn't a suitable role. The question of retirement was raised. The young man confirmed that some child actors end up changing careers or retiring quietly. Images of a businessman and a chef were shown as examples. He continued, noting that while some actors fade into obscurity or are forced out, Lee Seo-jun was different. Seo-jun was world-class. Despite not having acted in over a year, his return for the Marine Company series was certain. The young man eagerly awaited Shadow Man 3. The young man asserted that it would be a waste of talent if such a good actor stopped acting. He then questioned his disbelief in the rumors surrounding Seo-jun becoming a future national athlete. The young man reacted with disgust to the national athlete theory. He then mentioned hearing that Seo-jun was exceptionally talented at horseback riding. It was also revealed that Seo-jun excelled at soccer and taekwondo, with professional athletes expressing interest in recruiting him as a national athlete. The narration begins with a retrospective look at the life of a former child actor. He had tried everything to succeed in acting, but ultimately gave up, transitioning to a career as a national team athlete, pursuing Olympic gold through horseback riding, soccer, and taekwondo. A man, presumably reflecting on his past, chuckles, sure, experiencing lots of things. The scene shifts to a phone screen displaying comments about a young actor, Lee Seo-jun. One comment reads, "While young is great for an actor, and for a kid too." Others express concern in missing him. The man from the previous panel continues, stating that despite everything, he is certain of one thing. The narration shifts to the present, stating that actor Lee Seo-jun is likely at the movie theater. The scene shows a movie theater lobby. Several people are present, but none are immediately identifiable. A hand reaches toward the movie poster, exclaiming, "Oh, the poster!" A man and a woman approach Seo-jun, the woman asking, "Seo-jun, what are you doing? Let's go inside." Seo-jun, holding a piece of paper, smiles. 10 years have passed since his birth. Lee Seo-jun, once a captivating infant star, now stands on the cusp of a new chapter in his life as a young actor. In a dimly lit, metallic corridor, two figures in superhero costumes faced off. One, clad in red and black, sneered at the other, a younger man in green and yellow, saying that he was too inexperienced for this. Suddenly, a powerful impact shook the ground. The red-clad hero was thrown to the ground, groaning in pain as a shadowy figure emerged from the debris. A new hero, with teal and green attire, appeared, effortlessly lifting a massive chunk of concrete above the fallen hero. The red-clad hero watched in stunned silence. High above the city, a spaceship was plummeting towards the ground. A lone figure sat inside, his gaze fixed on the approaching disaster, muttering that he couldn't look away. The heroes leaped into action, desperately trying to prevent the spaceship from crashing into the city, knowing that such an impact would cause widespread destruction. Later, in a movie theater, a family watched a news report about the averted disaster. The parents expressed relief, while their child excitedly exclaimed that it was all thanks to teamwork. The child, beaming with joy, declared that the whole experience was incredibly fun. Back on the rooftop, the red-clad hero felt something was wrong. He looked up, noticing the teal-clad hero falling from the sky. Shadow Man, a masked figure in a dark suit, plummeted from a great height. A green-suited hero, seemingly called Green Hero, shouted from above, "Hold on, Shadow Man." Green Hero attempted to catch Shadow Man mid-fall. Shadow Man cried out, "Shadow Man." A young boy, seated in a movie theater, watched the screen with wide eyes and an open mouth, clearly surprised. The boy's internal thought was, "What is this?" A phone screen displayed a video of a man summarizing a theory. The narration stated, "And so Redbone collapsed, and the plot took a shocking turn." A woman asked her companion, "Why are you watching so seriously?" He replied, "It's a theory video summarizing Assemble 2, and it's pretty convincing." A young woman, engrossed in her phone, scrolled through online news. Her expression was one of intense interest. The article she was reading discussed the recent collaboration between Belnatra and Shadow Man, two prominent figures in the entertainment industry. She found this information particularly intriguing. A woman, presumably the young woman's sister, entered carrying a stack of papers. She commented on the arrival of a new script, delivered personally by Yoon Chan, who was too busy to properly greet them. She mentioned having already glanced at one script earlier. Despite the constant influx of scripts, the woman reflected on the persistent demand for Seo-jun's acting services. A man, presumably the young woman's brother, sat surrounded by scripts, expressing his wish for Seo-jun to receive a suitable script soon, given his passion for acting. He pondered whether there were truly no scripts that would appeal to Seo-jun's tastes. Suddenly, Seo-jun's parents appeared, startling him. A soft, ethereal glow filled the image, hinting at a new beginning. A young boy, nestled in a cozy spot, expressed his strong desire to participate in a project. He held a book, a thoughtful expression on his face, suggesting a deep engagement with the project's details. The narrative shifted to introduce Grand Prince Songying, Ijong, the fourth son of King Taejong, the third king of Joseon. Details about his older brothers, Grand Prince Yangneong, Grand Prince Hyeryong, and Grand Prince Chungneong, were provided, highlighting their ages and the future role of Chungneong as King Sejong. Prince Songying, dignified and intelligent from a young age, stood before his father and several courtiers. Despite his father's affection, the narrative revealed the tragic fate of Prince Songying, who passed away as Taejong's youngest son. A young boy, no older than 14, lies in bed, his frail body wrapped in blankets. The image is tinged with a melancholic golden light, hinting at the passage of time and the finality of his situation. The caption reads, "At age 14, due to smallpox, Lee Seo-jun, now a teenager, encounters his friend Jiseok in a hallway. Seo-jun excitedly asks if Jiseok is also participating in the drama. Jiseok confirms his involvement, explaining that he was surprised to learn Seo-jun had been cast. He was on his way to sign the contract when he heard the news. The two friends express their enthusiasm about working together again after a long time. Seo-jun beams with excitement. Jiseok informs Seo-jun that this is his first drama script reading and directs him to the designated room. Jiseok instructs Seo-jun to find a seat with his name on it. Seo-jun, slightly confused, looks around. Seo-jun spots Kim Jong, a renowned actor known for his roles in historical dramas. The caption identifies Jong as the face of historical dramas. Kim Jong questions Seo-jun's presence, pointing out that he's not even in the first episode. Seo-jun confidently replies that he's there early and already reading the script. One man smirked, "Ah, I get it now. You came here early to mess with me, didn't you?" Another man scoffed, "You think I have that kind of time?" The first man continued, "Actor Kim Jong-hol, there's a rumor he's blunt and doesn't like junior actors." A third man, holding a book, spoke to the first two. "Seo-jun, your name's here. If this guy give you a hard time, secretly signal me." Seo-jun approached Kim Jong-hol confidently. "Hello, Kim Jong-hol 선배님. I'm Lee Seo-jun." Seo-jun continued, "Yes, sir. I've watched the historical dramas you've been in." A director, Choi Min-seong, greeted everyone. "Hello, I'm director Choi Min-seong. Thank you all for being here on time, without schedule conflicts." The director explained, "Today's script reading will only cover episode 1. If you look to the back, you'll see cameras set up. They're just for promotional use on the network's channel, so don't feel too pressured." During a script reading for the drama, The Royal Physician, a director reassured a young actor, emphasizing his talent and urging him to relax and perform naturally. The actor, seated at a table with others, expressed his gratitude. Another actor, Ji-suk, questioned why he was seated next to the young actor. He explained that he had specifically arranged the seating to be near Lee Seo-jun. The young actor, surprised, accused Jong-go of arriving early and switching seats with him, curious about his motives. Jong-go, pointing at himself, defensively explained that he simply wanted to sit near the door. The young actor, still confused, questioned the sudden commotion. The director announced the commencement of the script reading. Ji-suk offered feedback on the young actor's performance, praising it but suggesting less submissiveness. The young actor reflected on the script reading process, while an urgent call interrupted, requesting the physician's immediate presence due to a family emergency. The young actor dismissed the urgency of the situation. A man instructed a boy to rewrite a scene, emphasizing the desperation of a son rushing to his dying mother. He stressed the need for faster speech and more emotional delivery. The boy diligently took notes, meticulously crafting a revised scene. The man further advised the boy to incorporate breathlessness into his performance, even without visible facial expressions. The boy felt a strange sensation, something that had been present since earlier. The man, observing the boy, expressed disbelief. The boy, now visibly concerned, wondered about the identity of the person he was portraying. A sudden, bright light enveloped the boy. A man with short, graying hair and a contemplative expression is shown. He seems surprised and uncertain, muttering to himself, "No way, is this person?" The man's gaze is directed toward a young boy with dark hair, who appears to be quite young. The man's unspoken question hangs in the air. "Does he?" The man's expression shifts to one of disbelief and wonder. He exclaims, "Like me?" The young boy, seemingly oblivious to the man's astonishment, confidently states, "I knew it. I'm doing great." Two men are shown. One is the gray-haired man from previous panels. The other is a man in traditional Korean attire. The narration states that the gray-haired man is known for playing powerful villains in historical dramas and is rumored to dislike junior actors. It is further revealed that he didn't speak to the lead actor he worked with last time. However, the truth is that he enjoys watching younger actors grow. A small flame appears behind the gray-haired man as he smiles warmly, expressing his desire to see more of the boy's progress. The narration clarifies that he prefers actors who genuinely love acting. The young boy is shown engrossed in a book, his expression one of intense focus and determination. Two men stood in what appeared to be a television studio. One, younger with dark hair, smiled warmly. The other, older with silver hair, rested a hand on the younger man's shoulder. The older man reflected on the younger man's career, noting that he was someone who always acknowledged his own skill, taking roles that matched it rather than chasing fame. The older man continued his thoughts, mentioning that the younger man was always willing to work hard to improve and hone his craft. However, he cautioned that fame changes people quickly, and that such changes rarely end well. The scene shifted. A book lay open on a table, suggesting a change in location or time. A caption read, "And that never ends well." Then, a new scene showed a young boy in a suit, standing at a podium, seemingly giving a speech. The caption read, "However, a short break was called for. Seo-jun, a young boy, was offered water by an adult male. He politely accepted, thanking the man. Seo-jun quietly drank his water. The older man from the earlier scene spoke to Seo-jun, praising his performance and confirming that the rumors of his talent were not exaggerated. The older man smiled warmly, inviting Seo-jun to feel free to ask any questions he might have. 7-month-old Seo-jun smiled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Someone told him that Jonggo, his uncle, really liked him. Jonggo, a man with silver hair, continued, revealing that Seo-jun's popularity extended even to the recent film festival. He'd received votes and even text messages of support. Jonggo then asked if he could be called Uncle Jonggo instead of Mr. Seo-jun readily agreed, and Jonggo requested an autograph from his precocious nephew. Another person, a woman named Jae-hai, also asked for an autograph from Seo-jun. Seo-jun recognized Jae-hai as the actress from the movie he had appeared in with his older sister, and he happily obliged. The family smiled, enjoying the moment together. The script reading for day one of the new drama commenced. Kim Jong-go, along with other members of the production team, observed the young Seo-jun, their eyes filled with admiration. Comments praising Seo-jun's appearance and potential filled the page. A scene depicting a traditional Korean setting. A person's feet, clad in Joseon-era attire, are shown. A voiceover comments on how well the attire suits the person. Someone expressed initial doubt about Seo-jun's suitability for a historical drama, but changed their mind upon seeing him in costume. Seo-jun, dressed in Joseon-era prince attire, looked strikingly handsome. The person observing him predicted the drama's success based on his appearance alone. Seo-jun, still in his Joseon prince costume, is seen at a coffee shop. A menu board is visible. Someone politely asks Seo-jun if he would like a cup of coffee as well. Royal physician Hyo greets Seo-jun. Two young boys, one in a red hanbok and the other in a blue one, sat together. The boy in red held a small container. "That's pretty good," one commented, addressing the other. "You too, Jiseok-hyung." Observers watched the scene. He's the only child on this giant set, yet he doesn't seem intimidated at all. He practically commands the place. One of the observers wondered aloud, how does he manage something even adult actors find difficult so easily? A flashback sequence began, showing a text box. Passive, the young Lion King's majesty. Low tier. The narration continued. Crowned king at a young age. Among many traits needed to lead a pride, only his majesty stat increased. A young lion, surrounded by 2 adult lions, was shown. So-called, the bluff of the young Lion King. His actual stats were worse than a regular lion's. But because of his unexpectedly strong presence. A lion roared, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. The intensity of the sound was palpable. He rose to become the leader of his pride. The young lion stood proudly amongst his family, his golden eyes gleaming. His reign, however, was short-lived. He was soon discovered and killed. A director cheerfully announced, "All right, let's begin filming." Grand Prince Songying was the beloved child of King Taejong and the Queen. But he was frail, weaker than his siblings, and often viewed with pity by his parents. Following the death of Princess Jeongin, King Taejong's 4th daughter, from an unknown illness, the king was overcome with worry. Royal physicians were assigned to the children. 2 women discussed a young man. One of them noted that he was the disciple of royal physician Yin Hong-sao and the illegitimate child of the Hyo family. A young boy sat reading a book in a richly decorated room. The young boy, Hyo Yujin, introduced himself as the royal clinic physician. He bowed deeply before another person. Someone told him to raise his head. He complied, his face still showing a hint of nervousness. The scene shifted to Grand Prince Sanjeong, portrayed by Lee Seo-jun. Lee Seo-jun, as the Grand Prince, exuded an air of royal dignity. The director called for a cut. 2 crew members watched Lee Seo-jun, a child actor, during a break in filming. They commented on his incredible natural charisma, noting that he didn't overdo it but projected exactly the right amount. 2 other crew members discussed the casting choice, agreeing that Seo-jun's performance was not only excellent, but also boosted the overall mood on set. One of the crew members expressed his desire to get Seo-jun's autograph, while the other teased him for not having done so already. The scene shifted to show Park Do-hun, a former child actor, now playing Grand Prince Chung-yong in the drama Royal Clinic. Do-hun's current role was highlighted. Seo-jun smiled brightly while arm wrestling with another actor. The scene ended with a sparkling effect. The scene opens with a view of a traditional Korean building under a bright, cloud-filled sky. Inside, a young man, Do-hun, sits reading a book. Someone calls out to him. Outside, a young boy, Seo-jun, runs past Do-hun's brother. Seo-jun smiles brightly. Do-hun offers Seo-jun a chocolate he made. Seo-jun accepts the chocolate and Do-hun's brother watches them. Seo-jun thinks about Do-hun. His thoughts drift to someone named Evan Block. The word perfectionist appears dramatically, alongside images of Do-hun and Evan Block. A man wearing sunglasses observed someone, noting that they were not yet on par with Evan, a renowned actor, not even in their subtle expressions. However, he acknowledged that this person had the potential to reach that level one day. Despite this potential, a key difference remained. That difference was confidence. The man looked at a book, deep in thought. Unlike Evan Block, who never doubted his acting and always sought improvement, another actor, Do-hun, lacked that ease and confidence. Do-hun and another young man practiced archery. Do-hun's posture was tense. The observer noted Do-hun's lack of ease, suggesting he was desperately trying to correct perceived flaws in his acting. Do-hun appeared restless, unable to fully relax, as if constantly searching for mistakes in his performance. The scene shifted to show Do-hun reviewing his work with others. Do-hun's face showed his frustration. A young man, dressed in traditional Korean attire, stood poised with a bow and arrow. He looked slightly nervous, muttering, "Huh," in response to an off-panel voice calling out, "Hyung." A friendly lion, its eyes gleaming, offered words of encouragement. "You're doing great. You've done great so far, and you'll do great today too." The young man, still slightly tense, received further encouragement from a younger boy in similar clothing. The boy exclaimed, "Ah, really?" The young man's expression shifted to one of surprise and slight embarrassment. He confessed, "So even you noticed how nervous I was." The young man continued, recalling a past experience. "I also played a child role in a historical drama when I was your age, Seo-jun. Back then, people call me a prodigy." He mused. Maybe it was because the role suited me or the set atmosphere was good. He sighed, but after that, none of the roles I got lived up to that prodigy title. He recounted the aftermath. When the film flopped, the actors and director got a lot of criticism. I quickly went from being praised as a prodigy to being mocked. The young man reflected on his recent acting experience. He admitted that things were much better now, but a lingering memory gave him a sense of obsession. His thoughts drifted to a scene from a historical drama. He was striving for perfection, aiming to fit the role better. The young man's goal was to ensure that the directors and other actors he worked with would not receive criticism. Despite his efforts, the young man felt he could have done even better. His uncle, however, reassured him that he had done great. The uncle, Ji-hyung, praised the young actor's performance, acknowledging the difficulty of a child with no prior acting experience taking on such a different role. Considering the circumstances, Ji-hyung believed the young actor had done a really good job. Despite the young actor's good performance, the film itself was a box office failure. This was just another in a string of failures for the young actor. However, the uncle pointed out that it was unreasonable to attribute the film's failure solely to the child actor's performance. The young actor expressed his gratitude to his uncle for his support and encouragement. A man, dressed in traditional Korean clothing, reflected on the gravity of the situation. He found it awkward to discuss such weighty matters in the presence of a child. He confessed that he had never spoken about this with anyone else before. The other man expressed understanding, noting that he felt at ease when in the company of Seo-jun, despite not knowing why. Seo-jun, appearing calm and collected, was the subject of a filming session. Despite the cameras, the man quickly composed himself. Even he recognized that this was unusual. The two men shared a moment, one of them drinking and the other eating a cookie. The older man felt a strong urge to protect the younger one. Despite the age difference, the older man felt compelled to protect Seo-jun. A flashback showed a lion protecting its cubs. The older man's protective instinct was triggered. A passive ability, the young Lion King's majesty, activated. The image depicts a blank white space. Do-hun, a young man in traditional Korean clothing, approaches another individual, calling out, "Do-hun Hyung." A young boy, dressed in similar attire, gives a thumbs up and says, "You were amazing today too." Another young man, also in traditional clothing, comments, "That acting just now was really great." He continues, praising the emotional delivery as top-notch. A young boy, Seo-jun, is shown walking away, having told the man that he did well again today. The man reflects that even praise from a 10-year-old, especially Seo-jun, gives him confidence. Do-hun Hyung, dressed in traditional Korean attire, observed Seo-jun. He commented on Seo-jun's consistently good performance, but noted a particularly strong synergy between them now. Do-hun Hyung mused that the constant praise he gave Seo-jun, regardless of his actions, might explain the improved synergy. Later, walking through a traditional Korean setting, Do-hun Hyung questioned whether his praise was genuine or simply a way to comfort Seo-jun. He wondered if he had been insincere, offering empty comfort out of pity. Do-hun Hyung reflected on his actions, questioning if he was the only one unaware of Seo-jun's true capabilities. The scene shifted to a film set, where preparations for the next shot were underway. Do-hun Hyung, still in his traditional clothing, stood with Seo-jun and another person, briefly acknowledging the director's call for the next take. Do-hun Hyung observed Seo-jun and noted that his reaction to the director's call seemed unusual. The director called for action, and Seo-jun's brother explained that the medicine Seo-jun was taking was prescribed by physician Hyo. A young boy, dressed in traditional Korean clothing, stood before a taller man in similar attire. The boy clutched a small bowl. The older man sighed, running a hand through his hair. How long will it take for you to understand? My headaches are not something medicine can cure. The older man continued, his tone sharp. When will you realize that there are things more important to me than this trifling illness? The boy looked up, confused. He mumbled, huh? That line just now wasn't really acting. What the was that line, kind of? From a distance, a film crew observed the scene. One crew member whispered to another. Sounded like he was reading from a textbook, right? Is he nervous? The older man turned away, muttering to himself. Ah, I messed up. A voice called out, cut. No way. The older man's face was etched with worry. He was clearly upset. He thought to himself, I got so caught up wondering if all the compliments so far had been real that I totally botched the scene. A crew member whispered urgently, Seo-jun is. The crew member's face was a mixture of shock and concern. He trailed off, his expression unreadable. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun, in his crimson hanbok, sat quietly, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He was lost in thought, the weight of his many past lives pressing down on him. A dark purple void filled the space, streaked with lines that resembled the brushstrokes of a hurried artist. The image conveyed a sense of overwhelming power and the passage of time. A director addressed someone named Do-han, asking him to make the scene more natural. Do-han, along with the film crew, observed a child actor dressed in traditional Korean clothing and another man, also in traditional attire, rehearsing a scene. Do-han commented that the child's previous performance felt a little too exaggerated. Do-han wondered what he should do. He questioned whether he should always compliment the child actor. Do-han pondered if his need to compliment the child was solely due to the child's past. He contemplated this while walking away. The child actor and Do-han exchanged a brief, silent moment. Do-han addressed someone he called Hyung. Two young children, dressed in traditional Korean attire, were engaged in a scene. One urged the other to properly redo the take, while the other apologized. One child explained that an apology wasn't necessary, as others were also working hard. However, they conceded that if it were a simple mistake, things would be different. The other child countered that the previous action was intentional. It was revealed that the first child knew all along. This implied a significant development, prompting a sense of readiness. The child excitedly declared it was time for action, confirming that all previous compliments had been genuine. The scene transitioned to a brighter, more ethereal setting. Night had fallen. Seo-jun was called out to. Someone asked if he had a moment. Do-han, a young man with short brown hair, made a proposition. He suggested they have dinner together, offering to buy meat. Do-han and Seo-jun sat at a table in a restaurant, enjoying a meal. Plates of cooked meat were visible. Seo-jun, with a happy expression, thanked Do-han for the food. Do-han received a polite thank you for the meal. Do-han appeared thoughtful while eating. Do-han then told Seo-jun that he had something to say. Seo-jun pondered over a scene from a drama, specifically the first meeting between Grand Prince Song-yun and Hyo-yujin. He wondered why it was relevant after 3 weeks of filming. Do-han, a young man with short brown hair, sat in a restaurant booth, explaining his actions to someone off-panel. He stated that he had asked PD Choi to obtain specific footage because he wanted to learn from the acting displayed in it. Do-han continued, admitting that initially, he was filled with self-doubt, questioning his own acting abilities. However, he eventually started relying on the footage he had obtained. The footage in question featured Prince Song-yun. Do-han reflected on the footage, noting that simply seeing Prince Song-yun smile made him want to open up and share his thoughts. He felt inspired by the prince's performance and decided to share his own thoughts and feelings. Do-han's friend, who was also present at the restaurant, expressed amazement at Do-han's reaction to the video. Do-han explained that his strong emotional response was due to his special ability. The friend then commented on Do-han's perfectionist nature and how deeply affected he was by the video of the young Lion King. Do-han's friend speculated that Do-han had likely watched the video countless times. A younger boy, seemingly Do-han's sibling, asked him if he really liked the video that much. A young man, his cheeks flushed, traced a finger along his chin, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He sat at a table with a younger boy, both eating. He reflected on his past lives, understanding the vague sense of responsibility he'd always felt. The man explained that his ability to influence others stemmed from his past life as a king, where he gained a responsibility to care for his people. He was surprised to discover that this was a consequence of his past life as the pride's king. A lion emblem glowed faintly on his hand. The man apologized to Seo-jun, admitting he'd unknowingly relied on him too much, even at an age where he shouldn't have. He felt remorseful for his actions, acknowledging his mistake. However, thanks to Seo-jun's influence, he was able to better accept advice from his uncle and Jiziak. His uncle expressed his gratitude to Seo-jun for his help. The young man felt a warmth in his chest, a feeling of contentment. The young Lion King was undergoing a transformation. The young Lion King's majesty was mutating. A close-up revealed the lion's intense, golden eyes. Crowned king at a young age, he could form a pride upon fulfilling certain conditions. The conditions to form a pride were a weak mental state, more than 30 meetings, and more than 10 compliments. Activation required a double tap with a finger. Two young boys, potential Pride members, smiled at each other. Someone mentioned that the press conference was scheduled for Monday, and the first broadcast would air on Wednesday at 10 o'clock. A young boy, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Finally!" The film crew reviewed their schedule. They had a week off after today's shoot, but filming would resume the following week, so they needed to conserve their energy. A crew member announced to Prince Songying that filming was about to begin. The director called for the scene to begin. Prince Songying's mother arrived, concerned about his health. She asked if he had been unwell. Songying insisted he was fine. The director called cut. Songying noticed the crew's concern. His mother asked if he was truly all right, noting his flushed appearance. His mother touched his forehead. She noted that his body felt hot, like he had a fever. The moment Seojun's performance ended, his complexion returned to normal. A woman, observing Seojun, curiously asked if he used his body temperature to act. Seojun internally panicked at her question. Seojun lay on the floor, surrounded by books. A caption revealed that he possessed the core of a low-tier red slime. The image showed the core of a red slime, a small, fiery creature. The text explained that the slime attacks with fire, and its core is hot. Holding the core grants fire, heat, resistance. The woman exclaimed that Seojun was amazing, as expected. A young woman called out for her hyungs, Dohun and Jiseok. Dohun and Jiseok appeared, surprised to see Seojun. Dohun and Jiseok were shocked to see Seojun. Observing Dohun Hyung's continued display of pride, one could only conclude that his recovery was progressing very slowly. However, it was anticipated that by the time filming for the royal clinic concluded, Dohun Hyung would have fully regained his confidence, and the pride mark would disappear. The observer wondered if this rapid recovery might be linked to the young king's instincts. A conversation began, questioning the ability to raise one's body temperature at will. This ability, it was suggested, would be perfect for faking an illness. The suggestion was immediately rejected. Faking illness was not something to be done. Despite the rejection, a dismissive agreement was given. The production press conference for the KBC Wednesday through Thursday drama, The Royal Clinic, was underway. 7-month-old Lee Seojun, playing the role of Grand Prince Songying, confidently addressed the assembled reporters. The first episode of The Royal Clinic achieved a remarkable 21% rating, sparking speculation about the impact of Seojun's performance. News reports highlighted the drama's success, noting that even the Grand Prince Songying was watching live. The first broadcast of The Royal Clinic reached a peak rating of 22.3%, exceeding expectations. The drama's success was attributed to its unique fusion of historical drama elements, securing the #1 spot in ratings. Episode 2's summary noted Seojun's absence, prompting questions about his future appearances. Online discussions centered around Seojun's next appearance, with many viewers eager to see him again. Despite the focus on Seojun in promotional materials, viewers expressed satisfaction with the drama's quality. A behind-the-scenes photo of Seojun and Park Dohun, who played Grand Prince Chungyang, was released online, revealing Dohun's past as a child actor. News of the royal physician's arrival reached the palace. Hyo Yujin, a young man in traditional attire, stood at the palace entrance. He was identified as the illegitimate son of Lord Hyo. Yujin had a difficult childhood. His frail mother was abused by Lord Hyo until her death. After his mother's death, Lord Hyo cast out young Yujin. A village physician took pity on the boy and took him in as a disciple. The young Yujin, visibly upset, was comforted by his master. After learning the basics of medicine from his master, Yujin continued his studies independently. He eventually became as skilled a physician as his master. Word of the princess's passing reached Yujin. Within the confines of the royal palace, a conversation unfolded amongst several individuals. The topic of discussion centered on the potential dismissal of all royal physicians. Meanwhile, Hyo Yujin, while struggling to make ends meet by collecting meager consultation fees, overheard a conversation that ignited a burning desire for vengeance within him. He mused that if he could become a royal physician and gain the king's trust, he might be able to exact his revenge on Lord Hyo. A dark thought crossed his mind. He could poison the king's medicine and frame Lord Hyo for treason. Hyo Yujin resolved to sacrifice his own life to achieve his revenge. Hyo Yujin, having made his decision, entered the palace as a royal physician. There, he encountered the sickly prince, the king's most vulnerable point. Hyo Yujin introduced himself as a royal physician to the prince. The prince responded by asking him to raise his head. The prince stated that he had been waiting for him for a long time, leaving Hyo Yujin surprised and questioning. Prince Songying, kneeling on the floor, felt a surge of anxiety. He had a plan, and the thought that it might be discovered filled him with dread. A voice, calm yet firm, cut through his worry. Someone urged him to stand. Songying, still slightly apprehensive, watched as a book was placed on a table. He seemed to be waiting for something. His face lit up. He excitedly announced that they were going horseback riding. Songying explained that he had to take medicine whenever he rode. The narration then shifted to describe the pure and bright soul of the Grand Prince Songying, whose kindness had unexpectedly affected someone seeking revenge. The scene shifted to show Songying, beaming, preparing for his horseback ride, while a man in blue robes walked behind him. The man in blue robes, Hyo Yujin, reflected on how the boy he had intended to use as a pawn for revenge had become someone he truly cared for. Songying, full of energy, was riding at a fast pace. Hyo Yujin, struggling to keep up, urged him to slow down. Songying, laughing, teased Hyo Yujin, saying he needed more exercise. A court official addressed a young prince, wishing him a long life. The same official then expressed his hope that the prince's future children would befriend his own. For the first time, Hyo Yujin dreamt not of revenge, but of a future he had never imagined. In this moment, Hyo Yujin forgot all about Lord Hyo and his mother. A young boy, shivering, asked Physician Hyo for help with the cold. Physician Hyo responded to the young prince. He smiled warmly at the boy. The prince walked away, leaving Physician Hyo behind. A skeletal figure, cloaked and wielding a long scythe, stood over a woman lying on a bed. Death was not an unfamiliar concept. A young boy sat amidst a pile of books, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that death was simply a visit to life's library, implying he had experienced it many times. The boy pondered what ability would be useful for faking death. He contemplated the question, a hand resting on his chin. He reviewed his options. Stopping his heart was possible, but waking up afterward would be difficult. He decided on an alternative approach. The boy's passive ability, the core of a blue slime, was revealed to be a low-tier power. Two images are shown side by side. On the left, a small, blue, amorphous blob with a cute expression floats in space. On the right, a skeletal mouse sits on a dark, stone-like surface. Text above the images reads, while carrying the core, you gain resistance to low temperatures. You can regulate your body temperature. Below the images, additional text states, active, scent of a skeleton mouse, lowest tier dash. The text reads, the first skeleton created by a novice necromancer. Due to imperfect magic, the scent of death leaks out. The setting shifts to an outdoor location. Text in a box reads, last day of /the Royal Clinic /filming. Another text bubble shows a person asking, today's already Seojin's last day of shooting? A woman in traditional Korean clothing smiles brightly, offering a basket of sweets. She says, thank you for everything. A man in traditional Korean clothing receives the basket. The woman explains, these are homemade cookies I made with my mom. The man replies, thanks, Seojun. Two men in traditional clothing are shown. One comments, the drama did well, and Dohun's gotten his energy back. He really is a lucky charm. One of the men observes, isn't this the first time you've gotten through a shoot without yelling? The man replies, ahem, well, you can't shout in front of kid. He continues, keep it that way from now on. It's not that you can't control your temper. You're already at the age to watch your health, especially with your high blood pressure. Two men, dressed in traditional Korean court attire, conversed. One, younger and more relaxed, expressed a sentiment of resignation. The other, older and more stern, countered that Seojun, the baby, would be worried. The older man sighed, expressing his exasperation with the younger man's leniency towards the child. The older man smiled knowingly. A young woman, carrying a basket overflowing with sweets, cheerfully remarked that everyone was soft on the boy. Someone called out, signaling the start of filming. Seojun, lying in his crib, appeared to be sweating profusely. Unfortunately, Grand Prince Sanjeong had fallen ill with smallpox. Despite the efforts of physicians, his condition did not improve. Sanjeong, weak and delirious, called out for his parents. His mother rushed to his side, comforting him and questioning why he would leave before seeing his parents. Sanjeong, a young woman, lay in bed, tears streaming down her face. Her expression was one of profound sadness and distress. Sanjeong continued to weep, her sorrow palpable. A man, presumably her husband, approached her bedside, his face etched with worry. He urged her to stop crying, his voice filled with concern. The man's distress intensified as he repeated Sanjeong's name, his voice laced with alarm. A young child, seemingly their son, lay beside Sanjeong, also appearing distressed. The man checked the child's body temperature, his brow furrowed in worry. He was clearly concerned about the child's condition. Two other men, dressed in similar attire, arrived, their expressions mirroring the man's concern. The situation was clearly escalating. Elsewhere, a film crew was preparing for a shoot. One crew member anxiously asked if anyone was present, suggesting a critical absence. The man from the previous scene, holding the child, looked distressed and urgently called for help. The man continued to hold the child close, his worry evident. The scene transitioned to a dark, ominous background. The image showed a dark, blurry background, suggesting a shift in time or location, or perhaps a symbolic representation of the uncertainty of the situation. Two men in traditional Korean attire stood in a dimly lit room. One of them, visibly concerned, asked if anyone was there. Meanwhile, a young man watched the scene unfold, questioning the intensity of the acting and whether it was an ad-lib. A man in regal attire, his face etched with worry, responded that it wasn't acting. A young woman, observing from the side, agreed, stating that this was not a performance. The young woman internally reflected that her uncle Jongo genuinely believed she was in danger. The man in regal attire exclaimed about an ambulance arriving. A passive ability, calming apple blossom scent, activated. Another passive ability, elf's basic breathing, also activated. The young woman, Seo-jun, called out to her uncle, Jongo. Jongo let out a sigh of relief. 7-month-old Lee Seo-jun rested peacefully in his mother's arms, swaddled in a soft, ornate blanket. He was dressed in traditional Korean clothing, a miniature version of an adult's hanbok. A woman, presumably his mother, looked down at him with relief. "You're alive." "Thank goodness," she breathed, her hand gently resting on his chest. Her relief was palpable. "You were alive?" A man, presumably Seo-jun's uncle, approached another man. "Come on, Jongo Hyung." The uncle continued explaining, "I told you, he's kinda know-it-all, but not really. If the actor right next to you suddenly went cold and stiff, anyone would misunderstand." A young woman, possibly a family member, spoke thoughtfully. "Plus, I even used magical energy. Guess I'll be writing a reflection paper tonight." She looked pensive, sipping from a large iced coffee. Two young men stood in conversation against a backdrop of traditional Korean architecture. One of them, wearing a simple shirt, posed a question to his companion, who wore a baseball cap. "Don't you agree?" he asked. A computer screen displayed a video. The accompanying text stated that due to unforeseen circumstances, the footage would have to be deleted. A young boy sat at a table, a look of surprise on his face. "What?" he exclaimed. A woman explained that even the crew had struggled filming a particular death scene. However, the boy's presence had a calming effect, making everyone feel at ease. His medical certificate confirmed his health, which was a relief. The woman continued, explaining that airing the original footage would shock the viewers too much. The boy questioned if his acting had been too intense. It was decided to reshoot the scene. The scene depicted someone pleading with a figure lying on a bed, urging them to open their eyes. The scene continued, showing a person in traditional clothing, overcome with grief. A young man in traditional Korean clothing stumbled through the snow, gasping for breath. He continued his desperate trek, his breath clouding in the frigid air. The scene shifted to a glimpse of a grand gate, partially obscured by snow. Approaching the gate, he whispered, "Your Majesty." Inside a grand room, an older man sat solemnly on a plush chair. He muttered, "The prince." Outside the palace gates, two figures stood, their faces etched with worry. One of them cried out, "Sanjeong, Sanjeong, this cannot be." A woman, her face stained with tears, pleaded with a man, "Jong, Jong, please look at your father." The man, Jong, looked up, his eyes filled with grief. He whispered, "Jong." The scene shifted to a stark announcement. 18th year of King Taejong, February 4th. Prince Sanjeong, Ijong, passed away. A further decree followed. Punish royal physician Yang Hongdao, who failed to notice the illnesses of Princess Jeongeon and Prince Sanjeong. Royal physicians Yang Hongdao and Hyo Yujin were sentenced to exile for their crimes. A woman cried out in distress, unable to speak. Online, viewers expressed concern about the exile physician's fate, questioning whether they would survive the backlash. Despite the controversy, the revised direction of the drama was receiving positive feedback. One person expressed sadness, anticipating future episodes would remind them of the day Prince Sanjeong died. Initially, viewers watched for Lee Seo-jun, but now their focus shifted to Sejong and Hyo Yujin, eager to see their next moves. The drama's narrative continued beyond Prince Sanjeong's death, surprising those who thought the story had ended there. A medical professional explained that treating smallpox requires strengthening the patient's constitution first. A woman reacted with shock to a news report about a child's death, finding a familiar face in the report. Two chibi-style figures appeared, one resembling a modern young man and the other a traditional Korean nobleman. A speech bubble above them read, "Isn't that child actor nature Jean?" Despite Prince Sanjeong's departure from his show, The Royal Clinic, episode 15 still achieved a remarkable 34% rating. Prince Sanjeong and a young child, dressed in traditional Korean attire, stood before a grand palace. The scene was one of regal splendor. The scale of the event was immense. It wasn't merely a guard-changing ceremony, but a full-fledged royal procession. Foreign tourists even inquired about the existence of Korean royalty. Lee Seo-jun's popularity had reached such heights that he was practically considered the nation's prince. A scene shifted to a more rustic setting. Urgent calls for mourning garments echoed through the air. A man swept the courtyard of his simple house. News of the passing of King Taejong and the queen arrived. Following the death of King Taejong, Crown Prince Cheongyang ascended the throne. From his elevated position, the new king surveyed Joseon, his gaze sweeping across its lowest corners. King Sejong sat upon his throne, a heavy weight on his heart. The previous winter, he had been unable to protect his younger brother. An official approached the throne and addressed the king. The official reported that a plague was spreading through Mulri, and the king demanded an explanation for the delay in reporting this. The official revealed the devastating truth. It was smallpox. The king immediately ordered the summoning of Hyo Yujin. 7 years prior, Hyo Yujin had been summoned by King Sejong and dispatched to Mulri. While other physicians would have feared the smallpox and stayed away, Hyo Yujin, as if waiting for this very moment, threw himself into tending the patients like a madman. A man rushed to Hyo Yujin, desperately pleading for help for his sick child. The man explained that his child was an herb gatherer's son from the mountains, and he had not been seen lately, so he went to check on him. A young child, exhibiting symptoms of smallpox, lay listlessly in the arms of an older person. The diagnosis was grim. Even the child's small hands showed the telltale signs of the disease. Instructions were given to gently lay the child down. The child was carefully placed on a makeshift bed. A masked attendant confirmed the instructions. A woman, likely a mother, wept silently as the attendant prepared a wet cloth. The child's identity was revealed, Prince Sanjiang. The prince lay unconscious, his small face pale and marked by the disease. A soft sigh escaped the prince's lips. This page contains publishing information and disclaimers regarding unauthorized copying, distribution, and spoilers.